programs earlier. But now some of them come back because they want scaling up, and that's where we are consulting them on a consulting model. And of course we have Jilani, who will take care of the academic institutions programs. He will handle all the programs with the and we have Rosalind, who will take care of business development. So these are some of our achievements in the last few years. 300 plus founders mentored. 22 cohorts we ran with the University of Hyderabad and 5 cohorts with ICRISAT on agribusiness. And we have supported 10 plus on incubation capacity and in institutions, building some co-innovation programs with corporates and supporting a lot of digital transformation in SMEs. Some of our institutional clients, some of our startups in the last few years. Yeah, that's it.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I came here as a mentor and as a speaker to give the session on AI, a game changer for the startup ecosystem. So when it comes to the AI or the generative AI, we are allowing in a different models to use by the students in the different levels. So it is part of the curriculum. They can take it like a no AI to full AI. So based on that, we have different scaling vectors. So based on that, we will give you the marks to the students. So suppose some students are using for the design generation, some guys can use for the idea generation, some guys can completely use the AI for their assignments. So different based on the students' uses, we will provide them the insights. In the Voxen University, all the curriculums are well prepared with the industry connect. So in the board of studies, we have academia partners and industry partners. It is approved by the industrial people only. So when you see the MBA business analytics subjects, most of the subjects are covered by the industrial applications, and then half of the syllabus will be taken care by the industrial people. Whether it is a in-house or maybe the outside the world, it will give the much insights to the younger people. So who wants to start the startups, we are coming up with the experience and then we are giving the insights to them, which will make them into the unique path.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I attended today's event on AI for startups, essentially how startups can leverage AI to transform their AI journey, startup journey from impact to vision. And my experience has been really good. I saw a handful of startups from different sectors. It was overall a very good event. So as of now, as you know, Dell is a company which is into hardware business, right? So that is our predominant area of focus. Dell has 2 line of business, retail and B2B. In the B2B space, the end consumers are large enterprises who needs to basically buy hardware, storage, data centers, AI servers. So currently, as of right now, the focus is more on the B2B space, building AI-based servers, data centers, and all of that for our end customers. To answer your question directly, at this point in time, Dell is not building anything for startup ecosystem. Dell is very proactively, into the AI journey. For last, I would say, couple of quarters, we are seeing more and more changes in the strategy, so that there are more focus on AI to improve operational efficiencies, build more seamless customer experience using AI, but a fine balance between for any experiences. Dell is always at the same time proactive, at the same time very cautious. So there are a lot of focuses on ensuring safe AI solutions for our end customers. So there is a very strong focus, but at the same time Dell takes a very phased approach so that the solutions are safe. And it's not fully AI solution. There is a handover between AI and human. So I have a YouTube channel where I post videos on product management, innovation, and product design. I have this channel for some time, and I post at least once a month on these topics.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
It's pretty cool that we had a very good experience. I mean, there is a great uh, talks by Sanjay Jasrani sir. So, and it's been incredible journey. Like Sanjay, especially Sanjay sir's PowerPoint. It took almost from A to Z of the whole entrepreneurial journey. That's really great actually. And mostly he covered almost every problem of the startup. Actually, this event seems to be for tech companies, like software tech companies. But we are from the manufacturing background, so we are just we'll also enter into softwares, like we do have the BMS solutions and all. But yeah, so apart from that, I don't to be honest, the most importantly, the things I took from this event are the startup problems and the solutions that Sanjay sir has came up with and his experiences. That's what my main takeaway.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Social responsibility is one of the core values of the university. I have joined in Christ in 2004. So I am here witnessing all this transition over the period of time, the way we have evolved and the way we are putting towards to the society. Even the UN SDG goals, the 17 goals, it's set up in 2015. But I wanted to very proudly say that Christ University, much before that, they have understood the need of it. And they have taken the way to take care of the community. We have a center called CSA, Center for Social Action. And it is almost 25 years in existence here. It's a vision for the university to make sure that the academics can be done complete, a holistic approach. It's possible only through making sure that the community, or maybe our stakeholders, mainly the student community, they should understand the need of social impact, environmental impact, and also economic impact. This is a vision of our present Vice Chancellor, Reverend Dr. Father Joe C.C. As per his instruction, we have given all the departments and all the centers are aligned with this SDG goals. Last year, what we have done that we have assigned for each department 3 SDGs based on their expertise area, and plus the SDG 17 for all the departments, because it's a partnership. So here I wanted to say that the top management is taking care of how this sustainability should be incorporating every aspect of our academic journey, whether it is in research, whether it is in academic, whether it is in community. And even I wanted to say that our strategic mission, we have a strategic plan every 3 years. And this 2022 to 25, this strategic mission, one of the important component is the commitment to the society. And where SDG is linking with them, sustainable way of thinking, sustainable way of reflection, sustainable way of implementation. It's not only understanding about. We started SDG Cell last year as creating an awareness among the students. I think we have succeeded in that. We have around 2,500 SDG advocates. They are working towards this sustainable goals. When I talk about SDG or sustainability, the action plan, the implementation plan, it is happening through the students only. They are the advocates of this sustainable movement, I can say that. Okay, whatever we are planning and strategizing, the implementation process is definitely through the student community. Every department, they will have 2 representatives from each department. They will be coordinating the activities of the SDG activities from that particular department. And again, we have a core committee for the university. It consists of around 15 core committee members in different fields. We proposed to the top management. Immediately they have agreed and they have given all kind of financial infrastructure and all kind of support. And all the campuses, 6 campuses, last year, 1 week completely, February 12th to 17th, all the campuses simultaneously, they have showcased what kind of sustainable activities, and each department, each deanery, they came forward for each day. These are the people, the next generation leaders. They will be moving to the corporate. And you are making a foundation here and making them to understand what is the significance of it. So there are many activities. We have sustainability week apart from different departments based on the SDGs allotted for them. They have different kinds of workshops, seminars, conferences, and then student activities aligned with their extracurricular activities based on SDGs. And students are the main focus for that. And they through them, actually I wanted to say that through the student community, student leaders of the SDGs, we are implementing it. And I wanted to congratulate all the student community. They're coming forward and they have a commitment. We can see that. We have a lot of association with NGOs, corporates, other institutions, schools. And again, it's not exactly from SDGs or even from CSA. We have adopted many villages, many schools. That is what I said, Christ University. It's the foundation itself. They are thinking that serving the society is very important. Not only creating the knowledge dissemination should happen through the students. While they are in the university itself, they should understand what we are learning towards the society. It's not only getting a selfish motive of getting a job and getting the income. Beyond that, there are many other things. And Christ University's the core values and the mission and vision statement is stating that. It's not only the statement, we actually implementing it. And this year, actually we are planning to apply for United Nations Academic Impact Hub for Christ University, where we are taking SDG as one of the, one SDG as one of the important area where we can lead. And I'm sure that we will be getting that because we have many things we are doing. Maybe the outside world may not be aware about it. So to showcase, to give the support for other institutions and to lead that. Definitely this SDG cell movement and with the support of the management, definitely we can achieve that. The partnership, as I have mentioned, the corporates, we have assignment with the corporate Bosch, where they have the upskilling part where the students from different background, they are helping them. So we are collaborating with them, and there are n number of NGOs in terms of community engagement. It's happening. And again through different kind of leadership programs. See, one of the examples of FFC. So where last year we have started with an MOU where we have taken for the sustainability initiative of the students through a leadership program and sustainable startathon. And last year we from Christ University, the students got the chance to go to Singapore and got the award from that. This year also many students involved in the process of sustainability startathon. I want to congratulate Supriya for that, giving a platform for that. And again this year 2nd September we have giving the grand finale in Christ University itself. So there are many kind of association, and again international universities, not only Indian universities, international universities also part of different kinds of collaboration in terms of community, in terms of research in sustainability, then academic involvement. All this is happening. SDGs, fundamentally, we are looking for, the United Nations is looking for, by 2030 we are achieving. Whatever percentage we are achieving or not. But for me, SDG or Sustainable Development Goals, Maybe we are giving into different indicators and different objectives, and beyond that, each and every student associated with this SDGs, it should be a lifelong journey for them. It's not by Christ University they are graduating, they are not ending. That would be a starting point for them. Here we are making them to aware about it. What is the need of it? What is the significance of it? What is the benefit out of they are getting it? Beyond that, they should show their actual purpose of their life through this process, and we are giving this kind of knowledge system to them, and they will be taking it further. I am very sure about that, and I'm sure about that Mohit or the group of people associated with the SDG cell, they will be taking further wherever they are, whether in the corporate, their family business, or any society or any field. They will be adding a chain of people along with them. That should be the way we have to take it. So Christ University, we are not looking only one or two people they are associating with it. It's a chain, and it will be completely, we will be achieving through this chain of actions, and their commitment and their dedication and their hard work. Definitely we can achieve it. My association with Christ University, almost 2 decades I am with Christ University, and my association with the university is, maybe I can say that, lot of learning, lot of unlearning, lot of relearning. That process is happening, and especially the sustainability cell made me a lot of understanding about the society, commitment to the society, how the life can be changed, not only to me, all the stakeholders of the Christ University, including students, faculty, staff members, and again the people around us. So I feel the sustainability is not about socio-economic environment part. First and foremost, we have to have a understanding about it and a way of life, sustainable way of life. And it's not only for me. I wanted to make sure that all the students, those who are coming in this process, they should also understand the need of it and how we can take it further.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Namaste, I'm Srilata Shankar. In our Leadership Talk series, in collaboration with My Startup TV, our guest today is Uma Sudhir, a well-known journalist, executive editor of NDTV. We welcome you to My Startup TV and Leadership Talk series. It's a pleasure to have you with us today.
Thank you so much, Srilata. I was resident editor a few years ago. The last 8 or 9 years, I'm executive editor with NDTV.
Right from your graduation and your post-graduation, and what got you into journalism?
I am actually a science honors graduate from Hindu College in Delhi, and initially I was thinking I would, at that time, Kiran Mazumdar Shah was an icon, and I thought, okay, entrepreneurship is probably one way of going about it, but civil services was another attraction. Actually, I used to think that there are so many fields that were very exciting, whether it was law, whether it was journalism, whether it was civil services, or even entrepreneurship. And I remember as I graduated, I realized that I do have the passion to know about people, wanting to know about people, and so on and so forth. And after I graduated with science honors from Hindu College, I joined the Times Research Foundation, which is a Times School of Journalism. In those days, we didn't have graduate schools of journalism, actually. This was the most professional among all those schools of journalism. And there are about 15 of us in our course. And I joined the course open-minded, and I thought I'm going to sit for the civil services the next year, and therefore a grind in journalism or exposure to the kind of curriculum that they developed for that year was very, very exciting. And so I thought I would get into it. But once I was in it, I realized that it is adrenaline and it is addictive. You can't really, wean yourself away from it, because it was all the time exposing me to new things that I could learn, I could meet new people, and somehow what I thought would be a 1 year kind of a period that I would spend in journalism and then move on, that didn't happen because I kept doing
So
different.
the bug had bitten you.
Absolutely. So I joined the Times of India at Delhi, and I worked first as a sub-editor. Soon enough, I was senior sub-editor and then a chief sub-editor. I was bringing out the editions of the Times of India. At the age of 24, I was probably the youngest editor, bringing out a newspaper in the national capital, which was the Times of India from Delhi itself. So it was exciting. Subsequently, I moved into, I moved to Hyderabad. I married Sudhir, who also happened to be a colleague of mine at the Economic Times there. And both of us decided he joined New Delhi Television at that time, which was actually an enterprise that we knew as college students saying the world this week. Yes, all of us have
Yes, yes.
one great attraction. All of us admired him, loved him. And therefore, when Sudhir got the opportunity to jump, he did. And we thought we'd come for a year to Hyderabad just to see how it is to work from a state capital. And then we came to Hyderabad, and the place kind of grew on us, and it was beautiful. It was the days when actually NTR was chief minister. But as soon as we came here, the August coup happened, and so many political developments happened. Mr. Chandrababu Naidu became the chief minister, and then Hyderabad became, in a sense, quite a centerpiece for the country because he was talking about IT for the first time, issuing licenses. So, like that, I got kind of absorbed into journalism, and there was no way I was looking back on it. And then television happened, 24/7 television. Then Prannoy Roy and Radhika Roy offered me to join NDTV. I said, my husband works for the same organization. It may be a little, kind of awkward. They said, okay, we both are husband and wife, Prannoy and Radhika. And they said, nothing awkward about it. I think it'll make a great team. So that happened. And here I am, 25 years in NDTV, some 33 years in journalism.
A wonderful tenure that you've got, Uma. What are this podcast is for the young professionals, students as well, engineering management students, and probably law and journalist students. So what are the inputs that you can give for a student who's probably in his or her graduate, and she's clueless of what to do, but journalism kind of attracts them. What are the inputs that you would give? Point one. Point two is, what do you think are the challenges for a young student who wants to take up journalism? And what third point is, what are the challenges that you faced as a journalist?
You don't have to have done journalism to become a journalist. I, of course, went through a course post my graduate degree, but I was a science honors student. I also did an MA in public administration simultaneously. So, of course, that has something to do with journalism in the sense that you understand how the governments are working, how the constitution is working, and so on. So, but I had engineers in my course. I had somebody from XLRI, somebody who was a medical doctor. People had done different things and come. So one of my classmates, in fact, who graduated from XLRI, Raju Narisity, again, a very well-known journalist who worked for the Washington Post. He went, he was an internationally well-known journalist. So you could have done anything and then come to journalism. And I think if you have a passion for storytelling, then this is something that you could explore. And the rules of the game have changed substantially from when I started because the format of doing journalism itself has changed quite a bit, evolved, I must say, not changed. The basic rules remain the same, that if you are a professional journalist, you would be checking facts, you would be, ensuring that there is balance, you ensure that there is fresh perspective and relevance for people. We started off at a time when there is no internet explosion, isn't it? So there is no information that is available for you to do a story or look up anything. You have to go to the library, look up books, read them up, and then know about it, or talk to people and then do it. Now, this generation will not even begin to understand what it was like, because you just have to Google it and you get
It's a click of a
everything ready.
button. Yes.
And AI, you have even articles coming out of it. But journalism is something else. It has evolved in many more meaningful ways than that, and it's very relevant as well. So for students, I would say, if you've done law, if you've done engineering, even medicine, MBA, advertising, whatever your field may be, science students, all of them could take up journalism. And journalism doesn't mean only now, of course, magazines or television or radio. You could be doing what Srilata, you're doing, podcast as well. And you could be doing specialized things. And much more important, digital technology has become a great equalizer, democratized the space. Technology gives you so many options now. So you're not really you don't have to be competing with the big media houses, a Times House or an NDTV or a News 18 or the international players, CNN. You're not competing with any of them, and yet you can create your own unique brand and your own unique presence on the digital media, because costs have come down. And what I'm saying now is that everyone can now be someone who produces that information. Everyone is a consumer of information, all right. But the challenge is how creative you're going to be, what is your USP going to be in making this, and the fact that you must make sure, that is, I think, the bottom line, that credibility, trustworthiness, relevance. Of course, you have to be interesting. You have to be able to, because
As well.
now. Earlier, you put out anything. See, in Doordarshan days, we said anything you said. I mean, there was only one channel, so you had no choice to go to anyone else. But now, people have everyone's watching on a mobile phone, and the mobile phone is really a small device which can take you across the world, across different experiences, and to be able to catch that space. That's what is the challenge for the youngsters. And I think they are very well equipped to do that. Well equipped because they know technology, they know how to use it, and how to use it in a very creative manner. Storytelling doesn't have to be the way it was when we started, or what we did, at least for a few years. We have also evolved. We have changed a lot. Now, though you know me as a television journalist for the last 25 years, I'm actually much more a digital journalist than a television journalist. NDTV has been a market leader, not just in India, but world over in the digital space. So I'm much more of a digital journalist, and all of us exist across multiple media platforms. So what I would tell youngsters is that it's a very fascinating field, very exciting, and something that offers it has a lot of potential. It's for you to exploit it, identify what your particular strengths are, and identify what your passion is, and what can be relevant to others, interesting to others, and then take it forward. So when you ask me, for journalism students, or anyone for that matter who wants to take up journalism, or should I make a larger word, media, because now youngsters understand. The other day I did meet with the CEO of YouTube, Ishan John Chatterjee, and he was saying the short video is the big thing now. So everyone's has the talent, and the tools are available online for everyone. It's up to you to make the most creative use of it, create your own personal brands, and stick with it, or rather evolve with it. And you have a ready-made audience. People are making big amounts of money with that, and also earning respect, popularity. I think that also is a driver for many youngsters, that they want to be popular, that they want to be influencers. uh, so this is a good field to be in, because you can earn credibility. That depends on, of course, what kind of content you're going to put out, and how regular you are, and how you maintain that kind of should I say, standard focus, and decide to build your brand around what you think you should be.
I agree to what Uma mentioned. I come from a commerce background, went on to do my HR, continued to work as an HR and L&D leader, and this just came, by my side, and I grabbed it with both my hands and legs. I said, why not do podcasts? And like Uma mentioned again, the internet space, digital space is such a plethora of opportunities that one can dig into. You have Uma, you have covered elections, you have covered floods, you have covered even aspects like bombing, etc. So what are the things that you were scared of, or for want of better words, scared of, or challenges that you had gone through, and how did you overcome it? Especially that because you're a mother as well, you have young children, had young children, then it would have been very, 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 very demanding. So how did you cope with all this?
Scariest part perhaps is to be before the camera and to make a mistake. It's not the situation itself, but that itself, to be live on camera in the most demanding of circumstances, to always be factually right, because one thing you say wrong and you can actually be destroying lives, or you can be saying things that can cause immense harm and can have an impact on people's lives and situations, whether it's a flood, whether it's a fire, whether it is an accident, whether it's a scam, whether you're reporting a human interest story. So all of that is what is most scary about live television journalism, I think. The first thing. The second is the physical circumstances. Of course, you'll be covering disasters. You could be in flood, you can be in earthquake, you could be in situations where there's a fire, huge fire. All that, again, of course, the challenge of being there on the ground, being factually right, reporting sensitively, at the same time giving information that's useful to not just your audiences, but also not violating the rights of anyone who you are reporting about. That is a very important challenge, and something that I keep in mind all the time when I'm doing that. Elections, politics, again, very challenging in these times, especially because any word which is one word more than necessary, or one word which is seen as you are displaying any kind of predilection or bias, and you are trolled like nobody's business. And therefore, you have to maintain that space. So even if you're very, very neutral, people are going to troll you, because now for political parties, it's a professional work that they do, that they have not they have thousands of people who work for political parties, each political party. Earlier, it may have been one or two. Now, every political party has an army of people. And if you're putting out anything that they feel is negative for their party or for their leader, then they will go after you and try to rubbish what you say. More than that, they'll be very offensive. They can be aggressive. They can be violent, verbally violent, and they can actually threaten you with physical violence as well. So that happens all the time. That you must be able to take in your stride and move forward, and not
succumb to it,
not decide to react to everything, because it's a very toxic area, and you could really end up a mental wreck if you were to listen to all the things that people may want to say about you. Because the only good part is that we say this side is also trolling you, that side is also trolling you, and therefore you're very safe. That yes, you are in neutral territory. You have not, you've done nothing wrong, one side or the other. So the dangers are there in political reporting, that people can attribute motives to what you're saying or otherwise. But my theory has always been simple, that you keep your distance, you keep your dignity, you need no favors from either side, and you maintain the neutrality. People who are being nice to you may not be, please don't read meaning into it. Realize that it is because you are in a particular position, so they are nice to you. But people are taking you, you take yourself seriously. Don't take what they are treating you like very seriously, that, oh my God, I'm so important because they're talking to me. And everyone from a CEO to a chief minister or ministers treats you well. That's because you are in a position where you can ask questions. And I think that's a privilege that the position gives you. And I think we need to use it very, very responsibly, because it's a privilege that you are questioning on behalf of so many other people who are voiceless in society. And you have that privilege of being able to question those people, and they become answerable to you, because in a democracy, we do believe that the media can ask questions, and the government is answerable. So that's a position of privilege. The second thing is, even if people dismiss your work, I think we should take it very seriously. Whenever I am talking to journalism students in colleges and otherwise, I tell them that the job is very important. Everywhere people may be trying to trash your credibility or say that, ये लोग तो एक चाय पे बिक जाते हैं या पैसे पे बिक जाते हैं, whatever they may be trying to attribute motives. In every field there could be some bit of these things that happen, but you realize that you are responsible, and you are most responsible to the most voiceless, and therefore given two choices, I would put my voice that side where it is the voiceless and become their voice, because I think that's a very empowering experience as well. Whatever you are, or as an individual or as an organization, is one thing that gives you a certain ability to articulate. And when you become the voice of people, the voice of voiceless, you realize that that's a very empowering thing, and it happens. You are asking about physical dangers. Physical dangers have been many, whether it is cyclone Hudhud, where we were kind of being blown away by the wind like that, and we are holding on to things, and then we realized we are holding on to one railing, and that railing fell, and we got almost blown away with that. So those kind of situations happen. Orissa, I have covered the super cyclone 12, more than 23 years ago, when in Paradeep there was a center, and at that time there are no cell phones, nothing. There are only landline phones, and we drove all the way from Vishakhapatnam, Srikakulam, to Bhubaneswar, completely pitch dark, and we there is no phone. They were being on the highway. People had not got water. They had not got safe water or food, and they started looting whoever was coming there. And then I told them, see, your story has to go to the world. If you're going to loot our equipment and take it away, your story will not be told to the world. And they actually listened to us. The only place from where we could tell the story was actually, then there was a chief minister called Girinder Gumang, and a single satellite phone in the chief minister's office, and he's a very gentle kind of a man. And I said, no, I need to talk on your phone, and he allowed me, and I did the live transmission for what happened in Paradeep, because even the government had not got there. We got there before the government, and 10,000 people had died in that particular cyclone, super cyclone that happened. And wherever we went, given now, if you see on YouTube, you will find, or on NDTV website, you'll find, there's a beach, and I'm talking there, of course, some 25 years younger, but that, there's a earth mover, and there are about 8 or 9 bodies like that lifting behind me from the sands, because there are so many deaths that happened there. And we reached there with literally no food in hand. We had a couple of Haldiram packets or something left, but people there had not eaten for 2 days. So there is 3 days and so on. So then we gave up our food also. But now I think we went with one vehicle, and it's not even possible for us to call anyone. And you don't know whether you can come back and whether fuel will be available anywhere. And that time when you go there, you don't realize all these dangers. You're so absorbed in telling the story. When you come back and tell the story, you're happy you did a good job of it. But what could have happened, when you think of all those things, then it becomes very scary. Same thing happened during, we went back to Orissa, another cyclone that just happened a couple of years ago. And at that time, Katak was the eye of the storm. Puri was the eye of the storm. And we were going there in an SUV, and this time, not even the OB van, the mobile had become the transmission thing. We had apps through which we could, devices through which we could do in the middle of the superstorm. And there I was standing by the side of a tree and holding on to my car, the door, and doing it because the wind was blowing us away. And suddenly the door gave way. The door of the car gave way because the wind was so strong. And then we had to open the door on the other side, because the speed of the wind was so much that your car will just get blown away. If can you imagine, it is closed on one side and it is open from the other, so the wind will just blow it. So we had to just open the other side as well. And then I realized that this is dangerous, because you can just get blown away into the water. There is no end to it. All that you will get at the end of the day is RIP. Everyone will add to the RIP, and there will be nothing more to you than that. And I had responsibility, because there was a driver and there was a camera person as well, with families. So those are situations that you find yourself in when you take a call, and everywhere trees were falling, one fall, and it can be the end of your life. So while when you come back, you say, oh, it was exciting and we did this and so on and so forth. Bombings have happened, and before the police reached there, we reached there, bodies were there, bullets were there. And sometimes, there's something called a booby trap. They will leave a body there, and then send out the message, and you go there and you say, oh my God, there's a body found. Police never go there. I found out later, because you slightly move the body, or anyone moves the body, it'll blow up because there'll be bombs attached to it. So that's a way of inflicting damage, because they expect that the police will come back to look at the bodies, and they'll attach the bomb to the underneath the body itself. And so those kind of situations also happen. So we've done sting operations where we have got caught sometimes, got beaten up sometimes. Uh, I've been covering, for instance, trafficking. I don't know if I tell too many stories, but I have these stories to tell.
Please do, please do.
So trafficking is something that I've been covering for more than 2 decades now. And if many people from Hyderabad, they recall, in the late, just before 2000, 1998, 99, there are these adoption homes from where babies were so-called being exported outside the country. And then we did some raids and some ground reports and so on. And then the government changed its policy, saying that, you don't, for ensuring that private homes do not hold babies anymore, because they were being exported, actually being sold. There were, tribal babies being brought from Nalgonda. They were going to all the tribal belts, and the babies are very beautiful. All babies are beautiful, of course. These are endowed with more, should I say, because skeletally well built, and they are babies with fair skin, which unfortunately happens to be a big attraction again. And those babies were being sold, and then the government said, we won't allow private homes. We will have only government run homes to be giving out the babies. Then when they were all shifted to government homes, we started reporting on it, and then the conditions there, the delays in the courts, and then they shut the doors to us, saying, no, child rights, we cannot allow media anymore. So nothing that happens inside will be known to the world outside. Then a few years later, when we, the Renuka Chaudhary was the Union Women and Child Welfare Minister, and she brought in this policy from what was there in Tamil Nadu about the cradle babies, that you have cradles for babies so that the parents don't kill the baby, the infant. Therefore, you cradle, and you say that if you don't want your baby, please leave this baby outside this hospital. There'll be a cradle that's left, and you can leave the baby so that they don't kill the baby. There was a feticide, infanticide. I have actually physically, that baby also is there in one of the videos. A baby who, it's a very cruel way even to describe you. I mean, how a newborn baby girl can be killed. They will leave them in the sun and not feed them any milk. And then the child rise up and dies. Or they put rice husk, is stuffed inside the baby's mouth. And so you ensure that the female baby doesn't live longer. So since that came, this cradle came as a solution for that. I'm trying to tell you the policy that comes and the outcome that happens on the ground, which is what we reflect when how the policy is out. And then we went to a place called Devrakunda and Nalgonda, and found in one place called Shishuvihar, where babies are kept, government homes for them. And I found 23 babies, newborn infants, landing there within a month, which is really not even possible that in that area it comes. So what had happened was, and I met a mother who was pregnant for the 8th time. She had given up 2 babies, and she was waiting for another, the earlier one, something else had died, like that. So it was her 8th pregnancy. And the mother-in-law told me, नहीं मैं अभी तो government सरकार बोल दिया ना कि baby दे सकते हैं. So you can give up a baby without guilt in heart that the baby is going to die, because the government is going to bring up the baby and the baby will get a better home, and therefore my daughter-in-law can be pregnant again till she gets the male child. So that was the kind of outcome that happened for this. And then we suggested that the government must actually support these babies from with the mother, give them milk or give them water. Then we did another sting operation. We realized you don't even have to go there. There was a couple who came here and told us that the woman is pregnant, and you will get a delivery of the baby in the month of June if you want. Scanning is done. There's a baby, so you will get a ready-made fresh baby in that month. So technology that comes, how it is used for not just sex determination, but also to pre-book a baby even before the baby is born. In another case, we went to follow up to see whether the government homes are now vulnerable for this kind of trafficking happening. And I went through a doctor who had told me that there was it is happening, and we went to a government home there, and there is an auto wala who takes us in, who's not have access at all, and he says, "कोई भी baby ले जाइए, madam, कोई problem नहीं है." I said, "ये baby तो आप लगता है," he giving me recommendation. I said, लेकिन ये तो सब सरकारी है. I can't. There must be a procedure to follow. He said, नहीं कोई problem नहीं. I said, no, but registers are there, isn't it? Computerized, and you know how many babies should be there. So he said, no, no, no. ये अंकिता है, समझिए. आप ये ले जाते हैं, तो कोई और baby आता है, तो उसको अंकिता बोल देते हैं. जो in our records, the record is straight that 45 babies remain 45 babies, and you won't lose any of them. So I was quite shocked by that. All this is caught on camera. We even did operations, sting operations, and that, and then. We said, no, no, we're coming back during Ugadi to take the baby. And we went with another gentleman who was an activist, actually, who went along with me, and we went like a couple. And there was this lady, Dawn, who was dealing with me on phone and telling me that, or do you want the photographs on WhatsApp? We will show you photographs and you can make your choices. That was the kind of use technology. We went once there, and the lady, Dawn, had bargained for 35,000 for the baby. And then this gentleman who was with me, he said, "नहीं आप तो हमें baby भी दे रहे हैं, तो हम इनको एक अंगूठी पहनाएंगे," because she's there. And she got very, very worried. She got very worried because usually if somebody says 35, you say 15, and then you start bargaining. Right. And this generously offering. So she caught us. She caught us. She seized all our materials. She kept us imprisoned for more than a day there. And then we were lucky that we kind of got out because she was a lady Dawn who was beating up people. She was also a murder accused, actually. She was a murder accused. So somehow we got out of that situation. She went to jail subsequently, but now, of course, is out on bail and continuing. Right. Unfortunately.
Uma, the stories that you have just told us is bone chilling to even hear it. My two questions is one, apart from the natural disaster, especially things like war and bombing, etc., your security is predominant for you and your family. So, what are the what is the right word? What is the areas that the your TV channel that you covered took care of you? Second is like I asked you earlier, your family also is very, very scared of letting you go to such areas, whether it's cyclone or bombing or sting operations, because your security and your safety is predominant for them. Third question is your young children would have wanted you as a mother to be with them by their side, but your job was demanding and you had to travel across locations. So how did you manage all three of them?
Okay,
all three situations.
They're supposed to have a protocol for safety. I must say that in India, largely there are no such written protocols that are followed. Everybody does quite the random thing, and even when there is a landslide and there's a danger of things happening, and I must say that in most channels they would say, "आप वहाँ पहुँच सकती हैं क्या? आप यहाँ पहुँच सकती हैं क्या?" And it is very possible that that place is a landslide and you are down with whatever the situation. I mean, it happened in Uttaranchal. It happened in many places that we have had accidents. In fact, in Kerala, just last year, I think, when an entire crew, which was doing the rains and cyclone in Kerala, died after falling into the waters in Kerala. So those kind of situations are not something that don't happen. But I'm saying whether it is a parliament bombing, now of course it was not a bombing. December 13, when we this time, of course, there was a drama that happened. There is no danger to life. But whether it is parliament bombing, where media persons have got injured in the crossfire, people reporting from conflict areas, like my colleagues who report from the valley, when violence is on and they're reporting while still the agitation is on. Even in the Telangana agitation, I must point out, if you're recovering in an Usmania or something, the things were so animated and so hostile from both sides. And they would say, "Meer manavalla andi." I mean, they'll first check whether. I remember in one situation, there was stone throwing happening in Usmania University, and I had to go and do the live at that time. I was trying to do a live, and somebody had we were ducked under a kind of a shed to try and avoid the stone throwing that is happening. And I asked a guy, "Can I borrow your helmet?" He was going to give it. Then he finds out, "Are you from Telangana or are you from the other side?" That's what he wanted to know. I said, "If you want the answer for that, then I won't even tell you the answer. I don't need your helmet. First of all, I'm not from either side is another matter. But the fact that somebody's life or being hurt is not more important, and it is more important for him to know whether I belong to Telangana or I belong to the rest of the state, was was very disturbing for me.
True.
And those situations are quite ugly. I remember when Jayalalitha was going to jail, when she was convicted and she was going to jail, and I was reporting outside Poise Garden, and all day long, they were all very hopeful that Jayalalitha is going to be released and so on and so forth. And by some time we knew that that was not happening, but we waited till the news broke, and then I am doing my reporting all day long. They thought it was happening, and they were, when I was doing the live itself, put sweets into my mouth, do that, all that. They were celebrating me and feeling very happy. And by evening, when it became obvious that she was going to jail, and I was announcing that, or I was reporting that, and I was doing that on Hindi channel as well, they said, she's from Delhi, attack her. And I'm on live, and they actually stoned our camera, broke our camera, and then everybody had to run away for their life. So they also do it not just because they are personally passionate about it, but also because Madam will watch NDTV. Madam is an English watching chief minister. She was a Jayalalitha is English watching, and she watches NDTV. And therefore, if they show their angst, they are showing enough of their grief or support for their own leader. So, but these are real situations where things can go really wrong. So, what does family do? They are, of course, quite tense about what happens, or they will keep telling me, "Romba avasiyama, is this Romba, do you need to go?" kind of a thing. I mean, and everyone has this thing, why do you need to go? It's of course true for everyone. I mean,
True.
I'm saying this is about parents or in-laws who may ask that. But I think over the years, they've understood what I do, and they know that you will be careful, whatever. I remember my daughter in that particular case where that lady had kidnapped us, and my phone was also with her. She had seized our phones as well. And my daughter didn't know. She was very young. I have only a daughter, and she was very young, but she was very tense about what had happened. Once, even during a cyclone in the coastal Andhra Pradesh, and I was not in touch on phone either, and I was not telling what was happening, and she got very tense sometimes. So once she grew up, she understood that. But there were times when she would get very panicky that what's happened to mom, and then she would ask my mother-in-law to call me or something like that. One of the big things that was always a support was because my in-laws also lived in Hyderabad, and they were looking after my daughter, and therefore that was a very big support thing. And I think that's a big blessing that we in India have, that parents-in-law
True.
are willing to pitch in like that. How much can you leave a child in a creche?
How did your family, or rather, how do you balance both the family and the demanding job?
So yeah, that I guess I answered without realizing it organically. The fact that you had help. What I also realize is for many, when we talk about women in leadership, one of the reasons why they don't take up roles of leadership is because they are worried that they have to give up on certain roles at home, and that is not something they want to make a choice, and that choice becomes difficult, and therefore they do this. And I say this to women, that most of the time, if you think you can outsource some things, whatever you can outsource, you can't outsource being a mom, you can't outsource being a daughter to
Parent.
your child, or a wife to your husband, or a partner, or a support system to your family. That you can't. But certain jobs can be outsourced, and please feel free to do that. Get domestic help, get a cook who can help you, and co-opt them into this entire your ecosystem, so that life becomes easier for you, and you realize you will need to prioritize. If you sometimes need to say that I cannot travel, that is another very important thing I find among women who are high achievers, that they find it difficult to say no. Maybe I'm also a victim of that, that you find it difficult to say no when more and more tasks are given to you because you're an efficient. I have a very close friend who is a top officer in the government, and I find she's very good, she's brilliant, she's excellent, but because she's all that, they keep dumping more and more work on her and say, I think you should handle it. I think you should handle it. And you also don't know. I mean, oh my God, I need to do this. This is my responsibility. And you take on more and more and more. And at the end of it, I think you sacrifice your own life. I mean, one of the reasons that you should not end up having is that while you're professional and enjoying your life as a professional, I think most of us working women, one of the heights of fulfillment is also professional achievements, and what you do professionally when you interact with people, it gives you happiness. When when you go out and talk to people, it opens up a world. So all that is important. And to keep that balance, I think one of the important things is to say that these are off my list, or I will do this only when I'm able to do it. I'm not
True.
going to take on everything. I can't also have, in Tamil houses, you will have this Golu during Dashara or something else during something else. I'll say I will not be hosting Golu kind of things. I will vicariously enjoy it when my friends host it, and I will enjoy it. I don't have to be doing it myself physically because I don't have the bandwidth to do anything like that.
Right.
So you make your sacrifices, you make your choices depending on what is important to you, and it is okay sometimes if you uh, decide that I don't want to do a particular assignment, even if it is a very important assignment. I have, during, for instance, I was there in Sri Lanka during the bombing, I was there during the elections, I was there. But during the economic disaster that happened recently, I did not go. I have a mother who is 85 now, and she is a Parkinson's patient. I felt that my time is more precious here. I cannot, when I go there, I don't even know when I'll come back, and I cannot be going off for 4, 5, 6 days and so on. So things were bad, as during those days when everyone was out on the roads, uh, and fuel was not available, and you don't know what's going to happen next. So that was a choice that you have to make. You would say, "Oh my God, it's a very exciting thing that I would like to report about." You can think that, but then you have to make your choice. I mean, it's your choice
True.
ultimately about what you choose to do and what you don't choose to do, and then enjoy whatever you do, whatever your choice has been.
When you were covering the disasters or the bombing, like you mentioned, you saw a lot of dead bodies. How do you maintain your emotional balance? Because it's just not bone chilling, but it's very nerve wracking also as well. While you may be doing a fantastic job as a human being, you're very emotional as well. So how do you maintain your emotional balance?
These are very tough. Uh, Time and again, I hate going into those families where, from Andhra Pradesh, you have families that lose a child from, say, in the US, somebody has been stabbed. More and more such incidents are being reported where a 20-year-old has gone to the US to study, a lot of dreams that are riding on the child. And then the child has died in some kind of a tragic circumstance, a young person, 25, whose families are here, anything it could be, and then you have to go and meet with that family, and it is so heartbreaking. Sometimes there are suicide deaths that happen. Uh, One of the most emotional I've seen is all these school students, just because of some failure in some exams,
Mm.
with those parents. There is something, just in 2019 in Telangana, we had about 25 children who died after the intermediate exam results came, and they're all failed in the exam. And I've been covering suicide deaths by students, not just in the IITs or the big colleges, everywhere. I've been reporting on these, and these are so heartbreaking. I can't tell you, because I sit and I can't help but cry. I have a child of the same age, and I know the emotion, the pain. Death anytime is very, very heartbreaking for that family, because the rest of the world does move on, but for that family, life is never the same. I've heard Kumbakonam, where you remember there's a fire in a school. This was in the year of 2003. And that child, I think 2004, I think. My baby was still breastfeeding. I remember 90 plus children had died. Primary school children died in a school fire that started from the thing. So sometimes the outcome is that, like the suicides of these children I'm talking about, intermediate children, what I and Sudhir decided to do was we started, because many of those children were also struggling with English and other things. So we started a
True.
YouTube channel called Study with Sudhir, in which we started teaching for free for children who needed that support. And it was not just a platform for teaching children, but it was also a platform for counseling, mentoring. And though I do hold a full-time job here, my office also knows about it. I mean, even my daughter teaches on it, even Tejaswini teaches on it. Sudhir teaches on it, and he's the main mentor. And he founded that organization along with my daughter. And it's a mentoring platform. And subsequently, in fact, the intermediate board here took our lessons and put it on their website. And during the COVID period, in fact, those lessons were available to the children free of cost, because we had already done it. I would speak in Telugu, and Sudhir would speak in English, and we would try to tell the children, because it was a big gap for them to be able to do the English lesson. So it was our way of in somehow providing that support, providing that counseling. you were talking about the personal journey of somebody when they lose their child, and then what you are doing along with that. I remember
Not
this.
just that, I understand what you're mentioning about the suicides. You may or may not see the actual body, but when you're doing disaster coverage or bombing coverage, you actually see dead bodies or flesh coming out of the body and hanging out. Those are really, really bone chilling. How do you maintain your emotional balance?
That, and I've seen bodies too, Srilata, whether it is young children who have, for no reason at all, taken their lives. I've seen buses that have been burnt with the bodies, and then you are trying to identify the bodies, and people come and how
Charred
to
to
identify
death.
a body that's completely charred, or like you mentioned, the flesh coming out. I mean, I don't want to go into the gory details, but all that and more one has seen, and one has to. Um, in one sense, say that life is very ephemeral, but whatever you have of it, you the beauty of it, the happiness of it, I think it only reaffirms that. And you try to. I remember doing a series on just people who lost a loved one, a very in a tragedy, and how they coped with it, what they did. For instance, there's a couple in Hyderabad many years ago. They lost a son. This Mohan transplant, the group that they're the most active uh, in the country, I think. They
Right.
converted their son's death into something very meaningful. They started talking about transplantation and
Right.
talking to people who are losing like that. The trauma of seeing dead bodies and coming home is difficult. Uh, uh, every time there's a loss, I've covered huge numbers of farmer suicide deaths, and every time you go, and it is not just a tragedy because the entire family uh, is kind of lost after that, because
True.
he's the bread earner of the family, and then you see what has happened to the family. Some of these farmer families I've covered longitudinally over 20 years to see what happens. Some of them have got support from our viewers. They went to school, they got educated, so that way I feel a little happy that that happened. I've gone to their marriages. They were once school children, and now they have grown up to become adults,
Adults.
have their own children as well. So I know of such families as well. But I'm saying death is always difficult. Those kind of
Sure.
disasters is always difficult. You asked about my family. I want to mention to you COVID. During the COVID crisis, when there was this huge fear, we were perhaps only people going out and reporting. And I remember the commissioner, the health secretary, everybody would say, "We are not there. Why are you going out there and doing this kind of?" What had happened was at that time, uh, initially we were afraid, we were scared. Everyone was afraid and scared, but somebody needed to tell the stories, and we had to go out and tell those stories. And it was amazing that all through, even though I went into the hospitals, I was at this distance from COVID patients at that time when there was a scare, and I was doing those reporting. We went inside the containment zones, and we were
Mm.
reporting there as well. But neither I nor my camera person, we didn't even take a driver, because we would go either on a bike or he would drive the car, and we would go, my camera person and I, and we started reporting. It became all the more important for us to report those stories when we started reporting about the people who were affected by it, and they started walking. Srilata, that's a story that it's something. They started walking, and there were some children who died.
Mm.
There was, one man who had started walking from Nagpur. He was to go to Tamil Nadu, and I'd gone to a community center where people were kept for the night. It was a shelter for not COVID people, but for people who are walking like that, because the migrants who are there here. And he was a 24-year-old man. He just collapsed and died. He just collapsed and died. And then even to send the body home, how was it possible? We then contacted the authorities, because it was all said and done. I mean, it's easy to say it will get done then and there. Even to send a body at that time, state boundaries were closed, borders were closed. We went up
Right.
to Amit Shah's office and we got permission, and that
Mm.
arrangements, and we crossed the borders. There is a top officer in Tamil Nadu, in Andhra Pradesh from Tamil Nadu, who also helped. Everyone got his permissions and the body reached home. I don't know whether that's meaningful, but it's still some meaning, some closure the family needed to have.
True.
So
True.
at that time, I remember my husband was doing some reporting. Afterwards, buses started for these people because there were nothing that could take them home, and they were dying just walking on the road. Oh, it was pathetic to see them carrying whatever their families were, small children
Right.
walking, and no end to the walking. And when I did that, Sudhir said, "Do you remember you have a child at home and you've got people at home? Please don't come home," he said. I mean, he was saying it in anger. Then he also knows he's a journalist. So he also knows and he understands why this was important, why it was important for us to tell those stories. And it was an emotional reaction because he thought one of the elders in our family was infected because of me at that time. That's what had happened. There's an outcome. My mother was infected, and I do believe that there's a long-term effect that has had on my mother as well. She was a Parkinson's patient already, but it had other effects because
Ramifications. Yeah.
COVID. This was in the second phase, second and third phase that it happened. That's when I got an infection, and I feel guilt.
Uma, you mentioned about young adults or young youngsters committing suicide, taking their own lives, and they succumb to tiniest of pressures. I don't get my parents are not allowing me to buy a new smartphone, so I want to take my own life. Or my father's not allowing me to buy a new bike, so I take my own life. What is the advice you would tell all these young students, your degree students or your management PG students?
Not just buying. If you don't allow them to play a game for half an hour, someone can take their life. That has also happened. I have reported on such cases as well where they have done that. Uh, my thing is, it's not just to the students, it is to the parents and to the larger society as well. One, you're not teaching children to cope with failures. It's okay to fail and you can move on. It is not the end of the world. Nothing is going to go away because you got 40 marks in science or even 4 marks in science or you got a big zero in science. It doesn't matter. There have been, all of us know of classmates in school who may have been, you may have been the brilliant and they may have been the ones who were, the teacher may have been scolding them, not doing well in class. And now I know of many such examples of very successful entrepreneurs, very successful in certain other things that they have done. They're happy individuals. That's what matters. One, we don't teach people uh, how to cope with a no for an answer, whether when it's
True.
a fare or whether it's a pen or whether it's a mobile phone, to say that yes, in life you won't get everything. I think you need to teach children that everything that you aspire for, you will not get. That can be even a rank one or a first class. You work hard for it. You may get it, you may not get it. There will be something else that you can work towards. Of course, you need to teach them values of hard work. You need to teach them values of achievement and the joy that achievement can give you. But not at the cost of their own lives. It's parents are imposing their expectations. I will share with you just now. I mean, image in my phone of a child who has written a suicide note to her mother, to her parents before she passed. And what does that say? I'm sorry, I'm not up to it. That's what the child has said and left the world. I mean, all her life, all their life, the parents are going to be guilt proof.
Heartbroken. Yeah.
Heartbroken. You just can't. I mean, when I see notes like that, I'm driven to tears all the time. That note stays in my thing, and I, because this was a little recent, but I'm saying it's so heartbreaking to see children
True.
do this, and we don't have the right to do that to our children. I think we need to address this issue because it's something that's taking away young lives, and therefore everyone needs to address this. But not just the parents, not just the teachers. Youngsters also need to be taught that life is too precious to be given away like that. And if A is not going to work out, it's going to be B. See, I may have wanted to be a medical doctor. I didn't become a medical doctor. I may have wanted to become an entrepreneur. I didn't become an entrepreneur. Wanted to become an IAS officer. I did not become an IAS officer. I did not even think I would become a journalist. I became a journalist and I'm enjoying it. I
True.
enjoy my career in it. So there is enough in this world that you can, and it same applies for love as well. I mean, if it is not A, you will find somebody else who's B.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
B
probably it's a blessing that you didn't get married to that person.
at one point you realize that you don't need ABCD at all. Your life is quite happy without anyone either. So I'm saying life is full of possibilities. It's your attitude that's going to make a difference. And I think it's that positive attitude. Uh, I always say this. I mean, small habits that you develop that make your life positive towards positivity and an attitude of positivity that's going to help you through life. It's not even your formulas, what you learn, what you do every single day is what will matter ultimately.
as a couple, both you and your husband are journalists. How do you, and are there fights at home saying, "Hey, this is my thought process, or this is my ideology, and Sudhir's can be a different ideology"? I'm asking in a very generic manner. Point one is, there will be or there may be differences of opinion. How do you tackle that? Second is, what are the advantages and disadvantages of being married to a journalist?
Okay, so the good part is that I think we share very similar value systems, and I think that's very important for any couple, about the kind of ethics that you think are important, about the kind of way in which you want to live life. Uh, that these things are priorities, that we will live life a particular way. And I think that matched, and I think that's something that uh, youngsters must realize. Uh, it's one thing is about falling in love. We also had a love marriage, but even more important is to be very good friends who understand
Right.
each other, who understand each other's strengths, and who understand each other's weaknesses as well, and to be able to help you do that. That's what a friend is meant for, and that's what a life partner. Uh, Marrying a journalist was advantageous for the simple reason that they understand the pressures of the job, and that perhaps applies to every profession. I mean, medical
Right.
profession. Which profession doesn't have stress now? But somebody who can understand that, yes, if I go away at 6 in the morning and don't return till late at night, he understands that that's because the kind of job I have, and he has similar kind of pressures and commitments because of which he'll be there. So that understanding comes because you understand uh, the profession, one, and two, you respect that person's work and that person itself. So that I think has been important. Of course, there are going to be always things that we outsource as much as possible, in the sense that we live simple lives, but we will have somebody to help us, so that it's not like,
True.
oh, clean the house, I clean the house, kind of
Hmm.
arguments don't happen. And if we both don't do it, it's fine. We both are having work, and therefore we will not do it. So that argument can happen. You did or you didn't, but you outsource those kind of things which are not in core important to you. I mean, it's not that you as individuals need to do it. You can outsource it.
No, my question was more specifically in the context of your ideology or your thought process to cover a particular incident, while he may have a completely different opinion about it.
um Yeah, it can happen, but we don't interfere in each other's
Sure.
thought. Largely, maybe because you start, I don't know whether you start influencing people say, many years, husband and wife start looking like brother and sister because they're so
Right.
similar, they say. So maybe because you respect the other person and you listen to their viewpoint, and you sometimes get convinced that, oh, okay, that's maybe the right thing to do. Or sometimes you think, no, 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 what I said was right, and this is why it is.
Hmm.
So you can, I think, you start, in a sense, I found this, at least in my case, that we start having a similar view on what
Sure.
a particular thing is right or wrong, because the value systems evolve similar. There is no
Hmm.
wild flash about, oh my God, I want to make money this way. We both of us always felt that money only needs to be made the right way, and there is no other
Right.
way we needed money, and we did not need that extra money. What was ours, we want to live within those means. So those
Sure.
kind of value systems, that there is certain thing about truthfulness,
Right.
honesty, those were important to both of us. We were simple. We were not, someone wanting a very party going lifestyle and another wanting to be a home bird. Both of us are very home bird kind of people. I mean, we enjoy going out with each other or to some social events, but largely our work takes precedence or family takes precedence. That's how we have been.
Sure.
So that clash has not come. Of course, during COVID time when the domestic help is not there, more possibility of that kind of a thing where you have to do, you have to take
All the
care of the.
work.
We evolved our own methods with which we do, and we do understand that those are temporary irritations that can happen.
Sure.
About when there is too much, so many dishes are waiting for you in the
Hmm.
sink. Nobody is happy about it because you want a home that's clean and so on. So those were challenges, but you evolve and learn through them and understand that those are minor things, commissions that happen, as
Sure.
long as respect is there for what you value, and support is there for each other.
As a woman journalist, what are the inputs, what are the advice, what are the suggestions that you would give a young journalist, young woman journalist?
If you're thinking about a news journalism career, yes, life is going to be tough because you don't have very specific timings most of the time. If you're Of course, even there you will have beats, let's say, but somebody like me who is looking after a region, I could be gone anytime, any day. It could be a Sunday, it could be a Saturday, it could be 12 at midnight. I may have to be working, and I do that. So those kind of uh, irregular timings, not a very, you don't have a thing that, I'm going at 8 to office and I'll come back at 5 in the evening. That doesn't happen. It is not going to happen. Be ready for that. But it's also true that it is full of exciting possibilities, and if you have the frame of mind for looking at new things every single day, meeting new people and trying to understand new things. You may not be an expert in all those fields, but the people are kind enough to want to talk to you and tell you about what they do, and they will share what their views are, and that way that is a very enriching experience. And I think for women, the challenges are quite universal in terms of the kind of roles that they're expected to play at home. And it's not just the expectations of others; it's the women who are putting many of those expectations on themselves. So be clear. I have a feeling that from my generation of people to the younger generation of people, they're a very evolved lot. They know what they want.
Sure.
They know where to draw the line, and they know that I'm not going to be doing this. And I think they're very clear about it. And while people in my generation or older may question saying that adjustment kavali or adjustment undali or kind of doing it, I think they'll negotiate their way through because they know what is important to them. So that kind of advice I don't want to give. I only want to say that keep it positive. You realize that family is important, relationships are important, and give them their due while you are on this course for self actualization or achievement to become something. You will realize that everyone is a partner in the process, from your the person who comes in to help, domestic help, to your watchman, to your mother-in-law, to your parents. Everyone, I mean, everyone's played a part for me. I mean, they've all been big contributors, without guilt. I told you my in-laws looked after my child when I was away at work, and I was without guilt and without worry that she will, who is going to be looking after her. They somebody, because you earn their trust and respect, and
Right.
believe, if you're able to do that, I think it's a great thing. So therefore, realize that everything is valuable that you have around you. So even when you're women, networking is important, and networking, don't do it only for the sake of somebody's important looks important today and they may be useful to you tomorrow. Network for the sake of the joy of somebody's, the value offer to you in terms of their own positivity, energy, something that they will bring to your life, and you will realize that somewhere or the other it'll help.
Right. Two questions. Is one is today youngsters want everything in a jiffy, like everything cannot be made as 2-minute Maggie noodles. But they all are, while you rightly said, they're tech savvy, they're smart, they're intelligent, they know what they want to achieve, but they want it in a very short time. Second is, how do you deal with pressure? What is the advice that you would give for youngsters to deal with pressure? These are my I would request you to answer.
One, if they want to achieve it fast, let them feel free to do it. So they will determine their own pace soon enough. I mean, what I find is the different. I mean, I find, in fact, people of my generation are getting stressed about wanting to do this and wanting to do that and so on. Whereas I find the younger generation actually quite clear about the fact that they don't want to be uh, spending all their hours just working. For instance, my daughter would say, yes, I will assign some time to work, some time for my own whatever else that I want to do. So I find many youngsters quite clear-headed that they are not going to be, driven by somebody else's mandate. And that's what I hear, in fact, from HR managers as well, that youngsters these days, or employees, when you freshly recruit, they have very different outlook. They're not saying, one job le liya to yahi zindagi bhar hum karenge. No, they are very willing to move. They're not carrying a baggage of,
Right.
expectations and weight. So that is one thing. So if they want to do it faster, today's generation, it is possible to do many things faster. We are seeing billionaires, for instance, the Zepto story or something like that. Youngsters at 20, they have become billionaires. I mean, they are building $1 billion company. So that is also possible. So only thing is, don't put that pressure in a negative manner. If you, whatever you achieve, get, uh, realize that that is valuable. Whatever you have, please look at yourself and see whatever you have and value what you have, whether it is the health that you have, the intellect that God has given you, or your genetics have given you, the upbringing that your parents have given you, all that is reason for a lot of gratefulness.
Right.
Some of the pressure is because you're comparing. You're comparing with somebody else and saying, "Do I want to be her, or she is getting somewhere where I want to be." Everyone has a unique position in the world, and
True. True.
pressure.
True.
I found myself under pressure during deadlines, but other kind of pressures, I'm not very sure. It's our insecurities that give us pressure. I think it's
True.
time to start thinking about each one of us, because even in the future, organizations are not going to be vertical the way we have spoken of, I mean, the way we have been used to in our generation. They are going to be, I think,
Lateral.
organizations
Yeah.
uh, they're rather, rather horizontal. I mean, people will have their own unique areas of specialization, and they do their work professionally and do it well, and that's what will earn them reward. So pressure comes when you have a boss who you don't like and who's making you do stuff that you don't like, etc., isn't it? So I think increasingly youngsters are demanding that space and getting it as well. So work from
Right.
home is, I am my own boss, and I do my things at my pace, but I deliver for you what you need me to do. So
Hmm.
I think that equation, youngsters are now setting those kind of demands. COVID may have helped that process. And I think it's working well for organizations as well, because they understand that there's an overall well-being of a person, happiness quotient that they must address as well before they get good outcomes.
Right. In fact, one of my earlier guests for this podcast was a happiness coach, and he spoke exactly what you spoke. My last two questions, Uma, is in today's age and technology, there's so much of fake news. What would you say, or what would you advise or tell about the fake news, and what is your takeaway on that?
Fake news is a very big danger. Uh, a lot of it is malified, a lot of it is mischievous, deliberate, and it's not going to go down, because technology is only helping it get simpler, easier, and more rampant, and the ramifications are immense for the world, are immense. And I don't think we are even beginning to understand where we are getting there. I mean, initially when we saw videos that went viral of, say, The Godfather with Mohanlal and others being, replaced for the original actors, and all of us were hugely amused and said, "Oh my God, what tech savvy thing!" The man who made it was from Kerala, and he said, "I'm not going to make another video like this because I understand that it is huge potential for mischief and danger." So fake news is very real. The other important thing to understand is that news is a commodity, is very important for all of us. Credibility of
Hmm.
news, trustworthiness of news is also very important.
Hmm.
It's also a fact that more number of people now rely on social media platforms, YouTube and others, for news rather than what are the professional news organizations. Youngsters, in fact, will not pay. There is a research that shows that they do not pay for subscribing for news from any kind of a platform that may be considered as a professional news platform. They would rather get whatever they're getting free on different platforms, whether it is uh, whether it is YouTube or it is Google, Instagram, or any other, or any of those platforms from which they would prefer to get the news. The problem that
But
happens,
WhatsApp University is rampant. So, what do you suggest about that?
and rampant, and India is the leader in that. I mean, actually, across all these platforms, Indians are the maximum users, despite
Right.
the fact that, we say we are 1.4 billion and a country with so much of poverty and so on and so forth, and
Mm,
we have 700 the half the population, more than half the population has smartphones, and
absolutely.
we consume, we are all on digital dopamine, and that includes the people in rural India as well, and they consume news much more actually than urban India. Rural India consumes more news than urban India.
True.
So the dangers are big. What I'm saying is that you need credibility in news, otherwise you're going to be a very confused world at the end of it, and you will not know where to turn to for reliable news. So that's why I think it's important for people to understand that they perhaps need to look out for either individuals who are personal brands of trustworthiness, or they look to organizations that are brands of trustworthiness, and also look to that. Uh, One of the advantages that India always had was that we had plurality. in the kind of media we had. In one sense, you can say that that plurality, though we have numbers, that plurality may be waning, maybe on the wane for sure. But the fact that we have multiple platforms, social media platforms as well now, those are reasons for hope to say that. And also, technology is being used as an answer to take out fake news as well. There is research to show that fake news travels, I think there is a calculation, I forget, 15 times or 20 times faster than real news. So it will, because people share it. Obviously, fake news is much more something that is exciting, something that's spicy or gossipy. And obviously, people tend to share it much more intentionally otherwise. So everyone needs to be, there's something called digital education to understand when you can identify fake news and not to share that kind of content, because it's like in the case of antibiotics, when we say don't abuse antibiotics, because at the end of it you're going to have germs which are all resistant to antibiotics, and you will end up with multi-drug resistant antibiotics and you will not know what to do. We are going to that kind of a health scenario, and similarly it looks like that kind of a news scenario as well. But technology is providing certain answers, some algorithms which are helping you to identify fake news. And I'm hoping that that's where I actually hope that youngsters will work on platforms like that, because they are savvy about technology. So they should be able to give us answers as well to how to identify fake news, how to stop it from spreading. There are going to be always people, vested interests, whether it's politicians or corporates, or even individuals who are going to be using this industry and technology. But I think we also need answers from youngsters who are tech savvy to be able to work on these kind of critical areas.
Right. As a journalist and as a person, what are the changes that you made to yourself when you got into digital media and digital journalism?
So I've started in journalism at a time when we earliest of technologies, we used to call it hot metal, and then there was this papers that we had to stick and make newspapers, and then computers came, and then the internet, and then of course now the digital thing. So I've grown from print to digital to TV, television. When it first started in India, Sudhir was there with when private television started with NDTV, he was part of the NDTV team, and when 24/7 television started, I was part of the television team for NDTV. And then digital, we grew along with the growth of the digital network, I think. But for the last 2 decades or so, we have been predicting, and we have been speaking in newsrooms or in college classrooms to say that it is going to be this which is going to be the end user, and not your newspapers and so on, which are physical newspapers, because newsprint is expensive, it takes away trees and so on. So technology has also gone that way. So uh, one of the things we perhaps need, many of us as senior journalists, is also some kind of reverse mentoring from these youngsters. So while we may mentor youngsters to be journalists, we can perhaps learn technology from them. That's what happened in my, like it happens in every household, I guess. So our daughter teaches us some technology as well.
Right.
So I think that we have not grown up. They were born with this internet and tech tools. We were not, didn't exist when we were born, and we didn't grow up with them. And therefore, there's a uh, there's a completely different mindset that they come with, and their mind would operate in a different manner, and our processes would be very different because we are from a different generation. And therefore I think it's important to learn from youngsters these tech tools. And it's a tough road for us, because you are not, as I said, we are not born in that generation, and therefore it's an effort. But if you're not going to learn, you're going to be a fossil.
Right. My last question. You have covered various spheres of journalism. What is it which really excites you? Is it cultural? Is it political? Is it disaster journalism? What does it excite you? Or what is your liking towards?
Okay, so I've done obviously politics and elections. I've done
You covered my sister's programs as well.
women issues. I've done sports. I've done business. I've done children's issues hugely, education. All that I've done. What I tell you,
Culture.
fiction for that matter. Sometimes you will do film stars and films as well. But what is exciting about journalism is that you get a um, experience of everything. And I think that is what has made it that medley, that kind of a kaleidoscope of things that you get into. I think that's what is most exciting. If you were only to do one kind of work, it would get boring. If I were only to do business journalism, I think I'd get bored after a while. Only politics, you'll get cynical after a while. So the fact that you get to do so many different kinds of things, and you can even choose what all you want to do at a particular time, or sometimes you cannot choose during elections, but at other times you can make these choices. Okay, I'm bored with that, I'd like to do something like this. And I think that makes it, and there's something, I mean, it is challenging, but it is at the same time exciting that every day you really don't know what you're going to be doing that. Sometimes you may plan ahead that I'm going to shoot this documentary, I'll be going there for a special story, I'll be meeting these people for an interview, etc. But there's an unpredictability to it, and I think that's a lot of adrenaline. So it is this that makes it most exciting.
Wonderful talking to you, Uma. Thank you so much for being our guest today. We Leadership Series, Leadership Talk Series, and on behalf of My Startup TV, we thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
నమస్కారం అండి. ఝాన్సీతో
నమస్కారం.
మీ ప్రయాణం కార్యక్రమానికి మరొక్కసారి మీ అందరికీ స్వాగతం. అనివార్య కారణాల వల్ల గత 3 వారాలుగా మనం ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని చేయలేకపోయాము. కానీ మళ్ళీ ఈరోజు మీ అందరి ముందుకు వస్తున్నందుకు చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. అలాగే మనం పోయినసారి మాట్లాడుకున్నప్పుడు అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్, నీతి ఆయోగ్ వారి సంస్థ గురించి, ఆ సంస్థ వారు స్టార్టప్స్ కోసం, స్టార్టప్ ఎనేబ్లింగ్ ఇకోసిస్టమ్ కోసం ఏ విధమైన సహాయ సహకారాల్ని అందిస్తున్నారు అనేది తెలుసుకున్నాం. అలాగే ఈ వారం మనం అటువంటి ఇంకొక ముఖ్యమైన సంస్థ కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం చేత స్థాపించబడి స్టార్టప్స్ కోసం అహర్నిశలు శ్రమిస్తూ వారికి సహాయాన్ని, సహకారాన్ని అందిస్తున్న స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సంస్థ గురించి తెలుసుకుందాం. ఈ సంస్థ గురించి, వారి యొక్క పథకాల గురించి మనకి వివరంగా తెలియచేయడానికి మనతో మళ్ళీ ఈరోజు అతిథిగా వస్తున్నారు పృథ్వీ సాయి గారు. పృథ్వీ గారు నమస్కారం.
నమస్కారం అండి. ఎలా ఉన్నారు?
బాగున్నానండి. మీరు ఎలా ఉన్నారు?
బాగున్నానండి.
సో పృథ్వీ గారు, మీరు అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ లో పనిచేసినప్పుడు స్టార్టప్ ఇండియాతో కూడా చాలా దగ్గరగా కలిసి పనిచేసి ఉంటారు. స్టార్టప్ ఇండియాలో ఏంటంటే అది కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వ సంస్థ అవడము, అందులో తెలుగు మాట్లాడే వాళ్ళు అందులో నాకెవరు దొరకలేదు. మిమ్మల్ని కూడా అడిగాను. అందుకనే ఈ కార్యక్రమం కూడా మీ ద్వారానే చేయడానికి నేను మిమ్మల్ని అడిగాను. అండ్ మీరు దానికి ఒప్పుకొని మళ్ళీ మీ సమయాన్ని కేటాయిస్తున్నందుకు మీకు ధన్యవాదాలు. సో ముందుగా ఈ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా అనే సంస్థ ఎందుకు స్థాపించారు, ఎప్పుడు మొదలు పెట్టారు?
ముందుగా థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి, మళ్ళీ నాకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు. యాక్చువల్లీ అది దురదృష్టకరమైన అనుకోవాలి. మన తెలుగు వాళ్ళు చాలా మంది ప్రీమియర్ సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ లో కొన్ని వాటిల్లోనే ఉన్నారు. ఈ ఇన్నోవేషన్ స్టార్టప్స్ అనే విషయంలో చాలా తక్కువ మంది ఉన్నారు. ఇంతకు ముందు ఒక అబ్బాయి పనిచేసేవాళ్ళు కానీ ఇప్పుడు లేరు దాంట్లో. సో బట్ చాలా ఏళ్ళు అయిపోయింది అతను కూడా మానేసి. అన్ఫార్చునేట్లీ ఇది ఒక వాయిడ్ లాగా, ఒక గ్యాప్ లాగా మిగిలి పడిపోయింది అనమాట. ఇప్పుడు స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా కానీ అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ కానీ చూస్తే మీరు దానికి ఒక బ్యాక్ డ్రాప్ ఉంది, దానికి ఒక ప్రిమైజ్ ఉంది, ఎలా స్థాపించబడ్డారు అనేది. మీరు ఒక వరల్డ్ వార్ టైం తర్వాత నుంచి మీరు ఒకసారి చూస్తే అమెరికా కానీ, రష్యా కానీ, ఇంకేదన్నా అగ్ర రాజ్యాలు కానీ ఇన్నోవేషన్ అనేది వాళ్ళు చాలా ప్రాముఖ్యత ఇచ్చారనమాట. వాళ్ళ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ని డెవలప్ చేసుకోవడానికి కానీ, పారిశ్రామికాలు అన్ని డెవలప్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఇన్నోవేషన్ మీద చాలా పెద్ద పీట వేశారు. సో దాన్ని ఎలా పెద్ద పీట వేశారు అంటే ఒక వ్యవస్థ క్రియేట్ చేశారనమాట. ఒక ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఆర్ ఒక ఈకో సిస్టమ్ ఆర్ ఒక ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ క్రియేట్ చేశారనమాట. ఎందుకు క్రియేట్ చేస్తారు అంటే ఒక ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ ఒక క్రియేట్ చేసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే దానికి తగ్గట్టుగా ఫోకస్డ్ విధానంలో పద్ధతులు కార్యాచరణ అన్ని కరెక్ట్గా ఉంటాయి కాబట్టి దాన్ని ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ క్రియేషన్ అనేది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ అన్నమాట. మన ఇండియాలో కూడా చేశారు, కాకపోతే అది మోస్ట్లీ రీసెర్చ్ ఓరియంటెడ్ గా చేశారు. ఇన్నోవేషన్ అంటే ఎప్పుడు రీసెర్చ్ కి ఇన్నోవేషన్ కి ఒక చిన్న ఫైన్ లైన్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట, ఒక చిన్న గ్యాప్ ఉంటుంది. ఆ ఇన్నోవేషన్ ని ప్లగ్ చేయడానికి స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా కానీ అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ కానీ స్టార్ట్ చేశారు. రెండిటికి ఒక సంవత్సరం తేడాతోనే రెండు కార్యనిర్వాహకాలు స్టార్ట్ చేశాయన్నమాట. 2016లో అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ అయితే 2015 ఎండ్ 2016లోనే స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా కూడా స్టార్ట్ అయింది. కాకపోతే స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా ఫోకస్డ్ గా పనిచేసింది అనమాట. అంటే అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ కి నేను పోయినసారి చెప్పినట్టు చాలా 4 ఏరియాల్లో ఉంటుంది అనమాట. మొత్తం ఇన్నోవేషన్ లైఫ్ సైకిల్ ని కవర్ చేసేలాగా ఉంటుంది. కానీ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా ఓన్లీ స్టార్టప్స్, కేవలం స్టార్టప్ల కోసమే ఈ వ్యవస్థ క్రియేట్ చేయబడింది అనమాట. ఎందుకు క్రియేట్ చేయబడింది అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ స్టార్ట్ చేసిన తర్వాత, ఒక ఐడియాని కంపెనీగా స్టార్ట్ చేసిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళకి చాలా ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ అంటే అవసరాలు ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. ఇట్ కుడ్ బి ట్యాక్స్ రిలేటెడ్, ఇట్ కుడ్ బి ఐడెంటిఫికేషన్, దానికి ఒక నంబర్ ఇస్తారనమాట. మనకి ఎట్లయితే ఆధార్ నంబర్ ఉంటుందో స్టార్టప్ కి కూడా ఒక డిపిఐఐటి నంబర్ ఒకటి ఉంటుంది. ఆ డిపిఐటి నంబర్ ఇవ్వడము, సో ఆ నంబర్ నుంచి వచ్చే స్టార్టప్స్ కి బెనిఫిట్స్ ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. ట్యాక్స్ బెనిఫిట్స్ కానీ, లేదంటే ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్. ఇప్పుడు గవర్నమెంట్ లో మీరు ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ చేసుకోవాలంటే దానికి ప్రాఫిట్ లో ఉండాలని ఉంటుంది, అలాంటి కండిషన్లు అన్నీ ఉంటాయి. సో ఆ స్టార్టప్ నెంబర్ ఉంటే దానికి అలాంటి కండిషన్స్ ఉండవు అనమాట. సో ఇలాంటి వాటి బెనిఫిట్స్ కోసం అని చెప్పి ఈ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా స్టార్ట్ చేయబడింది. ఎవరు స్టార్ట్ చేశారు అంటే, పోయినసారి నేను చెప్పినట్టు అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ నీతి ఆయోగ్ ద్వారా స్టార్ట్ అయితే స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా మినిస్ట్రీ ఆఫ్ కామర్స్ అండ్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ అంటే MOCI అనే దాని మినిస్ట్రీ కింద ఇది స్టార్ట్ అయింది అనమాట. ఆ మినిస్ట్రీలో కూడా డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రమోషన్ ఆఫ్ ఇండస్ట్రియల్ అండ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ట్రేడ్ అని అన్నట్లు ఒక వ్యవస్థ, ఒక డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఉంది DPIIT అని. దాని కింద ఈ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా స్టార్ట్ చేశారు అనమాట 2015లో. అదండి.
సో ఈ మీరు ఎలాగో చెప్పారు కాబట్టి DPIIT గురించి, సో ప్రతి స్టార్టప్ అనేది ఏదైతే ఉందో వాళ్ళు ఈ DPIIT వారి ద్వారా గుర్తింపు పొంది ఒక నంబర్, మీరు అన్నట్టుగా గుర్తింపు నంబర్ ఏదన్నా వాళ్ళకి వస్తే ఒక సర్టిఫికెట్ వస్తుంది. సో ఇది తెచ్చుకోవడానికి స్టార్టప్స్ ఏం చేయాలి, దీనికి ప్రాసెస్ ఏంటి?
ఇంతకు ముందు చాలా డిఫికల్ట్గా ఉండేదండి. నేను ఒకప్పుడు ఫౌండర్ గా ఉన్నప్పుడు DPIIT సర్టిఫికేషన్ తెచ్చుకోవాలనేది అప్పుడులో కూడా లేదు. 2015-16లో స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇది స్టార్ట్ అయింది. గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా డిజిటల్ ఇండియా ఎట్లయితే స్థాపించిందో అన్ని డిజిటల్ విషయంగా ఉండేటట్టు స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా కూడా ఈ అప్లికేషన్ ప్రాసెస్ ని చాలా సింపుల్ గా వాళ్ళ వెబ్సైట్ లో, స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా వెబ్సైట్ లో లాగిన్ అయ్యి ఒక ఫామ్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. DPIIT రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ అప్లికేషన్ ఫామ్ అని ఉంటుంది. అప్లికేషన్ ఫామ్ లో 5 స్టెప్స్ ఉంటాయండి, 5 స్టెప్స్ ఉంటాయి. 5 స్టెప్స్ ఏంటంటే, ఫస్ట్ నీ కంపెనీ గురించి డీటెయిల్స్ ఉంటాయి. అంటే ఎప్పుడు స్థాపించబడింది, కంపెనీ పేరు, డైరెక్టర్లు, ఎప్పుడు వాళ్ళు డైరెక్టర్లు అయ్యారు, ఏంటి అనేది అన్ని ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఉంటుంది. సెకండ్ స్టెప్ లో ఆ పర్టికులర్ స్టార్టప్ ఏం పని చేస్తుంది, అంటే స్కోప్ ఆఫ్ వర్క్ ఏం చేస్తుంది, అంటే కామర్సా లేకపోతే ఇంకేదన్నా ఆటోమోటివ్ లేదా మొబైల్ అప్లికేషన్ ఏంటి అనేది దాంట్లో ఆ డీటెయిల్స్ అన్ని ఫిల్ చేయాలన్నమాట. థర్డ్ దాంట్లో కొన్ని బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్లు, కొన్ని సర్టిఫికేట్స్ ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. సిఏ దగ్గర నుంచి వస్తాయి ఆ సర్టిఫికేట్లు. అంటే ఇది రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఆఫ్ కంపెనీస్లో ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ అయింది, ఆ తర్వాత ఇవి దాని బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్లు, ఇది దాని కంప్లైంట్స్ డాక్యుమెంట్స్ అని అప్లోడ్ చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది. 4th స్టెప్లో మీరు ఫైనల్గా ఒక డిక్లరేషన్స్ ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. మేము ఈ కంపెనీని కరెక్ట్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇచ్చాము, అవన్నీ ఉంటాయి. 5th స్టెప్లో సబ్మిట్ చేయొచ్చు. దీంట్లో ఏ డబ్బు విషయాలు ఏముండవండి. మళ్ళీ అందరికీ చెప్తున్నాను, ఈ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ అని చెప్పి చాలా మంది కన్సల్టెంట్స్ అని చెప్పుకునే వాళ్ళు డబ్బులు తీసుకుంటారు చాలా మంది దగ్గర నుంచి. అది చాలా సింపుల్ అప్లికేషన్ ప్రాసెస్. మనం లాగిన్ అయితే అందరూ, ఎవరైనా ఇంగ్లీష్ చదువుకున్న వాళ్ళు కానీ, హిందీ చదువుకున్న వాళ్ళు కానీ, తెలుగు చదువుకున్న వాళ్ళు కానీ కూడా ఫిల్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇలాంటి కన్సల్టెంట్స్ దగ్గరికి మాత్రం డబ్బులు ఇచ్చి మరి 50,000 ₹1,00,000 ఇచ్చిన సిచ్యువేషన్స్ కూడా మేము చూసాము గవర్నమెంట్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు. వాళ్ళు మోసపోయి వాళ్ళకి నంబర్లు రాక ఇలాంటివన్నీ ఉంటాయి. సో ఆ నంబర్ తెచ్చుకునేది చాలా ఈజీ పద్ధతి. సో అందరికీ నేను చెప్పేది ఏంటంటే, వాళ్ళ అప్లికేషన్ ఫామ్ ఫిల్ చేసి నంబర్ ఇస్తే ఎవ్రీ మంత్ 2 times ఒక డిపిఐఐటి టీమ్ వచ్చి ఎవాల్యుయేట్ చేస్తుంది. కొన్నిసార్లు డిలే అవ్వచ్చు, బట్ డెఫినెట్గా మీకేమన్నా ఇబ్బందులు ఉంటే స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా టీమ్కి రీచ్ అవుట్ అవ్వచ్చు. బట్ జనరల్లీ మంత్ ఆర్ 2లో వాళ్ళు రిజిస్టర్ చేసి ఇచ్చేస్తారు అనమాట డిపిఐటి నెంబర్. కొన్నిసార్లు ఏదైనా డాక్యుమెంట్లు వాళ్ళకి క్వశ్చన్స్ ఏమన్నా ఉంటే వాళ్ళు దాన్ని అక్కడ రేజ్ చేస్తారు, అదే అప్లికేషన్ పోర్టల్లో స్టేటస్లో, లేదా ఈమెయిల్ చేస్తారు. ఈ రెండిట్లో ఉంటుంది. జనరల్గా ఈమెయిల్స్ చాలా తక్కువ ఉంటాయండి, ఎందుకంటే చాలా అప్లికేషన్స్ ఉంటాయి కాబట్టి. సో అక్కడే ఆ స్టేటస్ అనేది తెలుస్తుంది. ఆ స్టేటస్లో చూసింది మనకి ఏదైతే వాళ్ళు క్వెరీ చేశారో దాని ప్రకారంగా మనం మళ్ళీ డాక్యుమెంట్ సబ్మిట్ చేస్తే మళ్ళీ స్క్రూటినైజేషన్ అయ్యి పరీక్షించిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళు మనకి ఇస్తారనమాట డిపిఐటి సర్టిఫికేట్. నేను చూసిన ఏ స్టార్టప్ అయినా కూడా వాళ్ళకి 2-3 నెలల్లో మాక్సిమం వచ్చేసిందండి డిపిఐటి. కొన్ని క్షణాల్లో అయితే 5 రోజుల్లో 3 రోజుల్లో కూడా వచ్చిన క్షణాలు ఉన్నాయన్నమాట.
అది నేను కూడా చూసానండి. దగ్గర అంటే మహా అయితే మనం ఫిల్ చేసి అంత అప్లికేషన్స్ సబ్మిట్ చేసిన తర్వాత వితిన్ వారం రోజుల్లోపు చాలా మందికి వస్తుంది. మీరు అన్నట్టుగా ఏదైనా క్వెరీ ఉంటే గనక అది కొంచెం ఆలస్యమయ్యే అవకాశాలు ఉంటాయి. సో ఈ డిపిఐఐటి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ చేసిన తర్వాత, ఆ గుర్తింపు పొందిన తర్వాత ఏమేమి ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, బెనిఫిట్స్ అంటే బెనిఫిట్స్ ఉన్నాయి స్టార్టప్స్ కి? అందులో గుర్తింపు పొందడం వల్ల వాళ్ళకి ఎటువంటి లాభాలు కలుగుతాయి?
అనేక లాభాలు ఉన్నాయండి, చాలా ఉన్నాయి యాక్చువల్లీ చెప్పాలంటే. బట్ ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే, అందరూ డిపిఐఐటి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ నెంబర్ తీసుకున్న తర్వాత ప్రాసెస్ అయిపోయింది అనుకుంటారు అనమాట. యాక్చువల్లీ డిపిఐటి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ నెంబర్ అనేది ఒక స్టార్టింగ్ స్టెప్ మొదటి మెట్ అనుకోవాలి. ఎందుకంటే అన్నిటికంటే ఇంపార్టెంట్ బెనిఫిట్ ఏంటంటే స్టార్టప్కి ట్యాక్స్ 7 years వరకు కట్టాల్సిన అవసరం లేదనమాట. ఈ మధ్య లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ బడ్జెట్లో అది 7 years వరకు ఎక్స్టెండ్ చేశారు. సో ఎట్లా కట్టకూడదు అంటే, మళ్ళీ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ తీసుకున్న తర్వాత దెర్ ఈజ్ 1 more సర్టిఫికేట్. అదొక సర్టిఫికేట్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. అదే మళ్ళీ పోర్టల్లోకి వెళ్తే అక్కడ ట్యాక్స్ ఎగ్జంప్షన్ సర్టిఫికేట్ అని ఒకటి ఉంటుంది. అది తీసుకోవాలండి. చాలా మంది స్టార్టప్స్ ఏమవుతుందంటే, డిపిఐటి ఉంది కాబట్టి మేము ఆటోమేటిక్గా మాకు ట్యాక్స్ ఎగ్జంప్షన్ ఉంటుంది అనుకుంటారు అనమాట. అలా కాదు, అలా వర్కౌట్ అవ్వదు. ఎందుకంటే డిపిఐటి నంబర్ వచ్చి ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి వెళ్ళదు అనమాట. ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ వాళ్ళ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి కావాల్సింది ఆ పర్టికులర్ సర్టిఫికేట్ ఏదైతే ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్ అయిందో అనేది ఆ సర్టిఫికేట్ కావాలన్నమాట. అన్నిటికంటే పెద్ద బెనిఫిట్ ఇది అనమాట. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2 ఏళ్లలోనో 3 ఏళ్లలోనో ప్రాఫిటబుల్ అయ్యే కంపెనీస్ కూడా కొన్ని ఉన్నాయి, లైక్ సర్వీస్ ఓరియంటెడ్ కంపెనీస్. వాళ్ళు సడన్ గా ప్రాఫిట్ అయిపోతారు, మళ్ళీ స్టార్టప్ డిపిఐటి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఉంటుంది కానీ ట్యాక్స్ ఏమో కట్టాల్సి వస్తుంది, ఎందుకంటే ఆ సర్టిఫికేట్ అప్లై చేసుకోలేదన్నమాట. సో అందుకని ఫస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే, డిపిఐటి వచ్చిన తర్వాత మీరు ఎప్పుడైతే ప్రాఫిట్స్కి వెళ్తారో అనుకుంటున్నారో ఆ ముందు సంవత్సరమే ఆ సర్టిఫికేషన్ రెడీ చేసి పెట్టుకుంటే మీరు నెక్స్ట్ 5 years 7 years అది ఆఫ్సెట్ అవుతుంది. అది ట్యాక్స్ కట్టకుండా మీరు ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ కి డిక్లేర్ చేయొచ్చు. నాకు దగ్గర ఈ సర్టిఫికేట్ ఉంది, నేను స్టార్ట్అప్ కింద నా స్టార్ట్అప్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ నెంబర్ ఇది, సో దానివల్ల మేము ట్యాక్స్ కట్టాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు అని చెప్పి డిక్లేర్ చేస్తే అన్ని క్లీన్గా ఉంటాయి. ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ కూడా చాలా కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ ఉంటుంది. ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ కూడా మంచిగా డ్యూ డిలిజెన్స్ ఈజీగా ఉంటుంది అనమాట. సెకండ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ బెనిఫిట్ ఏంటంటే ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ అంటే నేనేమంటున్నానంటే, ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకి గవర్నమెంట్ ఇప్పుడు దాకా ప్రొక్యూర్ చేసింది అంటే 2014-15 దాకా అందరి మనస్తత్వాలు ఎలా ఉన్నాయంటే, ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ అంటే రోడ్లు వేయడం కానీ లేదా బిల్డింగ్లు కట్టడం కానీ దానికి కాంట్రాక్టర్లు టెండర్లు ఉంటాయి. ఆ టెండర్లు అప్లై చేసుకుంటే దాంట్లో మళ్ళీ కండిషన్స్ ఉంటాయి, ప్రాఫిటబుల్ ఉండాలని చెప్పి ఇన్నేళ్ళు ఆ బిజినెస్ లో ఉన్నారని చూపించాలి, 1-2 చిన్న చిన్న గవర్నమెంట్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ చేసినట్టు చూపించాలి. ఇలాంటి చాలా స్టెప్స్ ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట టెండరింగ్ చేసేటప్పుడు. స్టార్టప్స్ కి ఇవి ఏవి వర్తించవండి. స్టార్టప్స్ కి ప్రాఫిట్ లో ఉండాల్సిన అవసరం లేదన్నమాట. ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ గవర్నమెంట్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ అవసరం లేదు. ఇలాంటి స్టెప్స్ అన్నిటికీ ఆ డిపిఐటి నెంబర్ పనికొస్తుంది అనమాట. ఎప్పుడైతే ఈ టెండర్ అప్లై చేస్తారో, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను ఒక చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇస్తా. ఆధార్ వాళ్ళు యుఐడిఏఐ సంస్థ ఒక ఛాలెంజ్ స్టార్ట్ చేసింది ఇన్నోవేషన్ కోసం. ఇప్పుడు దానికి టీసీఎస్ పోటీ పడుతుంది, ఇన్ఫోసిస్ పోటీ పడుతుంది, స్టార్టప్స్ పోటీ పడతాయి. వాళ్ళు టీసీఎస్ వాళ్ళు కానీ ఇన్ఫోసిస్ వాళ్ళు కానీ ఇలాంటి పెద్ద కంపెనీలు కానీ వాళ్ళు కొన్నిసార్లు నష్టాలకైనా ఇలాంటి ప్రాజెక్టులు చేయాలనుకుంటారు అనమాట. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళకి గుర్తింపు వస్తుంది అని చెప్పి. అలాంటప్పుడు వాళ్ళు చాలా తక్కువ కోట్ చేస్తారు అండ్ వాళ్ళకున్న మంచి బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్స్ వల్ల వాళ్ళకి వెళ్ళిపోయే ఛాన్సెస్ ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. సో ఇలాంటి వాటికి ఎగ్జంప్షన్ కోసం స్టార్టప్ ని ప్రోత్సహించడం కోసం స్టార్టప్స్ కి ఇలాంటి ఏమీ వర్తించవు అనమాట. బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ప్యూర్ మెరిట్ ఆన్ ది ప్రపోజల్ వాళ్ళు ఇలాంటి టెండర్స్ ని అలౌ చేస్తారు స్టార్టప్స్ కి. ఇప్పుడు చాలా మంది స్టార్టప్స్ అయితే ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ టెక్నాలజీ కానీ లేదా ఆటోమోటివ్ లో కానీ లేదా ఇలాంటి డీప్ టెక్నాలజీ స్టార్టప్స్ అంటే నాట్ ఓన్లీ ఏఐఎంఎల్ విచ్ ఇస్ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ బేస్డ్, హార్డ్వేర్ బేస్డ్ యాజ్ వెల్. సో హార్డ్వేర్ బేస్డ్ స్టార్టప్స్ కూడా ఈ మధ్య గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ ప్లాట్ఫామ్ లోకి వెళ్ళిపోయాయి అనమాట. సో ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ స్టార్టప్స్ వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా అట్లా ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ ప్లాట్ఫామ్ లోకి వెళ్ళిపోయి అందరికి అంటే సప్లై చేసుకుంటున్నారు టెండర్స్ చేసి. సో బికాస్ అది బిజినెస్ ని కొంచెం బూస్ట్ చేస్తుంది అనమాట గవర్నమెంట్ కాంట్రాక్ట్స్ ఉన్నప్పుడు. సో ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ ఈస్ ది సెకండ్ బిగ్గెస్ట్ థింగ్. థర్డ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే డిపిఐటి నెంబర్ ఉండడం వల్ల రికగ్నిషన్ అండి. అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఏదన్నా మనం ప్రపంచంలో ఏదన్నా కాన్క్లేవ్కి వెళ్తున్నాము లేదా ఏదన్నా స్టార్టప్కి వెళ్తున్నాము, ఇలాంటి వాటికి గవర్నమెంట్ కొన్ని బెనిఫిట్స్ ఇచ్చున్నాయి అనమాట. నువ్వు డిపిఐటి రిజిస్టర్ అయ్యి నువ్వు ఇంకా ఎక్కడికన్నా బిజినెస్ ఎక్స్పాండ్ చేసుకోవాలన్నా మీకు కొన్ని ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ ఉన్నాయి అనమాట. ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ క్రెడిట్ కానీ లేదంటే వీటి మీద, అంటే ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ క్రెడిట్ అంటే ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ ఇంపోర్ట్ బ్యాంక్ మీద నడుస్తుంది అనమాట. ఇందులో ఇంకో విషయం ఏంటంటే ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ ఇంపోర్ట్ బ్యాంక్ ఎలా పనిచేస్తుంది అంటే మీరు ఇన్వాయిస్ డిస్కౌంటింగ్ మెథడ్ అనేది ఒక మెథడ్ ఉంటుందండి. దానికి డిపిఐటి రికగ్నైజ్ స్టార్టప్స్ ఉంటే వాళ్ళకి చాలా బెనిఫిట్స్ ఉంటాయి దాంట్లో. అంటే ఇంత సబ్సిడీ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ తక్కువ ఉంటుంది వాళ్ళకి, ఇలాంటివన్నీ ఉంటాయి అనమాట. వాళ్ళు అంటే ఎప్పుడైనా లోన్ తీసుకోవాలనుకుంటే వాళ్ళకి ఇంట్రెస్ట్ తక్కువ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. ఇలాంటి సబ్సిడీస్ చాలా బెనిఫిట్ అవుతాయి డిపిఐటి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఉన్నప్పుడు. ఇవన్నీ కాకుండా ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో ఒక 2-3 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి ఒక ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఫండింగ్ స్కీమ్ స్టార్ట్ అయిందండి, స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ అనేది. అది స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ కి డిపిఐటి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఉంటేనే ఇస్తారనమాట. ఎందుకు ఈ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ అనేది ఫామ్ అయిందంటే, మీరు ఇప్పుడు చూసుకుంటే అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ మినిస్ట్రీ ఆఫ్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ కానీ లేదంటే ఇంకేదన్నా కానీ తీసుకున్నా ఫోకస్డ్ పద్ధతుల్లో ఇస్తారు సీడ్ ఫండ్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మేటీ అయితే ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ కాంపోనెంటే ఉండాలన్నమాట దాంట్లో, లేదా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ టెక్నాలజీ కాంపోనెంట్ ఉండాలి. ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఏదన్నా వస్తువు తయారు చేసి ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ లేని వస్తువులు ఏదన్నా వేవ్ ఎనర్జీ ఇలాంటి వాటికి, క్లీన్ టెక్ ఎలక్ట్రోలైజర్స్ ఇలాంటి వాటికి మేటీ పెద్దగా ఫండ్స్ ఇవ్వదు. సో డిపిఐటి అనుకున్నది ఏంటంటే ఈ అన్ని సెక్టర్స్ కి క్యాటర్ అయ్యేలాగా ఉండాలని చెప్పి స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ లాంచ్ చేసింది విత్ సమ్ కండిషన్స్. ఆ కండిషన్స్ గైడ్ లైన్స్ డాక్యుమెంట్ ఆన్లైన్ లోనే వెబ్సైట్ లోనే ఉంటుందండి, అది చూడవచ్చు. వెరీ సింపుల్. ఒక కంపెనీ 3 ఏళ్ల కంటే ఎక్కువ ఉండకూడదు. ఇలాంటివి టర్న్ ఓవర్ ఇంతకంటే తక్కువ ఉండాలి. రెవెన్యూ ఇంతకంటే అసలు రెవెన్యూ ఉండకూడదు యాక్చువల్లీ చెప్పాలంటే. ఎందుకంటే అది మోస్ట్లీ ఐడియా టు ప్రోటోటైప్ గ్రాంట్ అనమాట అది. కొన్ని సార్లు ప్రోటోటైప్ టు స్కేల్ అప్ సీసీడీస్ అంటే డెట్ లాగా ఇస్తారనమాట. లోన్ లాగా. అంటే అది ఈక్విటీ లాగా కూడా కన్వర్ట్ అవుతుంది. కన్వర్టబుల్ డిబెంచర్స్ ఇలాంటివన్నీ డిఫరెంట్ పద్ధతుల్లో ఈ గ్రాంట్ ఇవ్వచ్చు అనమాట. అప్ టు 50 lakhs. సో ఇలాంటివి యాక్సెస్ చేసుకోవడానికి అంటే ఇవన్నీ లబ్ధి పొందడానికి డిపిఐటి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఇది కాకుండా ఇంటాంజిబుల్ బెనిఫిట్స్ అంటే ఐపి అంటే పేటెంట్ ఫైల్ చేసినప్పుడు మీరు డిపిఐటి నెంబర్ అడుగుతారు. డిపిఐటి ఉంటే దాంట్లో రిడక్షన్ ఆఫ్ కాస్ట్ ఉంటుంది. పేటెంట్ ఫైల్ చేసే కాస్ట్ మిగతా ఆ డిఫరెన్స్ ఆఫ్ కాస్ట్ వచ్చి సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ బేర్ చేస్తుంది. కొన్నిసార్లు స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్ కూడా బేర్ చేస్తుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కర్ణాటక 30% అలా ఇస్తుంది. ఒడిశా కూడా ఇస్తుంది ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో. సో అన్ని స్టేట్స్ ఈ మధ్య కూడా పేటెంట్స్ ని సపోర్ట్ చేయడానికి సబ్సిడీ ఇస్తున్నారు. దానికి కూడా డిపిఐటి నెంబర్ కావాలి. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే ఏదైనా కాన్ఫరెన్స్కి వెళ్ళాలన్నా అక్కడ స్టార్ట్అప్ రికగ్నిషన్ కోసం అని చెప్పి డిపిఐటి అడుగుతారు. సో ఇలాంటి ఇంటాంజిబుల్ బెనిఫిట్స్ అనేవి చాలా ఉంటాయండి. మెయిన్గా అయితే ట్యాక్స్, పేటెంట్, తర్వాత స్టార్ట్అప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్, ఇంకొకటి ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్. ఇవి మేజర్ అన్నిటికంటే.
యా సో అంటే నేను కూడా చూసినంత వరకు అండి చాలా మంది స్టార్టప్స్ ఏంటంటే స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ కోసం వెళ్ళాలి అంటే డిపిఐటి సర్టిఫికేషన్ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. డిపిఐఐటి నుంచి గుర్తింపు పొందడం అనేది అది లేకపోతే స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ రాదు అనే ఉద్దేశంతోనే డిపిఐటి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ చాలా వరకు చేయిస్తున్నారు. వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా ఏంటంటే ఎంతమంది నిజంగా ఈ బెనిఫిట్స్ అన్నిటికీ ఈ గుర్తింపుని వాడుతున్నారు అనేది తెలీదు. ఎందుకంటే నాకు తెలిసిన చాలా మందికి నేను చెప్తున్నాను. అప్పటి వరకు వాళ్ళు కూడా ఏంటంటే తెలీదు ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. ఓకే డిపిఐటి రికగ్నిషన్ ఉంది, ఒక సర్టిఫికేట్ ఉంది, గుర్తింపు ఉంది అంటే నేను స్టార్ట్అప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ కి అప్లై చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇదే ఒకే ప్రాతిపదిక అన్నమాట.
అవును.
అదే సో ఈ రోజు మీరు చెప్పిన ఈ విషయాలన్నిటినీ విన్న వాళ్ళందరూ ఖచ్చితంగా ఉపయోగించుకొని ఏవైతే కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం నుంచి వస్తున్న పథకాలన్నిటినీ కూడా వాడుకొని లబ్ధి పొందుతారని అనుకుందాము. అలాగే
ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే అండి, సారీ టు డిస్టర్బ్, ఒక స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ మీరు అడిగారు కదా, చెప్తాను. ఒక చిన్న పర్సంటేజ్ క్యాలిక్యులేషన్స్ లో ట్యాక్స్ ఇది చెప్పాను కదా, హాలిడే ఉంది 5 years to 7 years వరకు ఎక్స్టెండ్ చేశారని. మన దేశంలో 1,20,000 పైగా స్టార్టప్స్ ఉంటే నాట్ ఈవెన్ 20,000 స్టార్టప్స్ హ్యావ్ అప్లైడ్ టు ది ట్యాక్స్ హాలిడే. అంటే నాట్ ఈవెన్ 20 కాదు, 10,000 కూడా లేదు యాక్చువల్లీ చెప్పాలంటే. సో దట్ ఈస్ అ వెరీ బిగ్ ఏమంటారు ఛాలెంజ్ అనమాట. అంటే అన్ని ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత కూడా అది యూజ్ చేసుకోవట్లేదు. ఇంకోటి ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ కూడా. జెమ్ లో తీసుకున్న నార్మల్ ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ తీసుకున్నా కూడా నన్ను అడిగితే 1% ఆఫ్ ది స్టార్టప్స్ కూడా ఇప్పుడు దాకా ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ హ్యాండిల్ చేయలేదు. ఎందుకంటే ఎయిదర్ వాళ్ళకి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ తెలియకపోయింది, అదొక కారణం ఉంటదండి. రెండోది వాళ్ళు అసలు గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ కి ఎందుకు వెళ్ళాలి అనే భావనలో ఉంటారు. మూడోది అసలు మేబీ కొన్నిసార్లు కంపెనీ అయితే డిపిఐటి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ అయిపోయి ఉంటుంది, స్టార్ట్అప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ వస్తుంటది. కొన్నిసార్లు ఫండ్స్ కూడా వాళ్ళకి సరిపోలేదో, లేకపోతే స్టార్టప్స్ అసలు స్టార్టప్ ఉన్నదో లేదో కూడా తెలియని పరిస్థితుల్లో ఉంటాయి అనమాట. సో ఇలాంటి 3-4 కారణాలు వాళ్ళ ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ లో కూడా లేదు, వాళ్ళు లేరు, ఎక్కువ అప్లై చేయట్లేదు అసలు ఇప్పుడు దాకా. సో అది
యా సో అందుకని సో ఈ కార్యక్రమం ఒక ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశమే అదండి. అంటే మీలాంటి వారి ద్వారా స్టార్టప్ పెట్టాలనుకునే ఎంతో మందికి ఈ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ని పంపించి వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా ఈ పథకాల ద్వారా సహాయాన్ని పొందాలి, ఒక ఉపయోగాలన్నిటినీ కూడా వాళ్ళు తీసుకోవాలనే ఒక ఉద్దేశంతోనే ఈ కార్యక్రమం చేస్తున్నాము. ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ మనం స్టార్ట్అప్ ఇండియాకి వెళితే గనక అసలు స్టార్ట్అప్ ఇండియాలో ఈ డిపిఐటి రికగ్నిషన్ అన్నాము. అలాగే అసలు స్టార్ట్అప్ అంటే ఏంటి, ఎటువంటి ప్రమాణాలు లేకపోతే ఎటువంటి ఒక స్టార్టప్‌గా గుర్తింపు పొందడానికి క్రైటీరియా, ప్రమాణాలు ఏమిటి?
ముఖ్యంగా ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో స్టార్టప్ అనేది చాలా వేగ్ డెఫినిషన్ అయిపోయిందండి అన్‌ఫార్చునేట్‌లీ. బట్ అకార్డింగ్ టు మినిస్ట్రీ అయితే మీ మీ స్టార్టప్ 10 ఏళ్ల లోపల రిజిస్టర్ అయ్యి ఉండాలి. అప్పుడు అది స్టార్టప్ అని అంటారు. రెండోదేంటంటే ఆహ్, 100 కోట్ల కంటే ఎక్కువ రెవెన్యూ ఉండకూడదు. ఇలాంటిది నెట్ వర్త్ ఉండకూడదు. ఇలాంటి సెకండ్ క్రైటీరియా. మూడో క్రైటీరియా ఏంటంటే టర్నోవర్ కూడా ఒక క్రైటీరియా ఉందండి. అది 500 కోట్లు అనుకుంటున్నాను నేను. ఈ మధ్య
టర్నోవరే 100 కోట్లు తక్కువండి. 100 కోట్ల కంటే తక్కువ ఉండాలి.
టర్నోవర్ 100 కోట్లు అండ్ నెట్ వర్త్ కూడా ఒకటి ఉందండి. సో రెండు కలిపి ఒక వాల్యూ ఉంది. అది నేను ఈ మధ్య మర్చిపోయాను యాక్చువల్లీ చెప్పాలంటే.
నెట్ వర్త్ లేదండి. స్టార్టప్ డెఫినిషన్‌లో నెట్ వర్త్ లేదు. కేవలం 10 ఏళ్ల లోపు ఉండాలి. 100 కోట్ల కంటే తక్కువ టర్నోవర్ ఉండాలి. అలానే సంస్థ యొక్క రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో అది ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ గాని, ఎల్ఎల్‌పి గాని
లాస్ట్ బడ్జెట్‌లో కూడా ఎక్స్‌టెండ్ చేశారు.
ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ గాని, పార్ట్నర్‌షిప్
కానీ 1% కంపెనీ కూడా అండి 1 ఇయర్ తర్వాత నార్మల్ ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ లాగా మార్చుకోవాలండి. కానీ నెట్ వర్త్ ఉందండి యాక్చువల్లీ. నెట్ వర్త్ ఉంది అని నాకు గుర్తుంది. ఎందుకంటే నెట్ వర్త్ మీద చాలా మంది కంపెనీస్ ని రిజెక్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది స్టార్టప్ డిపిఐటి రికగ్నిషన్ లో. బట్ ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటంటే లాస్ట్ 3 ఇయర్స్ నుంచి చాలా సార్లు డెఫినిషన్ చేంజ్ అయింది అనమాట.
ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ డెఫినిషన్ మారుస్తున్నారు. ఇప్పుడే మళ్ళీ ఒక నోటిఫికేషన్ వచ్చింది. మా అందరికి కూడా పంపించారు. మా అభిప్రాయాలన్నీ కూడా దాన్ని తెలియజేయమని. వాళ్ళు మళ్ళీ కొన్ని ఎడిషన్స్ కొన్ని తీసేయడం జరిగింది. అవన్నీ మళ్ళీ ఈకో సిస్టమ్ లో అందరికీ కూడా వాళ్ళు పంపించారు. ఆగస్ట్ 5వ తారీఖు లోపు అందరినీ కూడా ఏమన్నా సజెషన్స్ కానీ ఉంటే, సూచనలు ఏమన్నా ఉంటే ఇమ్మని చెప్పి.
యాక్చువల్లీ ఇంకో ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటంటే అండి, స్టార్టప్ లో ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ డెఫినేషన్స్ రెండు ఓవర్లాప్ అవడం వల్ల చాలా కన్ఫ్యూజన్ కూడా ఏర్పడ్డాయి అనమాట. ఎందుకంటే ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ కంప్లీట్లీ డిఫరెంట్ వే ఆఫ్ వర్కింగ్, స్టార్ట్అప్ ఇస్ డిఫరెంట్ వే ఆఫ్ వర్కింగ్. కొన్నిసార్లు ఏమవుతాయంటే ఎంఎస్ఎంఈస్ కూడా 30 lakhs లోన్ తీసుకోవడం కోసమో, లేదా సిసిడీస్ తీసుకోవడం కోసమో, లేదా 20 lakhs గ్రాంట్ తీసుకోవడం కోసమో స్టార్ట్అప్ ఇండియా అప్లై చేసేస్తారు అనమాట. సో దెర్ ఇస్ అ హార్డ్ లైన్ బిట్వీన్ ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ అండ్ స్టార్ట్అప్. Similarly, startups also apply for Udyog, MSME Udyog number 2 avail loans, debt-based loans. సో ఈ రెండు క్రాస్ కొలాబరేషన్, క్రాస్ హైబ్రిడైజేషన్ అవుతుంది యాక్చువల్లీ. దీన్ని స్టాప్ చేయగలుగుతామా అంటే చేయలేము యాక్చువల్లీ. ఎందుకంటే వి కాంట్, అంటే థియరీ ప్రకారం అయితే చేయలేము. ఇట్ ఈస్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ సబ్జెక్టివ్ అనాలిసిస్ అన్నమాట.
స్టార్టప్ ఏంటంటే స్టార్టప్ లో ఇంకొక డెఫినిషన్ లో ఆ ప్రమాణాల్లో ఇంకొకటి ఏంటి అంటే ఇన్నోవేషన్ అనేది కంపల్సరీ.
ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఖచ్చితంగా ఉండాలండి. అదే ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ నుంచి
ఎంఎస్ఎంఈకి దానికి ఉన్న మేజర్ డిఫరెన్స్.
ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ, ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఒకటి. ఇంకోటి ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ రిక్వైర్స్ అ లాట్ ఆఫ్ క్యాపిటల్ ఎక్స్పెండిచర్. మెషినరీ కానీ, డిప్రిసియేషన్ మీద కానీ అలాంటివి కాంపోనెంట్స్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటది. ప్లస్ వాళ్ళు స్కేలింగ్ కూడా ర్యాపిడ్ స్కేలింగ్ ఉండదు ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ. వాళ్ళు మోస్ట్లీ వర్క్ ఆన్ ఆర్డర్ బుక్స్ అండ్ ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్, వాటి మీద పనిచేస్తారు. కానీ స్టార్టప్ లాగా లీన్ గా పనిచేయలేరు, వెంచర్ క్యాపిటల్ తీసుకురాలేరు. ఎందుకంటే బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ది సేమ్ థింగ్, ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఉండదు మోస్ట్లీ. ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మాకు గుర్తున్నాయి స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ లో ఎలా వంటి ప్రపోజల్స్ వచ్చేది అనేది. జస్ట్ కాటన్ వేస్ట్ తీసుకొచ్చి ఒక మెషిన్ లో పెట్టి బ్రికెట్స్ చేస్తారు అనమాట. సో ఇస్ దట్ అన్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ అంటే కాదండి. ఎందుకంటే మెషిన్స్ మనకి డైరెక్ట్ గా దొరుకుతాయి. గుజరాత్ లో తెచ్చుకుంటాము, కాటన్ వేస్ట్ తెచ్చుకుంటాం, బ్రికెట్స్ వచ్చేస్తాయి. సో దాని నుంచి నువ్వు 30 lakhs అప్లై చేసుకోవడం యూజ్లెస్. ఎందుకంటే అది జస్ట్ క్యాపెక్స్ మీద వెళ్తుంది, ఇంకే అంతకంటే ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళదు. అదే కాటన్ వేస్ట్ ని నువ్వు హౌ డు యూ మేక్ ఇట్ ఎనీ అదర్ ఫ్యూయల్ కానీ, లేదంటే ఎంజైమ్స్ ఏదైనా తీసుకొచ్చా కనుక్కున్నావా, లేకపోతే ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఏదైనా చేస్తే దెన్ ఇట్ మేక్స్ యాజ్ అ స్టార్ట్అప్, దెన్ VCs విల్ బి ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్ అండ్ కమింగ్ అప్ అనమాట. సో దెర్ ఇస్ అ హార్డ్ డెడ్ లైన్ విత్ ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ అండ్ థింగ్, బట్ రైట్ నౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ క్రాస్ కొలాబరేటివ్. అండ్ ఐ థింక్ ఇప్పుడు సిస్టమ్ గ్రో అవుతుంది కాబట్టి, పెరుగుతుంది కాబట్టి ఇలాంటి చిన్న చిన్న ఉంటాయి క్రాస్ హైబ్రిడైజేషన్. బట్ స్లోలీ సిస్టమ్స్ విల్ డిటెక్ట్ వాట్ ఈస్ ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ అండ్ వాట్ ఈస్ స్టార్ట్అప్.
సో ఇప్పుడు మనం స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ గురించి మాట్లాడాము. ఈ సీడ్ ఫండ్ కి అప్లై చేయాలి అని అంటే స్టార్టప్స్ కి ప్రాసెస్ ఏంటి?
స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ ప్రాసెస్ చాలా సింపుల్ అండి యాక్చువల్లీ. బేసిక్ గా ఇంతకు ముందు ఒక స్టార్టప్స్ అన్ని ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ హ్యాకథాన్ లేకపోతే ఇంకేదైనా భారత్ హ్యాకథాన్ అన్నీ ఉంటే డైరెక్ట్ గా అప్లై చేసే వాళ్ళు ఒక పోర్టల్ నుంచి, ఆ పోర్టల్లో షార్ట్ లిస్ట్ చేస్తుంది, డబ్బులు అలాట్ అయితే అలా వెళ్ళేది. ఇక్కడ కొంచెం పద్ధతి కొంచెం డిఫరెన్స్ అండి. ఏమవుతుందంటే ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ కి డబ్బులు వెళ్తాయి ఫస్ట్. సో అన్ని రీజన్స్ ఎందుకు ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ కి వెళ్తున్నాయంటే, ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ అయిన ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ ని సస్టైనబుల్ చేయడానికి కోసం అని చెప్పి స్టార్టప్స్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ డైరెక్ట్ గా పంపించకుండా వీఆర్ అంటే ఛానల్ మీడియం వచ్చి ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ ద్వారా వెళ్తున్నాయి అనమాట. సో స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ లో ఎంపానల్డ్ అయిన ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ ఉంటాయండి. ఇప్పుడు ప్రతి ఒక్క ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఒక 250+ ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ గాట్ ది సీడ్ ఫండ్ అనమాట. సో ఆ సీడ్ ఫండ్ 50 lakhs నుంచి 1 crore నుంచి 5 crores వరకు అలాట్ అయ్యడం జరిగింది అనమాట. ఈ డబ్బులన్నీ ఎలా వెళ్తాయంటే, స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ వచ్చి వాళ్ళని అప్రోచ్ అయిన స్టార్టప్స్ ని ఒక పోర్టల్ ద్వారా అప్లై చేయబడతారు. సో దాని ఎలిజిబిలిటీ ఏంటంటే, స్టార్టప్ షుడ్ బి లెస్ దెన్ 3 years, అంటే ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ అయిన దాని నుంచి 3 years తక్కువ ఉండాలి. అలాగే స్టార్టప్ ఉన్న డెఫినేషన్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదండి, మీరు ఇందాక అడిగినట్టు. ఆ డెఫినేషన్స్ అన్ని తర్వాత సాటిస్ఫై అవ్వాలన్నమాట. అది అయిపోయిన తర్వాత వీళ్ళు ఆ పోర్టల్లో అప్లై చేస్తారు. సేమ్ వాళ్ళ ఐడియా ఏంటి, వాళ్ళు ఏ ప్రాజెక్ట్ డాక్యుమెంట్స్, టెక్నాలజీ డాక్యుమెంట్, తర్వాత ఇన్నోవేషన్, మార్కెటింగ్, బిజినెస్ ప్లాన్, తర్వాత మార్కెట్ స్ట్రాటజీ, ఇలాంటి డాక్యుమెంట్స్ అన్ని ఒక డాక్యుమెంట్ లో సబ్మిట్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ వచ్చి ఒక కమిటీ ఏర్పడుతుంది, స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ కమిటీ అని చెప్పి. వాటిల్లో సెలెక్ట్ చేయబడతారు అనమాట. ఒక స్టార్టప్ ఒకవేళ ఒక ఇన్క్యుబేటర్ లో ఆ పోర్టల్లో 3 ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంటాయి అప్లై చేసుకోవడానికి. ఆప్షన్ 1 ఒక ఇన్క్యుబేటర్ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, ఆప్షన్ 2 ఒక ఇన్క్యుబేటర్ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, ఆప్షన్ 3 ఒక ఇన్క్యుబేటర్ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. సో ఆప్షన్ 1 లో వాళ్ళు ప్రెజెంట్ చేసి వాళ్ళు ఒకవేళ ఇన్క్యుబేటర్ రిజెక్ట్ చేస్తే ఆప్షన్ 2 లోకి వెళ్తుంది అనమాట. ఆప్షన్ 2 లో కూడా వాళ్ళు రిజెక్ట్ అయితే ఆప్షన్ 3కి వెళ్తుంది. ఆప్షన్ 3 లో కూడా రిజెక్ట్ అయితే వాళ్ళు కంప్లీట్లీ రిజెక్టెడ్. ఒక కూలింగ్ ఆఫ్ టైం ఉంటుంది. ఆ తర్వాత 1 year అనుకుంటున్నాను, ఈ మధ్య 6 months or 1 year ఉంది. సో 6 months ఉంది. ఆ 6 months తర్వాత దే విల్ హ్యావ్ టు రీఅప్లై విత్ అ డిఫరెంట్ ఇన్క్యుబేటర్ ఆర్ ది సేమ్ ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ ఎక్సెట్రా. సో ఇప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే, ఈ గైడ్ లైన్స్ ప్రకారంగా ఆ పర్టికులర్ కంపెనీ అప్లై చేస్తుంది. ఆ సీడ్ ఫండ్ కమిటీలో ఒకవేళ 20 lakhs గ్రాంట్ కి అప్లై చేయొచ్చు. అంటే గ్రాంట్ విధానంగా అయితే 20 lakhs ఇస్తారు. ఓవర్ అండ్ అబౌవ్ అయితే కన్వర్టబుల్ డెబెంచర్స్ అని డిఫరెంట్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్, డిఫరెంట్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. డెట్ గా ఇచ్చి దాన్ని ఈక్విటీగా కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. తర్వాత సిసిపీస్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి, ప్రిఫరెన్షియల్ షేర్స్ కింద తీసుకోవచ్చు. ఇలాంటి డిఫరెంట్ మెకానిజం. మోస్ట్లీ సిసిడీస్ తీసుకుంటారు ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ అన్ని, బికాస్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఈజీ టు అండర్స్టాండ్. ఎందుకంటే ఒక స్టార్ట్అప్ ప్రోటోటైప్ నుంచి స్కేల్ అప్ అయ్యే టైంలో తెలుస్తుంది ఎలా నడుస్తుంది ఏంటి అనేది. సో దే హ్యావ్ ద ఆప్షన్ టు కన్వర్ట్ టు ఈక్విటీ అనేది ఒక ఇది ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి అట్ ది సేమ్ వాల్యుయేషన్. సో సిసిడీస్ ఎక్కువ ప్రిఫర్ చేస్తున్నారు ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్, అండ్ దట్ ఈస్ ద వెరీ గుడ్ వే ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్టింగ్ డెఫినెట్లీ. సో ఇలాగా స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ కి ఒక పర్టికులర్ కంపెనీ హూ ఎవర్ హ్యాస్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ పొటెన్షియల్ ఇన్ దర్ ప్రోడక్ట్ /టెక్నాలజీ /సర్వీస్, ఎవరికైతే ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఉంది, నేను చేయగలుగుతాను, నేను నా ప్రోడక్ట్ తో ఇన్నోవేషన్ తేగలుగుతాను అనేది ఉంటుందో వాళ్ళందరూ వచ్చి ఆ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా పోర్టల్ నుంచి అప్లై చేసుకోవచ్చు. చాలా మంది ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ తో టైప్ అవ్వకుండానే ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ వాళ్ళ దగ్గర ఉన్న ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ ని లిస్ట్ లో పెట్టుకొని అప్లై చేసిన సందర్భాలు చాలా ఉన్నాయి. ఇందులో ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ ఆర్ ది డెసిషన్ మేకర్స్. ఇన్ టర్న్ ఆ ఇన్క్యుబేటర్స్ కి వెళ్ళాలా వద్దా అనేది మళ్ళీ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ కమిటీ ఒకటి ఉంటుంది. ఆ కమిటీలో వాళ్ళు ప్రెజెంట్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళకి డబ్బులు శాంక్షన్ అవుతాయి అనమాట. సో ఇలా ఒక 2-way ప్రాసెస్ లో నడుస్తుంది అనమాట స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్.
సో స్టార్టప్స్ ఎవరైనా సరే అండి, స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ పొందాలనుకుంటే గనక ముందుగా స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా పోర్టల్ కి వెళ్ళి అంటే ముందు మీరు డిపిఐటి గుర్తింపు పొందాలి. ఆ
రిజిస్ట్రేషన్
గుర్తింపు
ఖచ్చితంగా ఉండాలి.
గుర్తింపు పొందిన తర్వాత స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా వారి పోర్టల్‌కి వెళ్లి అక్కడ మీరు అప్లికేషన్‌ని సబ్మిట్ చేయాలి. ఈ అప్లికేషన్ సబ్మిట్ చేసినప్పుడు మీరు ముగ్గురు ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్‌ని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఆప్షన్స్ 1, 2, 3 చాయిసెస్ ప్రకారం. సో, దానిలో ఎవరికి నచ్చితే వాళ్ళు ఆ సీడ్ ఫండ్ కమిటీ మీటింగ్ పెట్టి దానిలో సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకొని మీ ప్రాజెక్ట్, మీ ఇన్నోవేషన్ నచ్చితే గనక వాళ్ళు మీకు ఈ
Sanction
ఫండ్
చేస్తారు.
ద్వారా సహాయం చేసే అవకాశం ఉంది. సో,
Correct.
ఇది ఒక అడ్వాంటేజ్ స్టార్టప్స్ అన్నిటికి. సో, అలాగే ఇప్పుడు మనం చూస్తే అండి కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వంది కేవలం స్టార్టప్స్‌కి సహాయం చేయడం ఒకటే గాదు. మనం చూస్తే గనక ఇది ఒక హబ్ అండ్ స్పోక్ మోడల్‌లో వర్క్ చేస్తుంది స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా అనేది. స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా అనేది ఒక హబ్ అయితే గనక అన్ని మిగతా రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాల స్టార్టప్ ఇకోసిస్టమ్స్ అన్నీ కూడా దాని స్పోక్స్ లాగా వర్క్ చేస్తాయి. సో, ఈ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియాది స్టార్టప్‌లకి సహాయం చేయడమే కాకుండా స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్స్‌ని గూడా అంటే రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాలన్నింటినీ కూడా వారి యొక్క పాలిసీలని వాళ్ళని మంచి పాలిసీలతో పైకి రావడం, అలాగే వాళ్ళు కూడా వాళ్ళ పరిధిలో వాళ్ళ పథకాలతోటి స్టార్టప్స్‌కి వేరే విధంగా అంటే స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ ఒక్కటే కాదు, స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా మెంటరింగ్ ఒకటే కాదు. వీళ్ళు అందిస్తున్న పథకాలు మాత్రమే కాకుండా రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాలు కూడా వాళ్ళ సొంత పథకాలని కూడా తీసుకొని వచ్చి ఈ స్టార్టప్స్ కి సహాయాన్ని అందించాలి అనేది ఇంకొక పథకం అనే చెప్పొచ్చు మన స్టార్టప్ ఇండియాకి. సో, ఈ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా వాళ్ళు ఈ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాలకు కూడా ఒక హెల్తీ కాంపిటీషన్ అనాలి మనం. అంటే ఎవరు బాగా స్టార్టప్స్ కి సహాయాన్ని అందిస్తున్నారు, ఎవరి పాలసీ బాగుంది, ఎవరు ఎక్కువ మంది స్టార్టప్స్ ని రికగ్నైజ్ చేస్తున్నారు, గుర్తింపు ఇస్తున్నారు, వాళ్ళకి ఏ విధమైన సహాయ సహకారాలను అందిస్తున్నారు, ఇవన్నీ కూడా తీసుకొని స్టార్టప్ ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ అనేది ఒకటి తయారు చేశారు. సో, ఈ స్టార్టప్ ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ గురించి మీరు ఏం చెప్తారు?
సో, మీరు చూసినట్టయితే అండి యాక్చువల్లీ కరెక్ట్‌గా చెప్పారు. స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా హబ్ అండ్ స్పోక్ మోడల్ గానే వర్క్ చేస్తది. అండ్ అలాగే వర్క్ చేయాలండి. ఎందుకంటే ఇండియా ఇస్ పెద్ద కంట్రీ కాబట్టి డిఫరెంట్ డైవర్సిటీ ఉంది కాబట్టి అన్ని సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంటే చేయాలంటే కుదరదు. అందుకే స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, స్టేట్ అథారిటీస్ ఉన్నాయన్నమాట, ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్. సో, ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసినట్టయితే అసలు ఈ ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చిందంటే అండి, మీరు ఇంతకుముందు మనకి ఇన్ని ర్యాంకింగ్లు, మెట్రిక్స్, ఇన్ని మానిటరింగ్ అండ్ ఎవాల్యుయేషన్ లేదండి యాక్చువల్లీ. ఇట్ ఆల్ స్టార్టెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ ఐ షుడ్ టేక్ ప్రైడ్ ఇన్ సేయింగ్ దట్ నీతి ఆయోగ్ హ్యాడ్ స్టార్టెడ్ ఆల్ దీస్ మెట్రిసెస్. ఇట్ కుడ్ బి ఎస్డిజి ఇండెక్స్, సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గోల్డ్ ఇండెక్స్ కానీ, ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఇండెక్స్ కానీ, ఇవన్నీ. బట్ నీతి దగ్గర కూడా బ్యాండ్ విడ్త్ లేదు ఇలా అన్ని చేయడానికి. సో, కొన్ని మినిస్ట్రీస్కి ఇచ్చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది అనమాట. సో, అలాంటప్పుడు ఏమైందంటే ఇనీషియల్ గా అయితే స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా దగ్గర ఉండింది ఓన్లీ పాలసీ ఆఫ్ స్టార్టప్స్. అంటే 2015, 16, 17 లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే వాళ్ళ ప్రోగ్రామ్ మోస్ట్లీ మూడే మూడు పిల్లర్స్ వాళ్ళవి. ఒకటి వచ్చి స్టార్టప్స్ ని ప్రమోట్ చేయడానికి ఏమేమి కావాలో అవి చేసేవాళ్ళు. స్టార్టప్ మెంటరింగ్ స్టార్ట్ అయింది మెల్లిగా. తర్వాత స్టార్టప్ తర్వాత పాలసీ అడ్వకేసీ చేసేవాళ్ళు. దట్ మాకు ఇవన్నీ కావాలి, ఇవి చేయాలి అని చెప్పి, ఈ బెనిఫిట్స్ కావాలని చెప్పి. మెల్లిగా 2019-20 నుంచి ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ అనేది అడాప్ట్ చేసుకున్నారు. ఎందుకంటే కర్ణాటక స్టార్టెడ్ టు బి ఫ్రంట్ రన్నర్, మెల్లగా తెలంగాణ స్టార్టెడ్ టు బి ఫ్రంట్ రన్నర్. ఇప్పుడు చూస్తే తమిళనాడు స్టార్టప్ టీఎన్ ఈస్ డూయింగ్ వండర్ఫుల్ జాబ్. అండ్ ఒడిషా ఇస్ లైక్ క్రేజీలీ, అంటే ఒక వేరే లెవెల్లో వెళ్తుంది ఒడిశా కూడా. అలా ఒక్కొక్క స్టేట్ పికప్ అవడం చూసి అన్ని స్టేట్స్ కూడా స్టార్ట్ అయ్యాయి. ఇన్ఫాక్ట్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ కూడా ఒక టైంలో బాగానే స్టార్ట్ అయింది, మధ్యలో కొంచెం డౌన్ అయ్యి, కానీ మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడు చూడాలి ఎలా అవుతుందో. బట్ ఎలా ఉందంటే అండి, ఈ స్టేట్స్ అన్ని ఒకటి స్టేట్స్ సపోర్ట్ కాంపిటేటివ్ ఫెడరలిజం అని చెప్పొచ్చు దీన్ని. సో, ఈ కాంపిటీషన్ పెట్టుకొని అన్ని స్టార్టప్స్ కి సపోర్ట్ చేయడానికి స్టార్ట్ చేశాయి అనమాట. ఇప్పుడు అందరూ ఒక బెంచ్ మార్క్ దగ్గరకు వచ్చేసేసరికి స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా స్టార్టెడ్ టు డూ ర్యాంకింగ్ ఎవాల్యుయేషన్ మెట్రిక్స్. సో ఈ ఎవాల్యుయేషన్ మెట్రిక్స్ అనేది వేరియస్ పిల్లర్స్ ఉంటాయండి. అంటే స్టార్టప్స్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ కి ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ మీద ఒక పిల్లర్ ఉంది. తర్వాత స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్స్ ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ ఏమేమి ఇచ్చారు వాటి మీద ఒక పిల్లర్ ఉంది. ఇలాగా ఒక 5 పిల్లర్స్ మీద ఇప్పుడు 7 అయిపోయి. సో ఎవాల్వ్ అవుతూ ఉండాలి ఖచ్చితంగా, ఎందుకంటే అది డిఫరెంట్ స్టార్టప్స్ ఆర్ ఆల్సో గ్రోయింగ్. సో 7 పిల్లర్స్ మీద యాక్చువల్లీ వాళ్ళు ర్యాంకింగ్ చేస్తారు. ఆ ర్యాంకింగ్ మెట్రిక్స్ డేటా ఇచ్చే దాన్ని బట్టి, అఫ్ కోర్స్ ఇదంతా డేటా మీదే డ్రైవ్ అవుతుందండి. కొన్నిసార్లు కొన్ని స్టేట్స్ మర్చిపోతాయి ఆ పర్టికులర్ పిల్లర్, ఆ తర్వాత మాకు ఆ పిల్లర్ లో తక్కువ వచ్చింది, మేము బాగానే చేస్తున్నాము, ఇలాంటివన్నీ ఉంటాయి. బట్ అన్ఫార్చునేట్లీ ఏంటంటే మీరు ఎలా డేటా ఇస్తారో డేటా ఎవాల్యుయేషన్ అలానే జరుగుతుంది అనమాట. సో దానివల్ల ఏమైందంటే స్టార్టప్ ర్యాంకింగ్ వచ్చి ఇప్పుడు ఫ్రంట్ రన్నర్స్, తర్వాత ఆస్పిరెంట్స్, ఇలాగా అన్ని డివైడ్ చేశారు. అండ్ దాని ప్రకారంగా మీరు చూస్తే సదర్న్ స్టేట్స్ ఆర్ వే అహెడ్ డెఫినెట్లీ. ఢిల్లీ ఆఫ్ కోర్స్ ఇస్ లిటిల్ కొంచెం ముందుకెళ్తుంది. నార్త్ ఈస్ట్ స్టేట్స్ కి కోసం సపరేట్ మెట్రిక్స్ ఉన్నాయండి. అంటే వాళ్ళకి మెట్రిక్స్ సేమే, కాకపోతే వాళ్ళ ఎవాల్యుయేషన్ పద్ధతి కొంచెం మార్చారు. ఎందుకంటే డెమోగ్రఫీ వేరే నార్త్ ఈస్ట్ లో, అక్కడున్న సోషియో ఎకనామిక్ ఇండికేటర్స్ వేరే, అక్కడ వెళ్ళే ఫండ్స్ వేరే, అక్కడ వెళ్ళే ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ వేరే, అక్కడ ఉన్న ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అఫ్ కోర్స్ హై లిటరసీ, బట్ తర్వాత ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ తక్కువ. సో ఇలాంటివన్నీ కన్సిడరేషన్ చేసి నార్త్ ఈస్ట్ కి హిల్లీ ఏరియాస్ కి సపరేట్ గా ఉంటుందండి. తర్వాత అడ్వాన్స్ స్టేట్స్ కి కొంచెం డిఫరెంట్ మెట్రిక్స్ ఉంటాయి.
బేసిక్ గా ఇప్పుడు కేటగిరీ ఏ అండ్ కేటగిరీ బి అని డివైడ్
కేటగిరీ బి,
అవును, పాపులేషన్ బేస్డ్.
పాపులేషన్. సో ఇలాంటివి ఈ మెట్రిక్స్ బేస్, బికాస్ అందరికీ ఈక్వల్ ఆపర్చునిటీ ఉండాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఇలా డివైడ్ చేయగలిగారు అనమాట. బట్ ఈ ర్యాంకింగ్ పద్ధతి వల్ల ఇది అన్ఫార్చునేట్లీ ఏమైందంటే, ఆర్ ఫార్చునేట్లీ యూ కెన్ కాల్ ఇట్, ఇది ఓన్లీ స్టార్ట్అప్స్ అండ్ ఇట్స్ ఈకో సిస్టమ్ వల్ల వర్క్ అవుతుంది అనమాట. ఇది ఇన్నోవేషన్ తీసుకోదు. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటంటే, నేను ఇందాక చెప్పినట్టు ఎంఎస్ఎంఈస్ కూడా యాడ్ అయిపోతాయి దీంట్లో. అండ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఎంఎస్ఎంఈస్ కి చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంటది కాబట్టి ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ కూడా ఎక్కువ యాడ్ అయిపోతుంది అనమాట. సో దెర్ ఈస్ డిస్కషన్ రైట్ నౌ ఇన్ గవర్నమెంట్, హౌ డూ యూ కైండ్ ఆఫ్, అంటే ఎలా దీన్ని మనం రోబస్ట్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, ఎలా చేయాలి అనేది. నేను 2-3 months బ్యాక్ మీటింగ్స్ అటెండ్ అయినప్పుడు చాలా డిస్కషన్స్ జరిగేవి. ఇప్పుడు నాకు తెలిసి మళ్ళీ అవి స్టార్ట్ అవుతాయి ఇంకొన్ని నెక్స్ట్ కపుల్ ఆఫ్ మంత్స్ లో. బట్ దేర్ విల్ బి ఎ క్లియర్ డిస్టింక్షన్ అండి. అలాగే ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ మెట్రిక్స్ కూడా ఉంది అనమాట. మీరు చూసినట్టయితే నీతి ఆయోగ్ హ్యాస్ స్టార్టెడ్ విత్ వరల్డ్ బ్యాంక్ ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ మెట్రిక్స్. అది నేను లాస్ట్ టైం చెప్పినట్టున్నాను మీకు. సో అలా ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ ఉన్నాయి, స్టార్టప్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఇన్నోవేషన్ యాజ్ ఎ హోల్ ఉంది. అది వైపో ద్వారా చేస్తారు అనమాట. గ్లోబల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఇండెక్స్ అంటారు కదా, మనం అందరం మాట్లాడతాం. ప్రతిసారి ఎవ్రీ టైం బడ్జెట్ లో మనం చూస్తాం గ్లోబల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఇండెక్స్, మనం ముందుకెళ్ళామని చెప్పి. అది ఇన్నోవేషన్ యాజ్ అ ఇండెక్స్ దానికి ఒకటి ఉంది. తర్వాత ఎస్డిజి అని ఉంది. ఎస్డిజి లో కూడా మళ్ళీ స్టార్టప్స్ కి ఒక సెపరేట్ పిల్లర్ ఉంది అనమాట. అంటే పిల్లర్ కాకపోయినా ఇండికేటర్ ఉంది, అంటే ఎట్లా ఎస్డిజిస్ ఆర్ ఇంపాక్టింగ్ ది కమ్యూనిటీ అని చెప్పి. సో అలా మల్టిపుల్ ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్ వర్క్స్ వల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే, 2020 దాకా 4-5 స్టేట్స్ చేసేవి. 2020 కోవిడ్ తర్వాత ఆల్మోస్ట్ 15-18 స్టేట్స్ స్టార్ట్ చేసాయి. యాక్చువల్లీ మీరు ఇప్పుడు చూస్తే మణిపూర్, త్రిపుర అండ్ నాగాలాండ్ లో కూడా అంత స్టార్టప్ హెవీ ఫీవర్ పట్టుకుంది అనమాట. ఆ జ్వరం వచ్చేసింది, స్టార్టప్ అని చెప్పి అందరూ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు, నాగాలాండ్ నుంచి కానీ లేదా మణిపూర్ కూడా. అలాగే ఇప్పుడు ఆంధ్ర కూడా స్టార్టెడ్ టు పికప్. మధ్యలో కొన్ని ఇండికేటర్స్ తగ్గాయి కానీ దే స్టార్టెడ్ టు పికప్ విత్ వేరియస్ పాలసీ డిసిషన్స్ అనమాట. సో అలా ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ ఈజ్ ఆల్వేస్ గుడ్. అండ్ దాని వల్ల మనకి మంచే గానీ చెడేం ఉండదండి యాక్చువల్లీ.
సో ఈ ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ రావడం వల్ల ఏమైందంటే, మీరు అన్నట్టు సమయానుకూలంగా ఈ ఇవాల్యుయేషన్ పద్ధతి కానీ ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ కానీ మాడిఫై అవుతూ వచ్చింది. ముందు ఎక్కువగా అంటే నగరాల మీద ఫోకస్ ఉండి, అక్కడి నుంచి ఇప్పుడు మెల్లగా ఎస్డిజి గోల్స్ మన రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ వరకు, టైర్ 3, టైర్ 4 వరకు కూడా ఈ ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ అనేది ఎక్స్పాండ్ అవుతూ వచ్చింది. సో ఇందువల్ల ఏమవుతుంది అంటే రాష్ట్రాల్లో కూడా వాళ్ళు కేవలం మన క్యాపిటల్ సిటీస్‌లో ముఖ్యమైన నగరాల్లో కాకుండా లాస్ట్ మైల్ వరకు కూడా ఈ పథకాలనేవి, ఈ ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ అనేవి, ఈ ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఛాలెంజెస్ అనేవి ఇవన్నీ కూడా పెరిగి చాలా మందికి ఈ సహాయం, సహకారం అందుతుంది. అందువల్ల నేను అనుకోవడం ఈ స్టార్టప్ ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్‌వర్క్ అనేది కూడా ఒక చాలా ముఖ్యమైన, అవసరమైనటువంటి ఒక పథకం అనే చెప్పాలి.
యాక్చువల్లీ. అంటే ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే అండి, మీరు చూస్తే ఇంతకుముందు డేటా కూడా కలెక్ట్ చేసే కష్టం అయిపోయేది. అందుకని మన దగ్గర డేటా ఉండేది కూడా కాదు. ఎప్పుడైతే ఈ డిజిటలైజేషన్ అయిందో, డిజిటల్ ఇండియా స్టార్ట్ అయ్యి అందరూ ఎవ్రీబడి స్టార్టెడ్ టు మెయింటైన్, అందరూ వాళ్ళ ప్లాట్ఫామ్ మెయింటైన్ చేయడం స్టార్ట్ చేశారు. స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్స్ కానీ, ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ కానీ, వాళ్ళు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళారు, ఎంతమందితో ఇంటరాక్ట్ అయ్యారు, అంతా వాళ్ళు డేటా ఫీడ్ అవ్వడం వల్ల ఏమైందంటే డేటా రావడం స్టార్ట్ అయింది. దాని వల్ల ఏమైంది, ఆటోమేటిక్ గా ఇండికేటర్స్ ఇంప్రూవ్ అయ్యాయి. దాని వల్ల ఏమైందంటే స్టేట్స్ కూడా ఓకే మాకు ఇండికేటర్లు తక్కువ వచ్చాయి, మేము నెక్స్ట్ ఇండికేటర్ మీద పనిచేస్తాము అన్నట్టు తీసుకున్నారు అనమాట. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే అండి, దీన్ని మీరు తెలుసో లేదో మీకు, వైపో వరల్డ్ ఇంటెలెక్చువల్ ప్రాపర్టీ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఇప్పుడు ఏమైందంటే బ్లాక్ లెవెల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఇండెక్స్ స్టార్ట్ చేయబోతున్నారు అనమాట. అంటే ఇంతవరకు మేము స్టేట్ వరకే చేసేవాళ్ళు, ఇప్పుడు బ్లాక్ లెవెల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఎవ్రీ స్టేట్ లో కనీసం పంచాయత్ బ్లాక్ ఉంటది కదండి, ఆ బ్లాక్ లెవెల్ కి వెళ్ళి చేస్తారని చెప్పి ఉందన్నమాట. ఒక ప్రపోజల్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ డెవలప్ అవుతుంది యాక్చువల్లీ వైపోతో కలిపి. సో ఆ లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ డేటా ఉందంటే మన దగ్గర, సో డేటా ఇస్ అగైన్ న్యూ ఆయిల్. సో దాని నుంచే పాలసీ మేకింగ్ కూడా కొంత డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. సో దానివల్ల మళ్ళీ మీరు అన్నట్టు టైర్ 4, టైర్ 5, టైర్ 6 సిటీస్, టైర్ 6 అనేది చెప్పకూడదు కానీ సెమీ అర్బన్ అండ్ రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ కూడా పెనిట్రేట్ అయితే టార్గెటెడ్ అప్రోచ్ ఉంటది అనమాట. ఎలా ఇవ్వాలి, ఈ స్టేట్ కి ఎలా ఇవ్వాలి, ఈ బ్లాక్ కి ఎలా ఇవ్వాలి. ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూస్తే ఆస్పిరేషనల్ బ్లాక్స్ ఉంటాయి, ఆ బ్లాక్స్ కి ఎలా ఇవ్వాలి. సో డిఫరెంట్ పాలసీస్ ఫర్ డిఫరెంట్ స్టేట్స్, డిఫరెంట్ బ్లాక్స్ వచ్చేస్తాయి అనమాట.
యా, సో ఈ స్టార్టప్ ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ లో కూడా ఏంటంటే ఈ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా వాళ్ళు రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాల పథకాలు కానీ, వాళ్ళ పాలసీస్ కానీ వీటన్నిటిని బేస్ చేసుకొని 7 పిల్లర్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో వాటన్నిటిలో వారి యొక్క వాళ్ళు ఎలా పనిచేశారు, ఆ పథకాల్లో 7 పిల్లర్స్ ని ఎంత సాధించారు ఆ 7 పిల్లర్స్ లో అనేది తీసుకొని ర్యాంకింగ్ ఇస్తూ ఉన్నారు. ఇందులో ఏంటంటే టాప్ అన్నప్పుడు ఇట్ ఈస్ లైక్ బెస్ట్ పర్ఫార్మర్. సో ఈ బెస్ట్ పర్ఫార్మింగ్ స్టేట్స్, తర్వాత టాప్ పర్ఫార్మింగ్ స్టేట్స్, ఆ తర్వాత లీడర్స్, ఆ తర్వాత ఆస్పైరింగ్ కింద ఎమర్జింగ్ అని.
అది క్వైట్ అది మోనోటనస్ చేశారండి ఆ టెర్మినాలజీ, బికాస్ అన్ని ఇండెక్స్ లో అలాగే పాటిస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి. సో అన్ని ఆల్మోస్ట్ అది అలాగే చేశారు యాక్చువల్లీ. అండ్ టాప్ స్టేట్స్ కొన్నిసార్లు ఢిల్లీ వస్తుంది, కొన్నిసార్లు కర్ణాటక వస్తుంది. ఇది డిపెండ్స్ ఆన్ ద డేటా యాక్చువల్లీ.
మీరు కన్సిస్టెంట్ గా చూస్తే గనక కర్ణాటక, గుజరాత్, తమిళనాడు ఇవి బెస్ట్ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్.
సదర్న్ స్టేట్స్ ఆర్ నో బ్రెయినర్స్ అండి. దే ఆర్ డెఫినెట్లీ స్కోరింగ్ గుడ్. అండ్ వాళ్ళకి డేటా ఎలా ఇవ్వాలో కూడా ఇప్పుడు టెంప్లెట్ వస్తే చాలు నీకు వెంటనే వచ్చేస్తుంది డేటా యాక్చువల్లీ.
ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఒడిశాను, తెలంగాణ వీళ్ళందరూ ఇంకా టాప్ పర్ఫార్మర్ దీనిలో ఉన్నారు. వీళ్ళందరూ బెస్ట్ పర్ఫార్మర్ కోసం కష్టపడుతూ ఉన్నారు. కానీ ఇది ఓ విధంగా ఏంటంటే స్టార్టప్స్ కి చాలా అడ్వాంటేజెస్. ఎందుకంటే ఈ పోటీ తత్వంలో ఏమవుతుందంటే ప్రతి రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం కూడా ఆ పక్క రాష్ట్రం ఎవరైతే బెస్ట్ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళకంటే మనం ఇంకా బాగా చేయాలి. ఎందుకంటే ఇది ఏదో పాయింట్లు ఇచ్చి అందులో స్కోరింగ్ కాదండి, ఇట్స్ కంపారిజన్.
అవును, సో నార్మలైజేషన్ ఉంటది. ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే స్టేట్స్ ఇప్పుడు స్టార్టప్స్ ని వాళ్ళ స్టేట్ లో రిజిస్టర్ అవ్వడానికి చెప్తారనమాట. బికాస్ అదొక ఇండికేటర్ ఉంది, నంబర్ ఆఫ్ స్టార్టప్స్ రిజిస్టర్డ్, ఆర్ఓసి నుంచి డేటా వస్తుంది. సో దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను తెలంగాణలో కరీంనగర్లో ఉన్నాను, నాకు నా స్టార్టప్ బిజినెస్ కర్ణాటకలోనో లేకపోతే ఢిల్లీలోనో ఉత్తరప్రదేశ్లోనో జరుగుతుందంటా కూడా తెలంగాణ వాళ్ళు బెనిఫిట్స్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటాయి కాబట్టి నువ్వు ఆర్ఎస్సీ తెలంగాణలోనే రిజిస్టర్ అయితే నీకు బెనిఫిట్స్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటాయి అని చెప్పి వాళ్ళకి అవేర్నెస్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తారు అనమాట. సో అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్స్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి అనమాట. సో వేర్ బిజినెస్ ఈ సమ్వేర్ ఎల్స్, బట్ ఇక్కడ రిజిస్టర్ అయితే నాకు బెనిఫిట్స్ ఇక్కడ ఎక్కువ ఉంటాయని కాబట్టి నేను ఇక్కడ రిజిస్టర్ అవుతాను అన్నట్టు కూడా ఉంటది అనమాట. సో డిపెండ్స్ అండి. సో అల్టిమేట్లీ వాట్ హ్యాపెన్స్ స్టార్ట్అప్ కి బెనిఫిట్స్ ఉంటుంది దీని నుంచి. స్టేట్ విల్ బి బెనిఫిటెడ్, ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళు అక్కడ ట్యాక్సులు కడతారు, అక్కడ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ జనరేట్ చేస్తారు, ఇవన్నీ ఉంటాయి కాబట్టి. బిజినెస్ ఎక్కడున్నా నీకు దట్ విల్ బి టేకెన్ కేర్ బై జిఎస్టీ, బికాస్ ఐజిఎస్టీ ఫామ్ అవుతుంది కాబట్టి దట్ షుడ్ నాట్ బి బికమ్ ఎ ప్రాబ్లం.
తర్వాత ఇంకోటి నేను చూసింది ఏంటంటే స్టార్టప్స్ ఈ డిపిఐటి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ చేసుకున్నా కూడా స్టార్టప్ ఇండియాలో ఎంతో మంది మెంటర్స్ ని ఆన్బోర్డ్ చేసుకొని స్టార్టప్స్ కి మెంటరింగ్ చేయడానికి వీళ్ళందరితోనూ కూడా ఎంతో మంది మెంటర్స్ ని ఆన్బోర్డ్ చేసుకున్నారు.
మార్గ్ పోర్టల్ ఉంది. అలాగే
నాకు తెలిసి చాలా మంది ఎవరు వాడడం లేదు.
యాక్చువల్లీ మార్క్ పోర్టల్లో అసలు అది బ్యూటిఫుల్ ఇనిషియేటివ్ ఫర్ స్టార్టప్స్ అని, ఎందుకంటే ఎవరైతే మెంటర్ అవ్వాలనుకుంటున్నారో వాళ్ళు అక్కడ మార్క్ లో ఎంపానల్ అవుతారు. ఆటోమేటిక్లీ మీరు వెళ్ళి నాకు ఈ ఫంక్షనాలిటీలో కావాలి, లెట్సే నాకు ఫినాన్షియల్ అకౌంటింగ్ లో నాకు ఎక్స్పర్టీస్ కావాలి, మెంటరింగ్ కావాలి, లేదా గో టు మార్కెట్ స్ట్రాటజీలో అంటే మార్కెట్ లోకి వెళ్ళే విధానం మీద నాకు మెంటరింగ్ కావాలంటే అక్కడ మీకు లిస్ట్ ఆఫ్ మెంటర్స్ ఉంటారు, దాని నుంచి ప్రొఫైల్ కనిపిస్తుంది, అన్నీ ఉంటాయి దాంట్లో. ఒక వన్ స్టాప్ సొల్యూషన్ అనమాట మార్క్ పోర్టల్ అనేది. అలాగే ఇన్వెస్టర్ పోర్టల్ కూడా క్రియేట్ చేశారు యాక్చువల్లీ చెప్పాలంటే. సో లెట్స్ సే ఇప్పుడు మీరు తెలిసే ఉంటది, ఐవిసిఏ ఇండియన్ వెంచర్ క్యాపిటల్ అసోసియేషన్ ఉంది. సో స్టార్ట్అప్ ఇండియా ఐవిసిఏ కలిసి చాలా మంది ఇన్వెస్టర్స్, ఆల్మోస్ట్ 40+ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఫర్మ్స్ అండ్ మెనీ అదర్ ఏంజల్స్, నాకు దగ్గర ఏంజల్ కౌంట్ లేదు కానీ వాళ్ళందరూ ఇన్వెస్టర్ పోర్టల్ రిజిస్టర్ అయినారు, ఎంపానల్ అయినారు. ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను స్టార్ట్అప్ నాకు ఒకసారి పిచ్ చేయాలని ఉంది అంటే ఇన్వెస్టర్ పోర్టల్లోకి వెళ్ళి కూడా కనెక్ట్ తీసుకోవచ్చు, అలాగే మెంటర్ పోర్టల్లోకి వెళ్ళి కూడా మనం తీసుకెళ్ళచ్చు. సో దీస్ ఆర్ బ్యూటిఫుల్ ఇనిషియేటివ్స్, ఓపెన్ సోర్స్ ఇనిషియేటివ్స్, డబ్బులు పే చేయాల్సిన పని లేదు. అన్ఫార్చునేట్లీ ఏమైందంటే అండి, మనల్ని డబ్బులు ఇచ్చి చేసుకుంటున్నారు ఈ సర్వీసులన్నీ. గవర్నమెంట్ ఫ్రీగా ఇచ్చిన సర్వీసులు ఎవరు వాడుకోవట్లేదు. అదే ప్రాబ్లం. రిసోర్స్ ఎఫిషియన్సీ అనేది ఇక్కడ నుంచే అందరికీ నేను మనవి చేసుకునేది ఏంటంటే, గవర్నమెంట్ ట్యాక్స్ పేయర్స్ మనీతో ఇలాంటివన్నీ చాలా క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంది. మెంటర్షిప్, ప్రతి స్టార్ట్అప్ కి మెంటర్స్, ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ అంటే కీ థింగ్. అండ్ ఇలాంటి 2-3 ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ మీ ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఫ్రీగా ఇస్తున్నప్పుడు, ఓకే ఫస్ట్ 2 సెషన్లు మీకు ఫ్రీగా ఉంటాయి, 3 సెషన్లు ఫ్రీగా ఉంటాయి, తర్వాత మేబీ ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ కి నచ్చకపోవచ్చు లేదా మెంటర్స్ కి నచ్చకపోవచ్చు. ఆ తర్వాత ఇన్సెంటివైజేషన్ మోడల్ మెంటర్స్ కి మీరు క్రియేట్ చేయాలన్నమాట. స్టార్టప్స్ యాజ్ అ స్టార్టప్ ఆ ఇన్సెంటివైజేషన్ మోడల్ మెంటర్స్ కి మీరు క్రియేట్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళు ఆటోమేటిక్లీ దే విల్ బి ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్ అనమాట. సో చాలా మంది కంప్లైంట్ చేశారు, సార్ మాకు 2-3 సెషన్లు బాగానే ఉన్నాయి, 4వ సెషన్ నుంచి మాకు దొరకట్లేదు అంటే. అన్ని ఫ్రీగా ప్రతిసారి దొరకవు, ఎందుకంటే ఇది బిజినెస్, సంబడీ హ్యాస్ టు పే ఫర్ దట్ లంచ్ అంటారు అనమాట. సో ఇనిషియల్లీ అయితే గవర్నమెంట్ పే చేస్తుంది. మార్క్ పోర్టల్లో ద్వారా మీరు ఎన్రోల్ అవుతారు, మీకు 2-3 సెషన్లు ఫ్రీగా వస్తాయి, 5-6 సెషన్లు కూడా ఫ్రీగా ఉంటాయి యాక్చువల్లీ చెప్పాలంటే. కాకపోతే ఆ తర్వాత మీరు మెంటర్ తో ఎలా ఎంగేజ్ అవుతున్నారనే దాని మీద, రిలేషన్షిప్ మీద ఎక్కువ ప్రాధాన్యత ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి. ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నానంటే అండి, ఇది చాలా క్రిటికల్ పాయింట్. యూరోపియన్ కానీ అమెరికన్ సొసైటీస్ నుంచి ఇండియన్ సొసైటీకి డిఫరెన్స్ ఏంది అంటే, మన ఫౌండర్స్ ఆర్ నాట్ విల్లింగ్ టు షేర్ ది ఫ్రూట్స్. దిస్ ఇస్ ట్రూత్. ఎవరైతే చేశారో వాళ్ళే పైకి వెళ్ళారు యాక్చువల్లీ. నేను అందరినీ తప్పు పట్టట్లేదు. ఎందుకు అవ్వట్లేదు అంటే, దే ఆర్ నాట్ విల్లింగ్ టు షేర్ either equity or it could be minimum equity, whatever మీరు క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, ఎన్ని అవర్స్ కావాలి, ఎంత అవర్స్ కావాలి దాని తగ్గట్టు. లేదా ఇన్సెంటివైజేషన్ మోడల్ మీరు కొత్త రకాలుగా క్రియేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. సో ఈ మెంటర్స్ కి కానీ ఇన్సెంటివైజేషన్ ఉన్నప్పుడు వాళ్ళు దే ఓపెన్ అప్ దర్ నెట్వర్క్. ఇప్పుడు నా దగ్గర ఒక 10 మంది తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు ఉంటారు, మీ దగ్గర ఒక 10 మంది తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు ఉంటారు. నాకు మీరు ఫస్ట్ సెషన్, సెకండ్ సెషన్ ఫ్రీగా తీసుకొని, థర్డ్ సెషన్ ఫ్రీగా తీసుకుంటే కొన్నిసార్లు మెంటర్స్ కూడా బోర్ కొడుతుంది, ఇది ఖచ్చితంగా ఇది వర్కౌట్ అవ్వదు, నాకు కూడా ఏం పెద్ద అనిపించలేదు అంట. అదే ఒక ఇన్సెంటివైజేషన్ మోడల్ క్రియేట్ చేసినప్పుడు మెంటర్స్ కూడా అది ఒక స్కిన్ ఇన్ ద గేమ్ అంటారు. సో దాని నుంచి వాళ్ళు నెట్వర్క్ ఓపెన్ అప్ చేసి దే విల్ ఆల్సో పుట్ దేర్ ఎఫర్ట్స్ ఫర్ ది స్టార్ట్అప్ అనమాట. అండ్ మార్క్ పోర్టల్లో ఇదే ప్రాబ్లం ఐడెంటిఫై చేసింది యాక్చువల్లీ. ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటంటే 2 సెషన్ల తర్వాత మెంటర్స్ ఆర్ నాట్ హ్యాపీ ఆర్ ది స్టార్ట్అప్ ఫౌండర్స్ ఆర్ నాట్ హ్యాపీ. ద రీజన్ వై దే ఆర్ నాట్ హ్యాపీ ఈస్ ది ఎంగేజ్మెంట్ మోడల్. ఈ ఎంగేజ్మెంట్ మోడల్ ఇనీషియల్లీ ఆ స్టార్ట్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇస్తుంది, ఆ తర్వాత ఎలా తీసుకెళ్లాలనేది స్టార్ట్అప్ అండ్ మెంటర్ మీద డిపెండ్ అయి ఉంటుంది. దానివల్ల మనకి ఏమవుతుందంటే కొన్నిసార్లు ఆ రిలేషన్షిప్ సరిగా వెళ్ళదు కాబట్టి అది సరిగా యూజ్ అవ్వట్లేదు. బట్ ఇఫ్ ఫౌండర్స్ ఆర్ ఓపెన్ అండ్ బ్రాడ్, ఐ థింక్ దిస్ విల్ బికమ్ బ్యూటిఫుల్ మోడల్.
అవునండి. మనం చాలా వరకు చూసినట్టయితే ఈ స్టార్ట్‌అప్ ఫౌండర్స్ అందరూ గూడా ఏంటంటే, గవర్నమెంట్ ఫ్రీ అన్నారు గదా! సో, మాకు ఎన్ని సార్లు కావాల్సొచ్చినా ప్రతిరోజు మేము కాల్ చేసినా గానీ, ఈ మెంటర్స్ మాట్లాడాలనే ఒక ఆహ్, ఉద్దేశంలో ఉంటారు. కానీ
ఉద్దేశంలో ఉంటారు.
అందరూ అర్థం చేసుకోవాల్సిందేంటంటే, ఈ మెంటర్స్ కూడా ఖాళీగా ఉన్నవాళ్ళు కాదు. వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా వాళ్ళ వాళ్ళ ప్రొఫెషన్స్‌లో, వాళ్ళ ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్‌పర్‌టీస్‌లో చాలా ఎక్స్‌పీరియన్స్ ఉన్నవాళ్ళు. సో, వాళ్ళ టైం అనేది కూడా చాలా చాలా విలువైనది. సో,
కరెక్ట్.
ఆ విలువ వాళ్ళు గంటకు సంపాదించేది మీరివ్వాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. కానీ, కనీసం వాళ్ళ సమయాన్ని మనం వాల్యూ చేయాలి. అది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఆ వాల్యూ చేయకపోతే ఆ బంధం అనేది ఎక్కువ కాలం నిలవలేదు.
ఖచ్చితంగా.
కానీ ఏంటంటే మీరు ఈ మార్గ్ పోర్టల్ ద్వారా మీకు ఎటువంటి మెంటరింగ్ కావాలి? ఏ ఏరియాలో మెంటరింగ్ కావాలి? అందులో ఎవరెవరు మంచి మంచి మెంటర్స్ ఉన్నారు అనేది మీరు ఆ మార్గ్ పోర్టల్‌కెళ్తే మీకు చాలా మంది మెంటర్స్ ఉన్నారక్కడ. సెక్టర్ వైస్ బిజినెస్ మోడల్ వైస్ అంటే ఒక మార్కెటింగ్‌కి కావచ్చు, ఫినాన్సింగ్‌కి కావచ్చు, అసలు లీగల్ అడ్వైజింగ్ కావచ్చు, టెక్నాలజీ కావచ్చు. టెక్నాలజీలో మళ్ళీ డిఫరెంట్ యాస్పెక్ట్స్ ఉంటాయి. సో, వీటన్నిటిని మీరు ఏ సెక్టర్‌లో ఉన్నారు? మీకు ఆ సెక్టర్‌లో మీరు ఏం చూడాలి? అంటే ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఒక టెక్నోక్రాట్ అనుకోండి. మీకు టెక్నాలజీ చాలా బాగుండొచ్చు. మీ దగ్గర చాలా మంచి ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఉండుండొచ్చు. కానీ ఒక ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఎక్స్‌పర్ట్ మీ దగ్గర లేకపోవచ్చు. మీకు ఫైనాన్స్ గురించి పెద్దగా అవగాహన లేకపోవచ్చు. అటువంటప్పుడు ఈ మెంటర్ ప్లాట్‌ఫార్మ్, ఈ మార్గ్ పోర్టల్‌కెళ్ళి మీరు అందులో ఉన్న మెంటర్స్‌ని చూసుకొని, మీరు కావాల్సిన వాళ్ళని చూజ్ చేసుకొని, వాళ్ళతో ఇంటరాక్ట్ అయ్యి, వాళ్ళ వాళ్ళకున్న ఎక్స్‌పీరియన్స్ గనక మీకు నచ్చి, మీకు ఉపయోగపడుతుంది అనుకున్నప్పుడు, మీరు వాళ్ళతోటి ప్రత్యేకించి మాట్లాడుకొని, ఒక లాంగ్ టర్మ్ రిలేషన్‌షిప్ అనేది ఒకటి క్రియేట్ చేసుకుంటే, అది మీకు ఉపయోగం. వాళ్ళకి కూడా ఏంటంటే ఒక సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్. ఒక మంచి స్టార్టప్‌కి మేము గైడ్ చేసాము, మెంటరింగ్ చేసాము అనేది వాళ్ళకి కూడా ఒక సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ ఉంటుంది.
ఇంకోటండి వాళ్ళ ప్రొఫైల్స్ లింక్డ్ఇన్ అన్నీ ఉంటాయన్నమాట. అంటే మీరు అక్కడికెళ్ళి ఒక 5 మందిని షార్ట్ లిస్ట్ చేసుకొని, 5 మంది ఎవరు ఎలా ఉన్నారు, వాళ్ళు ఎలాంటి ఎక్స్‌పర్‌టీస్ ఉంది వాళ్ళ దగ్గర అని చూసుకొని, వాళ్ళకి ఈమెయిల్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అక్కడి నుంచి కూడా కనెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు యాక్చువల్లీ చెప్పాలంటే. సో, అదొక విషయం అన్నమాట. రెండో విషయం ఏంటంటే అండి, ఫస్ట్ సెషన్‌లోనే ఔట్ ఆఫ్ ద బ్లూ ఐడియాలు మెంటర్‌లకు కూడా రావు. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళు ఫస్ట్ మీ ప్రొడక్ట్‌ని అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి. ఆ తర్వాత మీ ఐడియాని అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి. ఆ తర్వాత వాళ్ళు యాస్ ఎ ఫౌండర్ నువ్వు చాలా స్టెప్స్ తీసుకొనుంటావు. ఆ స్టెప్స్ అన్నీ అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి. ఆ తర్వాత ఇవన్నీ తెలుసుకున్న తర్వాత ఆయన ఒక స్ట్రాటజీ గైడెన్స్ గాని, ఏదన్నా గాని ఇవ్వచ్చు. మీరు ఫస్ట్ సెషన్‌లోనే నాకు అన్నీ కావాలి, లేదా సెకండ్ సెషన్‌లోనే నాకు అన్నీ కావాలి అంటే కుదరదు. అది ఎవరు ఇవ్వలేరు. ఎంత పెద్ద ఎక్స్‌పర్ట్ అయినా, రతన్ టాటా అయినా కూడా కొన్ని రోజులు ట్రావెల్ చేసిన తర్వాతే వాళ్ళకి అర్థమవుతది. ఈ ఈ ఫౌండర్ ఎంత ట్రై చేశాడు, ఎక్కడెక్కడ గ్యాప్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఛాలెంజెస్ ఉన్నాయి, నేనెక్కడ ఫిల్ చేస్తాననేది. అదొక రిలేషన్‌షిప్ మీద బిల్డ్ అవుతది గానీ, ఫస్ట్ 2, 3 సెషన్స్‌లో గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేసింది ఫ్రీగా నాకేం రాలేదు అనేది ఎక్స్‌పెక్టేషన్స్ అనేది ఉండకూడదండి. అది చాలా ప్రాబ్లమాటిక్ ఎక్స్‌పెక్టేషన్ యాక్చువల్లీ. ఎందుకంటే చాలా మంది చెప్పారు నాకు, నేను 3 సెషన్‌లు అటెండ్ అయ్యాను, నాకేం దొరకట్లేదు అతని నుంచి అంటే 3 సెషన్‌లో ఎవరు ఇవ్వలేరు అడ్వైజులు. పోనీ ఏదన్నా అడ్వైజ్ ఇచ్చినా కూడా నేను ఆల్రెడీ ట్రై చేసేసాను అంటారనమాట. సో, అవన్నీ కొంచెం లాంగ్ టర్మ్ మీద, టైమ్ మీద, ట్రావెల్ విత్ ఫౌండర్స్ మీద డిపెండ్ అయిందనమాట.
సో, యాహ్! మన సమయం గూడా అయిపోవచ్చింది. సో,
ఓకే.
సో ప్రేక్షకులందరూ ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూస్తే ఈ ఈ ఈరోజు మనం చేసిన ఈ యొక్క డిస్కషన్ సమ్మరీ గనక మనం చూసినట్లయితే, ప్రతి స్టార్టప్‌కి డీపీఐఐటీ యొక్క గుర్తింపు ఎంత ముఖ్యం, దాన్ని చేసుకునే విధానం తెలుసుకున్నాము. అలాగే స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా వారి గుర్తింపు, వారి దగ్గర ఎన్ని పథకాలున్నాయి అండ్ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా ఒక ఫండింగ్ కావచ్చు, ఒక మెంటరింగ్ కనెక్ట్ కావచ్చు, ఇన్వెస్టర్ కనెక్ట్ కావచ్చు. ఇవన్నీ గూడా అలాగే డీపీఐఐటీ గుర్తింపు పొందిన స్టార్టప్స్ అన్నిటికి ఎటువంటి అడ్వాంటేజెస్ ఉన్నాయి, బెనిఫిట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. వీటన్నిటిని గూడా మీరందరూ ఉపయోగించుకొని మీ స్టార్టప్స్‌ని అభివృద్ధిలోకి తీసుకొని వెళ్తారని ఆశిస్తూ, మీ సమయాన్ని కేటాయించినందుకు పృథ్వీ గారు మీకు ధన్యవాదాలు.
థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. యాక్చువల్లీ ఇంకొక విషయం ఒక 1 మినిట్ అంతకంటే ఎక్కువ తీసుకోను. స్టార్టప్ ఇండియాలో ఇన్వెస్టర్ మెంటరింగ్ అవే గాకుండా డిఫరెంట్ మినిస్ట్రీస్ అంటే ఏదైనా మినిస్ట్రీ లైక్ టెక్స్‌టైల్ మినిస్ట్రీ ఇలాంటి మినిస్ట్రీలు గూడా స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా పోర్టల్‌లోనే వాళ్ళు ఐడియాలు తీసుకుంటారు. వాళ్ళకి ఇబ్బందైన వాళ్ళు చేయాల్సిన ఐడియాలు, ఛాలెంజెస్, ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఛాలెంజెస్ అని స్టార్టప్ ఛాలెంజెస్ ఎక్సెట్రా. సో మీరు అట్‌లీస్ట్ ఎవ్రీ వారం ఒక 10 నిమిషాలు స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా వెబ్‌సైట్‌కెళ్ళి కొత్త ఇనిషియేటివ్స్ ఏమన్నా వచ్చాయా? మినిస్ట్రీ ఆఫ్ టెక్స్‌టైల్స్ గాని, మినిస్ట్రీ ఆఫ్ ఆటోమోటివ్ గాని, హెవీ ఇండస్ట్రీస్, ఈ రోడ్ ట్రాన్స్‌పోర్ట్, హైవేస్ ఇవన్నీ. సో ఎళ్లి ఒకసారి వాళ్ళేమైనా లాంచ్ చేసారా? లాంచ్ చేస్తే అక్కడ అప్లికేషన్ పోర్టల్ ఉంటది. దాంట్లోంచి మీరు అప్లై చేసుకోవచ్చు. సెలక్షన్ ప్రాసెస్ ఉంటది. అవన్నీ ఉంటాయి. సో ఇవన్నీ కాకుండా ఇదొక యాడెడ్ బెనిఫిషియరీ. అంటే ఏ మినిస్ట్రీ అయినా వాళ్ళక్కడ అప్లికేషన్స్ పోర్టల్‌లో లాంచ్ చేసి వాళ్ళక్కడి నుంచి ఐడియాస్ ఇన్వైట్ చేస్తారు. ఇది ఒకటి ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఈ మధ్య ఎక్కువ అది పికప్ అవుతుందండి. సో అది చెప్పాలనుకున్నాను నేను ఇక్కడ నుంచి.
అలాగే స్టార్టప్స్ అంటే స్టేట్ ర్యాంకింగ్ ఫ్రేమ్‌వర్కే కాకుండా ప్రతి సంవత్సరం స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా వాళ్ళు బెస్ట్ స్టార్టప్స్‌ని కూడా ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి వాళ్ళని కూడా ఫెలిసిటేట్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ డే రోజు జనవరిలో జరుగుతుందది. సో, అవి కూడా మీరందరూ చూసి వాటన్నిటిలో కూడా పాల్గొని మంచి గుర్తింపు తెచ్చుకోవచ్చు కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం దగ్గర నుంచి. సో, మా ఈ కార్యక్రమం మీకు మంచి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇచ్చి మీకు సహాయపడుతుందని ఆశిస్తున్నాము. మళ్ళీ వచ్చే వారం ఇంకొకరి ప్రయాణంతో కలుసుకుందాము. అంతవరకు సెలవు. నమస్కారం.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
We have launched today our first gaming store in Telangana, in Hyderabad. This gaming experience zone will have a product range starting from 45,000 rupees and it goes up to 3 lakh rupees. This Predator store will have a capacity of 6 gaming experience workstations where anybody can come and experience the gaming products, the gaming range which we have. Acer is a top leading brand in gaming worldwide. We are number 1 in few segments and we are number 2 in few segments. Acer, apart from the gaming, we have multiple non-gaming products also available in this store, which can be experienced and purchased by the customer. Acer is expanding the retail across India. We are currently 220 operational stores, and we have aimed to reach minimum 300 stores by year end. So that gaming is always targeted to the youth, and currently that our that India is a youth country. The age bracket which we cater here is 18 to 35. So that all people currently who are using that mobile gaming or the laptop gaming, that's growth. What we have currently in the gaming segment is immense. The product which I had mentioned earlier, that whatever we cater, starting from 45,000 rupees to up to 3 lakh rupees, it caters to all segment. The pro gamers, the casual gamers, or the new gamers who wanted to try that. So we have all segment, all product range, which caters to the all age groups. Currently, our main hero SKU, the name also you have seen in this store, is the Predator. Predator is the pro gaming machines, which is used by all pro gamers worldwide.
I thank Acer for giving us opportunity to open this Acer Gaming Predator store. This is a prestigious store and this is a happy moment for all of us, and adding this to our portfolio will add lots of value for us and our customers also. The world is getting into gaming, the world is getting into AI, getting into lots of solutions, and Acer is one such brand who can offer all these solutions. Acer is also closing working with Intel, AMD and Nvidia. They are the powerhouse behind all those things. From technology of a person who needs a product from a basic requirement to the most higher end, Acer is able to give solution, and we take this privilege to take this store and make sure that we reach to the maximum possible customers through this store. Here we will be doing lots of gaming events also. Gaming events will always be conducted free, and mostly every quarter we'll have 1 or 2 events over here. We welcome all the guests and customers of Hyderabad, Andhra, Telangana, come here, visit this store as soon as possible. They will really feel nice and seeing the kind of collections what Acer has. Today we are having first event from 1:30 onwards. We have an event with meet and greet with a creator, and she will have lots of events and giveaways. Lots of things will be going on today also.
So hi, this is Bhavya. So we got to know about this store. Some of my friends. Actually, this is a gift for my sister. That she is pursuing her MBA honors in VFX. So we have gifted this laptop for her. Few of our senior team members have suggested the Acer Predictor for gaming laptop. It's the best laptop for them. So that's why we choose Acer for this. Maybe or may not be, we don't know exactly. But we came to know that Acer is good for gaming purpose. So that's why we choose Acer. Yeah, we are looking forward to grow this company along. And also we are happy to be the part of this inauguration as well. And also we are happy to be the part of inauguration as well. And apart from us, my sister is very happy. Actually, we first visit near Parade Grounds Vishal Mart, right? So we visit over there and they suggested us to visit here, Amitpet.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Good morning, my name is Abhishek Singha and I work as a sales and application manager in Accurate Sales and Service. So talking about my company, we have completed 60 years now in India, and we started with the manufacturing of vernier gauges, and from last 40 years we are manufacturing CMM in India, and we are the only one who manufactures the CMM in India, and we have more than 2000 installations in India. Also we export our machines. So talking about the HIMSEC exhibition, it has been the third time we are participating in IMTEX, and we expect more crowd to be visiting. Has been a weekend today. It's the second day. What we are demonstrating here is the CMM with a 5-axis probing system, which is a Revo probing system, which is 3 times more faster than the conventional probing systems. and it is using laser technology where you can do the sweep scanning, as you can see on the machine, and also you can measure the surface roughness with a vision probe. You can measure the VMM application, so one machine can do the application of 3 to 4 machines, and it can increase your productivity. Whereas we have came up with a new technology, as you can see, we have non-contact instruments where we have optical scanners, handy scanners where you can scan up to 4 meters long component, compare with the CAD model, and you can get the real-time deviation. The reports are very intuitive, and you can get the overall behavior of the component. Whereas we have the VMM, and we have developed some software where you can import a PDF drawing. It will auto balloon the drawings, and it will give you the measurement plans. It is quite faster, and you can make the inspection plan in seconds and get the SPC data from the software itself. We can import the data from any of the measurement machines. And we look forward for your visiting to our stall, so you can analyze and witness the machines.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. We are here at Intex event in High-Tech Exhibition Center. Let's go and meet our exhibitors for today.
We started with the manufacturing of vernier gauges, and from last 40 years we are manufacturing CMM in India, and we are the only one who manufactures the CMM in India, and we have more than 2000 installations in India. Also, we export our machines. It has been the third time we are participating in Imtex, and we expect more crowd to be visiting, as been a weekend today. It's the second day. What we are demonstrating here is the CMM with a 5-axis probing system, which is a Revo probing system, which is 3 times more faster than the conventional probing systems. And it is using laser technology where you can do the sweep scanning, as you can see on the machine. And also you can measure the surface roughness with a vision probe. You can measure the VMM application, so one machine can do the application of 3 to 4 machines, and it can increase your productivity. Whereas we have came up with a new technology, as you can see, we have non-contact instruments where we have optical scanners, handy scanners where you can scan up to 4 meters long component, compare with the CAD model, and you can get the real-time deviation. The reports are very intuitive, and you can get the overall behavior of the component. Whereas we have the VMM, and we have developed some software where you can import a PDF drawing. It will auto balloon the drawings, and it will give you the measurement plans. It is quite faster, and you can make the inspection plan in seconds and get the SPC data from the software itself.
Hi, my name is Praveen Sirsi. I represent MA Ford Asia Pacific. MA Ford is a USA-based company who is into manufacturing of high-performance cutting tools. So what we have here on display is some of our solid carbide tool range, 4-flute, 5-flutes, multi-fluted end mills. We mainly focus on the heat-resistant alloys for aerospace industries.
Yeah, I'm Nagaraj representing Adapt Engineering Tools. We are the channel partners of Regofix India and MA Ford Europe and Trinity Guarding Tools and Scar India Private Limited. All tools are covered for Indian aerospace and as well as die and mold and other all engineering industries. Various engineering tools. This will be useful for various applications. At 3-in-1, we build product that nurture the nature to enable the nature nurture us. So the product what we have varies from women empowerment, solid waste management, and air pollution control. Here we are displaying our product range, which is dealing with solid waste management, which includes majorly incinerators and waste to electricity generators. And Himtex is helping us with making right connects who are having concern for our nature and want to build a sustainable future.
Upscale is a workplace management software which is providing 25 plus features like visitor management, payroll, meeting management, claim expenses, all All the features are we are providing in just rupees 5 per day and per employee.
Welcome to My Startup TV. We are here at Intex event in High-Tech Exhibition Center. Let's go and meet our exhibitors for today.
We started with the manufacturing of vernier gauges, and from last 40 years we are manufacturing CMM in India, and we are the only one who manufactures the CMM in India, and we have more than 2000 installations in India. Also, we export our machines. It has been the third time we are participating in IMTEX, and we expect more crowd to be visiting. Has been a weekend today. It's the second day. What we are demonstrating here is the CMM with a 5-axis probing system, which is a Revo probing system, which is 3 times more faster than the conventional probing systems, and it is using laser technology where you can do the sweep scanning, as you can see on the machine, and also you can measure the surface roughness. With a vision probe you can measure the VMM application, so one machine can do the application of 3 to 4 machines, and it can increase your productivity. Whereas we have came up with a new technology. As you can see, we have non-contact instruments where we have optical scanners, handy scanners, where you can scan up to 4 meters long component, compare with the CAD model, and you can get the real-time deviation. The reports are very intuitive, and you can get the overall behavior of the component. Whereas we have the VMM, and we have developed some software where you can import a PDF drawing. It will auto balloon the drawings, and it will give you the measurement plans. It is quite faster, and you can make the inspection plan in seconds and get the SPC data from the software itself.
Hi, my name is Praveen Sirsi. I represent MA Ford Asia Pacific. MA Ford is a USA-based company who is into manufacturing of high-performance cutting tools. So what we have here on display is some of our solid carbide tool range, 4-flute, 5-flutes, multi-fluted end mills. We mainly focus on the heat-resistant alloys for aerospace industries.
Yeah, I'm Nagaraj representing Adapt Engineering Tools. We are the channel partners of Regofix India and MA Ford Europe and Trinity Cutting Tools and Iscar India Private Limited. All tools are covered for Indian aerospace and as well as die and mold and other all engineering industries. Various engineering tools. This will be useful for various applications. At 3 in 1, we build product that nurture the nature to enable the nature nurture us. So the product what we have varies from women empowerment, solid waste management, and air pollution control. Here we are displaying our product range, which is dealing with solid waste management, which includes majorly incinerators and waste to electricity generators. And Himtex is helping us with making right connects who are having concern for our nature and want to build a sustainable future.
Upscale is a workplace management software which is providing 25 plus features like visitor management, payroll, meeting management, claim expenses. All the features are we are providing in just rupees 5 per day and per employee. Upscale is a workplace management software which is providing 25 plus features like visitor management, payroll, meeting management, claim expenses. All the features are we are providing in just rupees 5 per day and per employee.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, Subscribe to my Startup TV.
At 3 and 1, we build product that nurture the nature to enable the nature nurture us. So the product what we have varies from women empowerment, solid waste management, and air pollution control. Here we are displaying our product range, which is dealing with solid waste management, which includes majorly incinerators and waste to electricity generators. And Himtex is helping us with making right connects who are having concern for our nature and want to build a sustainable future.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Yeah, I'm Nagaraj representing Adapt Engineering Tools. We are the channel partners of Regofix India and MA Ford Europe and Trinity Guiding Tools and Iscar India Private Limited. All tools are covered for Indian aerospace and as well as die and mold and other all engineering industries. Various engineering tools. This will be useful for various applications.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Praveen Sirsi. I represent MA Ford Asia Pacific. MA Ford is a USA-based company who is into manufacturing of high-performance cutting tools. So what we have here on display is some of our solid carbide tool range, 4-flute, 5-flutes, multi-fluted end mills. We mainly focus on the heat-resistant alloys for aerospace industries.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV. To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Social responsibility is one of the core values of the university. I have joined in Christ in 2004. So I am here witnessing all this transition over the period of time, the way we have evolved and the way we are putting towards to the society. Even the UN SDG goals, the 17 goals, it's set up in 2015. But I wanted to very proudly say that Christ University, much before that, they have understood the need of it. And they have taken the way to take care of the community. We have a center called CSA, Center for Social Action. And it is almost 25 years in existence here. It's a vision for the university to make sure that the academics can be done complete, a holistic approach. It's possible only through making sure that the community or maybe our stakeholders, mainly the student community, they should understand the need of social impact, environmental impact, and also economic impact. This is a vision of our present Vice Chancellor, Reverend Dr. Father Joe C.C. As per his instruction, we have given all the departments and all the centers are aligned with this SDG goals. Last year, what we have done that we have assigned for each department 3 SDGs based on their expertise area, and plus the SDG 17 for all the departments, because it's a partnership. So here I wanted to say that the top management is taking care of how this sustainability should be incorporating every aspect of our academic journey, whether it is in research, whether it is in academic, whether it is in community. And even I wanted to say that our strategic mission, we have a strategic plan every 3 years. And this 2022 to 25, this strategic mission, one of the important component is the commitment to the society. And where SDG is linking with them, sustainable way of thinking, sustainable way of reflection, sustainable way of implementation. It's not only understanding about. We started SDG Cell last year as creating an awareness among the students. I think we have succeeded in that. We have around 2,500 SDG advocates. They are working towards this sustainable goals. When I talk about SDG or sustainability, the action plan, the implementation plan, it is happening through the students only. They are the advocates of this sustainable movement, I can say that. Okay, whatever we are planning and strategizing, the implementation process is definitely through the student community. Every department, they will have 2 representatives from each department. They will be coordinating the activities of the SDG activities from that particular department. And again, we have a core committee for the university. It consists of around 15 core committee members in different fields. We proposed to the top management, immediately they have agreed and they have given all kind of financial infrastructure, all kind of support. And all the campuses, 6 campuses, last year, 1 week completely, February 12th to 17th, all the campuses simultaneously, they have showcased what kind of sustainable activities, and each department, each deanery, they came forward for each day. These are the people, the next generation leaders. They will be moving to the corporate. And you are making a foundation here and making them to understand what is the significance of it. So there are many activities. We have sustainability week apart from different departments based on the SDGs allotted for them. They have different kinds of workshops, seminars, conferences, and then student activities aligned with their extracurricular activities based on SDGs. And students are the main focus for that. And they through them, actually I wanted to say that through the student community, student leaders of the SDGs, we are implementing it. And I wanted to congratulate all the student community. They're coming forward and they have a commitment. We can see that. We have a lot of association with NGOs, corporates, other institutions, schools. And again, it's not exactly from SDGs, even from CSA. We have adopted many villages, many schools. That is what I said, Christ University. It's the foundation itself. They are thinking that serving the society is very, very important. Not only creating the knowledge dissemination should happen through the students. While they are in the university itself, they should understand what we are learning towards the society. It's not only getting a selfish motive of getting a job and getting the income. Beyond that, there are many other things. And Christ University's the core values and the mission and vision statement is stating that. It's not only the statement, we actually implementing it. And this year, actually we are planning to apply for United Nations Academic Impact Hub for Christ University, where we are taking SDG as one of the, one SDG as one of the important area where we can lead. And I'm sure that we will be getting that because we have many things we are doing. Maybe the outside world may not be aware about it. So to showcase, to give the support for other institutions and to lead that. Definitely this SDG cell movement and with the support of the management, definitely we can achieve that. The partnership, as I have mentioned, the corporates, we have assignment with the corporate Bosch where they have the upskilling part where the students from different background, they are helping them. So we are collaborating with them, and there are n number of NGOs in terms of community engagement. It's happening, and again through different kind of leadership programs. See, one of the examples of FFC. So where last year we have started with an MOU where we have taken for the sustainability initiative of the students through a leadership program and sustainable startathon. And last year we from Christ University, the students got the chance to go to Singapore and got the award from that. This year also many students involved in the process of sustainability startathon. I want to congratulate Supriya for that, giving a platform for that. And again this year 2nd September we have giving the grand finale in Christ University itself. So there are many kind of association, and again international universities, not only Indian universities, international universities also part of different kinds of collaboration in terms of community, in terms of research in sustainability, then academic involvement. All this is happening. SDGs, fundamentally, we are looking for, the United Nations is looking for, by 2030 we are achieving. Whatever percentage we are achieving or not. But for me, SDG or Sustainable Development Goals, maybe we are giving into different indicators and different objectives, and beyond that, each and every student associated with this SDGs, it should be a lifelong journey for them. It's not by Christ University they are graduating, they are not ending. That would be a starting point for them. Here we are making them to aware about it. What is the need of it? What is the significance of it? What is the benefit out of they are getting it? Beyond that, they should show their actual purpose of their life through this process. And we are giving this kind of knowledge system to them, and they will be taking it further. I am very sure about that, and I am sure about that Mohit or the group of people associated with the SDG cell, they will be taking further wherever they are, whether in the corporate, their family business, or any society or any field. They will be adding a chain of people along with them. That should be the way we have to take it. So Christ University, we are not looking only 1 or 2 people they are associating with it. It's a chain, and it will be completely, we will be achieving through this chain of actions, and their commitment and their dedication and their hard work. Definitely we can achieve it. My association with Christ University, almost 2 decades I am with Christ University, and my association with the university is, maybe I can say that, lot of learning, lot of unlearning, lot of relearning. That process is happening, and especially the sustainability cell made me a lot of understanding about the society, commitment to the society, how the life can be changed, not only to me, all the stakeholders of the Christ University, including students, faculty, staff members, and again the people around us. So I feel the sustainability is not about socio-economic environment part. First and foremost, we have to have a understanding about it and a way of life, sustainable way of life. And it's not only for me. I wanted to make sure that all the students, those who are coming in this process, they should also understand the need of it and how we can take it further.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This Icon Bharat, we are aiming how to hand over this knowledge to next generations. The need of the day is the bridging gap between these 2 main streams of the science and technology. That is Sanatana and modern. That is ancient and modern. So for this, we are inviting representatives from academia, R&D, and industry. We assume this conference will open a new avenues to the scientific field and ancient scholars as well as young generation.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
The theme of the conference is honoring heritage and inspiring innovations. The conference is being inaugurated by Sri Honorable Minister Kishan Reddy Garu, who is Minister for Coal and Mines, and also guest of honor Sri Sridhar Babu Garu, who is Minister for IT, Telangana. 31st August and 1st September, the institute is going to celebrate the international conference. So that main aim is to focus and bring together various scientific people in this line, so that India can become again a knowledge center in the global setup. Please do participate, either register or non-register. Please do come and listen to know what India has done, what is the heritage past of the India and the science.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Icon Bharat, one of the prime events of Srivid being organized as a part of Silver Jubilee celebrations. This has got a series of events like technical sessions, poster sessions, interactive sessions. Several startups, young startup companies that are going to attend this event. There will be also a good analysis of where the startup companies could deal and bridge the gap and become more prominent and ultimately become unicorns in course of time by borrowing the Vedic knowledge. That is the essential element idea of this particular startup event.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Icon Bharat is hosting a 2-day international conference at T-Hub in Hyderabad, aiming to bridge ancient Indian knowledge with modern science to inspire budding researchers, scientific organizations, startups and youth. In an exclusive interview with My Startup TV, the organizing committee shared insights into the event, its mission, and the benefits it offers. Listen in.
Icon Bharat, one of the prime events of Srivid being organized as a part of Silver Jubilee celebrations.
The theme of the conference is honoring heritage and inspiring innovations.
This Icon Bharat, we are aiming how to hand over this knowledge to next generations.
When it comes to Icon Bharat, it is a really a great opportunity for young inventors and young researchers and the people who want to know our Indian heritage and the greatness of our Indian technology, indigenous technology.
The conference is being inaugurated by Sri Honorable Minister Kishan Reddy Garu, who is Minister for Coal and Mines, and also guest of honor Sri Sridhar Babu Garu, who is Minister for IT, Telangana.
This has got a series of events like technical sessions, poster sessions, interactive sessions.
Around 30 speakers are going to participate from 5 different countries, and around 300 delegates are going to participate from IITs and some research laboratories.
Several startups, young startup companies that are going to attend this event. There will be also a good analysis of where the startup companies could deal and bridge the gap and become more prominent and ultimately become unicorns in course of time by borrowing the Vedic knowledge. That is the essential element idea of this particular startup event.
31st August and 1st September, the institute is going to celebrate the international conference. So that main aim is to focus and bring together various scientific people in this line.
The need of the day is the bridging gap between this two main streams of the science and technology. That is Sanatana and modern. That is ancient and modern. So for this, we are inviting representatives from academia, R&D, and industry.
So that India can become again a knowledge center in the global setup.
We assume this conference will open a new avenues to the scientific field and ancient scholars as well as young generation.
Please do participate, either register or non-register. Please do come and listen to know what India has done, what is the heritage past of the India and the science.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
When it comes to Icon Bharat, it is a really great opportunity for young inventors and young researchers and the people who want to know our Indian heritage and the greatness of our Indian technology, indigenous technology. Around 30 speakers are going to participate from 5 different countries, and around 300 delegates are going to participate from IITs and some research laboratories.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
ఈ ఐఎస్ ద్వారా చాలా మంది స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీస్ పర్టికులర్ గా అర్లీ స్టేజ్ లో ఉన్న స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీస్ ఫండింగ్, మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్, మెంటరింగ్ ఈ 3 చాలా ముఖ్యం. స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీస్ ఇండియాలో సర్వైవ్ కావాలంటే ఆ 3 చాలా చోట్ల దొరకడం లేదు. అందుకని ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ ఇస్ ఫోకసింగ్ ఓన్లీ ఆన్ దీస్ 3 M's. వన్ ఈజ్ ది మనీ. మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ కి వాళ్ళ దగ్గర మంచి ఐడియా ఉంది, ప్రోడక్ట్ ఉంది, కానీ డబ్బులు లేవు. సో వాళ్ళకి ఏ విధంగా ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ ఏంజిల్స్ ద్వారా వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ ది ఫండింగ్. తర్వాత మెంటరింగ్, చాలా మంది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ చేస్తే ఇదేదో సూపర్ డూపర్ సక్సెస్ అని చెప్పేసి రాంగ్ డైరెక్షన్ లో ఆలోచిస్తుంటారు. అక్కడ మెంటరింగ్ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. మా దగ్గర దాదాపు 500 మంది గ్లోబల్ మెంటర్స్ ఆర్ దేర్. దే ఆర్ ఆల్ మెంటరింగ్ దెమ్ టు దీ స్టార్ట్అప్స్. అంటే ప్రతి శనివారము 8:30 to 9:30 వన్ కంపెనీకి మనం ఆపర్చునిటీ ఇస్తున్నాం. వాళ్ళ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఏంటి, వాళ్ళకి ఏం ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఫండింగ్ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఉందా, మార్కెటింగ్ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఉందా, అవన్నీ చెప్పిన తర్వాత 500 మంది గ్లోబల్ లీడర్స్ ఫ్రమ్ USA, యూరోప్, సింగపూర్, ఇండియా, దే ఆల్ పార్టిసిపేట్. వాళ్ళు డబ్బులు అప్పటికప్పుడు అనౌన్స్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, రీసెంట్లీ జస్ట్ అబౌట్ లాస్ట్ సాటర్డే వన్ కంపెనీ ప్రెసెంటెడ్ దే ఆర్ ఇంటూ డిఫెన్స్ కి వాళ్ళు నానో మెటీరియల్స్ ఉపయోగించేసి సూట్స్ సప్లై చేస్తున్నారు. మేము 2 years బ్యాక్ ఈ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఇండియా స్టార్ట్అప్ ఫౌండేషన్ లాగా స్టార్ట్ చేసాం. 6 months బిఫోర్ చాలా కంట్రీస్ నుంచి మాకు వస్తున్న ఇన్పుట్ ఏంటంటే ఇండియా స్టార్ట్అప్స్ బయట నుంచి వచ్చే ఎన్నో స్టార్ట్అప్స్ కూడా వాళ్ళు ఫండింగ్, మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ కోసం చూస్తున్నారు. ఎస్పెషల్లీ US, యూరోప్, సింగపూర్, మిడిల్ ఈస్ట్ నుంచి. సో దెన్ వి డిసైడెడ్ టు రీనేమ్ దిస్ యాజ్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్ట్అప్ ఫౌండేషన్. మేము 2 years బ్యాక్ ఈ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఇండియా స్టార్ట్అప్ ఫౌండేషన్ లాగా స్టార్ట్ చేసాం. 6 months బిఫోర్ చాలా కంట్రీస్ నుంచి మాకు వస్తున్న ఇన్పుట్ ఏంటంటే ఇండియా స్టార్ట్అప్స్ బయట నుంచి వచ్చే ఎన్నో స్టార్ట్అప్స్ కూడా వాళ్ళు ఫండింగ్, మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ కోసం చూస్తున్నారు. ఎస్పెషల్లీ US, యూరోప్, సింగపూర్, మిడిల్ ఈస్ట్ నుంచి. సో దెన్ వి డిసైడెడ్ టు రీనేమ్ దిస్ యాజ్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్ట్అప్ ఫౌండేషన్.
Hi, and this is Vishana, and one of the women we are at International Startup Festival, ISF, and the ISF is happening in Hyderabad from September 12 to 28. It is bringing the entire startup ecosystem and startup world. I've been to Bangkok, and I was very impressed with the way that it was organized and the kind of business that we've been able to coherent and the lot of insights about the investments and then what's happening in industry. And our team was very inside ground level, so I was very happy last year. And today we are here at the T Hub. It's a good advisor for ISR, and I also was forward to come and event and participate and learn and take a lot of things. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
ఈ ఐఎస్ఓ ద్వారా చాలా మంది స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీస్ పర్టికులర్ గా అర్లీ స్టేజ్ లో ఉన్న స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీస్ ఫండింగ్, మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్, మెంటరింగ్ ఈ మూడు చాలా ముఖ్యం. స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీస్ ఇండియాలో సర్వైవ్ కావాలంటే ఆ మూడు చాలా చోట్ల దొరకడం లేదు. అందుకని ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ ఇస్ ఫోకసింగ్ ఓన్లీ ఆన్ దీస్ 3 M's. వన్ ఈజ్ ది మనీ. మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ కి వాళ్ళ దగ్గర మంచి ఐడియా ఉంది, ప్రోడక్ట్ ఉంది, కానీ డబ్బులు లేవు. సో వాళ్ళకి ఏ విధంగా ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ ఏంజిల్స్ ద్వారా వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ ది ఫండింగ్. తర్వాత మెంటరింగ్, చాలా మంది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ చేస్తే ఇదేదో సూపర్ డూపర్ సక్సెస్ అని చెప్పేసి రాంగ్ డైరెక్షన్ లో ఆలోచిస్తుంటారు. అక్కడ మెంటరింగ్ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. మా దగ్గర దాదాపు 500 మంది గ్లోబల్ మెంటర్స్ ఆర్ దేర్. దే ఆర్ ఆల్ మెంటరింగ్ దెమ్ టు దీ స్టార్ట్అప్స్. అంటే ప్రతి శనివారము 8:30 to 9:30 వన్ కంపెనీకి మనం ఆపర్చునిటీ ఇస్తున్నాము. వాళ్ళ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఏంటి, వాళ్ళకి ఏం ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఫండింగ్ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఉందా, మార్కెటింగ్ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఉందా, అవన్నీ చెప్పిన తర్వాత 500 మంది గ్లోబల్ లీడర్స్ from USA, Europe, Singapore, India, they all participate. వాళ్ళు డబ్బులు అప్పటికప్పుడు అనౌన్స్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ రీసెంట్లీ జస్ట్ అబౌట్ లాస్ట్ సాటర్డే వన్ కంపెనీ ప్రెసెంటెడ్ దే ఆర్ ఇంటూ డిఫెన్స్ కి వాళ్ళు నానో మెటీరియల్స్ ఉపయోగించేసి సూట్స్ సప్లై చేస్తున్నారు, రేడియేషన్ ప్రూఫ్ అండ్ ఆల్ దట్. ఈ వాంటెడ్ 10 crores ఫండింగ్ ఫర్ హిస్ స్టార్ట్అప్. So within half an hour, 45 minutes time, 10 crore funding was made available to him. Not only that, we are also connecting to markets, civil market, defense market. So that's where the advantage what ISF is doing. తర్వాత ఈ రోజు అంకుర్ యాత్ర ఫస్ట్ టైం ఇన్ ది వరల్డ్. ఎందుకు అంకుర్ యాత్ర అంటే రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ లో కూడా చాలా మంది మంచి స్టార్ట్అప్స్ వస్తున్నాయి, కానీ వాళ్ళకి ఈ హైదరాబాద్ లాంటి ఎకో సిస్టమ్, టీఎఫ్ లాంటి ఎకో సిస్టమ్, తర్వాత టీవర్స్ లాంటి ఎకో సిస్టమ్ లేదు. తర్వాత ప్రీమియర్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ కూడా రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ లో లేదు. అందుకని వాళ్ళంతా చాలా బాధపడుతున్నారు. సార్ మేము హైదరాబాద్ రాలేము, బెంగళూరు రాలేము, మా కాస్ట్ చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంది. అందుకని వీళ్ళని ఐఎమ్ టేకింగ్ ఆల్ దిస్ మెంటర్స్ అండ్ ఆల్ దిస్ ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ టు రూరల్ ఏరియా త్రూ అంకుర్ యాత్ర. చాలా మంది ఎన్ఆర్ఐస్ హూ బిలాంగ్ టు ద, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను అనంతపూర్ నుంచి వచ్చాను. చాలా మంది 10-20 మంది అనంతపూర్కి వస్తున్నారు. వాళ్ళు అనంతపూర్ లో ఏమైనా రూరల్ జాబ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలన్నా, అదేవిధంగా లాక్స్ చెప్పూర్ అనే ఖమ్మం నుంచి వచ్చారు. ఆయన ఖమ్మంలో ఆల్రెడీ చాలా జాబ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తున్నాడు. అక్కడ స్టార్ట్అప్స్ కూడా ఆయన ఇన్వెస్ట్ స్టార్ట్అప్. అట్లా ప్రతి ఎన్ఆర్ఐ ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ కానీ మెంటర్స్ కానీ వాళ్ళంతా కూడా వాళ్ళ ఓన్ నేటివ్ ప్లేసెస్కి వెళ్ళి అక్కడ ఏ విధంగా రూరల్ జాబ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేయొచ్చు, రూరల్ స్టార్ట్అప్స్ క్రియేట్ చేయొచ్చు, అది ఒక ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశం. ఎందుకు ఈ అంకుర్ యాత్ర ఫస్ట్ టైం మన కంట్రీలో, మన ప్రపంచంలో ఫస్ట్ టైం ఇట్లా డ్రివెన్ బై, మామూలుగా అయితే ఇవన్నీ గవర్నమెంట్ డ్రివెన్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్, ఇది గవర్నమెంట్ ఏం సంబంధం లేదు. అంత కార్పొరేట్స్ ఆర్ దే వాంట్ టు హెల్ప్. They want to help their own native places, their own native villages, see that more jobs are created in those rural areas. అది అంకుర యాత్ర ద్వారా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ లో ఫస్ట్ టైం అక్టోబర్ 1st వీక్ లో చేస్తున్నాము. తర్వాత అదే అంకుర యాత్ర తెలంగాణ స్టేట్ లో కూడా డిసెంబర్ లో చేస్తున్నాము. తర్వాత గుజరాత్ స్టేట్ లో నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ కూడా అంకుర యాత్ర. మన దేశంలో మొత్తం ఎక్కడ రూరల్ ఎంటర్ప్రినర్షిప్ ఉందో అక్కడంతా కూడా ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ వి వాంట్ టు టేక్ దిస్ అంకుర యాత్ర టు దోస్ స్టేట్స్. ఈ 3 days సెప్టెంబర్ 26th to 28th 3 days మాకు ఈ ఫ్లాగ్షిప్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ మన హైదరాబాద్ లో ఉంది. ఈ 3 days కాన్ఫరెన్స్ లో దాదాపు 50,000 మంది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ఆల్రెడీ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఫర్ ది పిచ్ కాంటెస్ట్. ఆ 50,000 మంది నుంచి మేము 100 స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ఫైనల్ గా సెలెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఆ 100 స్టార్ట్అప్స్ 26th డెమో డే కి ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్ కి వస్తారు. ఆ రోజు ఆ 100 స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ని చాలా మంది జ్యూరీ మెంబర్స్ అంతా తీసుకుని ఒక 15 కానీ 20 కానీ స్టార్ట్అప్స్ సెలెక్ట్ చేస్తాం ఆ 100 నుంచి. దట్ మీన్స్ 50,000 నుంచి 15 వరకు తీసుకొస్తున్నాం. ఆ 15 మందిని we are trying to get the funding, market access, mentoring, అవన్నీ చేసి we want to see that all those 15 companies selected are going to be super duper success. That's what we have been doing and that's what we are going to do. ISF ముఖ్యంగా కర్ణాటక మనకు అక్కడ స్టార్ట్ చేసాం. బెంగళూరులో స్టార్ట్ చేసాం, బుద్ధనహల్లి అనే చిన్న విలేజ్ లో స్టార్ట్ చేసాము. అక్కడ 2 కాన్ఫరెన్సెస్ చేసాం. ఇది హైదరాబాద్ ఫస్ట్ టైం ఫ్లాగ్షిప్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్. ఢిల్లీ, పూణేలో కూడా చేసాము మినీ కాన్ఫరెన్సెస్. సిమిలర్లీ యుఎస్ లో చేసాము. తర్వాత జమైకాలో కూడా ఒక కాన్ఫరెన్స్ చేసాము. లండన్ లో కాన్ఫరెన్స్ చేసాము. బట్ ఫ్లాగ్షిప్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ చాలా వేల కొద్ది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ అప్లైయింగ్. ఇప్పుడు దాదాపు ఇన్వెస్టెడ్ 70 crores ఫండింగ్ ఆల్రెడీ స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ఫండ్ చేసాము. ఇంకా చాలా మంది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ రిక్వైర్ అవర్ హెల్ప్ ఆన్గోయింగ్ ప్రాసెస్. సెంటర్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్సలెన్స్ వీఆర్ సెట్టింగ్ అప్ ఇన్ టు క్రియేట్ ది రైట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ మ్యాన్ పవర్. ఈ రోజు స్టార్ట్అప్స్ మ్యాన్ పవర్ లేదు, క్వాలిటీ మ్యాన్ పవర్. అందుకని ఈ తర్వాత చాలా మంది ఈ ఐటీ సర్వీసెస్ లో బీపీఓ పనిచేసే వాళ్ళు ఉండవు. ఆటోమేషన్ లో వాళ్ళందరినీ అక్కడ తీసుకొని రీట్రైన్ నేమ్ ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇంజనీరింగ్ ఈ డొమైన్ చేసి సో దే గెట్ అనదర్ జాబ్ ఆర్ దే themselves can become a startup engineer. అది సిటీలో ఫస్ట్ టైం వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ దిస్. Okay.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
మేము 2 years బ్యాక్ ఈ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఇండియా స్టార్ట్అప్ ఫౌండేషన్ లాగా స్టార్ట్ చేసాం. 6 months బిఫోర్ చాలా కంట్రీస్ నుంచి మాకు వస్తున్న ఇన్పుట్ ఏంటంటే ఇండియా స్టార్ట్అప్స్ బయట నుంచి వచ్చే ఎన్నో స్టార్ట్అప్స్ కూడా వాళ్ళు ఫండింగ్ మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ కోసం చూస్తున్నారు. ఎస్పెషల్లీ యుఎస్, యూరోప్, సింగపూర్, మిడిల్ ఈస్ట్ నుంచి. సో దెన్ వి డిసైడెడ్ టు రీనేమ్ దిస్ యాజ్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్ట్అప్ ఫౌండేషన్. లాస్ట్ 2 years మేము ఆ ఫ్లాగ్షిప్ ఈవెంట్స్ బెంగళూరులో చేసాం. వాటి పేరు కూడా ఇండియా స్టార్ట్అప్ ఫెస్టివల్. This year we renamed it as ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్ట్అప్ ఫెస్టివల్. ఇంతకుముందు జయ చౌదరి గారు చెప్పారు. మేము ఈ లీడింగ్ టు దిస్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ కర్టన్ రైజర్ ఈవెంట్స్ లైక్ దిస్ we have done many, approximately 6 to 7 చేసాం. పూణేలో చేసాం, న్యూజెర్సీలో చేసినప్పుడు 250+ CXOs. Mostly everybody is billionaire company CEOs. Warandaru attend ayyi we are going to support 100% for this conference. And most importantly, we started the International Startup Foundation. America lo kuda register not just India. So India to paatu kuda America lo International Startup Foundation ఉంది. అక్కడ మనం ఎన్ని కాన్ఫరెన్సెస్ చేయబోతున్నాం. బట్ ఫ్లాగ్షిప్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ అనేది ఇక్కడే జరుగుతుంది. ఫస్ట్ 2 years బెంగళూరులో చేసాం, ఇప్పుడు హైదరాబాద్, నెక్స్ట్ గుజరాత్ అండ్ జమైకాలో చేసాం. జమైకాలో చేసినప్పుడు డిప్యూటీ ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ జమైకా has attended as a chief guest for our conference. You can go to our website isfnetwork.org. మీకు అన్ని క్లియర్ గా ఏ కంట్రీ ప్రెసిడెంట్స్, ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ అటెండ్ అయ్యారు అన్ని కూడా చూస్తారు. అదొకటే కాదు, మన ఈ సెప్టెంబర్ లో జరిగే కాన్ఫరెన్స్ కి చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు ఈస్ కమింగ్ యాజ్ చీఫ్ గెస్ట్. అలాంగ్ విత్ దట్ మనకి యూనియన్ ఏవియేషన్ మినిస్టర్ రామ్మోహన్ నాయుడు has confirmed that he is going to be here as the chief guest for one of the plenary sessions. And మనకి చంద్ర ప్రసాద్ రూరల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ మినిస్టర్ MOS కూడా కన్ఫర్మ్ చేశాం. ఇన్ఫాక్ట్ మేము ఇలాంటి కర్టెన్ రైజరే 31st of this month విజయవాడలో చేస్తున్నాం ఫర్ అంకురియా. దానికి చంద్ర ప్రసాద్ కర్టెన్ రైజర్ చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ గా కూడా వస్తున్నారు. అండ్ వన్ లాస్ట్ థింగ్, అంకురియాకు October 1st మాకు కేఎల్ యూనివర్సిటీలో ఆన్ స్టేజ్ జరుగుతుంది. దానికి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు డిప్యూటీ చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ is going to be the chief guest for that.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Not everyone can create a thriving business in a foreign land, especially from a humble background. But Dr. Guna Mukpuri did just that in Jamaica. Dr. Mukpuri's path took a transformative turn when he interned at the University Hospital of the West Indies in 1992, laying the foundation for his future in the medical and pharmaceutical fields. Dr. Muppuri served as a family physician in Jamaica for over 2 decades. His unwavering dedication to healthcare and his patients' well-being earned him recognition from the Jamaican government. However, his entrepreneurial spirit soon propelled him to explore new horizons. In 2005, at just 35 years old, Dr. Muppuri founded Indies Pharma Jamaica Limited. As the principal founder and CEO, he led the company to the forefront of branded generic pharmaceuticals. A landmark achievement was Indies Pharma's listing on the junior market of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Dr. Muppuri's contributions have earned him numerous prestigious awards from Jamaica and India. In 2019, he was honored with the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman, the highest civilian award for the Indian diaspora. The same year, he was nominated for the Padma Shri Award.
See, all my generation of techie consultants and entrepreneurs, they were all, they wouldn't have been here if it was not his vision. Yes. See, someone has to do all the cleanup job and someone here to start somewhere.
Having built a thriving generic drug business, Dr. Guna is now set to embark on new ventures, including a medical school and a medical city in Jamaica. Dr. Guna outlined his vision for the future.
11th grade high school in Jamaica is enough for you to do 2 year and a half of pre-med, then you just get into medical school. That connecting link crash course is one we need, which is where STEM comes into play. So what I'm saying is, how do you bring that IIT into Montego Bay? The entire 20 countries in the Caribbean comes to Montego Bay. This way you do one technology campus.
Dr. Guna S. Muppuri's journey from a small village in India to a multinational entrepreneur and philanthropist inspires us all. His story is a reminder that with vision, dedication, and a commitment to excellence, anything is possible. Dr. Guna is now aiming even higher, fully prepared to give his all to achieve his ultimate dream mission.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty on Thought Leader Show. I have a very special guest who is Dr. Prabhu Rajgopal, who is the professor at IIT Madras, and he's also the faculty in charge for the innovation and entrepreneurship cell. Professor, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Know that you're a serial entrepreneur. Let's start with that. You know, it's very rare to come across a professor who's also a serial entrepreneur. Do you want to talk about your entrepreneurial side of it?
IIT Madras has enabled faculty members to participate in this whole commercialization journey, and I'm grateful that I have had some fantastic students over the years with whom I have gone ahead and created these startups. So my startups are primarily into digitalization space. Planes and Solinas, for example, are into robotics for marine infrastructure and pipeline digitalization. Zyma is into high temperature sensors, and recently Plenome is into digital health records.
So not just one startup or two, you're part of 4 startups, right? Which is closest to your heart? The professional, the role of a professor or faculty or entrepreneur?
Today, actually, a Renaissance faculty is actually a person who does all these things together. Mm-hmm. We teach, we do industry interaction, we do fundamental research, and startups are bringing a new breadth to our experience because we now get to participate in the product creation journey upfront. As a consultant to an industry, I get a solution, I get a problem, I develop a solution which may or may not be used by them. Today, through a startup, I can participate in the solution creation journey, and I am a much better teacher, I would say, because of these experiences. I go to the field, get the real feedback, and bring it back to my academic experience.
So now coming to the interaction with students, right? Because typically, if you go back, back in time, a professor and a student, there used to be a gap between when it comes to interaction with them. How has your being part of entrepreneurship journey has bridged that gap?
So it is actually this this gap that you say has been bridged in some ways and widened in other ways. In my time, for example, we used to be very close to our faculty members. We used to go to their homes, have dinner, participate in events together with them. When there was a hostel day, we would call them in and so on. Now, all of these interactions have completely stopped almost. Right? Most of our interactions are in a formal setting, although we keep it informal here in this maker space, but it's still in the context of work. We are not socializing, we are not going out, it's almost, I've been in IIT Madras for close to 14 years. I've never been invited to a hostel night by a student.
My God, that's not good. That's not good.
On the other hand, because we have more formal interactions, so the sort of academic bridge between students and faculty members is completely dying. Students, we are ever more accessible to students. Today, I'm available to my students on WhatsApp 24/7.
Correct.
Right? They can call me anytime. So this side of access we never had. But strangely enough, the interpersonal interaction we used to have back then has reduced.
The social
now.
side is reduced completely, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Coming to your role as faculty in charge for the Office of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, what happens there in the faculty in the innovation and entrepreneurship cell, and how do you contribute to it?
So this is by far the youngest office at IIT Madras, and I think the coolest place, not just because I am the faculty in charge, because we have the student-led maker space, the Center for Innovation, which caters to students creating their own products and solutions. Now, they can come up with ideas, they can work with faculty members, industry, NGOs and so on, and then develop solutions that can address certain challenges. And we are enabling them. We also have competition teams. So we have teams dedicated to Hyperloop, Mars rover, solar racing car, electric racing cars and so on. Today these are some of the best teams in the world. We just had a team developing sounding rockets, went and participated in a competition in the US Spaceport America, and it did us all very proud when they launched their rocket in the US as such.
So it's a very commendable thing, right? Students
building their own
rockets, and that to going to the US and then trying to do it there.
Yeah.
How does that thing, so my third part I want to understand is, going back to your time, right, when entrepreneurship was not probably as prevalent.
It was not on the menu.
Not on the menu, perfectly put. And you see today that's been the change?
Yes, so it's been a big change. So in my time, actually, you work for government, you go to DRDO or ISRO, or you work for TCS. The digital divide. Today, we see an increasing number of young people participating in the startup journey for the joy of it, because several of these innovation teams later formed startups. For example, the team that was working on electric vehicles later created Ather, India's first electric bike company. The people who were working on Hyperloop went on to create Agnikul Cosmos, the rocket company, the E-plane company, which is trying to develop personal mobility through aerial route and so on. They go and create these. So today we also have a pre-incubator, which I am in charge of, where we are encouraging these students to go and try entrepreneurship in a very non-risk settings. We're creating a sandbox environment for them. All of this is contributing to entrepreneurship being in the buzz, and almost every bachelor student at least, and significant number of masters and PhD students now who want to sample out entrepreneurship during their time here.
The kind of facility, if you could talk about the resources that you have put in, across various, initiatives that you launched to support entrepreneurship and innovation. If you could talk about that.
So IIT Madras has done a beautiful job over the years. Our makerspace tends to get annually, an allocation in the range of about 1 crore rupees just to support the various innovation projects. And some of that comes from the student contributions themselves and together with some alumni contributions. Now that is on the innovation side. Once students file the IPs and then say now we want to explore entrepreneurship, we have built an entire corpus of funds to support students in this journey. Of course, on the innovation side, we have an entire workshop, we have a bay dedicated to ourselves with dedicated machines and so on to help students make things. We have a 3D printing facility, we have traditional subtractive machinery, and we have our own staff members supporting them. Now, once they start on the entrepreneurial journey, we have a program called Pratham, where we are giving them about 2,000 USD or 2 lakh rupees to try out entrepreneurship. Then once they go to the next step and become formally our pre-incubatees, we try to give them about 5 lakh of rupees. In addition, we have mentorship, industry connect, investor connect programs. If somebody wants to, they have graduated, they want to try entrepreneurship. They thought they couldn't do it in their time as a student. We have fellowship programs to support graduate at the undergraduate and the master's level. We support them between 6 months to 1 year with some stipend so that they can work on their startup idea. In addition, we have an MS in entrepreneurship program, which is very unique anywhere in the world. Some professors, if they have entrepreneurial ideas that are proven but they want to build companies, they can float these ideas and students can join against those projects to create startups. So these are all the various initiatives that we have to support entrepreneurship on campus.
And within this mix, where does rural technology or the RUTAC fit in?
So rural is at the heart of what we do. Our director, Professor Kamaguti, always says this is one of the few places in the world where you talk about startups and valuations and social impact at the same time. It is not just about fat salaries, vacation homes and so on, but it is equally important for us to create that value and impact. So RUTAC is right at the center of it. We try to work with farmers, we try to work with social self-help groups, we work with NGOs to develop some solutions for them. So we develop solutions like seed planting machines, winnowing machines, technologies for preventing damage to farm and farmlands from wild animals, elephants and other wild animals and so on. All of this is part of our RUTAC effort. So RUTAC is actually one of the very old initiatives. It's been around for several decades at IIT Madras. So we've made very deep contacts with some of the NGOs, some of the partners and so on. We're working with them on an everyday basis. Problem statements originate from them. We have a few faculty members, we have a faculty in charge and a few staff members hired officially on the project. So these people develop the solutions. In my time as faculty in charge, I've also connected an innovation team from student side called Sahai, which is a socially relevant club of our makerspace, together with RUTAC. And together we are now, launching newer and newer solutions to help these, communities as such. And now we are also trying to tie up our pre-incubator. So if there are some ideas that need to be scaled, then they can be quickly made into startups. So for example, Krishaka is one startup that is developing agricultural solutions, seed planting machines, winnowing machines and so on. That's now a startup in Nirman. We're trying to push it as a full-fledged startup as well as we go forward. Yeah.
So what kind of support do you get from the Office of PSA?
So PSA actually supports this whole initiative. RUTAC, we've just recently also received renewal of the support for the next few years of RUTAC activities, and we're very grateful for that actually, for this initiative.
So the basically through his funding?
Yes, we get funding, we get networks, we get contacts. Obviously at the PSA level, when they put in a word, things happen for us. So we get a lot of support from them. Funding is one component of it, but we are in regular touch with the Office of PSA for doing some of these things actually.
Any rural project that you have worked on which is very close to your heart?
So there is a couple of them. So I wouldn't say completely rural, but something that is very close to me is a couple of projects. Actually, I listed 3 of them. One is a project that we are trying to do where we are trying to eliminate manual scavenging. Septic tanks are very prevalent in urban areas, it's rural and semi-urban. Even today, sewer networks don't touch almost 40 to 50% of our country. And manual scavenging is a prevalent activity. We have developed robots to eliminate this practice, and it's now commercialized through a startup called Solinas. It's one of my own startups as well. So that work, and again, Office of PSA was involved right at the start of it. They helped us in generating the first CSR funds to develop this product. The other project which is close to my heart is that of medical records. So millions of people in tier 2, tier 3 cities are written out of the medical system because there is very little penetration of IT infrastructure. So a patient, for example, who is seeing a doctor in a mofussil town in a primary healthcare center, when they have to come to the city to have a larger consultation, they have to carry the entire record either physically or redo the entire set of tests here in the urban setting. How can we bridge this gap, make sure that the same record can be transferred everywhere in an interoperable manner? That is a project that is very close to my heart, and that we are trying to commercialize through another startup called Plenome. There is a couple of our startups, Pestocart, that is trying to develop a pesticide spraying machine. Some of our startups, which are now fully fledged incubated startups, are doing precision agriculture using drones. So these are some of the projects that are very close to my heart.
So when it comes to RUTAC, what is the vision that you have? I mean, where do you see RUTAC going from here under your guidance?
So So just one thing here. So is that Professor Abhijit Deshpande is the official faculty in charge of RUTAC?
Yes.
So I hope you.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. So what I mean to say is, if I say something, he shouldn't feel I'm trying to take credit for RUTAC.
Okay.
I'll speak to you as a general faculty member about RUTAC. But
So you don't want to get into that.
I'll be very happy to talk about RUTAC also, but it shouldn't be. I shouldn't be taken as a spokesperson for RUTAC. Right?
So then I'll avoid that.
I have full affiliation and association and understanding about RUTAC, but it might be good if you can ask him directly about some of the questions directly on RUTAC.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, one of the things that is striking when you walk through, the campus here, the role of alumni.
Yeah.
Right from planting a tree to building infrastructure.
Yeah.
What has been your experience?
So we are very grateful to our alumni. I am an alumnus myself, and IIT Madras is very fortunate that some of our alumni are among the best places in the world, and they are also the most vocal supporters of IIT Madras. This building where we are is entirely funded through charitable contributions from our alumni, Mr. V. Shankar, in whose name the building is named, Sudha and Shankar Innovation Hub. He's given a couple of $1 million towards the building. And then we have Chris Gopalakrishnan, we have Desh Deshpande, who have given further funding for the floors upstairs. So entirely funded by them. Alumni are the ones who have instituted those fellowship programs I spoke to you about. Alumni are the ones who are serving as mentors to our startups, guiding them and hand-holding them from idea to a venture. So their role is ubiquitous, all pervasive. We wouldn't be who we are without them.
Also, the campus itself, one of the things very striking over the campus is the way wildlife and human being are coexisting here. How does that come about?
Sometimes we say we are wild ourselves. But jokes apart, it is actually a challenge as well, because some of the wildlife here is endangered, the black bucks for example. And how do we make sure that we as a thriving and burgeoning community also coexist together with them? It is a conscious lifestyle choice for us. And as much as it is a lot of privilege to be here, it is also a lot of responsibility to make sure that sensitivity is maintained. This is a sensitive biodiverse environment and we maintain that.
So as an entrepreneur yourself and a professor, you are involved with startups which are primarily coming out of IIT Madras. Let's say there is an entrepreneur somewhere else who wants to associate with you and onboard you. Is that something possible?
Absolutely, full 100%, because now our director says IIT for all. All of our initiatives are open to everybody across the country, except that we want to find some IIT Madras excuse for being here. Either a student, a member, or licensing IPs coming out of IIT Madras, either having a faculty mentor, some excuse to be with us. Otherwise, we are open to everybody. We'll be very happy to support anybody on the entrepreneurial journey, especially in the deep tech domain. Yeah.
And then, not necessarily all innovators are engineers, right?
Yes.
Or have an engineering degree.
Yes.
Is that something going to be a hindrance, or is that open to anyone?
It's a brilliant question, so we don't have an answer to this. So, IIT Madras distinguishes itself as a deep tech startup hub. And deep tech often is engineering. But we are also, deep tech also means a lot of deep science. So we are open to scientists and engineers. Now, a lot of humanities today and management is about data and knowledge. In that sense, we are open. And indeed, we are happy to make that marriage. So for example, one of our very recent startups is from a couple of students from humanities. They got very interested in medical innovation because, they're working on something like that for rural space. They have actually recruited a engineer to come on board their team. So this is an instance where the champions are actually people with humanities degrees, but they have onboarded an engineer to support them on realizing their tech part of their vision. Those kinds of things happen here. Yeah.
So as MyStar TV, we are world's first TV channel. We are a startup ourselves. And we cover extensively the startup ecosystem, doing live events, interviews, documentaries, interviews of the founders. What are your thoughts about the kind of work we are doing? And we've been there for 5 years now.
No, so some of this is new to me, but may the force be with you, because all our startups require promotion require people who are passionate about startups, people who can talk about them. Being on a startup journey is a very lonely journey often. It's a very tough journey, as well as I do. When 31st of March comes, how do we pay salaries to our staff members? And that keeps founders sleepless at nights. And every little encouragement helps, every little promotion helps. So thank you. May Godspeed to you, and may you do very well and grow very big and become a unicorn.
Thank you very much for that. Finally, any message that you have for the viewers out there, especially the entrepreneurs?
Yeah, entrepreneurs, young people, just do it. Now is the time to take entrepreneurship. Ours is a country where the government really cannot go to the last mile. We need to take certain social problems up on our sleeves and try to solve them. At the same time, I'm a very firm believer in good capitalism. I'm not talking about a message where you are going broke for having a social vision. This is the time to marry a social vision with a business outlook and make a difference and also make a livelihood at the same time.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I have been with Rudak for more than 5 years now. I was working in corporate for more than 3 decades. After that, once I joined Rutak, I came to know that this is where I belong to, because I was so passionate about giving back to society, and Rutak has provided me with rich opportunities for that. So we mainly at Rutak, we don't set boundaries for our work. We just extend our boundaries. We are team members who cross borders without borders. So we get into everything. We interact with grassroots level people to know their issues, and then we interact with fabricators, then our engineers. So this is a very, very inclusive job. So I found very much pleasure and happiness in doing this job. See, Rutak, at Rutak, we basically develop demand-driven technologies, and the demand comes normally from NGOs, from government agencies, entrepreneurs, and in some cases corporates also. So when we got a request from Kerala government, Khadi department, Khadi and Village Industries Board, with a request for upgrading technologies of their spinning and weaving machinery. So the first thing we did was we wanted to interact with the end users, the users of technology. On interacting with them, we found that this is something we should involve in, where you can provide livelihoods or increase or provide them better livelihoods by improving their technologies. Like we can provide them with ergonomically superior devices so that their life would be made comfortable. At the same time, this will result in increased earnings with the use of new technology. So all these things, we usually take a survey from the end users. So this made us, gave us a lot of strength and enthusiasm to work and develop this technology. That was also very exciting, sir. During the course of development, we interact with the engineers or fabricators. Some fabricators are engineers and innovators also. So other than what our project team suggested for development, for technology development, we have a professor who will be supported by young engineers. So apart from what has been mentioned in the project, these fabricators, they themselves will give valuable inputs to they sometimes even customize it according to the local requirement of the beneficiaries. So that was really very exciting, sir.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So this is by far the youngest office at IIT Madras, and I think the coolest place, not just because I am the faculty in charge, because we have the student-led makerspace, the Center for Innovation, which caters to students creating their own products and solutions. Now, they can come up with ideas, they can work with faculty members, industry, NGOs and so on, and then develop solutions that can address certain challenges. And we are enabling them. We also have competition teams. So we have teams dedicated to Hyperloop, Mars rover, solar racing car, electric racing cars, and so on. Today, these are some of the best teams in the world. We just had a team developing sounding rockets, went and participated in a competition in the US Spaceport America. And it did us all very proud when they launched their rocket in the US as such. Today, through a startup, I can participate in the solution creation journey, and I am a much better teacher, I would say, because of these experiences. I go to the field, get the real feedback, and bring it back to my academic experience.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV. To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
We have launched today our first gaming store in Telangana, in Hyderabad. This gaming experience zone will have a product range starting from 45,000 rupees and it goes up to 3 lakh rupees. This Predator store will have a capacity of 6 gaming experience workstations where anybody can come and experience the gaming products, the gaming range which we have. Acer is a top leading brand in gaming worldwide. We are number one in few segments and we are number 2 in few segments. Acer, apart from the gaming, we have multiple non-gaming products also available in this store, which can be experienced and purchased by the customer. Acer is expanding the retail across India. We are currently 220 operational stores and we have aimed to reach minimum 300 stores by year end. So that gaming is always targeted to the youth, and currently that that India is a youth country. The age bracket which we cater here is 18 to 35. So that all people currently who are using that mobile gaming or the laptop gaming, that's growth. What we have currently in the gaming segment is immense. The product which I have mentioned earlier, that whatever we cater starting from 45,000 rupees to up to 3 lakh rupees, it caters to all segment. The pro gamers, the casual gamers, or the new gamers who wanted to try that. So we have all segment, all product range which caters to the all age groups. Currently our main hero SKU, the name also you have seen in this store, is the Predator. Predator is the pro gaming machines which is used by all pro gamers worldwide.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
So, hi, this is Bhavya. So, we got to know about this stove. Some of my friends. Actually, this is a gift for my sister. That she is pursuing her MBA honors in VFX. So, we have gifted this laptop for her. Few of our senior team members have suggested the Acer Predictor for gaming laptop. It's the best laptop for them. So, that's why we choose Acer for this. CEO may not be, we don't know exactly, but we came to know that Acer is good for gaming purpose, so that's why we choose Acer. Yeah, we are looking forward to grow this company along, and also we are happy to be the part of this inauguration as well. And also we are happy to be the part of inauguration as well. And apart from us, my sister is very happy. Actually, we first visit near Parade Grounds Vishal Mat, right? So we visit over there, and they suggested us to visit here, Amitpet.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
స్టోర్ వైజ్ గా చూసుకుంటే ఏసర్ ది బిగ్గెస్ట్ స్టోర్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్. ఈ స్టోర్ మాత్రము మీకు ఏదైనా కంప్లీట్ గా స్టార్టింగ్ గేమింగ్ బిలో 50,000 ల్యాప్టాప్స్ నుంచి మీకు ఎబో మొత్తం హైయర్ ఎండ్ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ వరకు మీకు గేమింగ్ సెగ్మెంట్ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ అన్ని అవైలబుల్ లో ఉంటాయి. లైక్ ఎస్పైర్ 5 గేమింగ్, ఏఎల్జీ గేమింగ్ అండ్ నైట్రో, ప్రిడియేటర్, హీలియో నియో 16. ఇందులో ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్ కూడా డైరెక్ట్ క్యాష్ లోనే తీసుకోలేకపోతుంటారు. దానికి టర్మ్స్ లో కావాలి, మంత్లీ ఈఎంఐ ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్, ఈజీ ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్ ఉంది. మీకు డౌన్ పేమెంట్ 30% పే చేసుకుని రిమైనింగ్ 70% ఈఎంఐ లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. క్యాష్ బ్యాక్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి, మీకు క్రెడిట్ కార్డ్ క్యాష్ బ్యాక్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి, బజాజ్ ఫైనాన్స్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి. మీకు నాన్ లోకల్ పర్సన్ కి కూడా మేము క్రెడిట్ కార్డ్ ఈఎంఐ త్రూ మేము మీకు ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్స్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయగలుగుతాం. ఇక్కడ స్టార్టింగ్ ఏదైనా ఇక్కడ స్టూడెంట్ ఏరియా ఉందనేసి ఇక్కడ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం. ఈ ఏరియా కంప్లీట్ గా స్టూడెంట్స్ కి బడ్జెట్ హైయర్ ఎండ్ ఉన్నా కానీ కొనలేకపోతుంటారు. బేసిక్ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ కూడా కావాలన్నా కానీ ఏసర్ గేమింగ్ స్టోర్ లో కూడా మీకు స్టూడెంట్ కి ఏదైతే రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉందో ఆ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ కూడా ఇక్కడ అవైలబుల్ లో ఉంటాయి. బేసిక్ లైక్ 25,000 నుంచి కంపెనీ స్టార్ట్ చేసుకుంటే మనం ఎబో 3 lakhs వరకు మనం ల్యాప్టాప్ ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు ఈ స్టోర్ లో. ఎవరికి ఏ చిన్న రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉన్నా, ట్రేడింగ్ పర్పస్ కానీ, గేమింగ్ పర్పస్ కానీ, కోడింగ్ పర్పస్, ఎవరికి ఏ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉన్నా కానీ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి ల్యాప్టాప్ పర్చేజ్ చేయొచ్చు.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Let's get into our next program, which is into the panel talk on biotechnology. My guests today are Ramji Palela, who is the COO of AICCCMB. Hello, Ramji Garu, namaskar. My next guest is Lakshmipati, who is the founder of Embark Jennings. And then my third guest is Vinita, who is the co-founder of Physics Expo 44. Welcome all. Welcome to the show. So let's start with you, Vinita. If you could tell us, about Physics 44. What is it all about?
Yeah, so it's I'll start with the name of the startup, Fix 44. Fix 44, as the name suggests, this is basically for fixed carbon dioxide. So we are into domain which is called as alternative protein domain, which is trying to elevate the negative carbon footprint of the animal farm industry. So you would have already heard about plant proteins and all those things, which are kind of replacing the animal proteins. But we are a deep tech startup where we are trying to get the same animal proteins in the microbes, so that the taste wise, functionality wise, unlike the plant proteins, these are exactly the same animal proteins which we generally consume. The only difference is that we are trying to get it into the microscopes, and it involves a lot of technology. The technology is similar to what we have already is there, recombinant protein production, like for the example, insulin generally which the diabetic people use, or various biologics. So the technology is somewhat similar. The challenge is the scale, because insulin few mgs is enough. I mean, and people would be ready to pay for it. We are mostly focusing on the dairy proteins. So what we want is we want to reach where we can say, okay, we are replacing right now the dairy which is coming from the animals. So that is the challenge which we have to cross.
Given that India is predominantly a vegetarian country, a dairy protein makes much more sense, isn't it, Ramji Garu?
No, in fact, adding on to the Vanita's great works, India having its strengths in traditional and Ayurveda foods, and also having the resources. And from the pandemic times, I think, the food and nutrition area, okay, the cosmeceuticals and nutraceuticals area is also just growing exponentially. In that sense, yes, this is the right time that these kind of startups can actually add much value to fill those gaps of protein and other supplements. Yeah.
Very true, and this is what we have seen, as you rightly brought out. Post pandemic, there is a huge push among people towards Ayurveda and natural.
Yes.
So coming to you, Lakshmipati Garu, tell us about your startup venture. What is it into?
Hi, I'm Lakshmipati. I'm the co-founder of Mapgenix Private Limited. Similar to what everybody is trying to do now, we are trying to move away from natural resources which are finite and go to an in vitro biotechnology type of technology where we can have infinite resources. So we are basically a biologics company. Our thrust is in the production of development of monoclonal antibodies against diseases of interest to India. Normally, when we try to produce antibodies, we have to immunize animals with the protein of interest and get antibodies out of those animals and then purify and everything. So this adds a level of complexity where animal host proteins can interfere and cause severe allergic reactions within our body. So as an alternative to animal immunizations, what we are doing is set up a platform technology where all the possible antibodies are already synthesized in bacteria or in yeast, and just we have to identify the correct antibody using our antigen of interest. For example, we can use anti-venom, for example. We can use venom components of any of the snakes and just use that as a kind of fishing rod to get the antibody that can neutralize the venom components. So we have the platform technology already established, and we are identifying antibodies against many diseases of particularly of interest to India.
What stage are you at, Lakshmi Garu? I mean, are the trials on? Have you already have MVP? What stage are you in?
We are actually at the preclinical stage. We have not gone to a trial stage yet. We have the antibodies in hand, but even before we go to the clinical trials or anything, we have to first test whether our antibodies are safe. Naturally, they are safe, but still we have to do it practically and show that not only these are safe, but they are also able to do the work they are supposed to do. Like, for example, if you take anti-venom, they have to neutralize the venom toxins. So even before we go for clinical trials, we have to do a preclinical stage, and that is where we are in right now.
Ramji Garu, when you talk about antigens and our immune system or the trials that happen, ethical, the issues of ethical comes up in a big way. What's your take on that?
Yes, it's a good question because most of the biotech or almost everyone working in the biotech and life sciences domain, especially related to the healthcare, they need to follow certain dossiers of ethical clearances. If you can see, starting from the biosafety clearances or the institutional ethical clearances, what I mean to say, we have human ethics, animal ethics. So each step, will be guiding our startups to follow. And it's like a boon having a host organization like CCMB, where these startups that are incubated here, they no need to form separate committees for their companies. So they can actually root out these clearances with CCMB, and they actually get the ethical clearances and the paperwork in place so that they can go to the next level. And yes, next level of regulatory clearances and understanding, of course, we help them to help these startups by coordinating with such kind of regulatory agencies. So I think that's what I can actually answer at this moment.
Very true. So just to remind our viewers, we are going live. This is our inaugural daily live show on My Startup TV, which is an international channel, and My Startup TV Regional, which is in 14 languages. And we have been watched in about 80 plus countries. Coming back to you, Vinita, you mentioned that you're in the in the dairy side of it. So, what's the scope for you, and what stage are you in?
So right now we had our proof of concept ready, and we are into a stage where we are going for product development. Our first approach is B2B, that is, we are looking for other businesses like, let's say, for example, yogurt making company, frozen desserts and all, who can take our protein, which is our product, and then kind of use in their products. So that's why right now we are for immediate challenge is the scale when we talk about fermentation. So right now we are at a level where we are putting it in a 100-liter tank, but when you want, so that's when I said you want insulin in very small amount. When we are talking about dairy proteins, they are in grams per liter, right? So that's the stage we are in. We are at 100 liter. We want access to more fermenters and all. We can scale and get more protein so that we can give it to our partners for the product development.
Ramji Garu, so in scenarios like these where startups need support both in terms of marketing and sourcing products or their raw material ingredient that would go into their research or product development, what kind of support does CCMB provide?
So generally for a typical startup, I think in the biotech and life science area, lot of burn rate is in the consumables area. I mean, of course, manpower too, because skilled manpower is one important factor for running such kind of startups to address some questions in the research and translation. So I think, after the manpower cost, I think these consumables are taking up a lot of. So what we do is that we don't provide consumables, but actually the grants that support such kind of consumables or such kind of services, that we guide them. So the raw materials where they can get, we can guide them. Or even if someone want to develop a prototype where that can be done, that design and prototyping. So we actually guide them. We can actually also negotiate with the vendors to actually subsidize some of the costs or maybe reduce the cost or give good discounts to them. So I think our role being an incubator, other than the equipment and services, we actually kind of help them, kind of reducing the burden in their material sourcing and consumables. Yeah.
To adding to Ramji's saying, one of the most important factor in biotech research is also the kind of equipments we use, right? So if I have to start a startup right now, my immediate need for a mall buy, I think, would be like crossing 2 crores, 3 crores, right? If I have to buy each and every instrument, and even if it is a second-hand instruments, that is where again incubator centers like AIC, CCMB helps us, because everything is in place. We can use the equipments and they are maintained so well, particularly at AIC, CCMB. So in that way, that's a huge help. We can't even start our work, our POC kind of thing without that kind of support. And the next level is also like Ramji particularly is very helpful in this thing, is like he's in that environment. There are the connections that is most important for a startup, right? I know how to be done, but I know to get to the right people. And that is where I think AIC, CCMB and people like Ramji comes in, because sometimes we scientists are very comfortable at our bench, but the connections are to be made to if we have to run a business, and that's how it happens.
Just as you mentioned about the raw material, again, I have to acknowledge the great works of our host organization. Some of the clones or some of the cell lines, okay, or some strains of microbes on a material transfer agreement mode, okay, exclusively and only for the research purposes, not for the commercial purposes. They extend the offers to our startups. So that is very much important, Sunil, that I'd like to highlight here, because incubator can be there, but they may not be able to provide such kind of facilities unless until you don't have such kind of greatest support by the host organization. That's where our director, Dr. Vinay Nandikuri, always says that startups are just like our employees of CCMB. So whatever the resources that we have, whatever the infrastructure that we have, they are like family. We have to extend our best help for them. So just quickly to add this.
So, Lakshmati Garu, coming to you, as a startup, what's your timeline by the time you can have your first product out into the market?
Yeah, so especially in the field of biologics, the timelines are very big, simply because we have talked about this before also, where there are particular regulations where we cannot actually do human testing or clinical trials without passing through animal testing phase or even a preclinical stage where we show in the laboratory itself that yes, our antibody is working. So for us, for any, not just for a startup, for even an established company in the monoclonal antibody fields, the time it takes for development to the product to going to the market can be as high as 5 to 8 years. So our model of engagement is that we do the initial development, but then we request or we partner with a already established company so that they are much more faster as well as much more knowledgeable about the kind of regulations that are required. So once we develop our product, most of the clinical testing or clinical trials will have to be done with the help of an established company in this particular field. Unfortunately, that is the truth for anything that goes into a human body, let it be a monoclonal antibody or any injectable, any drug that has to be taken. The timelines are quite big, actually, they are quite long.
Ramji Garu, this is a very interesting, situation where startups by nature don't have, deep pockets, and also given the fact that anything in biotechnology takes a lot of time. So would it be right, way of approaching where startups bring up the initial, do the initial part, and then collaborate with some big partners, big players, who can then not only help them scale but also the pace?
Yeah, I can actually answer this two ways. One is that the students or faculty or even the startups, if they have ideas, we try to help them validating their ideas, whether there is a feasibility of taking that idea towards market. So in that sense, we help them to pre-incubate with us or engage with our startups as well for about 2 weeks or a month or 2 months. And then they can actually work on that idea to, make it as a small business plan or something like that. And then we guide them for raising grants. So that is one way to support at the initial stages, at the idea level. And then when they come here, or maybe outsiders also, any other freelance startups or any other startups at the TRL3 range, if they come here without grants also, we'll tell them, okay, this is the way to attract grants on your stage of technology or the productization. So this is a big boost for them. So at that, so always the startups need to remember, especially in these kind of deep tech domains, each level or each stage of your startup, you need different level of funding and also mentorships. So your advisors or mentors need to change on different levels. So ideation stage different and lab level, POC level is different. Validation partners to be there, or maybe outsourcing partners or outsourcing advisors or business people. And again, marketing and supply chain in case if you already reached to the pre-commercialization and commercialization stage. So my point here is that understanding or having that consciousness of tapping into those particular funding scenarios is very much important. That's where we actually keep on triggering and try to point these factors to the startups to take it to the next level. Other than the funding, yes, you used a word actually. I liked it. Connecting to the right business players or channel partners. I think everybody may not be commercializing. So this point is very clear. A scientist can understand, or maybe a student can understand, or a startup even can understand. So before setting up a startup, everybody may not be an entrepreneur. They can be working with entrepreneurs and other startups. And every startup may not be doing its commercials. They can actually simply identify the other market players who can actually sell their technologies or transfer their technologies or form the JVs. I think these modalities are to be understood. Then I think, at least we can increase our startup success rate to from the 5% to 7% to even 10%. So that's what the message.
So, as MyServe TV, a media house, we are doing our bit by providing the platform to startups, enablers, where we take your, the news from startup community, the startup ecosystem to the world out there. So, before I go, Vinita, what do you think? Media platform like ours, when we carry the stories, when we carry the news, or create the visibility, how do you see that?
So, when we talk about biotech scenario or system, if you Google or find it out in the major news, established companies come about, like whenever you talk about biotech companies, there would be 10 top companies list which comes, and then beyond that there is like nothing. I mean, like, but it's unless being a scientist, unless I came to AICCCMB and we started working with a startup, I didn't have an idea that there are so many startups working with such beautiful ideas. And so that is where I think TV channels, startup TV channels like yours will help, like uh, students need to know what are more, there are more options for them. And the typical traditional pathways like academic or established company industries. But then when they come to us, there's a lot of growth, particularly when people who are working with a startup, there's a lot of growth. They will join and they get to know the ideas fit in a normal big company. Not all people get to know all the ideas. So in that way, you can go. Your outreach will kind of. And apart from that, there's also like personally for a company like us, more people need to know that yes, we are developing a product. And so that what it will create is like, if you can spread the word, we will maybe at the end of the day have more consumers who are interested in our products. And particularly in a country like India, where although people have started, there are vegans and all those things, and that is where people will get to know more about our products first, if
That's
at
the
all. I'm
intent
like,
where
they know that the company is there, and then they can go and search. Yeah, so then they come to know about our products, and that's how it, so.
Well, that's the intent. That's the whole vision for and the mission of My Startup TV. Brings stories, showcase startups and incubators and enablers without categorizing them or putting them to blocks of unicorns and sunicorns. Ramji Garu, we have been interacting on at various levels and for a couple of years now. What do you think about platform like ours that can that's carrying the stories and showcasing the startup ecosystem?
Yeah. See, probably in 19 or I think around pre-pandemic times when I see something like My Startup TV, I was so quite excited. The first global Bio India, right? GBI, yes. GBI started by Dadan, Secretary Swaroop, DBT, then my Startup TV started covering the road shows. Um, you know, it's not like, a typical commercial media that does, identifying who can pay and do cover them only. I think this is the uniqueness that I saw in My Startup TV. Despite of having small sustainable or maybe small revenues that you actually look for maintaining or managing your team activities and your media activities, you actually reached out to all the stakeholders of the ecosystem. And that's where we understood this partnership can actually take it to the next level. That's where we engaged you for many of our activities, including the recent demo day, which is an awesome activity. We got a lot of response and many. I get several LinkedIn requests in the past 2 days, considering our social media presence through this coverage by My Startup TV. So it's an amazing journey where we would like to be part of it, Sunil, and we will be doing very different activities for sure. That's where our startups should be getting more mileage than us. So that's what the idea. And thanks for doing great works. Yeah.
Thank you, Ramji Garu. Thank you for your all the support that you have been providing us and the AICC team there. Lakshmi Garu, the final word yours. What are your thoughts?
I can only, encompass whatever Ramji and Dr. Vanita has said. The major problem for a startup is to reach out to people.
I may know whatever is going on in my own field, but the problem is that people do not know us. So we need some kind of a platform where everybody in the world knows that, hey, there is MapGenX who is doing some work in monoclonal antibodies. Do you want to partner with them to maybe get your work done? That kind of exposure is just not possible for a single startup, not just because of the amount of money or the energy that is involved, but also simply because a word of mouth is difficult to reach towards all corners of the world. A platform, something like My Startup TV, who focuses only on startups to a wider audience around the world, is a very big boon for startups like us. So I thank you for reaching out to us. Thank you.
And thank you, panelists. Thank you for being on our show. You are our first, set of panelists who are coming on our inaugural daily live show. And Dr. Ramji Garu, thank you very much. Dr. Vinita Lakshmipati Garu, thank you very much for being on our show. And we hope to see you again on our subsequent biotechnology shows. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Thanks to the world that is witnessing the growth and development of the wonderful ecosystem under the umbrella of One Health. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. This is our inaugural daily live show, both for the international and domestic audience in India. We will be broadcasting in 14 Indian languages in our daily live show. We will feature thought leaders, founders, and entrepreneurs. So join us every day from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. India time for live updates on the global startup ecosystem. So today we are starting our inaugural broadcast with a dive into the fascinating world of biotechnology, exploring groundbreaking medical discoveries and sustainable solutions. Let's get started. My today guest is Ramji Palela, the Chief Operation Officer at the Atal Incubation Center, Center for Cellular and Microbiology, also known as AICCMB. Welcome, Ramji Garu. Welcome to our inaugural daily live show on MyServe TV.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil. Very glad to be here.
Ramji, let's start by understanding, what is AICCMB? What's the vision? What's the mission for AICCMB, given that you're in the biotechnology space?
Atal Incubation Center, CCMB. CCMB is our host organization. It is called CSIR, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. So our host organization thought of encouraging and supporting scientists, students, and other startups in the year 2016 to apply for Atal Innovation Mission of Niti Aayog, Government of India, to set up this Section 8 company. So since 2017, Atal Incubation Center CCMB, with a mandate of focusing exclusively in the life sciences and biopharma and healthcare medtech space, they accept applications for incubation in the early stage of startups and the early stage of innovators who can actually engage with the incubation center. So if you can see in the past, 7-8 years, government has come up with a lot of programs. And even way before, Government of India through DST, DBT, if you can see NSTEDB of DST, Department of Biotechnology set up another center called Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. Similar way, we have mighty startup hub of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So several of such aligned with the Startup India, Invest India mandate of Government of India, where our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi introduced or supported several such schemes to accelerate life science ecosystem or healthcare ecosystem all over the India. And of course, blessings in disguise, the pandemic came and altogether the life science startups or biopharma related startups or healthcare startups start budding up, and a lot of startups formed. Today, if you can see, I think over 10,000 healthcare related or core biotech related startups came in. But before to that, it's hardly about 300 or 600 startups in 2019. So AIC CCMB having its wonderful infrastructure, a dust-free and fully functional, uh, all biochemical, genomics, proteomics based, and molecular biology related. So all these kind of equipments that we have, and our host organization also offering such kind of infrastructure and equipment to support till now more than 125 startups. Because AIC CCMB, through its journey since 2017, partnered with so many national programs with government and without government support, and also some of the international programs to engage these innovators, be it in social startups, or be it in ICT interventions in healthcare, or be it in some of the medium scale startups as well, where they can come and use our facility to become successful entrepreneurs. So out of the 125 startups that we have supported till now, at least 15 to 16 startups, they productized their products very well. And some of the technologies are patented. We have, our startups patented more than 40 patents in these past 7 years. And some have been transferred to other companies as well. And at least half a dozen to, about 8 companies, they're already in the market and they got the market traction. So fundraising is one scenario for these startups, but yes, this is one of the major challenges in biotech sector. And though government is really pushing up, a lot in the past 5 to 6 years to fill this gap of funding, be it starting from 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs to even 1 crore, 2 crores, 3 crores. So I think government is trying its best, but yes, the private funding to the deep science or deep tech startups is a bit very difficult in the healthcare domain. So in that sense, recently, if you can see, we try to actually expose our best curated startups to some of the investors, and a dozen of investing companies. They came and they tried to understand, where are they, and they got excited. At least 3 to 4 startups would be kind of getting engaged with those enablers as well as investors for the next another 2 to 3 months. At least 1 or 2 may be getting investment. So I think the medium we have to create, and the platforms we have to create. But otherwise, this is one of the greatest sector, as you're actually bringing this medium to global audience. I can offer one thing. Our startups also can actually engage with the global partners, the way they are actually getting their US FDA and EU regulatory certifications. Some of the EU companies and the US and other countries, startups and innovators also coming and looking at Indian markets to collaborate with our host organization and our incubator and many other institutions as well. So we try to engage in such a way that people can co-develop the technologies, and they can market, they can form other JVs. The foreign company and Indian company can form a JV so that they can actually align their marketing channels through that JV. I think, so a lot of scope that we have. Thanks to our government actually, who opened the gates, opened the doors for all these kind of avenues, where AIC CCMB today, we are trying to accelerate such startups which are really potential to create larger impact. So I welcome all of startups and innovators to look at us. Let's join the hands together to create, not only national impact but for global impact.
Very well brought out, Ramji Garu. One of the things you rightly said, with the support that government is providing through institutions and the incubators like you, the talent now no more needs to go out looking for opportunities. They can with their, like you said, 40 plus patents with 120 startups. Now they can do things here in India, and that also leads to to the vision to the vision of making India the pharmacy of the world.
Absolutely. See that you're absolutely right, because if you want to do a business from deep science or deep technologies, I think know-how, strong know-how, and a strong patentability is key. That's what probably you're addressing. Yeah.
Tell me, what support do you provide? Because what we understand from when you talk about biotechnology, the equipment runs into crores of rupees, right? So what if you can just talk about, if you can paint the picture for our viewers as to how does AICCMB look, what do you have there, and the kind of support they get right from being at your incubation center to beyond.
As I mentioned to you, the equipments, yes, of course, different programs. The government is really pumping a lot of money to support such infrastructure. And we are very blessed with our host organization, CCMB. They have a lot of such high-end equipment where that can be extended to startups as well. So they can come and use those host organizations equipment as well at a subsidized rates so that they can actually get the POC done or get the validations done. So that's one thing. And other than this infrastructure and equipments, uh, you know, having equipments is something very important, but, maintaining them. That's where another plus point, as you may be thinking, how AICCSM is very differential, because the technical mentorship by the scientists or the instrumentation staff that can look at these equipments to run them continuously without any trouble or anything that's coming up in between. So this is one of the best advantages that people who are incubated here or who are engaged or associated with the IICCCMB. So along with that support, we'll be providing IP connections, intellectual property connections with right agencies, and also regulatory, not only with the CROs or any other regulatory agencies who can help them for regulatory certificate, but also with the government agencies like ICMR and CDSCO, where some of the questions can be addressed. So like, MedTech Mitra, that we are trying to actually channelize our partners to ICMR. So this way, we can't provide end-to-end solutions being an incubator, but yes, we would be knowing the ways to fill those gaps and understand those lacunas. So that's the greatest support that we are anticipating to support our startups.
And when it comes to statistics, as AICCMB, in the last 4 or 5 years, what has been key milestones or achievements that as an institution and your startups have achieved in the past few years?
As I mentioned to you, the IP is one critical factor. How many IP filed here, be it patents or trademarks or copyrights. So it's 40 plus, and funds raised, funding is the key. So in the AIC ecosystem, the incubatees ecosystem, till now, it's been close to about $25 million. That has been raised here. And also, mostly the startups, out of 125, the percentage of success, if we can see, generally India, we have 3 to 5% in the healthcare sector or core biotech sector. So here it is above that, 7 to 8% or even close to 10% of the success that we have seen here. So manpower creation is one factor that we see. More than 150 plus employees have been generated through these programs in this incubation center. And also, if you can see the revenue that they generated, that's also very much important. And also AICCMB itself invested close to $1 million fund, about 23 companies. And we are thinking probably at least 1 or 2 exits can happen by 2025 or 2026, hopefully, or even if it is not too early, but maybe another 3-4 years, I can say. So statistically, if we can say that the graduates, they actually gone to their bigger facilities. Some have been kind of pausing their activities due to certain constraints. Some dropouts are there. I have to accept that obediently, because this is a typical ecosystem scenario. But I can say one thing really, much exciting way that, when the products now are getting some attraction from the investors perspective as well as marketing perspective, I think global avenues are getting created and global partnerships also getting created. Like recent partnerships with AIC CSM, if you can see, not only local government grants and the private HDFC Parivartan kind of CSR grants, we got three CSR funding and another two recently joined us, even blockchain for impact, if we can see here. So all these kind of partnerships really accelerate these startups at least to do their POCs and large validations or scale up at least by 2x or 3x. So that's what the greatest success that I can anticipate.
That's commendable in because biotechnology as a for startups is pretty much new when you see as a sector, right? And within the short period of time, given that you lost 2 years of 2 years of time to corona, but also that was, as you rightly said, that was also a time blessing in disguise for the sector, that the awareness got created among startups, the among people who are working in biotechnology space. But then what you achieved in this last 3-4 years, I think it's commendable given the short period of time you've been in the sector. So, how do you, there are other incubators also in India who are working in the same space. How is AIC CCMB different or, from the others?
We have hardly life science incubators, if you can say, India, close to about 60, 70, or maybe 100, you can say, core life sciences, I'm telling. It's not about healthcare, or maybe um, health tech and related, but core life sciences and biotechnology. And out of that, we have best 10 to 15 life science incubators in India. And among that, if you see the biospectrum reports and in the past 3 to 4 years also, so AAC stand top 5 or top 6 kind of rank incubator. So we can say proudly that top 10 incubators. Beat one reason is that, the approachability and accessibility of the incubation services, and also the economic way of actually utilizing the space as well as infrastructure. And more advantage is that in this particular domain, where life sciences and core biotechnology, getting the mentors from the host organization is very difficult. So AIC CCMB is kind of, creating avenues to collaborate or co-develop such kind of technologies with the host organization's scientific pool. And also, there is a continuous way of actually workflow that can be created with a fully functional infrastructure. So I think these are the 3-4 factors. So I can't say in the real estate mode that AIC CCMB is so cheap, but yes, we are so proud that that these startups can utilize whatever the limited space that we have today. They're using it, and of course they are raising grants here. So another important thing is that getting grants attracted to these startups that are incubated. So the chances of getting such grants and funding is high. So I think there are several such small factors that can differentiate AIC from other incubators.
And when you talk about biotechnology, life sciences, research, the image or a perception is that boring kind of a thing, right? Which drags on and time consuming. But you guys are doing something. You have made an attempt to break that mold, because we have been at your center and we saw the way the incubate center is built. And to top it up, you also the demo day that you did was completely at a different location, which was like kind of breaking away from the usual. Do you want to talk about the demo day that you did 2 days ago, and what was it about, and why did you choose that particular location?
Yeah, in fact, the major drawback or whatever I can say, the researchers think in their domains and in their boundaries. Myself being a researcher, once upon a time, I can say that we work at the benches. We may not be knowing the outside world sometimes. So I think let's do it outside than the the core areas, premises. In fact,
what better than having a pub, right?
Yeah.
What
So
better
that's
than doing in a pub?
Yes, because most of the successful incubators or such kind of accelerators, they have such kind of events outside their core areas or core premises. So I think that gives a lot of exposure to interact and engage and share the information or share the experiences. So the recent one that we kind of did it as a first of its kind of attempt from AICCCMB. We have done several gatherings and networking events and workshops, but this is one of its kind to attract a lot of investors. We reached out to some of the unknown investors as well. We don't even know actually, but they are very much keen to engage with biotech startups. And a dozen of them, I mean, kind of attended this event, and they understand what are the positive features of the startups and what are the gaps that they've found in the pitching. So they advise, they give the feedback and comments. I think, this kind of demo day is a kickstarting way of, encouraging such deep tech innovators. And I hope we'll be doing a lot of such events in the near future, maybe quarterly ones or half yearly ones, so that, we can at least tell what we do and what our startups can do. And the startup founders not limited to the benches, but also the businesses. So that's what I can say.
That was we were at the event, and definitely, the location that you picked was out of the regular. So if you have to look for next coming years, what's the vision? What's the roadmap for AICCCMB? When it comes to biotechnology.
So typically, an incubator starts its life to actually, chalo, let's lease some of the spaces for the startups or innovators, and okay, let's engage them or create a pipeline for startups for not only incubation, for let's welcome them for the services, so that the small revenues can be there to manage the OPEX of the incubation center. So I think in the past 6-7 years, we successfully achieved that, pipeline creation, and also having those serious startups with us, with a lot of learnings. Year on year, we learned a lot, and we have seen a lot of evolution of our activities as well. So in the coming next 2 to 3 years or 5 years, I think we are looking a bit differently to attract global partnerships. That's one thing. And also, I think being in the city, we could able to get much traction, but again, we have to expand our support systems or services to other cities or other tier 2, tier 3 cities, or within the state or near adjacent states, for example, Andhra Pradesh. So we can expand our services and our collaborations and pipeline in such a manner so that we can show our presence nationally by being set up our small offices or small incubation services in collaboration with the private agencies or government agencies. That's what the plan. And the third point is that we are now kind of planning ourselves to be the serious life science accelerators, because that is where we find a lot of gap, and we try to actually attract some serious partnerships from one or two VC communities, where they can be joining and run kind of uh, 6 to 8 weeks acceleration programs, at least half yearly ones. So I think the incubators, unless until they convert to be an accelerator, we can't see great exits and great successes in the life science domain. So I think these three things that we are looking at seriously, and expanding portfolio slightly from the life science and biotech sector to maybe environment and environmental health, or maybe wildlife conservation, and all these areas probably would like to look at in the broader picture, so that we can contribute to the ecosystem, not only the startup ecosystem, but ecosystem that we have on the earth.
We wish you all the very best, and we rightly said, for the success to or reach your milestone, you have to go, have more partnerships, including private, and taking it to tier 2, tier 3 cities. So
Yes.
thank you very much, and the viewers do stay on. Following this, we go for a short break, and we'll have a panel talk after this.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Good evening to you from श्रीनगर कश्मीर जेल के माई स्टार्टअप टीवी का ये रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट एक बार फिर आपकी खिदमत में हाजिर। हम श्रीनगर कश्मीर से आपसे मुखातिब हैं, आपके सामने ही माई स्टार्टअप रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट लेकर। जी हाँ, जैसा कि वादा हमारा है कि हर जुम्मे को हम आते हैं आपके पास एक नया प्रोग्राम लेकर, एक नया एपिसोड लेकर माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन का। आपसे दरख्वास्त कि आप हमारी इस ब्रॉडकास्ट को, हमारे इस चैनल को लाइक करें, सब्सक्राइब करें और कमेंट करें। हमें अपनी राय से जरूर नवाजिएगा, उससे हम सीख जाएंगे, हमारी हौसला अफजाई हो जाएगी। मैं आपका मेजबान हूं आबिद गौहर। तो हस्बी वादा हम बात कर रहे हैं पहले कश्मीर के मौसम की। कश्मीर के मौसम के बारे में ये सब लोग जानते हैं हिंदुस्तान में कि यहाँ ठंडा ठंडा मौसम है। यार आज गर्मी का महीना है, गर्मियां आ गई हैं और इस टाइम जहां टेम्परेचर होता था कश्मीर में 32, 35, वही टेम्परेचर अभी है जस्ट 15। यस, ठंड ठंड सी लग रही है और बाहर बारिश हो रही है। पिछले 1-2 रोज से यहाँ ठंड है, सचमुच ठंड है। स्वेटर लगाने को जी करता है, कोट पहनने को जी करता है, लेकिन ऐसा होता नहीं था। ये कुछ चेंज हमें दिख रही है मौसम के हवाले से। जहां बहुत ज्यादा गर्मी बाहर की स्टेटों में पड़ रही है, वहां कश्मीर में आजकल ठंड है। खासकर श्रीनगर में टेम्परेचर होता था वो इससे बड़ा होता था, इससे ज्यादा होता था, लेकिन आजकल ठंड है इस साल। तो हम अब बात करेंगे यहाँ के आज के अखबारों में छपी सुर्खियों की, खासकर बिजनेस रिलेटेड जो न्यूज होती है वो हम आपके लिए पेश कर रहे हैं। तो चलिए नजर दौड़ाते हैं आज के अखबारों पर। ये हेडलाइन है आज के अखबार की, कश्मीर फ्रूट ग्रोवर्स एलिज एक्सप्लॉयटेशन, नॉक ऑन गवर्नमेंट डोर्स। एक और खबर की है कि कश्मीर यूनिवर्सिटी नॉर्थ कैंपस क्लिंचेस सेकंड प्लेस इन आरबीआई पॉलिसी चेंज। और एक और सुर्खी है यहाँ जो अखबार छपे हैं बिजनेस पेज की, ये सुर्खी है, कुलगाम कल्टिवेट्स वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट गार्लिक वेराइटीज इन कंट्री। तो एक और सुर्खी है, JKEDI पुलवामा होल्ड्स EAP फॉर स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट डिग्री कॉलेज त्राल। अखबार लिखता है कि जम्मू कश्मीर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट JKEDI डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंटर पुलवामा इन कोलैबोरेशन विद गवर्नमेंट डिग्री कॉलेज त्राल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड एन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम यानी EAP within the college campus. The awareness program was held at Government Degree College Tral as part of the institute's mandate to foster entrepreneurship spirit among the youth of J&K. Another headline is that GDC Magam, Government Degree College Magam, organizes industrial tour for students. Those students were given a chance to visit industrial estates to get knowledge of the entrepreneurship business unit is there. And another news is that Kulgam is the district of Kashmir. Kulgam cultivates one of the finest garlic varieties in country. ये अखबार की सुर्खी है। अखबार में ये लिखा गया है कि जो नेशनल एजेंडा है जिसके तहत हम कहते हैं कि अंडर द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नमेंट वन प्रोडक्ट, और गवर्नमेंट का ये इनिशिएटिव है हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हमें करना है कि एक प्रोडक्ट को लेना है किसी एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, और कुलगाम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ने जो अपना प्रोडक्ट डेवलप किया है वो प्रोडक्ट है गार्लिक। गवर्नमेंट GBEI स्टूडेंट्स इन जोनल लेवल बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज। और एक और सुर्खी है यहाँ अखबारों में, वो ये कि यहाँ के जो अशिया खुर्दनी है, खाने पीने की चीजें हैं, वो रोज बरोज महंगी होती जा रही हैं और सरकार का इन पे कोई कंट्रोल नहीं है। एक और सुर्खी ये कि फनी जादूगरी जिसे कहा जाता है, जिसे पंजरकारी भी कहते हैं, उसका वजूद किसे पारीना यानी किसे पुराना हो चुका है, उसकी तरफ कोई तवज्जो नहीं है। बाहर के जो प्रोडक्ट्स, आर्टिफिशियल प्रोडक्ट्स आ रहे हैं, उन्होंने यहाँ की कारीगरी पे काफी बुरा असर डाला है। तो ये थी अखबारों की कुछ सुर्खियां जो कश्मीर से आज 7 जून को कुछ अखबारों में आई हैं। तो अब चलते हैं अब अगले सेगमेंट की तरफ। हमारा अगला सेगमेंट जो है वो आज के मेहमान का होता है, आज के गेस्ट का होता है, आज के एंटरप्राइज का होता है। आज का हमारा स्टार्टअप एंटरप्रेन्योर है एक ऐसा प्रोफेशनल डॉक्टर जो नौकरी की तलाश, नौकरी की जदोजहद जो करता, वो उसके बगैर जो ही उसने डिग्री कंप्लीट की, जो ही उसने अपना मास्टर्स कंप्लीट किया, एमडी किया, तो उसने अपना स्टार्टअप बिजनेस का सोचा। और क्या बिजनेस डॉक्टर साहब कर रहे हैं, कौन सा प्रोफेशन है डॉक्टर साहब का, कौन सी डिग्री है डॉक्टर साहब की, उन्हीं से बात करते हैं। चलिए चलते हैं हमारे आज की गेस्ट डॉक्टर सैयद समीर हुसैन के पास। डॉक्टर समीर, आप हमारे पास हैं। अस्सलाम वालेकुम डॉक्टर साहब।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
डॉक्टर साहब कैसे हैं आप?
बिल्कुल खैरियत से, आपकी दुआ से।
अच्छा, आपके बैकग्राउंड से हमें पता चलता है आप अपने क्लिनिक में अभी बैठे हुए हैं।
हाँ जी बिल्कुल।
तो हम माफी चाहते हैं कि हमने आपका बहुत कीमती वक्त लिया। अभी जो आपके काम का वक्त था, हमने उसमें से कुछ मिनट आपसे मांगे। आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। डॉक्टर सईद समीर हुसैन, आपने बीडीएस के बाद एमडीएस किया, मास्टर्स किया और उसके बाद अपना डेंटल क्लिनिक चला रहे हैं जिसका नाम है ब्लिस द ब्रेसेस। तो आप मुझे बताइए कि आपकी एज क्या होगी इस टाइम?
इस वक्त 33 इयर्स।
ओके ओके। तो अपनी जो डेंटल डिग्री है वो कब मुकम्मल की?
जी मैंने 2008 से 2014 तक मैंने नॉर्मल बैचलर्स डिग्री इन डेंटल सर्जरी खत्म की।
ओके, कहाँ से डिग्री आपने ली?
ये डिग्री मैंने गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज जम्मू से ली, इंदिरा गांधी गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज जम्मू।
ओके, वो प्राइवेट कॉलेज है या सरकारी कॉलेज?
जी वो गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज है, जो हमारे में प्रोमिनेंट डेंटल कॉलेज है इस वक्त।
तो अपने मेरिट पे आप गए थे बीडीएस करने?
जी जी बिल्कुल। एक्चुअली मैंने सीईटी क्वालिफाई किया था, कॉमन एंट्रेंस टेस्ट मेडिकल का जो होता है, तो उसमें मैंने किया फिर बैचलर्स डेंटल सर्जरी का प्रोफेशन। और मैंने गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज जम्मू से ये स्टार्ट किया था 2008 में, और 2014 में मैंने डिग्री खत्म कर दी।
डिग्री के बाद आपको कुछ देर इंतजार करना पड़ा या डायरेक्ट आपने फिर मास्टर्स किया?
हम जानते हैं कि यहाँ पे कुछ जो हमारा डेंटल प्रोफेशन है उसमें थोड़ी सी हमारी बहुत ये मतलब सैचुरेशन हो गई है इस वक्त। तो बहुत सारे डेंटल ग्रेजुएट्स निकल रहे हैं इस वक्त हमारे प्रोफेशन से, जिनका मतलब फर्दर गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स तो नहीं निकलती है। फिर हमें हमारे पास कुछ ही ऑप्शंस होते हैं, या तो हमारा जो हमारी पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन होती है या तो हम उसमें जाए या बिजनेस वेंचर कोई स्टार्ट करें। अपनी बीडीएस खत्म करने के बाद मैंने सोचा कि मैं अपनी जो स्किल्स है थोड़ी और बढ़ाऊं, इसलिए मैंने मास्टर के लिए ऑप्ट किया। और 2018 में मैंने नीट क्वालिफाई किया, जिसमें हम 28 स्टूडेंट्स थे जिन्होंने क्वालिफाई किया। और मैंने एमडीएस किया, जो हमारी मेन डिस्ट्रिक्ट की ब्रांच है ऑर्थोडोंटिक्स एंड डेंटोफेशियल ऑर्थोपेडिक्स, जो हमारा ब्रेसेस के रिलेटेड होता है, उसमें मैंने जो टॉप ब्रांच होती है इसकी, उसमें मैंने सीट करी। और मैंने 2018 में स्टार्ट किया हमारा अपना एमडीएस, और 2022 में मैंने अपना एमडीएस खत्म किया।
4 साल हो गए जब आपने डिग्री कंप्लीट की, उसके बाद 4 साल के बाद आपने मास्टर्स स्टार्ट किया। तो उन 4 सालों में आपने क्लिनिक अपना छोड़ा कि अब मास्टर्स के बाद?
क्लिनिक मैंने अपना मास्टर्स के बाद ही स्टार्ट किया, क्योंकि जो हमारा नीट का जो एग्जाम होता है काफी टफ होता है, क्योंकि उसमें कंपटीशन बहुत ज्यादा होता है, क्योंकि उसमें सीट्स बहुत कम होती हैं और स्टूडेंट्स बहुत ज्यादा होते हैं। हमारे ऑलमोस्ट 5000 डेंटल सर्जन्स हैं जो इस वक्त नीट के लिए पढ़ते हैं, पीजी के लिए एक। तो मुझे 3 साल, ऑलमोस्ट 3 साल लगे नीट क्वालिफाई करने में।
ओके।
क्योंकि हाँ हाँ जी।
तो उसके बाद ये वो कितने सालों का कोर्स था? वो 2 साल का कोर्स या 3 साल का?
जो हमारा एमडीएस का कोर्स होता है वो 3 साल का होता है।
अच्छा, उसके बाद 3 साल आपने मास्टर्स किया ऑर्थोडेंटिक्स में। तो ये जो आपने अपना स्टार्टअप डाला मास्टर्स के बाद, आपने कहा 2022 में गालिबन आपने अपना क्लिनिक छोड़ा।
जी जी जी।
तो जब आपने अपनी पढ़ाई मुकम्मल की, पहले ग्रेजुएशन, पहले डिग्री बीडीएस, उसके बाद एमडीएस, तो एकदम आपको ख्याल आया कि बिना मैं नौकरी के लिए वेट करूं, मैं अपना एक बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज डालूं, अपनी एक दुकान को स्टार्ट करूं, अपनी क्लिनिक स्टार्ट करूं। तो ये क्लिनिक स्टार्ट में, चूंकि ये टेक्निकल मसला है, क्योंकि ये डेंटल रिलेटेड है, इसमें काफी सारी इक्विपमेंट्स की जरूरत पड़ती है। तो ये इक्विपमेंट्स आपने कहाँ अरेंज किए? खुद से अरेंज किए या कहीं से लोन लिया?
जो हमारा ये बीडीएस का मतलब डेंटल क्लिनिक का ये मसला है, इसमें हमें बहुत सारी फाइनेंशियल इम्प्लीकेशंस तो आती है, क्योंकि ये एक बहुत काफी बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट होता है। इसमें हम एक इंसान अपने दम पे ये कर सकते हैं, इसलिए हमें फाइनेंशियल हेल्प की जरूरत थी। तो हमने जेकेएडीआई से हेल्प ली। तो जेकेएडीआई की एनएफडीएफसी जो स्कीम है उसके तहत हमने लोन लिया 4 लाख का, और उसके बाद हमने डेंटल क्लिनिक जिसमें हाई एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है, कटिंग एज टेक्नोलॉजी है इस वक्त हमारे पास, जो हमने सेटअप किया और सारी सुविधाएं हमने यहाँ पे रखी।
तो आपने कहा जेकेईडीआई, तो आप, चूंकि आप कहाँ रहते हैं, पहले मुझे ये बताइए कि आप श्रीनगर से कितनी दूर रहते हैं?
हम श्रीनगर से ऑलमोस्ट 20 किलोमीटर अवे रहते हैं, पेरिफेरी में।
वहां पास में आपका जेकेईडीआई का ऑफिस है या आपको श्रीनगर आना पड़ा?
नहीं, हमारे इसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट गांधरबल में है जेकेएडीआई का ऑफिस, विद इन 5 to 10 किलोमीटर्स। तो उन्होंने हमारी बहुत हेल्प की, जो हमारे जो बिजनेस वेंचर है इसको डेवलप करने में। तो उसमें उनका बहुत अच्छा हाथ रहा है, और उन्हीं की वजह से ऑलमोस्ट ये हमारा बिजनेस वेंचर जो है जो स्टार्ट हो पाया है।
तो कितना फाइनेंस, कितना लोन उन्होंने दिया आपको?
उन्होंने हमें 4 लाख का लोन दिया, जिसमें हम अपने इक्विपमेंट ले पाए।
अच्छा, 4 लाख में हो गया वो सारे कुछ इक्विपमेंट्स आ गए 4 लाख में?
ऑलमोस्ट सारे तो नहीं, बट विद टाइम इसमें हमने विद टाइम थोड़ा नए इक्विपमेंट्स तो आते ही रहते हैं। विद टाइम हमने खुद से जब बिजनेस वेंचर थोड़ा सक्सेसफुल हो गया, तो उसके बाद हम नए जो टेक्नोलॉजीज है इस वक्त की, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजीज, वो हमने इसमें धीरे धीरे करके ऐड करनी स्टार्ट कर दी। जैसे हमारे पास इस वक्त है आरवीजी, जो डिजिटल रेडियोग्राफ्स है, जो हमारा पेशेंट एक्सपोजर ऑलमोस्ट 70 to 80% एक्सरेज का एक्सपोजर हमारा कम करता है, और हमें हाई एंड एक्सरेज देखने को मिलती है, डिजिटल एक्सरेज। दूसरा हमारे पास एंडोमोटर्स हैं, जिसकी वजह से हम सिंगल सिटिंग आरसीटीज, रूट कैनाल ट्रीटमेंट्स हम कर सकते हैं यहाँ पे। तीसरा हमारे पास है इस वक्त ब्रेसेस, सारी ब्रेसेस, मेटालिक ब्रेसेस हमारे पास है इस वक्त, सिरामिक ब्रेसेस। और जो इस वक्त की हाई एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है, जो इनवेजिलाइन या क्लियर अलाइनर्स की जो है, जो जिसकी आप विराट कोहली वगैरह आप एड्स देखते होंगे, उनकी मतलब बड़े बड़े स्टार्स जिसकी ऐड करते हैं, जैसे टूथसी अलाइनर्स है हमारे पास, इनवेजिलाइन है, वो क्लियर अलाइनर्स जो ब्रेसेस का जो हाई एंड है, जो हमारे पास ऑप्शन है, वो भी अवेलेबल हमने यहाँ पे रखा है।
आपको लगता है कितनी चेंज इस टेक्नोलॉजी में आई है, डेंटल टेक्नोलॉजी में?
डेंटल टेक्नोलॉजी जो कि हमें पता है कि साइंस का एक ये है पार्ट है, जो तो साइंटिफिक साइंस तरक्की करता रहता है, वैसे ही डेंटल टेक्नोलॉजी भी बहुत तरक्की करती रहती है। दिन ब दिन नए नए इक्विपमेंट्स आते हैं, तो हमें हमेशा वेल इक्विप्ड रहना पड़ता है। इसमें हम साइंस के साथ चलना पड़ता है हमें भी, और इस वक्त बहुत ज्यादा तरक्की कर रहा है हमारा डेंटल फील्ड भी, इसलिए हम उसके साथ हम स्टेप बाय स्टेप चल रहे हैं इस वक्त।
डॉक्टर समीर, मुझे बताइए कि जब आपने लोन लिया जेके एडीआई से, तो उसको चुकता करने के लिए आपको मंथली जो इंस्टॉलमेंट्स हैं, ईएमआई है, वो भरना होता है, तो वो कैसे अरेंज हुए आपको?
जो हमें मंथली जो हमारी इंस्टॉलमेंट्स थी ऑलमोस्ट 22,200 के आसपास थी। यही हमारी इंस्टॉलमेंट आफ्टर 3 मंथ्स हमें पे करनी पड़ती थी। तो हमारा पहले पहले तो इसमें जो भी बिजनेस वेंचर है थोड़ा मुश्किल तो होती है, लेकिन विद टाइम तो धीरे धीरे हमारा जो जितना बिजनेस वेंचर हमारा काम करता है उतना सक्सेसफुल होता है, तो फिर ये इजीली हम कर पाते हैं, इतना इतना हम इजीली कर पाते हैं। तो हमने ऑलमोस्ट 2022 से 2024 तक हमने अपना वो सारा चुकता कर दिया लोन।
अच्छा, तो आसपास आपके यहाँ ऐसा कोई क्लिनिक है मौजूद?
इस वक्त मेरे हिसाब से ये जो गांधरबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट का मेरे हिसाब से सबसे एडवांस्ड जहाँ पे सारी सुविधाएं है।
अभी आपने कहा कि मैंने लोन वापस कर दिया, सारा लिक्विडेट हो गया लोन जेके एडीआई का, तो जेके एडीआई ने उसके बाद आपकी तरफ देखा कि आपने क्या कुछ किया है, कैसा सफर रहा है, या कैसा प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन उनके पैसों की हुई है, उन्होंने चेक किया उनका?
जी 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 जी, उन्होंने टाइम टू टाइम हमारे बिजनेस वेंचर पे विजिट्स किए हैं। उन्होंने हमारे बिजनेस वेंचर का ये जो सक्सेस है उन्होंने भी मतलब फॉलो किया है स्टेप बाय स्टेप। मतलब जितना हम आगे चल रहे थे वो भी हमारे साथ ही चल रहे थे, और लास्ट में उन्होंने अपना ये स्टोरी, सक्सेस स्टोरी के तौर पे भी छापा हमारा डेंटल क्लिनिक।
बहुत अच्छा।
जी जी।
तो डॉक्टर समीर, आप जेके ईडीआई के भी सक्सेस स्टोरी है, तो अभी मुझे बताइए कि अभी क्या आप सोच रहे हैं? अभी अगर आपको यहाँ नौकरी के कोई तलाश आप कर रहे होंगे कि नहीं कर रहे हैं, आपको लगता है कि यू आर नाउ फुली सफिशिएंट?
फुली सफिशिएंट तो नहीं कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि एक वो होता है वाइड की गवर्नमेंट जॉब तो होनी चाहिए, जो हमारा इस वक्त डॉगमा है पे, जो हमारे कश्मीर में डॉगमा है कि गवर्नमेंट तो होना चाहिए। क्योंकि अगर इंसान मेहनत करता है 10 साल 15 साल तो उसका कुछ जो गवर्नमेंट मतलब उसको थोड़ा रिकॉग्नाइज करें, तो वो तो रहता है इंसान को। लेकिन फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम तो इस वक्त कोई भी नहीं है, क्योंकि हम अच्छे से अपना ये जो बिजनेस वेंचर है चला रहे हैं। हमारा ये सक्सेस है इस वक्त, और हम आगे जाके दूसरे लोगों के लिए भी इसमें हम जॉब्स ये कर सकते हैं अपने
इसी सवाल की तरफ मैं आना चाहता था डॉक्टर समीर, क्या कोई और है आपके साथ जिसको आपने रोजगार दिया है अपने क्लिनिक में?
जी जी, इस वक्त है हमारे पास एक डेंटल असिस्टेंट है जो हमारे मतलब इसमें काम करते हैं। आगे जाके इंशाअल्लाह हम चाहेंगे कि कुछ और भी हमारे साथी इसके साथ बिजनेस में इन्वॉल्व हो जाए, और उनका भी जी जी उनका भी जॉब मिल जाए, हो जाए।
इसका मतलब है आगे चलकर आप ये आपका जो वेंचर है, आपका जो स्टार्टअप है, वो 2-4 लोगों को और एडजस्ट कर सकता है।
जी 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 जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, इसमें स्पेस है, क्योंकि जितना हमारा वेंचर बढ़ता जाएगा तो उस हिसाब से हमें लेबर की भी जरूरत पड़ेगी एक्स्ट्रा। तो उसमें हम 1-2 बंदे और ऐड कर सकते हैं, हमारे टेक्नीशियंस वगैरह। तो हम आगे जाके प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं 1-2 बंदों के लिए ये जॉब सर्विस।
डॉक्टर साहब, आपका जो क्लिनिक है ये खुद का है, सेल्फ ओन्ड है, या रेंट पे आपने लिया हुआ है?
इस वक्त ये हमारा सेल्फ ओन्ड क्लिनिक है। जो पहले हमने यहीं पे इसको स्टार्ट किया, पहले हमने स्टार्ट किया था ऑन रेंट बेसिस। अब हमने अपना इसको अपने मतलब सेल्फ ओन है ये सारा।
एक बात मुझे बताइए कि अगर आपको फाइनेंस की और जरूरत पड़ेगी, क्या आप ईडीआई के पास दोबारा जाना चाहेंगे?
क्योंकि ईडीआई की ने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हमारी फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ की जो भी इम्प्लीकेशंस थी फाइनेंशियल, उन्होंने वो कमियां सारी पूरी कर दी। तो मुझे लगता है वो एक उनके साथ अगर आगे भी थोड़ी जरूरत पड़ेगी तो उनके साथ और ये करना पसंद करेंगे।
अच्छा, क्योंकि आपका जो क्लिनिक है वो गांव में चल रहा है, अगर ये सिटी में होता, श्रीनगर में होता
जी जी
या टाउन में होता, आपको लगता है कि आप कुछ इसमें से और ज्यादा ये कामयाब रहता आपका ये बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज?
फर्क तो पड़ता, लेकिन एक होता है इंसान सोचता है कि हम ये कहीं और जगह भी शिफ्ट कर सकते थे, लेकिन हमने सोचा कि हमारा अपना ये एरिया है, यहाँ पे कोई डेंटल सर्जन अवेलेबल नहीं है, और हमारा हक बनता है कि अपने लोगों के लिए कुछ करें, तो हमने अपने इलाके में ही इसको सेटअप किया। वरना हम कर सकते थे मेन टाउन में भी कर सकते थे, या श्रीनगर सिटी साइड भी कर सकते थे इसको, लेकिन अपने जो इलाके के लोग हैं वो सफर करते उस वजह से।
डॉक्टर साहब, ये आपकी एक सोशल सर्विस भी है और दूसरा आपका बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज भी है। मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि इस एंटरप्राइज में जो हम सोच रहे थे ना कि आज से 10 साल पहले जो प्रैक्टिस हुआ करती थी दांतों के लिए, जैसे फिलिंग किया करते थे, दांत निकालते थे, एक्सरे करते थे, तो वो कितनी आसान हो गई वो चीजें। क्योंकि मुझे याद है जब फिलिंग करने जाते थे या रूट कनाल करने जाते हैं किसी डॉक्टर के पास, उसमें महीनों लग जाते हैं। डॉक्टर साहब कहते हैं कि आज एक टर्न है, अब हफ्ते बाद दोबारा आना है, अब तीसरे हफ्ते आना है, बहुत सारा कठिन मसला है। उसमें कुछ आसाइश आ गई है नई टेक्नोलॉजी से?
बहुत सारी आसाइश आ गई है। हमारे हमारे पास इस वक्त जो एडवांस्ड ये है, हमारे पास एंडोमोटर्स वगैरह है, ड्रिल्स वगैरह है ऐसी, जो हमारा काम बहुत आसान कर देती है। जो आरसीटी या रूट कनाल ट्रीटमेंट जिसमें एक टाइम पे 7 दिन लगते थे, 7 विजिट्स लगते थे, अभी हम सिंगल विजिट में कर सकते हैं। और पेनलेस डेंटिस्ट्री इस वक्त है, जो हमारे पास जो एनेस्थेटिक्स आ गए हैं, इतने पोर्टेंट एनेस्थेटिक्स हैं जो हमारा काम इतना आसान कर देते हैं कि पेशेंट को फील भी नहीं होता है कि कुछ हो रहा है हमारे साथ। तो आज एक तो पेनलेस हो गई है और क्विक और इमीडिएट हो गई है।
पेनलेस मतलब क्या दांत निकालते वक्त दर्द नहीं होता है?
जी नहीं, बिल्कुल दर्द नहीं होता है, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो एनेस्थेटिक्स, लोकल एनेस्थेटिक्स हम देते हैं, उसकी वजह से कोई जो हमारा टीथ नम हो जाता है और पेशेंट को फील नहीं होता है कुछ।
अच्छा, आपका पैगाम क्या रहेगा जो पढ़े लिखे नौजवान हैं, प्रोफेशनली क्वालिफाइड लोग हैं, डॉक्टर हैं, इंजीनियर हैं, या बाकी आप जैसे डेंटल सर्जन जो आते हैं, उनके लिए आपका पैगाम क्या होगा? क्या कर सकते हैं वो?
जी बिल्कुल, क्योंकि अगर मैं कर सकता हूं तो कोई भी कर सकता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मैंने देखा जो हमारा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर है, यहाँ पे जॉब्स की बहुत ज्यादा किल्लत है। इसलिए मैं लोगों से यही कहना चाहूंगा कि अपना जो है ना बिजनेस स्टार्टअप कर दीजिए, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो आपको फाइनेंशियल हेल्प की जरूरत है, हर कोई बैंक हमें दे सकता है, या हमारे जेके एरिया जैसे हमारी ये है संस्था है, वो भी कर सकते हैं हमें हेल्प, फाइनेंशियल हेल्प। तो वो प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं होती है। इसलिए अपना बिजनेस वेंचर स्टार्ट कर दीजिए, और बाकी अपनी सक्सेस स्टोरी आप खुद लिख सकते हैं।
डॉक्टर साहब, फैमिली का सपोर्ट इसमें आपका कितना रहा?
फैमिली का सपोर्ट बहुत जरूरी होता है इसमें, क्योंकि एक फैमिली ही है जो आपको हमेशा पुश करती है कि आप कितना सक्सीड होते हैं, कितनी हेल्प चाहिए होती है। जब आप स्टार्ट करते हैं आपको पता नहीं होता है कि आप सक्सेसफुल हो जाएंगे या नहीं हो जाएंगे। अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट करो, जो हमें रास्ता दिखाते हैं। जब हम होते हैं तो हमें पुश करते हैं कि नहीं आप कर सकते हो।
कॉन्फिडेंस आती है बिजनेस में। तो हमने आपका वक्त लिया, आपका कीमती वक्त लिया, आपके कई पेशेंट्स आपके वेट कर रहे होंगे, हमने आपका अपना कीमती वक्त हमें दिया। आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। माई स्टार्टअप रीजनल टेलीविजन की जानिब से हमारी तरफ से आपको शुभकामनाएं। बेस्ट ऑफ लक टू योर बिजनेस वेंचर। थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब। तो नाज़रीन, ये थे हमारे आज के गेस्ट डॉक्टर सैयद समीर हुसैन, जिन्होंने बीडीएस के बाद एमडीएस किया, मास्टर्स किया, पीजी किया डेंटल सर्जरी में, उसके बाद अपना एक स्टार्टअप बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया, अपने क्लिनिक खोला जिसका नाम है ब्लिस द ब्रेसेस। ये थे डॉक्टर सैयद समीर हुसैन। अब आपको इंतजार होगा हमारे आज के खूबसूरत सेगमेंट का, जहां हम आपको ले चलते हैं कश्मीर के खूबसूरत नजारों की तरफ। जी हाँ, आज का कश्मीर का खूबसूरत नजारा है बागे शगुफा। मैं अपनी टेक्निकल टीम, ये है बागे शगुफा, ये हजरत बल के पास निगीन झील के पास ये बाग है, बहुत ही खूबसूरत बाग जिसको बागे शगुफा कहते हैं। महकमे फ्लोरिकल्चर ने इस बाग को तामीर किया है। साल 2002 में इस बाग का इफ्तिताह उस वक्त के चीफ मिनिस्टर डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला ने किया। अब 22 साल इस बाग को हो गए बने हुए। ये है बाग का नजारा जो निगीन लेक के पास है। इसके एक तरफ है निगीन लेक, एक तरफ है झील डल। तो जो कैपिटल श्रीनगर है वहां से 5-6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे आउटस्कर्ट्स ऑफ श्रीनगर में है, पास में ही है। डल झील के एक किनारे पे है, जहां डल झील के एक किनारे में निशात बाग पड़ता है, शालीमार बाग पड़ता है, हारवन, परी महल, एंड दूसरे सिरे पे निगीन लेक है और उसी लेक के किनारे ये बाग है। बहुत खूबसूरत बाग, बहुत बड़ा बाग। इस बाग की एक अच्छी बात यह कि हम मॉर्निंग में लोग मॉर्निंग वॉक के लिए आते हैं और अपने फैमिली को लेके यहाँ लोग आते हैं, चाय पीते हैं, खाना खाते हैं, खेलते हैं, बैठते हैं। बहुत ही खूबसूरत पार्क है जिसको बागे शगुफा कहते हैं। साल 2002 में बनी ये पार्क सड़क के बिल्कुल किनारे, जहां पार्किंग की अच्छी फैसिलिटी है, जहां अंदर दरख्त लगे हुए हैं, मेवे के दरख्त हैं, चिनार के दरख्त हैं। ये देखिए चिनार का दरख्त वहां दूर से, और बीच में हट्स भी बने हुए हैं बैठने के लिए। ये बहुत बड़ा चिनार है जो आप ये दरख्त देख रहे हैं, चिनार का दरख्त है बागे शगुफा में। बागे शगुफा का ये चिनार का बहुत ऊंचा, बहुत बड़ा दरख्त है। इस बाग की एक तरफ हारी पर्वत है। यह हारी पर्वत का नजारा, वो जो चोटी आप देख रहे हैं यह हारी पर्वत की चोटी है। तो लेफ्ट साइड में ये चिनार का एक और पेड़, और ये शगुफा इसको कहेंगे कि फूलों का बाग है। कई सारे फूल है अंदर लगे हुए हैं। ये बाग भी है और पार्क जैसी भी लगती है। मॉर्निंग वॉक के लिए सुबह शाम आते हैं लोकल लोग इस पार्क में। तरह तरह के फूल हैं इस पार्क में। बहुत खूबसूरत पार्क। मॉर्निंग में यहाँ काफी सारे लोग होते हैं जो मॉर्निंग वॉक को आते हैं, सैर तफरी को आते हैं, या छुट्टियों में आते हैं अपनी फैमिली को लेके, अपने बच्चों को लेके। तो यहाँ बहुत एंजॉय करते हैं बच्चे। टूरिस्ट भी यहाँ आते हैं, काफी सारे टूरिस्ट भी हमने देखे इस पार्क में। इस पार्क की एक खूबी ये भी है कि एक तरफ इसको झील डल है, एक तरफ इसको झील नगीन पड़ता है। तो दो झीलों के दरमियान ये पार्क वाक़ा है दरगाह हजरत बल में। ये पार्क लोकल्स को बहुत पसंद है। यहाँ भीड़ भाड़ ज्यादा नहीं होती है जैसे आम मुगल गार्डन्स में होती है। यहाँ भीड़ भाड़ ज्यादा नहीं होती है, इसलिए लोग यहाँ पसंद करते हैं अपनी फैमिली को लेके, अपने बच्चों को लेके यहाँ आना। और एक और अच्छी बात यह कि यहाँ पार्किंग की अच्छी फैसिलिटी है। बाहर आप गाड़ी रख सकते हैं, आप स्कूटर रख सकते हैं, या कार में, अगर आप रेंटेड कार में आते हैं तो उसमें भी आप आ सकते हैं। अच्छी जगह है, वो दिक्कत नहीं है, कोई शोरगुल नहीं है। इस पार्क की दूसरी तरफ है शंकराचार्य का टेम्पल, शंकराचार्य की वो पहाड़ी, और इसके एक किनारे पे आपको दिखेंगे हाउस बोट भी, जो नगीन लेक में हाउस बोट हैं, वो भी इसके किनारे हैं। हम देखना चाहेंगे वो हाउस बोट भी। ये फूलों की क्यारियां, ये सरसब्ज, ये देखिए यहाँ से ये हाउस बोट हैं। इसी तरफ नगीन लेक है इसका, झील नगीन। तो ये हाउस बोट हमें नजर आ रहा है नगीन लेक में। तो ये है अंदर, जो ये देखिए यहाँ से जाते हैं और लेफ्ट साइड में ये पड़ता है हाउस बोट जो नगीन लेक पे ठहरा हुआ है। यहाँ पर सैलानी आते हैं, टूरिस्ट आते हैं। ये हारी पर्वत का नज़ारा यहाँ से देखा जा सकता है, और साथ में एक तरफ ये शंकराचार्य का टेम्पल भी दिखाई पड़ता है। दो खूबसूरत जगह, दो पहाड़ियों पे। ये चिनार का दरख्त है इस बाग शगुफा में, और इस बाग के नज़ारे को देखिए तो बिल्कुल राहत महसूस होती है देखते ही। तो वहां जाके कितनी राहत महसूस होगी, कितनी खुशी महसूस होगी, कितनी फरहत खुशी नसीब होगी, वहां आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। इस खूबसूरत पार्क में नज़ारे दिल लुभाने वाले, देखने लायक। तरह तरह के फूल हैं इस पार्क में। इस पार्क के चारों तरफ, इसलिए इसको बागे शगुफा कहते हैं कि यहाँ शगुफे हैं, छोटे छोटे पौधे हैं, छोटे छोटे फूलों की क्यारियां हैं जो देखी जा सकती हैं। ये फूलों की क्यारियां कश्मीर की खूबसूरत तरीन जगहों में एक खूबसूरत जगह जहां आप आज सैर कर रहे हैं, माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन पर। माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन को लाइक कीजिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, ओरिजिनल चैनल को देखते रहिए। हम आपको हर प्रोग्राम में, हर फ्राइडे को जो ओरिजिनल प्रोग्राम कश्मीर से आपको हम पहुंचाते हैं। ये फिल्म देखने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन आपको बहुत थैंक यू कहता है, शुक्रिया कहता है आपके, आपने हमें देखा। हमारे आज के स्टार्टअप के साथ हमने बात की, मौसम का हाल आपको सुनाया, अखबारों से सुर्खी आपको सुनाई कश्मीर के हवाले से। जी हाँ, आपसे गुजारिश, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट कि आप माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन को लाइक कीजिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और कमेंट कीजिए। हमें अपनी आरा, अपनी तजावीज़, अपने जो भी आपकी सजेशंस हैं उनको हम तक पहुंचाइए जरूर, और देखते रहिए माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
आज की अखबारों पर नजर डालते हैं, लेकिन उससे पहले आपको बता दें कि आज हम आपको सैर कराने जा रहे हैं एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, जी हाँ, जिसको दूध पत्थरी कहते हैं। आज हम आपको सैर कराते हैं दूध पत्थरी की। दूध पत्थरी एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत जगह। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ JNK मुमकिन तेजस्विनी एंड इंस्पायरिंग एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इनिशिएटिव स्कीम्स वाज हेल्ड एट मिनी सेक्रेटरीट कुलगाम। About Nifty and Sensex, the news is that domestic stock market प्राइज नहीं, एक सोशल वर्क भी है जो कश्मीर को बहुत जरूरत है, कश्मीरी बच्चों को। वो है कंसल्टेंसी, एजुकेशन काउंसलिंग, एजुकेशन कंसल्टेंसी। तो एजाज साहब, मैंने आपका तारुफ दिया, हालांकि आप खुद अपना तारुफ देते, लेकिन अपने नाजरीन को के लिए मैंने आपकी इंट्रोडक्शन थोड़ी सी बता दी। आपसे अब सवाल करूंगा। पहला सवाल आपसे, एजाज साहब, मुझे बताइए कि 1 साल हो गया आपको, ये आपने कहा कि गैप है, ये गैप आपको कहाँ दिखी? किन किन मराहिल जो हैं, कौन कौन से एंगल्स हैं जहां पर गैप है कश्मीर में?
बेसिकली देखिए, सबसे अगर हम फॉर इंस्टेंस हम ले लें MBBS का ले लें। अब बच्चे जिनका नीट्स में क्वालिफाई होता है, आज खुद उनको एडमिशन होता है गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस में, तो ठीक है, उनके लिए तो अच्छी बात है। लेकिन कुछ ऐसे बच्चे हैं जिनके यहाँ पर मतलब आज टाइम ही नहीं लगता किसी काम में, ऑनेस्टली, मतलब एवरीथिंग इज गोइंग गुड स्मूथली।
ओके, तो किस डिपार्टमेंट के अंडर आता है आपका ये बिजनेस?
हमारा बेसिकली यहाँ पर कुछ यहाँ पर ना, ये क्या बोलते हैं, कुछ हमारी रजिस्ट्रेशन करानी थी लोकली, तो हमने वो करा दी। यू विल रीच द हाईएस्ट पॉइंट, लेकिन कहीं से तो स्टार्ट करना है। मतलब वी वेट फॉर बिग जॉब्स, बिग ओपनिंग्स, वो तो मिलेंगी तभी जब आप कहीं से स्टार्ट करोगे। एक बड़ी जर्नी एक छोटे कदम के साथ स्टार्ट होती है, और यहाँ पर बहुत सारा पोटेंशियल है, ये बहुत सारा। लेट मी टेल यू ऑनेस्टली, किसी भी फील्ड में जाएं आप, टूरिज्म में जाएं, एलाइड मेडिकल साइंस में जाएं, तो बहुत पोटेंशियल है। आप लोगों को, अपने आप को, बच्चों को बोलूंगा, एक्चुअली हमने यहाँ पर ले लिया कश्मीर में, ब्रांच यहाँ पर खोली, तो उसका ऑलरेडी था, इट एग्जिस्ट ऑलरेडी, तो हमने यहाँ पर, और हमने कुछ चीजें यहाँ पर अपनी ऐड कर दी, जैसे कि स्पेशल एजुकेशन है या असेसमेंट है, कुछ चीजें यहाँ पर।
पेरेंट काउंसलिंग है,
एब्सोल्युटली,
पेरेंट काउंसलिंग। कुछ और आप हमारे नाज़रीन को बताना चाहते हैं?
मैं बेसिकली, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, पेरेंट्स के साथ अपने बच्चों के साथ टाइम दे दो।
ये बताऊं कि वो हमें वो दिखाए वीडियो, दूध पत्थरी गए थे। दूध पत्थरी यानी दूध की वादी। ये रियासत जम्मू कश्मीर का एक सियाती मकाम और पहाड़ी स्टेशन है। ये जम्मू कश्मीर के बडगाम जिले में वाक़ा है। जा रहे हैं क्योंकि वहां रास्ता नहीं है, पहाड़ी सिलसिला है, पुख्ता सड़क नहीं है। मुझ पत्थर, डोपकॉल, सचल पत्थर, पालमदान और परियास हैं। ये चंद जगहें जो आस पड़ोस दूध पत्थरी के हैं।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
नमस्ते और माई स्टार्टअप टीवी में आपका स्वागत है। मैं जयश्री हूँ और स्टार्टअप की दुनिया की नई नई खबरें मैं आप तक ला रही हूँ। आज हम जानेंगे आज हम आपको ले चल रहे हैं कश्मीर की तरफ। क्या आप जानते हैं कि कश्मीर के युवाओं के कदम अब स्टार्टअप्स और नए कारोबारों की तरफ तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं? इस बारे में हम जानेंगे आज, और हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं हमारे क्षेत्रीय प्रमुख अबीद गोहर। अबीद जी, कैसा है श्रीनगर में मौसम?
थैंक यू, आदाब जयश्री, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। माय स्टार्टअप टीवी में जम्मू कश्मीर और खासकर श्रीनगर कश्मीर से ये दूसरा शो, लास्ट फ्राइडे को हमने पहला शो किया था और आज हम दूसरी बार अपने नाजरीन की खिदमत में हाजिर हैं कश्मीर से। कश्मीर से सबसे पहले मौसम का सूरत हाल ये है कि अभी खुशगवार मौसम है इस टाइम, लेकिन दिन में बारिश हुई, अभी धूप निकली हुई है बाहर। पिछले 2 दिनों से काफी गर्मी पड़ी हुई थी। जो कश्मीर की खूबसूरती है ना, यहाँ का मौसम भी इतना ही खूबसूरत है। 2 दिन 30 डिग्री पारा चला गया, आज 17 डिग्री, दिन में ठंड थी और अभी धूप निकली हुई है और अच्छा खासा खुशगवार मौसम है। जी जयश्री।
क्या बात है, पूरा देश तप रहा है लेकिन कश्मीर का मौसम ही सुनने में ही इतना अच्छा लग रहा है।
यस।
अभी ये नए स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में बात करने से पहले क्या आप हमारे दर्शकों को कश्मीर की कुछ बड़ी खबरों के बारे में बता सकते हैं?
जी जरूर। बड़ी खबरें जो आज की अखबारों की जीनत बनी हुई है, आज की खास सुर्खियां इस तरह रही कि श्रीनगर से हज परवाज़ों का आगाज हो गया, यानी जो हज को लोग जाते हैं वो स्टार्ट हो गया। तो कल यानी 9 मई को 644 जो हुजाज हैं, जो आज़मीन हैं, जो पिलग्रिम्स हैं, उनका पहला काफिला मदीना सऊदी अरब के लिए रवाना हुआ। और एक और खबर हमारे आज के अखबारों में है कि श्रीनगर पार्लिमानी हल्के में 17,50,000 वोटर्स 24 उम्मीदवारों की किस्मत का फैसला करेंगे। 18 असेंबली हल्कों में 2135 पोलिंग मराकज कायम, 13 मई को वोट डाले जाएंगे। और तीसरी बड़ी खबर यह कि वादी में दिन और रात के दर्जा हरारत में इजाफा, जैसे मैंने पहले आपको बताया, लेकिन 11 और 12 मई को एक बार फिर बर्फ या बारिश पड़ने का इम्कान है। चौथी बड़ी खबर जो कश्मीर से आज के अखबारों में शाया हुई वो ये कि हुकूमत ने पहली बार खुद रोजगार के लिए नई राहें पैदा की। हिंदुस्तान में करोड़ों स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हैं जो मुल्क की तरक्की का हिस्सा है। इस बात का ऐलान वजीर दाखिला ने किया है। और एक और खबर के मौसमी गर्मा शुरू होने के साथ ही हजारों चरवाहे वादी के मैदानी इलाकों की तरफ रवाना दवा। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि जो सरमा के दिन होते हैं, सरमा के महीने होते हैं, उनमें जो चरवाहे भेड़ बकरियां होती हैं वो पहाड़ों पर चली जाती हैं। तो उसमें उनको घास मिलता है, यहाँ घास नहीं मिलता है, अब वो वापस आ रहे हैं। और एक और खबर की वादी के तूल अर्ज में रोजमर्रा की अशिया की वजह से बीमारियां पैदा होने का खदशा, क्योंकि गर्द गुबार से जो खाने पीने की अशिया होती हैं उनसे काफी फिक्रमंद है लोग। एक और खबर की लिथियम की प्रोसेसिंग के लिए सब्सिडी पर गौर कर रही है हुकूमत, प्राइवेट कंपनियों को रागिब करने के लिए कोशिश। एक और खबर की जम्मू कश्मीर के रोमलू राम को 8 की शुरू में पद्मश्री से नवाजा गया, सदर द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने एजाज दिया। एक और खबर के रेड क्रॉस दिन के हवाले से कई मकामात पर तकारीब। और आखिरी खबर जो मैं अपने नाजरीन, अपने सामीन तक पहुंचाना चाहता हूं वो ये कि अमेरिका और ईरान की सेब ने कश्मीरी सेब इंडस्ट्री को काफी दचका दिया है, काफी नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हैं। कश्मीरी सेब की मांग में कमी आ रही है, जो बाहर के सेब यहाँ आ रहे हैं मुल्क में। तो ये थी अखबारों से कुछ सुर्खियां। और अब जयश्री, आप क्या चाहती हैं और हमारे यहाँ से?
धन्यवाद अबीद जी। हम अब बात करेंगे नए स्टार्टअप्स और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की। जैसा कि हमने पहले डिस्कस किया था कि कश्मीर के युवा कारोबार की तरफ तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और आज शाम भी हम ऐसे ही एक युवा एंटरप्रेन्योर से मिलेंगे। लेकिन उससे पहले दर्शकों और भी ऐसी दिलचस्प स्टार्टअप जगत की कहानियों के लिए हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करना ना भूलें। आप ऐप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं, हमें पॉडकास्ट पर सुन सकते हैं, स्पॉटिफाई और अमेजॉन म्यूजिक पर, और हमें सोशल मीडिया में फॉलो भी कर सकते हैं। हम फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम, ट्विटर और लिंक्डइन पर भी हैं। चलिए अभी जी, अब हम अपने मेहमान से मिलने चलते हैं। बताइए हमें आज शाम हमारे मेहमान कौन है?
जी, जयश्री, हमारे आज के मेहमान हैं मिस आयमन अली। आयमन अली 28 साल की एक युवा लड़की है, नौजवान लड़की है, जिसकी कहानी बड़ी दिलचस्प है। आयमन ने पढ़ाई की पहले मेडिकल से स्टार्ट किया, उसके बाद उन्होंने बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर किया, उसके बाद उन्होंने एमबीए किया एक डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट में। तो आयमन ने एक राह चुनी एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने की, एक स्टार्टअप को शुरू किया। स्टार्टअप एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहती है एक नौजवान लड़की। हालांकि इसके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत सी हैं, क्योंकि टेक्निकल डिग्री इनके पास है, इन्होंने बहुत सारे सेमिनारों में हिस्सा लिया है, इन्होंने ये कुछ नया सोच रही है, नया करने के लिए ये तगदो कर रही है, आगे बढ़ रही है। आइए मिलते हैं आयमन से। आयमन, अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, गुड इवनिंग सर, मैम।
वेरी वेरी वेलकम टू माय स्टार्टअप चैनल, वेरी वार्म वेलकम।
थैंक यू सो मच।
कैसे हैं आप?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह,
कैसे आप?
कैसे हैं?
ठीक। जैसा कि मैं आपका प्रोफाइल दिख रहा हूँ, आप मेडिकल सब्जेक्ट्स में आपने 12th किया, उसके बाद बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर किया, उसके बाद आपने एमबीए किया, और अभी आप जो बिजनेस कर रहे हैं उस बारे में बताइए कि आप अभी क्या कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो आपका शुरुआती दौर है उस बारे में मैं दोबारा बात करूंगा। लेकिन पहले मैं जानना चाहता हूं अपने नाज़रीन के लिए, आपका स्टार्टअप है क्या, आप क्या कर रही है और क्या आपका मुद्दा मकसद है?
सर, मेरा जो बिजनेस है उसका नाम है स्किन ब्लिस, और मैं डील करती हूँ, खुद मैन्युफैक्चर करती हूँ हैंडमेड स्किन केयर, लेकिन ऑर्गेनिक, कंप्लीटली केमिकल फ्री, उसमें कोई केमिकल यूज नहीं होता है। हैंडमेड स्किन केयर और हेयर केयर मेरा जो पर्पस है, मेन मोटिव है, ताकि मैं अपने जो कंज्यूमर्स हैं उनको केमिकल फ्री प्रोडक्ट्स प्रोवाइड करूं, जिनमें कोई केमिकल्स ना हो, और प्लस उनको कोई नुकसानात ना हो उससे। क्योंकि आजकल मार्केट्स में वेरियस प्रोडक्ट्स आए हैं, मतलब लोगों को अवेयरनेस नहीं है ज्यादा, बट हो रही है अभी अवेयरनेस के जो केमिकल प्रोडक्ट्स है उनकी वजह से बहुत सारे नुकसानात हो रहे हैं लोगों को, प्लस एनवायरनमेंट को भी नुकसान पहुंचा है। फॉर एग्जांपल हमारे पास शैम्पूज वगैरह है, उनमें वो प्लास्टिक की बोतल्स में आता है जो लिक्विड फॉर्म में होता है। लेकिन मैंने एक थोड़ा सा रिसर्च करके खुद फिर थोड़ा सा रिसर्च किया, इनोवेट किया, मैंने शैम्पू के बजाय शैम्पू बार्स ना बनाए, जिनमें कोई प्लास्टिक की बोतल्स वगैरह कुछ नहीं लगती है, जो थोड़ा एनवायरनमेंट को भी बचा सकती है, और इनमें जो पैकेजिंग लगती है वो पूरी बायोडिग्रेडेबल है, मतलब उसको नुकसान नहीं होगा, अगर हम फेंकेंगे भी वो अच्छे से जो जमीन में है वो डिग्रेड हो जाएगा। प्लस जो मेरी सोप्स या मतलब शैम्पू बार्स, इनमें कोई भी केमिकल नहीं, इवन जो बच्चा है 1 ईयर का बच्चा वो यूज कर सकता है ये प्रोडक्ट। तो और बाकी जो मेरे प्रोडक्ट्स, इवन मैं कैंडल्स भी बनाती हूँ, जो कैंडल्स जो मेरे हैं उनमें वो वेजिटेबल बेस्ड होता है, मतलब उनमें टॉक्सिन फ्री होते हैं, 100% टॉक्सिन फ्री होते हैं, एनवायरनमेंट को कोई नुकसान नहीं होता। मेरा मेन पर्पस ये है कि एनवायरनमेंट को कोई नुकसान ना हो। आजकल लोगों की बहुत सारी स्किन कंडीशंस होती है, लाइक वो केमिकल प्रोडक्ट्स यूज नहीं कर पाते हैं, जिनसे अगर वो करेंगे यूज तो उनकी स्किन मोस्टली सेंसिटिव स्किन वाले और जिनको स्किन इश्यूज होते हैं उनको बहुत नुकसान हो सकते हैं, और आगे जाके जो एजिंग होती है बढ़ जाती है, रिंकल्स आ सकते हैं, बाकी नुकसान, स्किन कैंसर हो सकता है। इनसे बचने के लिए मैंने ये मेरा यही पर्पस है कि लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादातर ऑर्गेनिक चीजें यूज करें, उनको अवेयरनेस बढ़ जाए कि ऑर्गेनिक चीजें यूज करने से मतलब फर्दर फ्यूचर में बहुत ज्यादा फायदा मिल सकता है।
आयमन, आप ये प्रोडक्ट्स खुद बना रही हैं, आप मैन्युफैक्चर कर रही हैं प्रोडक्ट्स को?
जी सर, मैं खुद मैन्युफैक्चर करती हूँ अपने, फिलहाल मेरा स्टार्टअप है तो मैं अपने घर पे ये बनाती हूँ।
अच्छा, तो घर में ऐसी जगह, मवाफिक जगह जगह है, सुटेबल प्लेस है आपके पास जहां आप ये बनाती हैं?
सर जी सर, मेरा एक अलग रूम है इसके लिए जहाँ पे मैं ये बनाती हूँ ये सारी चीजें।
ओके, तो रॉ मटेरियल कहाँ आप लाती हैं?
सर मेरे यहाँ बड़े बड़े डीलर्स है जो मतलब बहुत ट्रस्टेबल है, और मतलब उनकी क्वालिटी, ये क्वालिटी पे डिपेंड होता है। मैं मेरे जो डीलर्स है जहाँ से मैं लाती हूँ वो एश्योरेंस देते हैं कि क्वालिटी उनकी बहुत अच्छी, और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रिजल्ट भी अच्छे मिलते हैं। तो मैं डीलर्स होते हैं कॉस्मेटिक डीलर्स, बाहर से मैं लाती हूँ। मोस्टली ये केरला में, केरला साइड से ये
ओके।
चीजें ज्यादा, वहीं पे हैंडमेड चीजों का ये है, डीलर्स वहीं होते हैं। तो मैं वहीं से केरला साइड से, चेन्नई साइड से लाती हूँ ये चीजें।
और रॉ मटेरियल में क्या कुछ खास चीजें इसमें आप
इनका रॉ
यूज
मटेरियल
करती
जो
हैं?
होता
रॉ
है
मटेरियल क्या
सर,
होता है?
इसमें जो हर किसी में अलग अलग होते हैं यूज। लाइक सोप्स है,
हम्म।
उनमें होता है ऑयल्स वगैरह यूज होती है, बटर्स होते हैं यूज,
हम्म।
और जो नेचुरल क्लेज है, नेचुरल, लाइक जो है ना ये सोप है फॉर एग्जांपल, इसमें जो कलर है ना, ये कलर नहीं है, ये पाउडर है। हम कोई आर्टिफिशियल कलर्स यूज नहीं करते इसमें। जो सारा कुछ है प्लांट बेस्ड है, इसमें प्लांट बेस्ड एक्सट्रैक्ट्स यूज होते हैं। आर्टिफिशियल कलर, कुछ एसेंशियल कलर्स जो एसेंशियल ऑयल्स यूज होते हैं जो एक्सट्रैक्ट होते हैं प्लांट से, जो एक कंसंट्रेशन होता है, कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड ऑयल होता है, वो हम यूज करते हैं। उसके बहुत सारे बेनिफिट्स होते हैं। लाइक ये शैम्पू बार है, इसमें जो फोम के लिए हम कोकोनट बेस्ड, वो कोकोनट से बनता है वो फोम, वो यूज करते हैं। इसमें मतलब पूरा पैराबिन फ्री है, सल्फेट फ्री है, एनिमल क्रुएल्टी फ्री है। मैं मतलब मेरा ये भी मोटिव था कि एनिमल को कोई नुकसान ना पहुंचे कभी, उस चीज को भी मैंने
राइट।
ध्यान में रखा। तो उसी
तो
मतलब मकसद
मार्केट
से
जब आप
मैंने
बनाती
ये
हैं तो
स्टार्ट।
मार्केट कहाँ है? मार्केट कहाँ है अमन?
जी 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 सर।
आपका मार्केट आपको कहाँ दिखता है? मार्केट आप ऑनलाइन बेचती
सर
हैं या
मेरी जो मार्केटिंग,
मार्केटिंग नहीं है उसके लिए?
सर मेरी जो स्ट्रैटेजी है मार्केटिंग की, पहले मैंने इंस्टाग्राम से स्टार्ट किया। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैंने पेज बनाया
ओके।
इंस्टाग्राम पे, तो मैंने स्टार्ट उसी से किया। फिर उसके बाद मैं एग्जीबिशंस पे गई ताकि लोगों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा पता चले मेरे बिजनेस के बारे में। और थर्ड चीज, मैं जो डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स होते हैं, मैंने कुछ कैटलॉग्स बनाए। मैं जाती हूँ हर, अभी भी इवन जाती हूँ डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स के, हर डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर के पास, छोटा हो बड़ा हो। जैसे यहाँ पे फेमस है कुछ, लाइक पिक एंड चूज है, अर्बन बास्केट है, उनके पास मैं जाती हूँ। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मेरा वहां पे भी अच्छा खासा चलता है मतलब अभी स्टार्टिंग में, बट लोगों को पसंद आ रही मेरी चीजें सारी,
अच्छा,
उनको
ये जो आप
रिजल्ट अच्छे
बिजनेस
मिल
कर
रहे हैं।
रहे
तो
हैं आनंद, ये जो आप बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, इसकी तरफ आपका माइंड कब गया? कब आपने सोचा कि मैं ऐसा करूंगी?
सर एक्चुअली
जी आनंद। यस।
जी सर, सॉरी सर,
यस।
एक्चुअली जब मेरी डिग्री कंप्लीट हो गई तो उसके बाद कोविड आ गया।
जी।
कोविड आ उसके बाद, तो उन दिनों मैं थोड़ा हो गई थी, क्या बोलते हैं, इंसान घर पे बंद हो जाता है। बट मैंने उन दिनों ही थोड़ा अचानक से मैं स्क्रॉल कर रही थी यूट्यूब, तो मैंने एक वीडियो
अच्छा,
देखा सोप
2020 की
मेकिंग
बात है
का।
ना? ये 2020 की बात है।
जी जी
ओके।
सर, लेकिन मैंने उसके बाद ये स्टार्ट किया, 22 में स्टार्ट
ओके।
किया। उसके बाद मैंने ऐसे स्क्रॉल किया तो मैं देख रही थी, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा। लेकिन उसके बाद क्या हुआ, मैंने ज्यादा ध्यान नहीं दिया। फिर मैंने कुछ टाइम, मैं एज अ टीचर मैं गई थी डीपीएस, तो मैंने वहां जॉब किया। बट मैं आई फील कि मैं वहां कुछ एग्जॉस्ट हो गई। मुझे लगा जैसे मेरे लिए नहीं है जॉब। इवन मैंने गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स के लिए अप्लाई किया, आपको पता है यहाँ पे कितना इशू है जॉब्स का, हार्डली मिलती है जॉब्स। गवर्नमेंट जॉब तो अभी
सही है,
बहुत मुश्किल है। तो मैंने अप्लाई
बहुत
मैं कर
मुश्किल है।
दी थी। लेकिन उसके बाद क्या हुआ, मैंने जॉब की वहां डीपीएस में कुछ टाइम के लिए। उसके बाद मैं वहां एग्जॉस्ट हो गई। मुझे 9 to 5 जॉब, मुझे लगा कि मेरे लिए नहीं बनी है। मैंने जॉब छोड़ दी। कुछ 7-8 मंथ मैंने जॉब की, मैंने जॉब छोड़ दी। उसके बाद फिर से मुझे अचानक से माइंड में स्टक हो गया कि मैं वो लास्ट टाइम वो वीडियो मैंने वो डाउनलोड किया था, मैंने वो देखा।
हम्म।
मेरा ना जैसे वो मैं फिर और वीडियोस देखती गई फिर मेरा इंटरेस्ट बढ़ गया। फिर मैंने सोचा क्यों ना मैं अपना कुछ स्टार्ट करूं, ताकि मैं
बहुत
फ्यूचर
अच्छा।
में बाकियों की भी हेल्प करूं, बाकियों को भी जॉब प्रोवाइड कर पाऊं, बाकी लड़कियों को। क्योंकि आजकल बहुत सारी लड़कियां, मतलब हर कोई इंडिपेंडेंट रहना चाहता है, इवन लड़कियां, कोई
सही,
अपने पैरों पे हर कोई खड़ा रहना चाहता है। तो उसी बात
बिल्कुल सही।
उसी चीज ने मुझे स्टक किया मेरे दिमाग को। देन आई स्टार्टेड दिस बिजनेस। ऑलमोस्ट मुझे 1 साल से ज्यादा हो गया इस बिजनेस को। अब मैंने ये बिजनेस
तो
स्टार्ट
अभी आपको
किया,
आपको
उसके
लगता है कि
बाद
ये जो बिजनेस
धीरे धीरे पहले मैंने
आयमन
सोप्स।
आयमन,
जी सर।
आपको लगता है कि ये जो बिजनेस आप कर रही हैं इससे आपको अच्छा खासा रेवेन्यू जनरेट होता है,
जी
या आप अच्छा खासा
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। अभी
कमाते
तो
हैं?
सर ये असल में बिजनेस में क्या होता है ना, स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा करना पड़ता है, मेहनत एफर्ट्स लगाने पड़ते हैं,
अच्छा,
मार्केटिंग पे काम वो ये।
हाँ,
बट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह इसमें रेवेन्यू भी अच्छा है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
ओके।
क्योंकि
अब
एक चीज है,
एक और
मेहनत भी काफी है, ये तो जरूरी है एफर्ट्स, लेकिन एक बार
बहुत जरूरी
मार्केट
है,
बन जाए,
बहुत जरूरी है।
मार्केट बन जाए
और
फिर
ये जो आप इनोवेटिव,
मार्केट।
सही आयमन,
जी सर।
अपनी क्रिएटिविटी की वजह से आपने ये सफर शुरू किया, ये बिजनेस का सफर आपने शुरू किया। अभी लगता है कि उतनी ज्यादा कमाई शायद नहीं हो रही है आपको, तो लेकिन लगता है कि इसका फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है। आपका
सर
इनोवेटिव जो नया
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
ख्याल है आपका, वो बहुत शानदार है, बहुत शानदार है। अब मैं आता
थैंक
हूँ
यू सर।
एक और चीज की तरफ। अयमन, आप एक लड़की हो और भी कश्मीर में रहती हैं, यहाँ समाजी कुछ बंदिशें भी हैं, हर जगह हैं, कश्मीर में ज्यादा ही। तो
जी सर।
पहले मुझे बताइए, आप कितने भाई बहन हैं घर में?
सर मेरे 2 भाई है और मैं बड़ी सबसे, मेरे छोटे भाई।
वो आपके छोटे हैं?
जी सर।
जी। अच्छा, वालिद अपने फादर ने आपको कोई इसे एनकरेज किया, या कुछ आपको लगा निगेटिव अप्रोच है उसका?
नहीं सर, उनका पहले से ही था वो। उन्होंने मुझे कभी किसी चीज के लिए नहीं रोका लाइफ में। जो मैं करना
ओके।
चाहती थी उन्होंने मुझे करने दिया। तो उन्होंने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया। इवन राइट नाउ ही सपोर्ट्स मी अ लॉट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। आई थिंक आई हैव गॉट अ बेस्ट फादर इन दिस वर्ल्ड। वो बहुत सपोर्टिव है। इवन माय ब्रदर्स, माय मदर, इवन मेरे सारी फैमिली, पूरे
ओके।
रिलेटिव्स, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला। इवन वो बहुत ज्यादा खुश है मेरी। वो मतलब क्योंकि मैं पहली लड़की हूँ फैमिली में जिसने ऐसा स्टेप लिया। बाकी तो सब मतलब करते थे जॉब, लेकिन वही 9 to 5 टीचिंग वगैरह। मैंने ये स्टेप लिया, वो इस चीज को के लिए मुझे बहुत ज्यादा शाबाशी देते हैं कि तुमने हिम्मत की, तुम निकली, तुमने खुद को मतलब एक डिफरेंट फील्ड चुना। तो इसके लिए अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आई एम वेरी ग्रेटफुल।
Okay, Ayman, one thing comes into my mind that you have done graduation in agriculture sciences, okay? और उसके बाद आपने BA किया, तो एग्रीकल्चर जो आपकी पढ़ाई है वो क्या अभी यूज हो रही है आपके प्रेजेंट जो पैशन में, प्रेजेंट आपकी बिजनेस है उसमें?
सर क्योंकि ये ऑर्गेनिक है ना, ऑर्गेनिक चीज मतलब इसमें जो भी चीजें यूज होती है उसका कहीं ना कहीं लिंक है एग्रीकल्चर के साथ। क्योंकि प्लांट,
ओके, गुड।
इसमें फ्रूट्स यूज होते हैं, हम फ्रूट्स यूज करते हैं। मुझे
यस।
इसमें जो, क्योंकि ये सारे एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो हम यूज करते हैं इन ऑर्गेनिक स्किन केयर, तो है इसमें काफी लिंक। और
अच्छा,
मुझे
उसके बाद आप,
थोड़ा फिर जी जी जी
ओके ओके, गॉट इट। उसके बाद आपने एमबीए किया, आपने हॉर्टिकल्चर बिजनेस में, ओके?
हॉर्टिकल्चर बिजनेस।
ओके, हॉर्टिकल्चर। ओ, तो वो जो एमबीए जो उसने आपको फायदा दिया, या फायदा दे रहा है कुछ वो?
लेकिन एक सर एक चीज आपको बताना चाहूंगी, जो हम प्रैक्टिकली पढ़ते हैं ना, प्रैक्टिकली थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज जो होती है वो काफी डिफरेंट होती है प्रैक्टिकल से। जब हम प्रैक्टिकली, तब तो मुझे ज्यादा नहीं था ये सब, क्योंकि बुक पे पढ़ते थे वो ज्यादा समझ नहीं आता था। अब मैं लेकिन फील्ड में निकली, मैंने देखा
हम्म,
मार्केटिंग कैसे क्या होता है, स्ट्रैटेजीज सीखी।
हम्म,
मैंने बुक पे पढ़ा था लेकिन वो तब इंसान को याद नहीं रहता है, बट जब
राइट
प्रैक्टिकली अप्लाई करते हो उन चीजों को, हाँ काम तो आई काफी चीजें, बट
राइट
मुझे लगता है तब मैंने ज्यादा कुछ नहीं सीखा। जब मैंने बिजनेस अपना स्टार्ट किया, मुझे ज्यादा उन चीजों ने नॉलेज दी, बेनिफिट दिया, वो चीजें मुझे
राइट
बहुत इस्तेमाल में आई फिर,
आयमन
जो
आयमन
मैंने अब खुद सीखा है। जी सर।
बहुत अच्छा। आयमन आपने अपने बिजनेस का नाम, अपने स्टार्टअप का नाम रखा है सिकिन ब्लिस। ये आपने क्या सोच के रखा है, इसके पीछे क्या राज है?
सर राज कुछ नहीं है, जस्ट जनरली मैंने स्किन, ये तो स्किन केयर का ही बिजनेस है, तो मैंने उसी रिलेटेड किया, मैंने जनरल नाम लिखा, इसके पीछे कुछ राज नहीं है, बस रख दिया
अच्छा,
ऐसे मैंने।
लेकिन जो आपके प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, जैसे मैं देख रहा हूँ सोशल मीडिया पे या इंस्टाग्राम पे या फेसबुक पे
जी
जो आप डाल रहे हैं, उसमें कॉफी सोप आप बना रहे हैं, कुछ कैंडल्स बना
जी
रहे हैं, तो उसको तो स्किन के साथ ताल्लुक नहीं है ना?
नो सर, स्किन
आप
के लिए कॉफी
क्या
बहुत ज्यादा
बना
अच्छी,
रहे? ओके,
वेरी बेनिफिशियल फॉर स्किन।
आप बना रही हैं
स्किन की
कैंडल्स,
टैनिंग।
सेंटेड कैंडल्स। वो
नो
कैंडल्स
सर,
किसमें
हाँ
होती है और
एक्चुअली,
पर
एक्चुअली मेरा फिर वो पैशन, मैंने स्किन का भी स्टार्ट किया था ना पहले, फिर मैंने सोचा मैं कैंडल्स भी ऐड करूं इसमें, ये मेरा ना अब बन गया था वो शौक जैसा। तो फिर मुझे, मैंने सोचा, मैंने ट्राई के लिए कैंडल स्टार्ट किए थे, बट मुझे रिस्पॉन्स अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा मिला, तो फिर मैंने सोचा क्यों ना ऐड करूं मैं डिफरेंट कैंडल्स भी साथ में, स्किन केयर भी, तो फिर इसीलिए मैंने कैंडल्स का भी रखा। इवन कस्टमर्स को बहुत पसंद आए मेरे कैंडल्स वगैरह भी, तो
अच्छा,
इसलिए
वन
मैंने साथ
इम्पोर्टेंट
में वो भी रखा।
वन
जी
वन
सर।
इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग, क्या ये आपका सेकंड प्लेस है ना? क्या ये रजिस्टर्ड है? आपने रजिस्ट्रेशन की कराई है किसी गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट में?
सर अभी प्रोसेस में है वो
हम्म,
रजिस्ट्रेशन।
ओके। और कभी बैंक के पास आप गई फाइनेंस के लिए कि नहीं? आपको जरूरत नहीं पड़ी?
नहीं सर,
अभी जरूरत नहीं पड़ी।
मैंने सर ये बिजनेस 2000 रुपयों से स्टार्ट किया है,
ओके,
जस्ट विद
ओके।
1000 रुपीज।
अभी आपको लगता है कि 2000 रुपए कितने पहुंच गए हैं, कितने लाख पहुंच गए हैं?
सर लाख तो नहीं बोल सकते, बट थाउजेंड में अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, मतलब थ्री, मतलब काफी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आगे बढ़ चुकी हूँ। 40, कभी कभी मेरा, मैं आपको बताती हूँ रेवेन्यू पर मंथ ही बताती हूँ, मतलब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
ओके,
40,000 में हो जाता है कभी कभी, ऐसे मेरी अभी
ठीक।
सेल होती है मंथली,
हम्म।
बिकॉज
और
ये
कौन जुड़ा
ऑनलाइन
है
की
आपकी
वजह से
बिजनेस?
नहीं, क्योंकि मैं डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स में जाती हूँ।
जाती हूँ। अच्छा, और कौन जुड़ा है आपके साथ?
हाँ, जी सर।
और कौन जुड़ा है आपकी इस
सर नहीं,
कोशिश के साथ, इस बिजनेस के?
सर मैं अकेली संभालती हूँ सब कुछ।
ओके, तो अभी इरादा है आपको जब आप बढ़ाएंगे तो किसी और को साथ रखेंगे?
सर ये मेरा, मैंने आपको अभी बोला कि मैं चाहती हूँ कि
हम्म,
मैं बाकियों को भी थोड़ा, मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं जॉब प्रोवाइड करूँ बाकियों को भी, ये
हम्म, हम्म,
बाकी जो लड़कियां हैं जिनके पास जॉब्स नहीं है, मैं उनको
हम्म।
रोजगार प्रोवाइड कर सकूँ, मेरा ये गोल है, इंशाल्लाह मैं जल्दी ये पूरा करूंगी।
अच्छा, मुझे लगता
मेरा
है
ये
अब मुझे
गोल है
दो
कि
तीन,
मेरा एक स्टोर हो। जी सर।
यस, आई मीन मुझे लगता है कि दो तीन चीजें जो आपने समाई है इसमें, एक तो आप बनाती हैं डेकोरेटेड पीसेस, सम यूनिक पीसेस।
जी सर।
दूसरा हो गया आपका स्किन केयर, ठीक है?
जी सर।
तो तीसरा आप वो कुछ ऐसा बना रही है कि जो शादियों में काम आता है, जो चीजें समथिंग यूनिक, दिलचस्प है, जो यंगर जनरेशन ज्यादा यूज कर रही है आजकल। इज इट
जी
सो?
सर।
अच्छा, मुझे एक बात बताइए, आपकी हॉबी क्या है? ये तो हो गया आपका काम, आपका पेशा।
मेरी हॉबी है, एक तो मुझे कुकिंग बहुत पसंद है,
ओके,
कुकिंग मैं करती हूँ, और
ओके,
थोड़ा सा ट्रैवल करना मुझे पसंद है,
अच्छा। और
और और
मैंने
कुछ
पढ़ा
नहीं।
आपकी इसमें स्पोर्ट्स और एडवेंचर भी है आपकी हॉबी में?
हाँ स्पोर्ट्स तो मैं खेलती थी बचपन में, बट ज्यादा नहीं, अभी तो मैं जब से मैंने यूनिवर्सिटी छोड़ दी तब से ये सारा हो गया ना, भूल ही गई अब स्पोर्ट्स वगैरह।
क्योंकि एडवेंचर आपका पसंद, आपकी हॉबी है, स्पोर्ट्स आपकी हॉबी, आप अपनी स्टेट JNK से बाहर गई है कभी?
जी सर।
कहाँ गई है जिसने आपको
एक्चुअली सर
मोटिवेट किया?
मतलब सर आवाज
जी,
नहीं आ रही है अच्छे से।
आप कभी बाहर गई हैं इस वास्ते कि मैं कुछ सीखूं या किसी ऐसे स्टार्टअप से मिलूं, ऐसे बिजनेस एंटरप्रेन्योर से मिलूं ताकि वहां से एक्सपीरियंस हासिल हो सके, ऐसा ऐसी कोशिश आपने की?
नो सर, फिलहाल तो
हम्म,
नहीं गई मैं। बस मैं जब पढ़ाई करती थी तभी गई हूँ, उसके बाद मैं हाँ गई हूँ ऐसे घूमने वगैरह के लिए, बट ऐसा कुछ अभी मैंने सोचा
अच्छा,
होपफुली।
अभी आपका गोल क्या है? आप नौकरी के लिए जाएंगे किसी या इसी पेशे को आप आगे बढ़ाएंगे?
नहीं सर, इसी
अगर
बिजनेस
आपको
को
कहा
आगे
जाए कि आप, ओके, सो यू विल नॉट प्रेफर गवर्नमेंट जॉब नाउ,
नो सर।
इज इट सो? इज इट
यस
सो
सर।
यू विल नॉट प्रेफर गवर्नमेंट जॉब?
नो
अच्छा,
सर, आई
नौजवान
विल
लड़कियां,
नॉट प्रेफर।
ओके, गुड। जो नई नस्ल है हमारी, पढ़ी लिखी लड़कियां हैं या पढ़ी लिखी यूथ्स हैं, जो नौकरियां तलाश करती हैं ग्रेजुएशन के बाद ही, हालांकि आपने मास्टर्स भी किया है बिजनेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में, उनका उनके लिए आपका पैगाम क्या होगा? अब वो वेट कर रहे हैं, इस वेट के बजाय अगर हम किसी बिजनेस एंटरप्रेन्योर में लग जाएं, किसी स्टार्टअप पर लग जाए, आपकी तरह किसी इनोवेटिव चीज में लग जाए, तो आपका पैगाम क्या होगा उनके लिए?
सर मेरा यही पैगाम है कि मतलब मैं चाहती हूँ कि जैसे मैं हूँ, मैंने भी गलती की, वेट किया पहले जॉब के लिए, बट आई डोंट थिंक यहाँ पे ज्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटी है जॉब्स की। बट आई थिंक बिजनेस इज द बेस्ट आइडिया फॉर एवरी, इवन लड़कों के लिए भी, लड़कियों के लिए भी, क्योंकि इससे मतलब हमारी कंट्री की बहुत डेवलपमेंट, इवन अपनी स्टेट की बहुत डेवलपमेंट हो सकती है। और एक चीज मैं बोलना चाहूंगी कि हमारे जो लोकल लोग हैं उनको बहुत सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, यहाँ के जो लोकल बिजनेस ओनर्स हैं। ये चीज मैंने देखी है, ये करते बहुत कम लोकल्स को सपोर्ट। मैं चाहती हूँ कि लोग बिजनेस करें, लड़कियां अपने पैरों पे खड़े खड़े हो जाए, और साथ में लोगों को ये भी बोलना चाहती हूँ, प्लीज एंड प्लीज सपोर्ट योर ओन पीपल, क्योंकि जब आप उनको सपोर्ट नहीं दोगे वो मोटिवेट नहीं हो जाएंगे, ऐसे वो काफी उनको डिमोटिवेशन हो जाता है। क्योंकि मैंने खुद ये फेस किया, लोग मुझे बोलते थे पता नहीं क्या बेचती होगी, ये इतनी महंगी चीजें बेचती हो। इनको एक तो डिफरेंस नहीं पता है कि इंसान अपने हाथों से चीजें बनाता है फिर बेचता है, इनकी पैकेजिंग और प्लस ये ऑर्गेनिक होती है, हैंडमेड चीजें हैं, तो इनमें थोड़ा एफर्ट्स लगते हैं, खर्चा लगता है। बट नहीं, ये बोलता है कि चलो सस्ता है कहीं पे भी, ये क्वालिटी, कुछ लोग हैं जो क्वालिटी को ये प्रेफरेंस देते हैं, कुछ लोग होते हैं जो प्राइस को देते हैं। मैं लेकिन यहाँ के लोगों को अपील करना चाहती हूँ कि प्लीज अपने जो लोकल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है उनको सपोर्ट करें, उनको इस चीज से बहुत वो लिफ्ट अप हो जाएंगे, ताकि हमारी जो अपना JNK है वह काफी डेवलपमेंट आ सके, हमें फिर कहीं से लाने की जरूरत नहीं है। अगर हमारा अपना ही जो स्टेट है, ये वहाँ के लोग बेचना स्टार्ट करेंगे, स्किन केयर है, बाकी चीजें हैं, जैसे फूड है, फूड में भी काफी चीजें, अचार लोग बेचते हैं, उनको सपोर्ट करें, जो क्लोथिंग है उनको सपोर्ट, हमें बाहर की ब्रांड्स की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी। बस यही मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ लोगों को, प्लीज अपने आप को, इनको लोगों को सपोर्ट करें और अपना कुछ स्टार्ट करें, ताकि आप दूसरे लोगों को भी ये जॉब प्रोवाइड कर सके, ताकि यहाँ पे कुछ जो लोग बेचारे।
आनंद, एक और सवाल मुझे जहन में आता है,
जी
वो ये कि आपने क्या अपने सोशल मीडिया को आप कितना इस्तेमाल करते हैं अपने इस बिजनेस के लिए?
सर मैं सोशल मीडिया ही यूज करती हूँ, ये मुझे ऑर्डर्स वहीं से आते हैं,
ओके,
मोस्टली इंस्टाग्राम या
सोशल
फेसबुक
मीडिया
से।
से क्या आपने सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग पे कोई कोर्स किया हुआ है कि नहीं, ऐसी आपको?
नो सर, नो सर, मैंने
ओके,
नहीं किया
अच्छा, यू आर
सर, लेकिन मैं
ओके,
चाहती हूँ कि मैं डिजिटल मार्केटिंग पे कोर्स करूँ, क्योंकि वो बहुत ज्यादा बेनिफिट देगा आगे।
मार्केटिंग बहुत जरूरी है और आपके लिए बहुत जरूरी है। ऑनलाइन अगर आप अपनी चीजें रखेंगे बेचेंगे तो उससे भी इंटरनेशनल मार्केट आपको बन जाएगा।
जी सर।
अच्छा, एक और चीज आपने लेवेंडर, हाँ आपने वैल्यू चेन ऑफ लेवेंडर पे कुछ काम किया है, कुछ सेमिनार आपने किया है?
जी जी।
इज इट ट्रू?
यस सर,
ये
मेरा
कब की बात है?
प्रोजेक्ट था मास्टर सर 2020 में मैंने किया, 19
अच्छा,
से 20 तक।
तो उसका वो सेमिनार क्या था? आप क्या करना चाहती हो थी उसमें? कुछ दूसरा बिजनेस आइडिया था आपका?
सर मुझे असल में मार्केटिंग देखनी थी उसमें, मतलब मार्केटिंग यहाँ पे कैसे होता है, और मतलब वो सारा कॉस्ट कितना लगता है उनको। मैं इनके पास गई थी, जो फार्मर्स यहाँ के हैं जो ग्रो करते हैं, उनके पास गई मैंने क्वेश्चनर बना के उनको दिया था, लाइक आप कितने में बेचते हो ये सारी चीजें, खरीदते हो, आई मीन जो लेवेंडर के प्लांट्स है।
ओके।
सर यहाँ पे काफी स्कोप है, जो एसेंशियल ऑयल्स का बिजनेस है उसका भी काफी स्कोप है, क्योंकि उसमें खर्चा है थोड़ा बहुत, बिकॉज हमें क्या करना होता है, हम एक बार वो ग्रो करते हैं, फिर वो बहुत सालों तक हमें ग्रो नहीं करना पड़ता है, ये प्लांट वो 6-7 साल रह जाता है ऐसे, मतलब हर साल वो हमें प्लांटिंग देता है, ऐसे होता है उसमें। प्लस हम उसमें वैल्यू एडिशन कर सकते हैं, ऑयल्स एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं, जो ऑयल काफी महंगा आता है। एसेंशियल ऑयल उसका रेट होता है पर केजी 10,000 to 15,000 रेट में मिलता है वो। तो यहाँ पे बहुत सारे फार्मर्स हैं जो इस चीज में बहुत आगे बढ़ चुके, इवन फीमेल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है, लाइक रिहाना तबस्सुम, वो एक काफी वेरी फेमस ये है फार्मर, मतलब एंटरप्रेन्योर है, जो बेचती है, खुद बनाती है, खुद ग्रो करती है काफी सारे एसेंशियल ऑयल्स, फिर एक्सट्रैक्ट मशीन है उसके पास, वो खुद एक्सट्रैक्ट करके बेचती है। तो इसमें भी काफी अच्छा
आई मीन एक
स्कोप है
दिलचस्प
यहाँ।
बात, हम आप our good wishes are with you with the second bliss and Ayman Ali। लेकिन अपने नाज़रीन को मैं ये बताऊं कि आयमन ने मेडिकल सब्जेक्ट्स में 12th पास किया है 74% मार्क्स के साथ। She could have been gone to medical doctorate, BBS or something outside of this. Ayman has thought something different. Ayman took some
Sir,
initiative, something differently.
I was not interested. I was not
Okay.
interested in MBBS and all.
Okay. ओके, तो एमबीबीएस में आपको दिलचस्पी नहीं थी, बिजनेस में आपको दिलचस्पी थी। हमारी गुड विश आपके साथ है अमन।
सर वो
लेकिन एक और सवाल,
थी, वो अचानक से आ गई। जी सर।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपको ये होगा कि अभी आयमन अली अपने माँ बाप के पास है। आयमन आपकी एज 28 साल है। जब आपकी शादी हो जाएगी उसके बाद आपका बिजनेस कैरियर ऑन हो जाएगा और इट डिपेंड्स।
यस सर, मेरा ये मकसद है कि मेरा बिजनेस आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, और इसके लिए मैं
आयमन अली वो कल मिसेज आयमन अली होगी, तो कल का क्या आप सोच रहे हैं? शादी के बाद बिजनेस जारी रहेगी?
जी सर।
Okay. Anything else you want to convey to our viewers? Anything else out of your heart?
सर बस यही कि हमें हमारे जो स्मॉल बिजनेस ओनर्स है, मेरी तरह यहाँ पे काफी ज्यादा ओनर्स है, बस आप सपोर्ट करते रहे और हम पे ट्रस्ट करें। हम लाइक लोगों को है ये इशू कि शायद हम क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट नहीं बेचते, बट मुझे लगता है कि स्मॉल बिजनेस ओनर जो है वो बेस्ट क्वालिटी प्रोवाइड करते हैं, क्योंकि वो अपना खून पसीना मतलब एक करके बेचते हैं प्रोडक्ट्स, मेहनत करके बेस्ट क्वालिटी। आप एक बार हमें भरोसा करें और हमें सपोर्ट करें। दैट्स इट। थैंक यू सो मच।
जरूर, we will trust you and we request all the people, all our customers to trust Ayman Ali, proprietor Sikkim Police। Ayman, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने के लिए।
थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच, आपने मुझे इनवाइट किया, मुझे थोड़ा मौका दिया बोलने का।
मोस्ट वेलकम, यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम। जयश्री, जयश्री आप हैं वहां? जयश्री, हाँ जयश्री, ये थी आयमन अली हमारे साथ, सिक्किम ब्रिज की प्रोपराइटर। अभी घर में ही, घर से स्टार्ट ही कर रही है, घर से इन्होंने ये किया। इनका घर जो है ना वो शालीमार के पास है। शालीमार बहुत मशहूर गार्डन है, और शालीमार गार्डन जो है ना वो एक लेक है, उसके किनारे पे वाक़ा है, उसको कहते हैं डल झील। आप सुनना चाहते हैं डल झील के बारे में?
जी अभी जी मैं वहां तक पहुंच ही रही थी, उससे पहले मैं चाहती हूँ आप या
जी
आ रहा है यहाँ से, और उन्हें उनके कैसे कांटेक्ट करें एनएम जी को, क्योंकि उनकी स्टोरी बहुत दिलचस्प है। हम चाहते हैं कि कश्मीर में ऐसे बहुत सारे नए कारोबार बने, उससे नौकरियां जनरेट हो और इकोनॉमी में ग्रोथ करती रहे। तो प्लीज आप या एनएम उनको हमें बताइए कि कैसे हम एनएम का प्रोडक्ट खरीद सकते हैं, स्किन ब्लिस के प्रोडक्ट्स ले सकते हैं।
Yes, thank you. I will convey to Ayman. I will definitely convey this your message to the Ayman. In fact, she has grown up her customers by virtue of my startup. अच्छा, मैं जयश्री, मैं ये बताना चाहता था कि जहां रहती है ना ये ऐमन, वो डल झील के बिल्कुल किनारे रहती है। उसको कहते हैं शालीमार। शालीमार में एक बाग भी है, उसको शालीमार गार्डन कहते हैं। शालीमार गार्डन, निशात गार्डन, ये मुगल गार्डन हैं, ये डल झील के किनारे हैं। मैं दिखाना चाहता हूँ, मैं आपको लेना चाहता हूँ डल झील की सैर।
तो हम वहीं जा रहे थे। इनफैक्ट अभी भी मेरा अगला सवाल यही था कि जिस तरह आपने लास्ट एपिसोड में हमें कश्मीर में मानसबल की यात्रा कराई थी, इस बार आप हमारे दर्शकों को कश्मीर में कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं? सब जानते हैं कि कश्मीर घूमने के लिए बहुत खूबसूरत जगह है, एक नई जगह
आपको ले चलते हैं,
जो
बिल्कुल सही, आपको ले चलते हैं डल झील के किनारे। डल झील की सैर आपको कराते हैं, और डल झील के पास ही रहती है हमारी आज की एंटरप्रेन्योर, हमारी आज की स्टार्टअप जो स्किन ब्रिज की प्रोपरेटर मिस आयमन अली भी। चलते हैं और देखते हैं डल झील का नजारा।
पसंद आया अभिजीत जी, सच में बहुत सुंदर है डल लेक। कश्मीर में नए कारोबारों के बारे में आपने हमें बताया, डल का सैर कराया आपने, सच में बहुत अच्छा लगा हमें। तो दर्शकों, स्टार्टअप्स की और अन्य खबरों के लिए माई स्टार्टअप टीवी से जुड़े रहें।
माई स्टार्टअप टीवी का रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट श्रीनगर JNK से आपकी खिदमत में लाइव ब्रॉडकास्ट हो रहा है अभी। तो हम स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं आज का रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन के लिए। अपने सभी नाजरीन को हमारा नमस्कार, आदाब, गुड आफ्टरनून। 24 मई की आज की तारीख, आज J&K कश्मीर श्रीनगर से मैं आपकी खिदमत में लाइव मुखातिब हूँ। तो सबसे पहले बात करते हैं कश्मीर के मौसम की। तो कश्मीर में मौसम आज बहुत गर्म है। बहुत हमारा मतलब ये है कि यहाँ के टेम्परेचर के हिसाब से अच्छी खासी गर्मी यहाँ है। आज 32 डिग्रीज के आसपास हमारे टेम्परेचर रहा यहाँ कश्मीर श्रीनगर में, और अच्छी खासी धूप है, अच्छा खासा मौसम है। काफ़ी सारी सैलानी आए हुए हैं कश्मीर। तो आज हम एक टूरिस्ट स्पॉट पे जाएंगे, आपको कश्मीर के नज़ारा दिखाएंगे ज़रूर, लेकिन सबसे पहले नज़र दौड़ाते हैं आज के चंद अखबारों पर और बिजनेस के हवाले से, स्टार्टअप्स के हवाले से क्या कुछ खास मौजूद है कल परसों और आज के अखबारों में। तो हेडलाइंस मैं पढ़ता हूँ कश्मीर के हवाले से। यह है डिस्ट्रिक्ट इंडस्ट्री सेंटर श्रीनगर rallies unit holders to cash in on NCSS initiatives. Stock market at all-time high as Nifty inches closer to 23,000. Production of good quality seeds, post-harvest management are key focus area, Director Agriculture. और एक और सुर्खी अखबार की है जो आज के पन्नों पर शाया हुई है, वो ये है कि EV sales declining globally even as India market witnessing growth. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक व्हीकल्स की बात हो रही है। और एक और सुर्खी है हमारे आज के अखबार की, आफ्टर BSE market cap of NSE listed companies now touch $5 trillion. Sweltering heat pushes India's power demand to fresh high. और एक और सुर्खी है, इंडिया only country among world's top 5 to register rise in steel production in April. तो एक और खबर में की तरफ आपको दोहराते हैं। ये अखबारों की आज की सुर्खियां बनी हुई हैं बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट पेज पे। RBI approves record dividend of rupees 2.11 lakh crore to central government. और partnerships growth opportunities and focus at industries and commerce departments. Investors meet in Jammu. G20 Sherpa spellbound by Kashmir's handicraft heritage. Director Agriculture visits potato development farm Bosia. Director Sericulture inspects silkworm rearing operations at Mirgun Seed Station. And RBI SEBI Home Ministry meet try officials to discuss how to check misuse of unsolicited calls. India to gain as global oil prices decline despite geopolitical tensions. तो ये चंद सुर्खियां आपकी खिदमत में यहाँ जो कश्मीर श्रीनगर से जो कुछ अखबार शाये हुए थे और बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट के हवाले से जो कुछ खबरें हमारे पास थी हमने आपको पहुंचा दी। माई स्टार्टअप टीवी के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। आपसे गुजारिश कि आप माई स्टार्टअप टीवी चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें, लाइक करें, कमेंट करें और हमें देखते रहें। इस ब्रॉडकास्ट को हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं श्रीनगर कश्मीर J&K से। और हमारे प्रोग्राम में आज के गेस्ट, आज के मेहमान एक नए एंटरप्रेन्योर, एक नए स्टार्टअप। हमारे आज के स्टार्टअप हैं आसिया बानो, जो टूर एंड ट्रैवल एक एजेंसी चला रही है अपने बलबूते पे। कश्मीर की लड़की, 40 साल की ये नौजवान औरत अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर रही है उस फील्ड में जहां उसको स्कोप दिखती है। कश्मीर के टूरिज्म के हवाले से, कश्मीर के टूर ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर के हवाले से और ट्रैवल्स के हवाले से, टूरिज्म के हवाले से। आसिया बानो से हम बात कर रहे हैं। चलिए मिलते हैं आसिया बानो से और कुछ सवाल उनसे जानते हैं और कुछ उनसे सीखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। चलिए आसिया जी, आप हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो आसिया, कैसी हो?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, ऑल वेल। हाउ आर यू सर?
थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू, हम ठीक हैं
सर। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू दैट you give me this opportunity to introduce myself on your special program.
देखिए नाज़रीन, मैं आपको बता दूं कि आसिया बानो 4 बहन भाइयों में से सबसे छोटी, ग्रेजुएशन करने के बाद नौकरी न मिलना और घर के माशी हालात को बेहतर बनाने की गर्ज से एक टूर एंड ट्रैवल कंपनी में नौकरी की आसिया जी ने, और चंद साल कबल अपनी एक ऐसी कंपनी शुरू की जिसे आसिया चला रही है अपने बलबूते पे, अपनी टांगों पे, खुद एक लड़की होके, खुद एक औरत होके। और जहां उसको लगा कि टूर एंड ट्रैवल ऑपरेशंस में कश्मीर में बहुत डिमांड है, ज़रूरत है, तो आसिया ने ये अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया। आसिया से बराह रास्त मुखातिब होते हैं। आसिया,
जी
सबसे पहले हमें अपने बारे में बताइए। आप कहाँ से हैं?
जी जी
आपकी पढ़ाई
सबसे
कब
पहले
मुकम्मल
तो
आपने की है और घर के हालात वगैरह कैसे हैं?
जी, अभी मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताऊँ। सबसे पहले तो आपने इंट्रोडक्शन में मेरा नाम जो लिया है आसिया बानो, मैं एक्चुअली कश्मीर से ही बिलॉन्ग करती हूँ। कश्मीर में पैदा हुई, कश्मीर में पली-बड़ी, पढ़ाई वगैरह बस सब कश्मीर में ही हुई। और रहती हूँ आलमगीर बाज़ार, डाउनटाउन एरिया में। तो और पढ़ाई भी वही हुई है, ग्रेजुएशन कंप्लीट की है और 1 ईयर डिप्लोमा किया है कंप्यूटर्स में। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी अपना एक्सपीरियंस भी आपको बताऊँगी, वो भी सब शेयर करूँगी आपके साथ। तो फिलहाल तो स्टार्टिंग में जो मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन आपने कराया टूर एंड ट्रैवल बिज़नेस से रिलेटेड, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वो बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है मेरा और मैं बहुत सैटिस्फाई हूँ इसमें, जो मैंने स्टार्ट किया है।
आसिया, जहाँ पढ़ाई नौकरी ढूंढने निकलते हैं, सरकारी नौकरी की
जी,
तलाश
जी,
में रहती हैं,
बिल्कुल। जी, जी।
आपने भी नौकरी की तलाश की होगी। उस तलाश में आप एक बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज आपने कैसे बनाया?
सबसे पहले तो बता दूँ कि कश्मीर में जो भी हम जैसे लड़कियाँ ख़ासकर जो पढ़ाई के सिलसिले में पढ़ाई के दौरान ही हम लड़कियाँ एक ये माइंडसेट बना के चलते हैं कि शायद पढ़ाई के बाद हम एक जॉब कर लें, छोटा-मोटा जॉब ही सही, तो लेकिन जॉब होना चाहिए, तो पढ़ाई ऐसे ज़ाया ना हो। तो हम एक माइंडसेट करके चलते हैं कि चाहे गवर्नमेंट जॉब हो या प्राइवेट जॉब हो, कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही है। लेकिन मेरा एक ऐसा इंटेंशन था नहीं पहले से कि मुझे बिज़नेस में आना है। बिज़नेस तो बिल्कुल मान के चलिए ये बाद में हुआ, लेकिन पहले शुरुआत से वो एक आम लड़की की तरह मेरे दिमाग में भी यही था कि मुझे पढ़ाई के बाद एक छोटा-मोटा जॉब ही करना है। कंटिन्यू पढ़ाई पता नहीं होगी, नहीं होगी, लेकिन जॉब ही करूँगी। लेकिन एक ये चीज़ की बाय चांस मैं बता सकती हूँ कि ग्रेजुएशन के बाद ही मैंने एक टूर एंड ट्रैवल कंपनी जॉइन करी। तो वहाँ पे मैंने काम स्टार्ट किया है। एक ये चीज़ बताऊँ कि अपना 110% दे दिया, अपनी डेडिकेशन, वो सब पंक्चुअलिटी, वो सब रहा। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वहाँ पे अच्छा खासा मैंने गेन किया। एक काम जो करना था वहाँ पे, जो काम दिया गया मुझे एज़ अ कंप्यूटर ऑपरेटर, वो मैंने अपने एंड से 110% दे दिया। और साथ-साथ काम करने के दौरान ही मेरा एक शौक बढ़ा, अंदर ही अंदर इंटरेस्ट बढ़ता गया कि चलो ठीक है मैं काम कर रही हूँ, लेकिन ये भी कब तक चलेगा एज़ एन एम्प्लॉयी काम करना। साथ-साथ वो इंटरेस्ट बढ़ता गया और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह उसके बाद एक माइंडसेट कर लिया मैंने कि अब अगर जॉब छोड़नी है तो फिर अपना ही कुछ स्टार्ट करूँगी। तो ये मैंने एक प्लान बनाया मन ही मन, किसी के
अच्छा।
साथ शेयर किए बिना मन ही मन मैंने एक प्लान बनाया कि एक फ्यूचर प्लान कि मैं ट्रैवल एजेंसी स्टार्ट करूँगी। लेकिन उस बीच में मैं एक चीज़ आपको बता दूँ कि जो एक मैंने माइंडसेट अपना किया कि मुझे ट्रैवल एजेंसी चलाना है, किसी के साथ शेयर नहीं किया। एक ये चीज़ कि जो जिनके साथ मैंने काम किया, जिनके अंडर मैंने काम किया एज़ एन एम्प्लॉयी, उनसे मैंने मशवरा लिया बाज़ाब्ता। ये नहीं कि मैंने पीठ पीछे कोई ऐसी प्लानिंग करी कि मुझे कुछ करना है, लेकिन उनसे मशवरा करके, उनसे राय-मशवरा करके मैंने उनसे पूछा। उनका नाम लेना मैं चाहूँगी यहाँ पे, मीर वली वहीद साहब, जिनकी ट्रैवल एजेंसी एक मोस्ट सीनियर टूर ऑपरेटर है वो, मीर वली वहीद साहब, उनके साथ मैं काम करी थी। तो एक बार मैंने उनसे ये पूछा कि सर मैं चाह रही हूँ कि अपना ट्रैवल एजेंसी मैं चलाना चाह रही, स्टार्ट करना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि मैं कर पाऊँगी? तो उनकी एक बात मुझे अभी भी याद है, उन्होंने बोला क्यों नहीं आप कर पाएँगी, स्टार्ट करो, अल्लाह साथ है, आप कोशिश करके देख लीजिए। तो वो एक कोशिश जो उन्होंने मुझे पॉज़िटिव रिप्लाई किया, पॉज़िटिव रिप्लाई उन्होंने मुझे दिया कि हाँ, आप कर सकती हैं, तो बस वो दिन और आज का दिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। जी।
लेकिन बहुत सारे बिजनेस आप कर सकते हैं जो आपको कंफर्ट लेवल और भी दे सकते हैं। टूर एंड ट्रैवल ही क्यों?
नहीं, टूर एंड ट्रैवल इसलिए क्योंकि मैंने 3 से 4 साल वहाँ पे दिए हैं टूर एंड ट्रैवल बिज़नेस में। अगर मैं किसी और प्रोफेशन में जाती, कोई और चीज़ सोचती, तो उसका नो हाउ मुझे पहले चाहिए था, मुझे किस तरह करना है, चाहे कोई भी फील्ड हो, उसमें हमें हमारे पास एक गट्स होने चाहिए, क्या हम कर पाएँगे या नहीं कर पाएँगे। अब जब मैंने कहीं पे 2 या 3 साल किसी काम में मैंने अपने बिताए, तो उसका मतलब ये कि मैंने कुछ गेन किया है, मैंने कुछ सीखा है, और जो मैंने सीखा, अगर मैं कुछ और किसी और फील्ड में जाऊँगी तो वो मतलब ही नहीं है। पीछे 2 साल, 3 साल, 4 साल मैंने जहाँ पे दिए, वो सब ज़ाया हो जाते। इस वजह से मैंने वही प्रोफ़ेशन चूज़ किया जो मैंने सीखा। तो सीखने के साथ-साथ मैंने सोचा कि अब अपना काम स्टार्ट करना है, तो ये दिमाग में था कि अगर मैं कर पाई, आगे अपना स्टार्ट कर पाई, काम चला पाई, बिज़नेस स्टार्ट जो करना था, वो कर पाई मैं, फील्ड में रह पाई मैं, तो इसका मतलब ये कि मेरे वो 3 या 4 साल या 5 साल ज़ाया नहीं हुए।
जाहिर नहीं हुए। हाँ, हाँ, बिल्कुल सही।
जी, बिल्कुल। तो वो था, और मैंने स्टार्ट कर लिया।
कश्मीर, मुसलमान लड़की और बिजनेस कितना
जी।
मुश्किल है, हम सब जानते हैं, लेकिन आपको किन मुश्किलात का सामना करना पड़ा, ये जानना चाहती हैं।
मुश्किलात तो देखिए हर फील्ड में आते हैं, चाहे कोई भी फील्ड हो, कोई भी बिज़नेस हो, चाहे लड़की हो, लड़का हो, कोई भी हो, मुश्किलात तो आते हैं हर फील्ड में। लेकिन जब आप डेडिकेटेड हो, जब आपके अंदर गट्स हो, तो कोई मुश्किलात हम हर एक मुश्किलात का सामना कर सकते हैं, लेकिन खुद पे एतमाद हो कि हम कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? बीइंग अ कश्मीरी लेडी, मुझे पता है यहाँ के जैसे जिस सोसाइटी में हम रह रहे हैं, कश्मीर की बात पर्टिकुलरली मैं करूँगी, कश्मीर में अभी भी मैं बता रही हूँ कि अब फिर भी कुछ हद तक लोगों में एक अवेयरनेस आई है, लोग ब्रॉड माइंडेड बन गए हैं। वो ऑर्थोडॉक्स जो पहले हुआ करता था 4 साल, 5 साल पहले, जो चीज़ें होती थी लड़कियों के साथ, आगे काम करने नहीं देते थे किसी भी फील्ड में जाने के लिए, तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा उनको हर्डल्स होती थी, ऑब्जेक्शंस घर की तरफ से, फैमिली की तरफ से, तो वो अब बहुत हद तक वो नहीं है। अभी भी किसी-किसी फैमिली में देखा जाता है, लेकिन मुझे जहाँ तक लग रहा है अब इतना नहीं है। मैं अपनी बात करूँ कि मेरी फैमिली में जब मैंने ये बात अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ की, क्योंकि बिना इजाज़त के तो मैं, देखिए मेरे मन में जो था प्लान,
नहीं कर
वो तो
सकती थी।
इजाज़त के, जी, पेरेंट्स की इजाज़त के बिना तो नहीं हो पाता। लेकिन उनके साथ डिस्कस करने के बाद मैं एक जॉइंट फैमिली में, एक साथ मैं बता दूँ कि मैं जॉइंट फैमिली में पली-बड़ी हूँ। वहाँ
ओके।
पे मेरे अंकल्स, आंट वगैरह, वो सब मेरे फादर, मदर, ब्रदर, सिस्टर्स, वो सब की राय जानना ज़रूरी था। एकदम से मैं खुद ही फैसला नहीं ले सकती थी। और उनके साथ बात करने के बाद उन्होंने बोला, अगर आपको लगता है कि आप कर पाएँगी, तो हमें कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है, ठीक है? तो मैंने स्टार्ट कर लिया। ख़ास करके मैं अपनी मदर का बता दूँ, मेरी माँ जो है, जो है, मैं आपको बताऊँगी 110% सपोर्ट उनका है।
अच्छा।
किसी भी कहीं पे भी एकदम से अगर मुझे प्लान बनता है कहीं जाने के लिए, तो मुझे कभी रोकते नहीं हैं, ये चीज़ है। लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह 2-3 साल मैंने जो काम स्टार्ट किया है पहले वाले सालों में, तो मैंने फ़ोकस अपने काम पे किया, स्टार्ट जो मैंने किया, तो फैमिली का काफ़ी सपोर्ट रहा मुझे, अभी भी स्टिल कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं उसमें। हर फैमिली मेंबर से मुझे काफ़ी सपोर्ट रहा।
आसिया, हर स्टार्टअप या हर कारोबार में रुपए पैसा बहुत मायने रखता है।
जी।
आपने वो मैनेज कैसे किया?
देखिए, एक ये चीज़ है कि रुपया पैसा इंसान, अगर मैंने पहले भी बताया, अगर इंसान में डेडिकेशन हो, उसको लगे कि ये मैं जो काम स्टार्ट करूँगा इसमें नुकसान फ़ायदा वो अल्लाह के हाथ में है, लेकिन जब हमें खुद पे भरोसा होता है कि हाँ, हम कर पाएँगे ये चीज़, तो हमें करना चाहिए, सबसे पहले तो वो। स्टार्टअप में जो, जैसे बिज़नेस, कोई भी बिज़नेस हम स्टार्ट करेंगे तो उसमें तो फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। फंड्स हमारे पास हो तब हम कुछ कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? तो फाइनेंस के साथ-साथ हमें, अगर एक मैं बताऊँगी कि मेरे फ़ील्ड में मुझे एक ऑफ़िस की ज़रूरत थी सबसे पहले। वहाँ पे जैसे हमें स्टार्ट करने के टाइम पे हमें लैपटॉप की ज़रूरत है, फर्नीचर की ज़रूरत है, कोई क्लाइंट आएगा तो उसके लिए हमें कम्फ़र्ट ज़ोन देखना है कि कहाँ पे इसको बिठाएँगे, तो उसके लिए हमें फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत तो पड़ी बेशक। तो वो फैमिली ने ही सपोर्ट किया, ठीक है? मेरे पेरेंट्स ने सपोर्ट किया उसके लिए, फाइनेंशियली दे हैव सपोर्टेड मी अ लॉट। और अभी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी मुझे किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ रही है, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्लाह का लाख-लाख शुक्र है। काफ़ी ज़्यादा मेहनत करी तो उसका रिज़ल्ट भी बहुत अच्छा आया है।
अच्छा, कीप इट अप। और एक और सवाल मेरा कि आपने निम्रा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स कंपनी
जी।
स्टार्ट की।
जी।
निम्रा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स, ये नाम आपने कैसे चुना?
नाम देखिए, नाम जिस टाइम मैंने चूज़ किया, एक तो सबसे पहले मैं सोच रही थी अपने नाम पे करूँ, किसके नाम पे करूँ, ये दिमाग में चलती रहती थी चीज़ें कि किसके नाम पे स्टार्ट करना चाहिए। और स्टार्ट करने से पहले मैं गई थी उम्रा करने के लिए अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
ओके।
तो उम्रा पे जब गई तो वहाँ पे मैंने देखा कि मक्का शरीफ में एक मस्जिद है, मस्जिद निमरा। कोई नुमेरा के नाम से भी बोले जाते हैं, मस्जिद निमरा, मस्जिद नुमेरा। तो ये एक मैंने नाम वहाँ पे ही सोचा कि निमरा एक ये जैसे एक लड़की का नाम लगता है, ठीक है। अभी मैं एक चीज़ आपको बताऊँ कि मेरा नाम जो है आसिया, आसिया तो अब बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं कि मेरा असली नाम आसिया है, तो लेकिन मैक्सिमम लोग जो मुझे अब जानते हैं,
निम्रा
वो
ही
निमरा
पुकार रहे हैं।
देवी से नाम से जानते हैं। जी।
ओके।
तो वो मैंने
ओके।
निमरा, मस्जिद निमरा के नाम से कंपनी का नाम रखा है, निमरा टूर एंड ट्रैवल्स।
अच्छा आसिया,
जी।
जब हम करते हैं बात, हर चीज की शुरुआत हर कोई जानता है कि मुश्किल होती है और उसके बाद चीजें धीरे धीरे आसान होती जाती हैं। आपके लिए भी
जी।
मुश्किलें जो कम होती गई होंगी, और हम जानना चाहेंगे कि आगे आपके इरादे क्या हैं, अभी आगे की मंजिल आपकी क्या है?
आगे की मंजिल तो देखिए वो अल्लाह ही बेहतर जानते हैं, हमारी मंजिलें तो हम अल्लाह ही बनाने वाले हैं, ठीक है। तो हम जो प्लान करके चलते हैं कल का आने वाला, कल जो हमारा बिजनेस को लेके मैं बताऊंगी कि जो मैंने स्टार्ट किया है उस दिन भी, और उस टाइम पे मैं सोच रही थी क्या मुझे एम्प्लॉय ही रहना है या मुझे एम्प्लॉयर बनना है, ठीक है। एम्प्लॉय थी तो अपना 110% दे दिया, एम्प्लॉयर बनी तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आज मेरे ऑफिस में 4 से 5 लड़कियां काम करती हैं, तो 3 लड़के जो है फील्ड में काम करते हैं। तो वो एक है। तो एक बिजनेस चलाने के लिए हमारे सबसे पहले एक फ्यूचर प्लान भी होना चाहिए। अगर हम आज सिर्फ पैसा ही नहीं है, फाइनेंशियली एक लड़की, मैं बताऊंगी, फाइनेंशियली हमें साउंड रहना है। एक लड़की को हमेशा इंडिपेंडेंट होना चाहिए, चाहे वो मैरिड हो, अनमैरिड हो, उसको हमेशा इंडिपेंडेंट होना चाहिए। और उसके लिए इंडिपेंडेंट होने के लिए हमें डेडिकेशन चाहिए, हमें हार्ड वर्किंग करनी है, हमें हार्ड वर्कर बनना है, ठीक है। एकदम से चीजें हाथ में नहीं आती है, उसको हमें सबसे पहले तो टाइम देना है। हर एक बिजनेस, हर एक
अच्छा
काम
निम्रा,
में
आप अपने,
टाइम देते हैं।
बिल्कुल सही निम्रा,
जी
मुझे
जी।
एक बात, अब मुझे भी निम्रा ही नाम आता है जुबान पे।
जी जी।
अच्छा
जी।
अच्छा आसिया जी, मुझे ये बात बताइए कि अभी तक आपने कितने ऐसे टूर ऑपरेट किए अपनी एजेंसी की तरफ से, और
जी जी।
कितने लोगों को आपने सहूलियत पहुंचाई, इजीनेस प्रोवाइड की,
जी जी।
ऐसा कितना, ऐसा
एक चीज़
आपके
तो
पास
मैं आपको
रिकॉर्ड है?
बोलूँगी। जी, जी। जो जब भी मैंने स्टार्ट किया, स्टार्टिंग से बताऊँगी, मैंने सिंपल डोमेस्टिक टिकट से स्टार्ट किया है अपना बिज़नेस।
ओके।
डोमेस्टिक टिकटिंग हुई, उसके बाद इंटरनेशनल टिकटिंग हुई, उसके बाद साथ-साथ में जैसे पासपोर्ट सर्विस, स्टार्टिंग से छोटे-छोटे कामों से अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, ठीक है। तो डोमेस्टिक टिकटिंग, डोमेस्टिक पैकेजेस, कश्मीर पैकेजेस से स्टार्ट किया, फिर इंटरनेशनल टिकटिंग करना स्टार्ट किया। उसके बाद जब मुझे लगा कि एक और चीज़ ये बताऊँगी कि मैं पहले कम से कम 4-5 महीने मैंने अकेले काम सँभाला। 5-6 महीने बाद मुझे लगा कि नहीं, मैं अब अकेले नहीं कर पाऊँगी, क्योंकि
मुझे
जब
सपोर्ट
काम
चाहिए।
आता गया, जी, जी, काम आता गया तो एक बंदे के बस की बात नहीं है। एक बंदा काम नहीं कर सकता
नहीं
अकेले,
नहीं कर
तो
सकते।
सपोर्ट चाहिए, मैन पावर चाहिए। तो उसके लिए मुझे लगा कि मुझे अब एक एम्प्लॉय की ज़रूरत तो है, तो एक लड़की हायर करी, एम्प्लॉय एज़ एन एम्प्लॉय वो आई, उसके साथ दूसरी, तीसरी, काम बढ़ता गया। जिस क्लाइंट को हमने काम दिया, उसी ने दूसरे क्लाइंट को भेजा, उसी ने तीसरे क्लाइंट को भेजा, वही एक चेन बनती गई। टिकटिंग साइड बाय साइड करते रहे और साथ-साथ मैंने फिर पैकेजेस स्टार्ट किया।
ओके।
जैसे उम्रा से स्टार्ट किया, उम्रा के
ओके।
बाद हमारा होता है रिलीजियस पैकेजेस की बात कर रही हूँ मैं, डोमेस्टिक तो पैकेजेस है ही, उसके साथ-साथ जो रिलीजियस पैकेजेस है, जैसे उम्रा है, ज़ियारत है, ईरान, इराक, सीरिया,
ये
प्लस
ये
हज वगैरह।
रिलीजियस, राइट राइट, रिलीजियस या पिलग्रिम टूरिज्म के अलावा आपने कुछ लोकल टूरिज्म के लिए काम किया, लोकल टूरिस्ट्स के
लोकल
लिए?
लोकल टूरिज्म में भी मैंने लोकल पैकेजेस भी मैंने किए हैं, और उसके बाद मैंने ज़्यादा जो है 90% मैं बताऊँगी उम्रा पे फ़ोकस किया।
अच्छा।
जी, जी।
अच्छा, आपने सपोर्ट की बात कही, तो आपने कहा मुझे सपोर्ट चाहिए था, मुझे लगा कि सपोर्ट मुझे चाहिए। सपोर्ट के
हुँ,
अलावा लोकल सपोर्ट के अलावा क्या आपको सरकार की तरफ से सपोर्ट मिला? आपको चाहिए था रजिस्ट्रेशन में, आपको चाहिए था नेटवर्क, आपको चाहिए
नहीं,
था
देखिए एक
लाइसेंस?
जो भी जी, एक मैं बताऊँगी, एक टूर एंड ट्रैवल मैं अपने ही बिज़नेस का बताऊँगी, जो जैसे टूर एंड ट्रैवल स्टार्ट किया मैंने, तो उसमें सबसे पहले हमें चाहिए होती है टूरिज़्म की रजिस्ट्रेशन। बिना रजिस्ट्रेशन के हम काम नहीं कर सकते। काम तो कर सकते हैं, लेकिन वो एक प्रॉपर सिस्टम नहीं
दैट
है।
विल बी इलीगल।
जी, वो इलीगल है। उस तरह हमें काम नहीं करना चाहिए। तो मैंने क्या किया, स्टार्टिंग में मैंने एक नाम चूज़ किया, यही निम्रा टूर एंड ट्रैवल। सबसे पहले तो टूरिज़्म डिपार्टमेंट गई, वहाँ पे अपना नाम रजिस्टर करा। उन्होंने लेकिन सबसे पहले बोला कि हम आपकी ये यहाँ पे आके पहले ऑफ़िस देखेंगे, कहाँ पे है आपका, ये कहाँ पे रन कर रही हैं। तो लकीली वहाँ पे एक लेडी उस टाइम पे थी, तो उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है, हम वहाँ पे आएँगे, पर्सनली मिलेंगे आपसे, एक वेरिफ़िकेशन के तौर पे। तो वो आए यहाँ पे, तो उन्होंने जब देखा, मैं अकेली ही थी उस टाइम पे, एक छोटा-मोटा ऑफ़िस था। तो उन्होंने देखा ऑफ़िस भी है, सब कुछ है, लेकिन उन्होंने मुझसे पूछा कि आपका ये साइन बोर्ड कहाँ पे है? अगर आप टूर एंड ट्रैवल बिज़नेस चला रही है, तो साइन बोर्ड कहाँ है?
बोर्ड
आपको
कहाँ है?
बोर्ड
हाँ।
होना चाहिए। जी, जी, वो तो है ही नहीं, हमने तो देखा ही नहीं। मैंने कहा मैडम, वो मैं अभी तो जब तक रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं होगी, तब तक मैं कैसे अपना साइन बोर्ड
बोर्ड
बाहर।
चढ़ा
जी, जी, आप
आप ही
मुझे एक
मुझे
तो
कहोगे कि आपने
रजिस्ट्रेशन।
कैसे बोर्ड लगाया है?
जी, जी। मैंने कहा आप मुझे दे दीजिए साइन बोर्ड, आप मुझे रजिस्ट्रेशन दे दीजिए, अगले दिन आप साइन बोर्ड भी देखेंगे। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह उन्होंने काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया, और विदिन अ वीक्स टाइम मुझे वो रजिस्ट्रेशन भी मिल गई, और उसके बाद एक-एक रजिस्ट्रेशन होती गई। तो इसमें हमें सबसे पहले तो रजिस्ट्रेशन ज़रूरी है, टूरिज़्म डिपार्टमेंट में। और हज एंड उम्रा सर्विसेज़ रिलेटेड जो भी हम काम करते हैं, उसमें एक एसोसिएशन हमें होनी चाहिए, उसमें हमारा होना चाहिए नाम कहीं पे भी। लोकल रजिस्ट्रेशन जो हमारी है एसोसिएशन की, वो भी है साथ-साथ। आयाटा मैं हूँ, वो भी है साथ-साथ। यानी कि काफ़ी सारी जो भी इसमें हमें ऑफ़िशियली रिक्वायरमेंट होती है रजिस्ट्रेशंस वगैरह की, वो सब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह है।
आसिया, दीगर जो स्टार्टअप्स की बात मैं करूं तो
जी।
लड़कियां बहुत कम आती हैं स्टार्टअप्स के लिए। आपने ये कदम उठाया है, ये बहुत
जी।
अच्छी बात है, बहुत एनकरेजिंग बात है दीगर तालीम याफ्ता लड़कियों के लिए। और आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या होना चाहिए? कोई सरकारी इकदाम या कोई कमी पेशी आपको लगता है कि हमारे सिस्टम में मत है, जो एनकरेज नहीं हो रही है नौजवान लड़के-लड़कियां स्टार्टअप्स के लिए?
नहीं, नहीं, स्टार्टअप्स के लिए तो मैं एक चीज़ बताऊँगी, अभी काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो लड़कियाँ फ़ील्ड में आ रही हैं, ठीक है? उनमें स्किल है, वो आ रही है, चाहे लड़के हो, लड़कियाँ हो, फ़ील्ड में आ रही है, उनको रोका ना जाए। एक ये चीज़ कि अगर उनमें कोई हुनर है, उनमें कोई स्किल है, उसको हमें सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, ठीक है? उनको एनकरेज करना चाहिए, ताकि वो अपना स्किल दिखाए, अपना हुनर दिखाए, तब जाके तो वो फ़ील्ड में आ सकती है। अगर हम उनको एकदम से उनको बोलेंगे कि नहीं, आप नहीं कर पाएँगे, तो वो मान के चलिए, उनको लगता है कि चलो इन्होंने बोला नहीं, तो हम नहीं कर पाएँगे। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है, जब हम सपोर्ट करेंगे, एनकरेज करेंगे बच्चों को, तब जाके वो फ़ील्ड में आएँगे। जी।
आपका जो अभी फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, आपको टिकट्स अरेंज करनी है एडवांस में, फिर आपको
जी।
पैसा आएगा, आपका टूरिस्ट आपको बाद में पैसा देगा, लेकिन पहले आपको खुद इन्वेस्ट करना है।
नहीं,
वो
नहीं,
उस गैप
इन्वेस्टमेंट तो देखिए, मैं
क्या कर रही हैं आप?
जी, जी। एक चीज़ मैं आपको बताऊँगी, स्टार्टिंग में तो फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, चाहे आप कहीं लोन लें, घर से लोन लें, बैंक से लोन लें, कहीं से लोन लें, उसके स्टार्टअप के लिए तो आपको पहले फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। लेकिन उसके बाद जब आप अपने फ़ील्ड में आते हैं, अपने काम पे आते हैं, आपका फ़ोकस जब काम पे है, तो वो फिर आपका बिज़नेस ही आपको पैसा देता है फिर।
अच्छा।
फाइनेंशियली फिर आपको ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती है।
हुँ, हुँ,
कि उसका भी
हुँ।
एक प्लान होता है, कि
हुँ,
जैसे मैं
हुँ।
सोचूँगी कि मुझे ₹10 की, फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल मुझे ₹10 की चीज़ लेनी है।
हुँ,
अगर
हुँ।
मेरे पास 11 है, तब मुझे 10 की चीज़ लेनी चाहिए।
हुँ,
अगर मेरे
हुँ।
पास 10 ही है, तो 12 की चीज़ नहीं लेनी चाहिए।
हुँ,
ये मेरा
हुँ।
अपना मानना है।
हुँ,
इसी
हुँ।
तरह मैं अपने टिकटिंग पे जो भी फ़ोकस रहता है, या पैकेजेज़ पे फ़ोकस रहता है, अगर मेरे पास इन हैंड है कुछ, तब
हुँ।
जाके मैं कोई चीज़ करती हूँ।
हुँ, हुँ।
ठीक है? तब जाके मैं पैकेजेज़ बनाती हूँ, तब जाके मैं टिकट एडवांस लेती हूँ, तब जाके वीज़ा के लिए प्रोसेस होता है। और साथ-साथ ये पहले तो होता नहीं था, लेकिन अभी जो मैं बताऊँगी, कोविड के बाद जो
हुँ।
फाइनेंशियली लोगों में
हुँ।
फाइनेंशियल ट्रेंड जिसको बता सकते हैं, कि लोगों में काफ़ी ज़्यादा हो गया, इकोनॉमिकली बहुत वीक हो गए, तो हमें
हुँ।
भी काफ़ी इफ़ेक्ट पड़ा उस चीज़ का।
ट्रू।
लेकिन फिर से अब जब हम इस फ़ील्ड में हैं, तो हमें प्रॉफ़िट भी फेस करना है, हमें लॉस के लिए भी तैयार रहना है।
हुँ,
तो हमें
हुँ।
इस तरह अपना बिज़नेस स्टैंड करना है कि अगर अचानक से जैसे कोविड आया, पता ही नहीं था किसी को, तो
हुँ,
जब
हुँ।
मेरे पास था कुछ
हुँ,
सेव
हुँ।
किया हुआ,
हुँ,
ये
हुँ।
इसी बिज़नेस से आया हुआ था,
हुँ,
तब
हुँ।
जाके हम आगे चल पाए। अदरवाइज़ तो इंसान सोचेगा कि अगर बिज़नेस में कुछ पैसा नहीं बचेगा, तो फिर तो फायदा ही नहीं है कोई बिजनेस चलाना।
आसिया, हमसे बात करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। लेकिन एक और चीज मैं आपको बताऊं कि हम माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन से आपसे मुखातिब हैं, आपने हमें वक्त दिया, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू आसिया, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच।
जाते जाते एक और
जी
चीज
जी
मुझे
जी।
बताइए कि माई स्टार्टअप टीवी को आप लाइक कीजिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और कमेंट भी
इंशाल्लाह
कीजिए।
जरूर,
चैनल को
इंशाल्लाह
देखिए।
जरूर,
थैंक यू,
इंशाल्लाह। थैंक यू सो मच,
हमारी
थैंक
दुआएं
यू।
आपके साथ हैं।
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, थैंक यू सो मच, सो नाइस ऑफ
थैंक
यू,
यू सो मच,
थैंक यू। खुदा हाफिज,
थैंक यू आसिया,
खुदा हाफिज।
थैंक यू, खुदा हाफिज। सामीन, हम आसिया बानू से बात कर रहे थे, जो न्यूमरा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स की ओनर हैं। स्टार्टअप बिजनेस उन्होंने किया है अपना, और खुद से चला रही हैं अपने बलबूते पे। और अभी हम एक और सेगमेंट की तरफ आते हैं। वो जो सेगमेंट है हमारा, उसमें हम आपको कश्मीर की सैर कराते हैं, खूबसूरत जगहों की सैर कराते हैं। आज भी हम आपको कश्मीर की कुछ जगहों की सैर कराएंगे। कश्मीर के खूबसूरत नज़ारे आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे। मैं अपने टेक्निकल टीम से ये रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो हमारी कश्मीर के हवाले से क्लिप दिखाएं अपने नाजरीन को। माई स्टार्टअप टीवी को देखते रहिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन रीजनल पॉडकास्ट को। जी, कश्मीर के हवाले से ये खूबसूरत नज़ारे आप देखिए। जी, ये है कश्मीर का डल झील। डल झील के बाद ये एरियल व्यू कश्मीर की खूबसूरती की है। ताज़ा तस्वीरें हैं, इसी मौसम की तस्वीरें हैं, इसी मौसम की में खींचे गए ये वीडियोस हैं। ये डल झील में शिकारे चल रहे हैं आजकल, काफ़ी सारे टूरिस्ट आए हुए हैं कश्मीर। तो शिकारा राइड बहुत मशहूर है। जब हम डल झील की तरफ आते हैं तो डल झील में एक फ्लोटिंग मार्केट भी है, आप देख सकते हैं। इस फ्लोटिंग मार्केट में लोग शॉपिंग भी करते हैं और शिकारा राइड भी डल झील में करते हैं। तो शिकारा राइड के हवाले से हर कोई टूरिस्ट जो कश्मीर में आता है उसको ये तमन्ना होती है, उसकी चाहत होती है कि वो डल झील में घूमे फिरे इसी शिकारे में। कश्मीर की खूबसूरत नज़ारों की सैर कीजिए अब ज़रूर। कश्मीर की टूरिज़्म के हवाले से जब हम बात करते हैं, हज़ारों और लाखों में टूरिस्ट यहाँ हर साल आते हैं, हर साल लुत्फ़ अंदोज़ होते हैं। तो हम डल झील के कुछ मनाजिर आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जहाँ शिकारे चल रहे हैं, जहाँ पीछे से बहुत खूबसूरत पहाड़, बहुत खूबसूरत नज़ारे और हज़ारों के टूरिस्ट यहाँ इन छोटे-छोटे शिकारों में सैर करते हैं, लुत्फ़ अंदोज़ होते हैं। इन गर्मियों के मौसम में, इस गर्मी के मौसम में बहुत सुहाना मौसम होता है जब हम शिकारे पे चढ़ते हैं। बड़ी ठंडी-ठंडी, भीनी-भीनी हवा चलती है। ये है हाउस बोट, बहुत मशहूर। ये एक बहुत शानदार, बहुत आलीशान मकान होता है, जो पानी के अंदर होता है, लकड़ी से बना हुआ। ये अंदर का नज़ारा है एक हाउस बोट का, आप देख सकते हैं। बहुत खूबसूरत होते हैं हाउस बोट भी कश्मीर के। तो जब भी आप कश्मीर आएँ, तो डल झील की सैर शिकारे में ज़रूर कीजिए, हाउस बोट में बैठिए। जी हाँ, अब एक और नज़ारा, ये हमारा श्रीनगर, गुलमर्ग, श्रीनगर से 50 किलोमीटर दूर गुलमर्ग का नज़ारा। जब हम गुलमर्ग की तरफ जाते हैं तो बहुत खूबसूरत रास्ते, बहुत खूबसूरत सड़कें, और जाते-जाते जब हमें हमारी मंजिल अगर गुलमर्ग है तो, लेकिन जाते-जाते आप इन रास्तों को नहीं भूल सकते हैं। ये रास्ते भी बड़े सुहाने होते हैं, बड़े लुत्फ़ अंदोज़ होते हैं। कश्मीर का हर नज़ारा, हर जगह बहुत खूबसूरत है। ये जो आप क्लिप देख रहे हैं, ये मैंने शूट की थी जब बर्फ़ पड़ रही थी कुछ महीने कबल। कुछ ही महीने हो गए जब ऐसा नज़ारा था गुलमर्ग में, जब गंडोला राइड लोग करते थे। बाहर बहुत बर्फ़ है, ये गंडोला राइड, गंडोला पे ये नज़ारा आप देख रहे हैं गंडोला से, तो ये बर्फ़ के नज़ारे हैं। 1-2 महीने कबल की ये वीडियो फुटेज गुलमर्ग की है। गुलमर्ग की जो वादियाँ हैं, बर्फ़ पोश होती हैं, और इन बर्फ़ पोश वादियों में जब ऊपर से इंसान देखता है, नज़ारा देखता है, तो जैसे फ़ील होता है कि हम जन्नत में हैं। इसीलिए कश्मीर को जन्नत बेनज़ीर कहा जाता है। अब देखिए, कश्मीर में टूरिज़्म के हवाले से एक और बात, यहाँ ये गुलमर्ग का वो मंदिर है जहाँ लोग जाते हैं, पूजा करते हैं, और गुलमर्ग की ये हसीन लुत्फ़अंदोज़ बर्फ़ानी ये स्कीइंग करते हैं, बर्फ़ में की जाती है जब विंटर्स होते हैं। ये भी बड़ा मशहूर होता है यहाँ। इसके ओलंपिक मुकाबले भी मुनक्कद हुए हैं, नेशनल लेवल पे भी स्कीइंग के मुकाबले होते हैं गुलमर्ग में। तो गुलमर्ग जाना जाता है वर्ल्ड स्कीइंग सेंटर है, खूबसूरत स्कीइंग सेंटर। तो कश्मीर का हर चप्पा बहुत खूबसूरत है, यहाँ का ज़र्रा ज़र्रा मेहमान नवाज है। पानी की ये रवानी, खूबसूरत पहाड़ों का ये मंजर आप देख सकते हैं, चाहे मैदानी इलाका है, चाहे पहाड़ी इलाका है, जहाँ जहाँ नज़र जाती है, आप जैसे जन्नत का नज़ारा कर रहे हैं, आप जैसे जन्नत को देख रहे हैं। कश्मीर की इन्हीं खूबसूरत वादियों में जब इंसान सैर तफरी के लिए आता है, दिल लुभाने के लिए आता है, प्लेजर के लिए आता है, लेजर के लिए आता है, दिल के सुकून के लिए आता है, तो ये चीज़ें ज़रूर मैसर होती हैं कश्मीर में। कश्मीर के हवाले से एक और बात ये कि यहाँ के लोग आपको मिलनसार लगेंगे, बड़े हॉस्पिटल लगेंगे, यहाँ के खाने बड़े लजीज, अपने मन मर्जी आप जो भी खाना चाहें आपको खाने मिल सकते हैं कश्मीर में, ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बहुत लजीज खाने कश्मीर में आपको मैसर होते हैं हर जगह, चप्पे चप्पे पे खानों का मजा लीजिए। ये कश्मीर के चंद जो स्टार्ट हुए हैं, ये भी स्टार्टअप्स का ही काम है, जो ये हर टूरिस्ट स्पॉट पे ये खाने की चीज़ें मैसर होती हैं हमें। जी, कश्मीर में ये टोटल बजट आपका 8-9 हज़ार का, जब आप एक जगह ट्रैवल करते हैं, खाने की इन खूबसूरत चीज़ों को देखने के बाद वो रास्ते जहाँ से आप कश्मीर पहुँच जाते हैं, जहाँ से आप कश्मीर का नज़ारा करते हैं, तो बड़ा लुत्फ़ अंदोज़ नज़ारे हैं। तो इन्हीं नज़ारों के बीच कश्मीर की वादियाँ, बड़े खूबसूरत नज़ारे, सारे नज़ारे कश्मीर के एक से बढ़कर एक, एक से बढ़कर एक। ये गुलबहार कश्मीर का, ये है बर्फानी चोटियाँ कश्मीर की, ये हैं वो चोटियाँ जहाँ लोग ट्रैकिंग के लिए जाते हैं। ये है वो नज़ारे, शंकराचार्य के ऊपर से आपको श्रीनगर की पूरी आती है, या मौसम सरमा में ये व्यू बहुत खूबसूरत होता है। तो आप देखते रहिए, हमारे चैनल को लाइक और शेयर करते रहिए। माई स्टार्टअप टीवी के लिए ये सौगात आपके लिए श्रीनगर कश्मीर से। माई स्टार्टअप टीवी में आप देख रहे हैं कश्मीर के नज़ारे। जी, मैं अपने टेक्निकल टीम से अब उनका शुक्रिया कि उन्होंने ये सपोर्ट फराहम किया, बैकएंड से हमारे कश्मीर के नज़ारों की सैर करा दी। और आज के प्रोग्राम में हमने बात की कुछ बिजनेस हेडलाइंस की, हमने बात की यहाँ के मौसम की, हमने बात की आसिया बानू के साथ जिन्होंने अपने बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया है निमरा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स नाम से। और आज के प्रोग्राम का वक्त भी अब खत्म हुआ जाता है। अपने मेज़बान आबिद गौहर को आज के माई स्टार्टअप रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट से दीजिए इजाजत। अल्लाह हाफिज, गुड बाय, नमस्कार, जय हिंद।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Namaste, I am Srilata Shankar. In collaboration with My Startup TV, in our Leadership Talk series, we have our guest today, Dr. Srikala Jwala. Welcome, Dr. Srikala. We are delighted to have you as a guest today. Srikala, we are doing a Leadership Talk series, and you're our 10th guest this evening. We would like to understand your journey right from your college days what made you take radiology, what made you take up MBBS, and so on and so forth. I will be delighted to ask you more questions on that. Can you please tell us your journey?
Hi, Srilata, and thank you very much for having me on your as your guest on your program. And it's indeed my pleasure. And of course, we have known each other for years now.
20 plus years now.
Yeah, 20 plus years now. So I joined MBBS in the year 1992. And before that, I started my school and my journey through classical dance together when I was 5 years old.
Right.
So my education and my dance went hand in hand.
Sure.
So much so that by the time I was 16, 17, I was a regular full Sabha performer, right?
Sure.
And then I came to these crossroads of, whether choose dance as my career or do medicine. In those days, I come from a service class background. My dad was an officer in Food Corporation of India. So you had a son, he had to be an engineer. And if you had a daughter, she had to be a doctor. So
Right.
that was this typical, middle class prototype. So, I was very passionate about dance and I was pretty good at it. So, and it's always so exciting standing on the stage and with these beautiful costumes. So I had come to the crossroads in my intermediate, and then I had to choose between being a full-time dancer or being a doctor, and also try and continue to pursue my passion, which is dance, Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi. So my dad said that, arts are always something that give you immense happiness to your soul. So let it remain a passion and let it not be your livelihood. Choose something else as your livelihood so that you can enjoy your dance selflessly, not thinking about, whether you're able to, make money out of it, or whether, you're making a name, whether you're getting a platform or anything. You don't have to think about it. You can just dance for the sheer bliss. So I said, yeah, maybe that's right. And then I said, let me give it a try. If I didn't make it in medicine, then I told him that if I'm not getting through medicine, then dance is going to be it. So then I did my BPC in my intermediate, gave my entrance exam, got through, and luckily for me, I got admission in Hyderabad in Gandhi Medical College. And then the journey began. And then because I achieved, I completed my diploma by then. So I didn't have to work really hard on my dance because I was already a performer. So I could focus on my academics and then also pursue my dancing. And then I completed my MBBS. And throughout, I was a regular performer with my Guruji, Dr. K. Umarama. And then I got married in my internship, which was pretty early for today's times. I was just about 23, 24. And then I had to choose a specialty which kept my evenings free to pursue my dance.
Wonderful.
I didn't want to get into something which would require me to sit in a clinic in the evenings. Suppose you're a gynae or a pediatrician. There's no way that you can stay home in the evenings. You have to run a clinic to be able to do well in your chosen branch,
Okay.
So I said, which branch will give me a flexibility where I can work from 9 to 5, come back home and then have my evenings to myself.
Why did you choose radiology? And before you answered that, while I understand, normal middle class parents, like you mentioned, is wanting a son to be an engineer, or rather an engineer and a doctor, irrespective of the gender of the children. But didn't you choose arts? Didn't you choose BCom, BSc, because that would have been easier with your dance as your career, as your passion then?
Only see myself either being a doctor or a full-time dancer.
Okay. Those things were very clear, right?
Yeah, it was pretty clear. And then there have been no doctors in my family at all. And we have had certain, issues where we wish there was a doctor from the family.
Sure,
And
sure.
it was always my dad's, ambition that, there should be one doctor in the family. So he said, why don't you try? If you don't make it, then okay, then that is destiny. Whatever is
Sure.
destined is bound to happen. But why don't you give it a serious try? I said, why not?
And you cracked. You said you cracked your MBBS exam.
I cracked.
What made you take up radiology and not? I understand pediatrician and all is more of a full-time job, but why radiology and why not a dermatology or some other science, some other subsection of medicine?
Yeah, right. So when I was doing my internship, as a house surgeon in Gandhi, I would accompany patients to the Department of Radiology. And we wouldn't be allowed inside. I could only take the patient till there and make him sit. So I would peep in and see what they would do. And that was the time when ultrasonography had come in a big way, and CT scan was just, CT and MRI were just about coming. And then it always fascinated me that we could peep into the human body and see what's happening without having to cut it open.
Okay.
We could
I like the way you said
look at
cut
the body
open.
from outside,
Right.
and then see what's happening in the liver, what's happening in the kidney. And then it really fascinated me in my house job, because all my friends would say that I would cut out to be a good physician, because of my communication skills, or thanks to dance, the way I connect with people. So they said, you have to be sitting in clinic, you are a people's person and stuff. But then it always fascinated me to be able to peep into the human body and see what's happening inside without having to do anything to the patient. That kind of fascinated me. And then radiology was actually the specialty when I had my post-graduation,
Okay.
So radiology
what
was
is
really
radiology? All right.
Yeah.
What is radiology? For a student who is just wanting to become a doctor, or who's doing her MBBS or his MBBS first year, second year, can you please explain what is radiology? What are the various segments in radiology, and how can one build a career in radiology? So
Sure.
3 questions for you.
So basically, radiology is a very broad term, and it's actually an oldish term for imaging. Now it's called imagiology, because when imaging started, it started with the use of X-rays, right? So we used X-rays and to look, take a radiograph of the chest, radiograph of the broken bones. So because it was using X-rays and radiation, it was called radiology. But as we moved forward, we started using ultrasonic waves, and we started doing ultrasound. We started using MRI, magnetic resonance, and do MRIs. So now it's not just X-rays that we use, but we use so many other energy waves to image the body. So now it's actually imaging. And after imaging, radiology has gone further into interventions where, for somebody who's listening, you would have heard of coronary angiography. What is it? It is putting a catheter. We put a dye into the blood vessels which supply the heart. We image them real time to see where the blocks are. Right. Similarly, you can do that to any vessel in the body. Your limbs, your brain, your upper limbs and body and everything. And then if there are any blocks, we can open them up with stents. If there are aneurysms, if there are balloons in the head, in the brain, we can coil them so that they don't rupture and the patient doesn't have an emergency. And also, suppose you diagnose a tumor in the liver, you diagnose a tumor in the lung. So we stick in a needle, because now we are in an era where without a biopsy, you cannot treat a patient. So it is a radiologist who stick in these needles, get those bits of tissue, submit them for pathologic analysis to get a diagnosis. So basically, we are the doctors who are going to diagnose the patient with their ailments and then give the diagnosis to the treating doctors, so they take it forward from there. I understand there's a lot of clinical science and clinical examination, but in this time and age, because it is evidence-based medicine, everybody depends on the diagnosis made by the radiologist to treat the patients. So in a nutshell, you are the doctor who's going to tell the patient what is wrong with them and tell the treating doctor that this is what the patient has and this is probably what you got to do with them. That's number one. Number two, with interventional radiology, we are also treating a number of ailments and a number of diseases in our own way. So radiology and imaging, now it encompasses not just diagnosis, but also therapy.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So when you're talking of the radiology and the explanation, a detailed explanation you gave, can I understand you do radiology for breast cancer. So a radiologist for a breast cancer specialist, can he move into something like for the limbs or for gynecology, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely. See, when I started my career, I was a general radiologist. I was not a subspecialist.
Sure.
I was a general radiologist where I was doing ultrasounds, I was reporting chest x-rays, I was reporting x-rays of every part of the body. I was doing special studies like, we do the barium studies for the gut to know what's happening in the stomach and bowel. I was doing all of that. I was doing ultrasounds of pregnant women. I was doing antenatal, we call them antenatal ultrasound. So I was doing blood, I was doing regular ultrasounds, I was looking at CT scans, I was reporting MRI of the brain, spine, the shoulder joint, the prostate. I was doing everything. But as we move forward, you got to, because the medicine and each branch of medicine has grown so much in its, the vastness of subject is so much that if you remain a general radiologist for long, it doesn't take you anywhere. Number one. Number two, probably with the kind of developments in every sphere, in every organ, you're not going to be best in doing that. You will be able to report to a certain extent, but you may not be pinnacle of knowledge and competence in every branch that, if you're handling everything, say MRI, CT, you're doing everything. It's like jack of all trades. And
Nicola, your voice is cracking.
So
your voice is cracking. You'll have to come closer.
Yeah, now it's better.
So you'll have to repeat what you just said. I can't.
So what I'm saying is, with the development of science and the vastness of knowledge that is available now, and with the advancement of the technology in imaging, there is so much about every organ that is happening, So we are in an era of subspecialization where I do radiology, and then within radiology, we have abdominal imaging, chest imaging, neuroimaging, neurointerventions, interventional radiology, and breast radiology. So it was, as I progressed for about 7 to 8 years, I was a general radiologist. Then an opportunity came in my own organization where they were looking for someone to specialize in breast. And I, being the senior female radiologist in the department, I was asked to go and, train in breast imaging and come back and develop that specialty in my hospital. And then by then I had done quite a bit of general, imaging. So I said, why not? I said, why not? Let me go train and come back and see how I do with my training and how good I am at that, And then I thought, well, I take it forward. And then there's been no looking back, thankfully.
You are associated with Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, as we know it as KIMS. What are the various aspects that you deal with in breast cancer? What I'm talking about is there are 4 stages, as I know, is in breast cancer. So what is your area of work in terms of all these stages of breast cancer?
So we at KIMS, as you already know, are advocacy of early breast cancer screening and early pickup of breast cancer has been our campaign and motto right from the time that the unit was established in KIMS, right? So what is early breast cancer and what is breast cancer screening? Early breast cancer is that when the breast cancer, the size of the cancer in the breast is less than a centimeter or a centimeter and a half. Now, why is it important to pick up a cancer that early? when it is 1.5 centimeters, it's barely palpable. So what I'm saying is, we want to pick up cancers even before they become palpable to the surgeon's hand or to the hand of the woman. You know, we always spoke about self-breast examination. I'm talking of something even before something is felt by self-breast examination.
Okay.
You know, there have been a lot of randomized controlled trials done in the Europe and US, where they have found that if you pick up a cancer which is less than 1.5 centimeters, and if the cancer has not spread to the lymph nodes in the armpit, then the 5-year survival rate of this woman is more than 95%. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, not even 5 years, the 12-year survival rates are between 95 to 98%. Means you're practically talking in terms of cure. So very rarely we use the word cure in the cancer setting. But if this is a screen detected cancer, then I can assure the patient that she is not going to succumb to this cancer.
Sure.
With confidence, you know. So my job entails, it's 2 things. One is screening for breast cancer. Number 2, diagnostic studies, which means that the patient has a complaint, say a lump in the breast, or a nipple discharge, or a simple pain, cyclical pain. You know, every month they have this very severe pain in the breast. So they could come up with any complaint and then we evaluate it.
Sure.
The other limb is woman who's turned 40, and then she just comes to the unit to know if she's well, you know, if everything is fine in the breast. So they just come to do a mammographic screening.
Mammographic, right.
I look at the mammogram, and then if I feel that she would benefit with an ultrasound of the breast, I add that also. If I find something, then I sit them down, counsel them that I've found something which may need further examination in terms of biopsy, where we take out small bits of tissue, send them for diagnosis, and then depending on what the diagnosis is, we tell them what is to be done next, right?
Sure.
Gone are the days where women felt a lump, they go to the surgeon, nothing is done, the surgeon will remove the lump, send it for testing, and come back and say, okay, it turned out to be a cancer, so you need a second surgery. So this is now archaic. You know, this is vintage. We do not practice that medicine any longer.
Right.
You know,
I like the way you put it. So in the day and age that we live in today, like a lot of young women want to delay their marriage and also delay their childbirth. If a woman has breast cancer, can she nurse a child?
Yes, she can. I mean, you know, depending on what kind of surgery she has chosen. Suppose it's a mastectomy, obviously she cannot, there's no breast there, so but she can comfortably feed from the other breast. And depending on whether it's if she has conserved her breast, and if there is milk let down from that breast, even after radiation, because one must understand that once they choose to do a breast conserving surgery, meaning only the lump and a centimeter of tissue around the lump is removed. And it is always followed by radiation to that breast. So even after that, if there is milk production from that side of the breast, she can comfortably nurse the breast.
Right.
There's nothing stopping them from nursing the baby. They can very well nurse the baby.
Right. My second follow-up question to the same question is, so she's had a tumor, she's gone through a surgery, she's not yet gone through chemo or radiation. Can she nurse the child?
She can. Very well. She can. There's no relation to cancer, and once the cancer is removed and she's well, she can nurse the child. And it's not like the cancer cells are going to, get into the milk. And these are all just misconceptions that people have. But as long as there is production. And because, see, some ducts are going to get injured while the surgery is done. So if the other ducts which are intact are still producing milk, very well, she can nurse the child.
All right. I mean, I'm sure these questions may be simple for you, but I would like to answer it
Yes,
on behalf of all the
These
audience.
are a lot of myths and misconceptions that women have, and this adds to that fear. Fear that they have. Yeah, so it's always nice to dispel these myths. Yeah.
Doctor, you have been in radiology for many, many years now. You must have seen patients like my sister who just breezed through it. Patients who are, anxiety driven, very, very scared of even a needle. So how do you counsel them? What are the various things that a patient should understand before she even approaches you?
See, frankly, fear gets them nowhere. I have these women who feel a lump when it is probably just about 2.5 centimeters.
Right.
The fear of biopsy and the fear that
needle itself
might turn out to be a cancer. Forget about the needle. The fear that, if I go and present myself to a doctor, and if this turns out to be a cancer, so they're going to remove my breast, my hair is going to fall away. So thinking of all of this, they don't even step out of their house to even get themselves examined in the first place.
Right.
For all you know, it could be an infected cyst. It could just be a fibroadenoma, a non-cancerous lump. They just sit on that. Now, unfortunately, what happens is, as you said, there are 4 stages in breast cancer. So once the cancer jumps from one stage to the other, the prognosis meaning the life that they have after treatment with cancer, the disease-free life, the recurrence-free life, or the longevity they have after cancer therapy keeps coming down. Right. If I say screen-detected cancer, 95 to 98% 12-year survival rate, I'm not going to talk in 90% when I'm talking about a 3-centimeter cancer. I'm not going to talk about survival rates in stage 3 or stage 4 disease. I'm not even going to talk about 12-year survival rates. We are only talking about 5-year survival rates, right? So the fear is going to get them nowhere,
Sure.
So, but unfortunately, yes, you'll be surprised. We think education equips and empowers these women. No, education has nothing to do with this. It is the way they are, the way they are made, and also
society
the family, family that they are surrounded.
Right.
The family plays an enormous role in all of this. Talking to them, convincing them, the children, you're talking about a 45, 48-year-old, probably she has a 20, 22-year-old daughter or a son. So, having that relationship where she can openly talk about what she has, and for them to pay attention, pay heed to what she's saying, bring them to a hospital. And then, it requires a lot of talking and convincing, but that's what we are here for,
Right.
So we tell them that, for all it may not be anything. Just give me that half an hour of yours and we will tell you what's wrong with you,
Sure.
So yeah, we have to convince them to do what is right for their own good. Yeah.
So even the educated urban society women don't understand what is breast cancer or don't understand how to examine themselves. Point 1 is, what do you suggest for them? Point 2 is, what if I know it and I'm like, I'm scared of needles. I don't want to, I understand cancer means death. So I don't want to go and approach a doctor. So how do you address my 2 questions?
See, number 1, knowing what is normal for you is very important. Normal meaning, how does your breast feel before your cycle and after your cycle? Because you must understand, breast is an extremely dynamic organ. Like, see, we understand that every time a woman menstruates, and it's a cycle of ovulation And then 15 days later, she has her period, and she knows, ovaries have ovulated and the uterus lining is shedding away. But what we don't understand is, along with all of this, the breast is also undergoing its own changes, because the breast, every cycle is preparing for pregnancy. The breast is preparing itself to produce milk. Those hormonal estrogen, progesterone, all these are having an effect on the breast also. So it's important to know what is normal for you. How does your breast feel before the period and after the period? Now is the era of breast cancer screening. So any woman who is over the age of 40, we advise that they go for a mammographic screening once a year until they're about 60. And after 60, we would call them biennially, once in 2 years, right? With or without ultrasound. That depends again on how your breast is composed. So we add an ultrasound to it. Now, below 40, my advice would be to do a self-breast examination every month while you're taking a shower. There are umpteen number of videos on YouTube which explain to you how you have to examine your breast and know what is normal for you and what is a normal variation that happens to your breast with your menstrual cycle. Because unfortunately, under 40, if you do not have a family history of breast cancer, we do not offer mammography or any form of breast cancer screening. But having said that, in our country, more and more we are seeing women between the age of 30 and 40 coming with breast cancers. So I really can't say that, you don't have to do anything. Don't do screening, don't do self-breast examination because it is no longer scientific. We have to offer them something, after they are 30. So I believe that between 30 and 40, definitely a self-breast examination would pick up a lump, if not screen detected, at least when it is less than 2 centimeters, let's say. Right? Even then, it's a T1 tumor. It is still a T1. Anything below 2 centimeters is a tumor which is stage 1. And most likely it has not spread to the lymph nodes. Right?
So that was my question. Next question. You rightly mentioned, people within women between 30 and 40 years. Today, we find young women, late 20s or early 30s, having breast cancer. What are the reasons? Is it just lifestyle or is it food?
I strongly believe if you take out the genetic predisposition, okay, there is a subset. About 10% of cancers are genetic. One must understand that if you have a family history of breast cancer or ovarian cancer, you may be predisposed to have a breast or an ovarian cancer, or rarely a colonic cancer. All right. So family history meaning grandmother on both sides, paternal, maternal, aunts, maternal aunts, paternal aunts, and your own mother and sisters. So this forms the family history of breast cancer. Right now, if we take out that subset of people who have family history of breast cancer, the rest are all these sporadic cases of breast cancer for whom we really don't have an explanation in this time as I speak. But we surmise that it has got to do with it's either from the air, the Panchabhuta, as I would say, I always say, what is body made of? After all, it's made of these 5 elements. It's the air, the water, the food. Indirectly, the food comes from the soil. So it has to come from any one of these. And
course, the soil is filled with chemicals and what?
Chemicals,
pesticides,
absolutely, pesticides. So plastics, are being blamed in a very big way for many, many cancers, especially the female cancers, because these are all estrogen dependent. And there's a theory that these plastic molecules mimic estrogen, and the body senses it as exogenous estrogen and reacts to it as if it would react to it.
If my family member, my sister, my mother, my maternal cousins, maternal grandparents, grandmother specifically, have cancer, am I a high risk patient?
Certainly, certainly. So, how we stratify risk is that we look at first degree and second degree relatives. First degree meaning mother and sister, your immediate blood relations, your mom and your sisters, older or younger sisters. And second degree would be your mom's sister or your grandmother. Third degree would be your cousins, your aunt's daughter or your masi's daughter, your bua's daughter. That would be third degree. So we say that if you have a single first degree relative who was diagnosed with breast cancer under the age of 40, then you're straight away a high risk.
Sure.
Then if you have two second degree relatives under the age of 50, then you're a high risk.
Okay.
Now, you can ask me, so what? Why is this important?
Right.
This is important because I'm not going to be recommending you the same set of tests in the same interval as I would recommend to a person in the general population. Because when we say high risk, the chance of this person getting a breast cancer is close to 20 to 25%. Lifetime risk is 20 to 25%. And when we say average risk, we are talking about 10 to 12%.
Okay.
So you carry twice the risk of breast cancer than the general population. So the kind of tests I'm going to do on you are going to be different. And the time intervals are also going to be much shorter. Right?
What do you mean by time intervals being shorter?
See, for the general population, as I said, some countries recommend breast cancer screening once in a year after the age of 50. Some countries recommend once in 2 years, and some others recommend once in 3 years. Depending on which country you live. But unfortunately, in India, we do not have population-based breast cancer screening programs because the scientific explanation for that is that breast cancer incidence has not attained such proportions that it can be added in a regular screening program.
Okay.
Right? So, but then, as doctors and specialists, we see so much happening around us that we don't think we are very far away from that day when, breast cancer is going to take, is going to take epidemic proportions, right? So yeah, that is scary. That is scary, really, believe me. So as on today, what we recommend is an annual mammogram for the general population, an annual mammogram starting the age of 40, at least till 60, and then maybe then you can come once in 2 years. Okay. But if you qualify as a high risk for breast cancer, then the recommendations as we speak today are that I see you every 6 months.
Got it.
So I do a mammogram and an MRI of the breast at 6 monthly intervals.
Okay.
Right? So I'm seeing you every 6 months. So if you see me in January, for example, I do a mammogram. And then I bring you back in July for an MRI of the breast.
Okay.
And then take you, do a mammogram in the following January. So I see you every 6 months so that I do not miss cancer that has started, assuming that, today you're well and tomorrow something is started. 6 months is not too far away to get a control on the disease. Okay. So that's where we are today.
What is the difference between ultrasound, MRI, and CT scan?
Okay. Ultrasound is where we use the sound waves. Technically, we use the ultrasonic waves in the frequency of about 3.5 to 15 megahertz, depending on which organ you're interrogating or which organ we are examining. All right. So in ultrasound, we have a transducer, a probe. You must have gone through that ultrasound, right? There is this funny little thing that we rub on
like a mouse
with a gel. Yeah, very, very similar to a mouse. So that emanates ultrasonic waves which hit the organ and then get reflected. So for abdomen and deeper structures, we use higher frequency, obviously because frequency is indirectly proportional to penetration. So if we want more penetration, we want lesser frequency.
Right.
Now, if I'm examining your thyroid gland, or I'm doing an ultrasound for, these IT guys have this carpal tunnel all the time, So
Me here.
I know, that's why I'm saying that. So you guys are on the laptops and mouse. So if I have to see what's happening in your carpal tunnel, then I don't want too much penetration, right? So I'm going to use high frequency for superficial structures and lower frequency for deeper structures.
Okay.
So
in fact, I have a carpal tunnel syndrome.
So you need an ultrasound. So ultrasound is no radiation. So as I said, we use ultrasound, ultrasonic waves, which do not carry any radiation hazard with that. So we can perform them. It's more easily available. Of course, it is operator dependent because it depends on how much knowledge I have, how much competence I have in interpreting what I'm seeing on my monitor. Right? And then whether I have actually looked at that organ that carefully or not. It is not automatic. It is operator dependent. It depends on the skill of the person who is performing. Now, the next is CT scan. CT scan is again an X-ray based investigation. We used X-rays to do our chest X-ray, a simple X-ray, or a broken bone or a back, a painful back, you do an X-ray, a radiogram. So we use the same X-rays, but here what we do is we take cross-section of the abdomen or the brain, we slice it slice by slice and get sections of the body and we interpret those images. So these are all black and white and shades of gray.
Sure. When you what Srikala mentioned was slice is not cutting slices into like beans or bendi, but slicing in terms of the imaging.
Images. I'm getting a slice by slice image of the organs in the body, right from the skin to skin. So I'm able to see the liver. It depends on how much thickness I have in my setting. Depending on the indications, it's too technical, but that is what we do. We get a slice by slice image of the chest, the abdomen, the brain, the legs, the thighs, the pelvis, all of that. But this involves radiation. So, CT scan became extremely, a household discussion thanks to COVID. Everybody knows CT chest, that is the investigation to diagnose COVID. So we all got a lot of radiation thanks to COVID. Yes, if there is one investigation that one has to be little wary about in terms of radiation dose, it is CT scan.
All right. Can a lady get breast cancer post-menopause?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Breast cancer, if we are not talking about the young cancers, is a disease of the peri and post-menopausal women. Theoretically, I would say, because I've seen so many young now, I don't want to scare people who are watching me, but then, yes, we are looking at a different disease. The disease is evolving into a different one now, but historically and in general population, it is a disease of the peri and the post-menopausal women.
Menopause, yeah. What Srikala is definitely not scaring, but more educative to the audience, to the young audience out there. Young professionals, both students and young professionals who are not aware of breast cancer. She's just explaining in detail and not scaring anybody.
Yeah. Awareness and knowledge is power.
Absolutely.
No matter what your age, you could be 22, 25, 28, 30, 30.
Or even 58.
Anything, you're a woman, you have breasts, you're at risk.
Right.
So anytime you feel something different, it's always wise to go examined, get evaluated. That's all that I'm saying.
Sure. As a radiologist, as a doctor, what are the three very exciting things that you have faced in your career? And what are three challenges that you have faced?
Three exciting is...
Exciting, or, that adrenaline jump?
You know, when you're doing your post-graduation and you're training in radiology, of course, you know, in your house job, you do deliver babies in the labor room posting, and you see the babies, the newborn babies. I mean, it's amazing to, you know, as a 23-year-old to hold newborn which you have delivered in the labor room. I mean, that's amazing. But to add to that, I ended up doing radiology where I tell the woman that she's pregnant, and I see the baby grow from the time it was conceived to probably a day before it is delivered. And there are times when I've seen the baby, I've scanned the baby a day after it's delivered. So I've seen the entire journey from the time that it was conceived, and it's looking at you in flesh and blood. The baby is staring at you. I mean, I cannot explain that, you know, that feeling that it gives me. It's extremely very gratifying, you know, and you feel so blessed. You feel so blessed.
But as radiologist, what are the 3 exciting things that you went through?
Yeah, so when I tell a woman, you know, somebody longing to have a baby, and I tell them that you're pregnant, I see the joy in their face, and when they deliver the baby, they come to you and say, "Doctor, this is my baby." Oh, that makes me amazed, you know.
True.
And the other one was when I first diagnosed the first screen detected breast cancer. I remember the lady's name. I cannot reveal for the reasons of anonymity. She was a 50-year-old unmarried lady who was staying with her brother and was working for the national, the NFC. So as a part of our screening, you know, when we started off, we had this bus which was going to all these organizations, a mobile van where we were getting women to do breast cancer screening. So she was 50-year-old and she came, and I read her mammograms a couple of days after it was done. And I picked up this little 5 millimeter area of distortion. So we sent a message to the NFC saying such and such woman who came for her screening needs an additional test. So she came to us. She stays with her brother and family. And I did the biopsy. And imagine doing a biopsy of a 4 millimeter tumor. It's as good as it can get, you know, and tough. That was my first case after my training, and the gap of
size.
It's really tiny. And there was a gap of 6 months between my training and me starting to do breast cancer screening. So I was not sure of my skills, and I did get the right tissue. And my pathologist called me and said, "See, you must understand that unless I pick this up and I biopsy it, my pathologist is not going to get a chance to see such a small early cancer."
Got it.
We are as good as what we see and we get, you know, as a clinical material. So my pathologist called and said, "Jwala, I have not seen a cancer as early as this in ages." So she confirmed that it was an early cancer. This was in 2007, December. And believe me, she was in my office 4 months ago, you know, about 6 months ago. And she's doing absolutely fine. She's now 2007 to 2023, 16 years. She's 66, 67-year-old, absolutely fine. And then more, you know, that's, you know, God has given me this opportunity to save a life. You know? I'm so fortunate that, you know, I have this opportunity to make a difference in a woman's life. It's absolutely thrilling. And
what
number 3
challenges you had?
Sorry?
What are the challenges you went through?
Challenges are difficult patients. Are, you know, the minute you say, I see something, they just break down, and it's so difficult for them to, it's a process. Somebody just walks in thinking, you know, she knows everything is going well in her life. She has a beautiful family, children are doing well, husband is extremely supportive. She just walks into the clinic assuming everything is fine. And here I am telling her across the table, the dear lady, this is what is wrong with you. This is a cancer, unfortunately. Believe me, it's not easy.
True.
It's not easy because I'm a woman. I have a family. I have a young family. And you know how important a woman is to the household. You know, everything revolves around.
Yeah, she's
She
the fulcrum.
holds everything together. And to see them crumble and just, be devastated in front of you is not easy at all. It is extremely challenging. No matter how many hundreds or thousands of women I would have spoken to, every day it is different. And for me, she is an N number, but for her, it's only me. And
for you also, she's a new case. She's a new person to deal with and emotions to deal with.
Some people say, doctor, oh yeah, you see so many every day. For you, it's nothing. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. Because I understand that I'm the only one for her. For me, she may be the fifth case of the day. But I understand that I am the only one for her as on that day in that moment. So I have to keep giving myself this, this morale, the boost. We also crumble. We also feel bad. I have to break this news to a 32-year-old lady with 2 little children. I mean, to tell her that she has a cancer, and believe me, young cancers don't do well. I know everything. But then I have to put up this brave face, and I have to be that pillar of support in that moment to her. I cannot be emotional. I cannot be sympathetic. I have to be extremely stoic, put this across to her, but at the same time be empathetic to her.
Very
Give her
true.
all that support.
Yeah, very well mentioned that you said empathy, because you cannot be rude, you cannot be stern, you cannot get angry. These are some elements which I think a doctor plays a vital role in dealing with emotions for her own self and for the patients. You're not only dealing with patients, you're dealing with patients' family, and they can get hyper, they can get angry. So how do you deal with the patient's family? More than anger and angst or depression, they get very hyper. So
you have to just calm them down, keep talking, and then that is what that is where all the other things that we do, that we need to do as doctors come in. Even as doctors, because I don't know if I can say this, but this is a lot of negativity. If you're telling her when she has a cancer, she's sobbing, she's crying, the husband breaks down, the children are devastated. So it's not just the patient. When it's cancer, it is the entire family. So you are breaking the bad news. So for me to gather that composure, that strength, I have to train myself to do that. I have to work on myself. Each one of us has a coping mechanism. For someone, it may be meditation. For someone, it can be fitness, running. For someone, it could be nature walks. For someone, it could be music. But we need to look at something beyond the physical to be able to gather that kind of balance and composure, to be able to handle these patients at the same way at 9 a.m. in the morning to 4 o'clock in the evening. You must remember that as doctors, we are human. We also have a family to go back to. I cannot allow this to affect my balance of mind when I come back to a family which is waiting to, share their day, how their day unfolded. So I got to have that patience, not just with my patients, but also with family. So for me personally, it is music and meditation, which I believe gives me that strength and the love of the work that I have. I just love what I do. I just love what I do, and I believe this is the purpose of my life. I keep reminding it, yes, we have our good days, we have our bad days, we have very difficult patients, but then, we just got to sit down, calm down, give ourselves that 10 to 15 minutes, take a deep breath, go back.
Go back and attack the next day, right?
Yeah.
Like Dr. Srikala just mentioned, it is what is very, very visible in her talk as she's not just a doctor who likes her job, it's the passion that drives her. It's very visible on her face and eyes. That's passion is what drives her every day, irrespective of the disease that she's going through, or she's treating patients. I'm sorry, I'm not going through, but treating patients and their families that they deal with. It is the passion, like she very rightly said, she deals with a zillion amounts of emotions of her own self, dealing with patients, dealing with families, because it's not easy to tell a patient who's just walked into her clinic saying, hey, you got cancer. And nobody in cancer today, till date, despite technology advancement, is still a very forbidden word. Srikala, lovely talking to you. My next question to you is, what do you suggest, advise the young medical students who want to take up medicine, become doctors, not necessarily radiology, but become doctors as neuroscience, gynecology, etc. What is the advice that you would give young doctors?
As I said, and as you said, passion is the key word. And you must remember, you should not, studying medicine entails studying for at least 6 to 9 years. 6 plus 3 plus 3. About 9 to 12 years before you come out as a specialist or a subspecialist, at least 12 years. So you're giving 12 years of your prime life to this subject. So obviously I need not say that the kind of passion you should have, that, it has to be immense, and then you should be willing to work hard. And you have to have compassion, because here these are people. These are people in flesh and blood. These are not computers. These are not brick and mortar. These are not wires, right? These are not cash. These are not papers. These are people in flesh and blood with emotions, sentiments, and you cannot deal with them as a job,
Also, you cannot deal with the same with different patients in the same manner.
The same way,
you have to deal with the Srikala differently. You have to deal with
Absolutely, there is no just one right way. There's a certain way I would talk to somebody. I can't repeat the same thing to another lady because she speaks to me from a different plane. So I got to get myself to her plane and then talk to her in frequency that would match her, the kind of person that she is. And then all this comes provided you have the passion for it. Identify what you like. Remember, this is what you're going to practice for the rest of your life. So you better like what you're doing. Don't do it because it is fashionable to be a doctor, or there's family pressure, or you think you can earn a lot of money. Believe me, if you think there is a lot of money in medicine, I'm sorry, no. There's not a lot of money in medicine. There are 100 better ways of making money, and much earlier than you would make money in medicine, because by the time you just qualify and come out, you're going to be 28, 30. And then that's when you have just started. And you look at your engineering colleagues who are, who have a 5-digit annual salary, they're going to be in depression, So this is not a profession that you should come for if money is your aim. There are 100 different ways of making money. Yes, you will make money also, but primarily understand that you're investing 12 years of your life. So you got to love it and enjoy it and have a passion for this and have a love for humanity. You should
Money
love
is
people.
not just the factor. Money is one of the probably
Money
the
is
factors.
one of the things. Money will come. Money will come. You know, medicine as a career assures you of a decent living. It doesn't assure you richness.
Luxury, yeah.
Understand? Luxury. You will have a good life. You will have a lot of respect in the society. You are, you know, as doctors, when everybody knows that we do derive, but then that comes with a lot of hard work, passion, and commitment.
And compassion, like you rightly said.
You know, you can't do it like any other job.
Right. And for all the weak hearts or be it the girls or boys who run away from medicine, please run away from injections, please don't take medicine. Yeah. Last couple of questions. How do you manage to have work-life balance? You also mentioned, and I know you personally, that you are a classical Kuchipudi dancer. My first question to you is, do you still continue to perform? Second is, how do you manage to have a work-life balance? Work-life balance, not just work and home, but work and a second career in terms of Kuchipudi dance.
Yeah. So luckily for me, as I said, by the time I came to my 12th standard, I was, you know, I was a pretty decent performer. So, you know, I was through my basics and I was performing regularly. So through my medicine, I continued my art. I never bunked my dance classes, citing difficult, you know, exams and stuff like that. I know my mother, I should thank my mother for that because, you know, it might sound very cliched, but time management is the key.
Okay.
You know, live. You know, I tell my children also that this moment, you know, as I'm talking to you, I look at it this way. This is time away from home, from family, from dance, from my work, right? So the value that I attach to this moment in my hand is all that I'm depriving myself, which I enjoy much, much more. So when I think of it that way, this moment becomes extremely valuable to me. Right. And I give my 150% to this moment in hand. You know, this is something that my mother drove into my head, you know, that the moment in hand, once gone, is gone forever. So make the best of it. I mean, you'll be surprised. I performed through my board exams in my 10th. You know, there was this gap of 3-4 days between exams. And I had this very prestigious performance where I think R. Venkatraman was the president of India. And I was playing a very key role in a ballet, which my guru had choreographed. And she wanted me to perform. In between my exams was the day of the performance.
Sure.
She told my mother, and she said, why are you even asking me about that? You should just go dance and come. What were you doing the entire year if you cannot pass an exam, if you didn't study one day before the examination? That's so sad. And I was like, okay. I went ahead and performed. So it does take, but then, you know, if you love doing what you're doing, you wouldn't do it any other way. You know.
Absolutely. Do you still perform?
Yes, I do. Not like you know, like your sister, but then yes, at least 5 to 6 shows a year. And I try and teach a few students in the weekends because I took over as a director of my dance teachers academy after she left. So I have a few students. So I run a dance school. So I take dance classes twice a week. And I keep it alive because that's where I completely unwind, you know.
Absolutely.
You know, that's
spoken like my sister has. I completely resonate with what Srikala mentioned. I come from a family of art. My sisters have been Bharatanatyam dancers. Sorry, I repeat. Varshini, you'll have to edit that. So my sisters are Bharatanatyam artists, a very well-known, renowned artist, and Ananda Shankar, has had her corporate as IRTS officer and a dancer, and she's managed both simultaneously. In my own way, I am a HR professional and do podcasts, write poetry, etc. So the context of not having time doesn't come into the picture at all. Yes, like she rightly said, you'll have to manage time, you have to allocate time, and you can do 10,000 things at the same time. My last question to you, or second last question to you, is what do you wish to do in future as a doctor and in terms of your Kuchipudi career? I would like to believe it's a career.
I would, I do a lot of diagnostic work, but in the next phase of my career, I would like to do more work on the field. Reach out to these women at the taluk level, at the village level, maybe, train people to go and, teach them the importance of breast cancer screening or self-breast examination in case they don't have access for mammography. Try and see if we can kind of, try and get a mobile van for breast cancer screening in the, underprivileged women in the villages and in and around Hyderabad to start with. So I want to take the next phase of my career into, to be more socially relevant, not just sit in the hospital. Of course, that is always there, but because that's where you are actually looking at patients with breast cancer, diagnosing them, that is also important. And
but you want to reach out to more people.
Advocate, take the breast cancer screening advocacy forward, give a thrust to this campaign, educate women, both rural and urban. I don't believe urban women are any wiser. They are as foolish. I'm sorry, but I know because I've seen them. You sometimes wonder, they're so educated, and how dumb can they be? When it comes to their health, their body, you'll be surprised, how dumb they can be sometimes. Probably stemming from a deep fear inside them, probably. That's what I think, and just forgive them for that. But then try and educate the young women, because if I'm talking to a 22, 23-year-old, I'm educating her. At the same time, she is going home and looking after her mother, her sister, her grandmother. So I want to empower these young girls, especially in corporate offices, in IT offices. We do that, during the Women's Day celebrations and
more often.
Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So I want to reach out to these young girls, educate them about breast cancer, and then also educate them that cancer now is not synonymous to death. There's so much happening in cancer therapy that you don't have to think of succumbing to the disease. There's so much we can do. Yes, it do go through a bit of pain and a little bit of, you have to attain that. But then after that year or two, you're completely well. You have an entire life ahead of you.
Absolutely.
So cancer now is not synonymous to death any longer. So one has to get that myth out of their head. So I want to work more in the public and, have more work relevant, socially. So that's where I see myself going in terms of being a doctor, and especially, how breast imaging happened to me is a story by itself. So I believe I'm here with a purpose. So I think that's where I think I should be going, and then He'll take me there. And then as regards to Kuchipudi, I'm teaching now, and then I'd like to probably, train students academically, maybe, prepare them for examinations, prepare them to take Kuchipudi as a career path, train them academically in Kuchipudi, maybe for a BA or an MA dance and PhD in dance. evince that kind of interest in them to take up art as a career. If I can manage that. And then, of course, in breast imaging too, I want to train more and more radiologists in breast radiology, because among all subspecialties in radiology, breast imaging is quite nascent, quite young, and not many radiologists understand the importance and its potential for the future. So I want to train more and more women radiologists or men, male radiologists who want to take up breast imaging.
Sure.
I want to train more of them and bring them into this society for the greater good of women in this country.
I think from my end, I would love to introduce you and invite you to various corporate organizations where you can come and educate the young women, both men and women, because men can also go and educate their mother, sister, brother, whatever, mother, sister, grandmother.
Grandmother,
it's very important. I will definitely take it up and introduce you to various corporate organizations. Depending on your time, I would love to have you come and address them. If I don't do it, please ping me and say, hey, please introduce me. I would love to do it. So it was wonderful talking to you, Srikala. Thank you so much for being our guest today. You have really opened up many areas where people are kind of having a negative image on breast cancer, the seriousness or the disease per se. And I think you have also opened up the fact that it can be very, very positive. So thank you so much. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me on your show. Thank you.
Srikala, can you please let us know what are the various awards that you won in your entire career so far?
Yeah, so I'm a recipient of Annamacharya Scholarship. And then I have been an invited performer at the Khajuraho Dance Festival. And I've had a title of Nritya Chudamani from Pushpagiri Swamiji from the Mutt.
And your awards as a doctor?
Doctor, my paper was adjudged the best paper in our national conference as a postgraduate. And then I've presented a lot of scientific work in our prestigious, our national journal, which is the Indian Journal of Radiology and Imaging. And then I'm a very avid speaker in a lot of our CMEs, the continuing medical education. And then I've held a very high position in our breast imaging society. And some of my papers and my work have won gold medals. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Srikala, it was wonderful talking to you. You have explained in detail what is breast cancer. You have ensured that people are not going by the myths. You have explained or opened up various ideas, various thoughts in young women. And they should not look at breast cancer in the negative manner. And there is huge amount of potential of life after cancer. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you for being a guest. Like I mentioned, you are our 10th guest. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity. Pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Leadership Talk series, wherein we are interviewing leaders across domains, verticals, industries. This is going to be beneficial for young professionals, management students, engineering students, and students across various domains and various subjects. Today, our guest is Sriram, has done his graduation in applied sciences, went on to do his specializing in finance and marketing, and has worked predominantly in HR. It's a very interesting career that he has had so far. And the last 1.5 years, he's quit the corporate sector and has become a happiness coach. Let us understand his journey. Welcome, Sriram. We welcome you to My Startup TV. We are doing this leadership talk series in collaboration with My Startup TV. And like I said, you've done a post-graduation from Bharatiya University. Please walk us through your journey.
I started in 97. I joined Mercedes-Benz at that point of time. And it was a marketing job. And I quickly realized that, that was not where my core strengths were. And it took a few years for me to then shift from there to Infosys. And at Infosys, I found my path in a way. And at that point of time, Infosys was recruiting for people, from sales backgrounds. That's how I got into HR. And since then, it's gone 23, 24 years now. I've been in HR, various kind of roles. In Infosys, I moved across locations. And then from there, I moved to a company called Shaw as head of HR in 2009. And then we split the Shaw into two firms, and I went into the startup called RCZM in 2016. And then I got out last year to really pursue my passion, which is around the theme of happiness at work, happiness with individuals, and so on.
What are the aspects what are the facets you have taken care of in the HR domain? My second question is, for the young students, management students who have specialized in HR, what do you advise them? What is the career path they should choose who have chosen HR?
Start with, what I've done in HR. I started with recruitment. I slowly moved into employee relations. From employee relations, I moved into development center management. From development center management, I was part of the team that created business partnering HR at that point of time. From business partnering, in that role, I was anyway doing a little bit of training as well. From there, I then became head of HR, which was a larger portfolio with compensation, benefits, all of that came in. I think you, as a student, if you're kind of getting into HR, now what's happening is that there are specializations within the domain itself, and a recruiter core skills are probably different from a compensation specialist versus somebody who's business partnering, because all of these have a slightly different front-ending competency. Like a recruiter has to sell the job to the candidate. A compensation benefit specialist has got to have the data mindset, where their accuracy, the ability to analyze is very important. And whereas a business partner is somebody who can relate to people, who can kind of get. So there are, in HR itself, there are these variants. So it's not one job.
Different segments.
There are several pieces to it. The key is to really figure out what is it that I excel at, what makes me come alive in that, and then quickly try and get closer to that to the extent possible. In any job, there's always a mix of things that you do, but it is about knowing your core and doing more of that.
And learning.
As part of that, any job will have to have, expertise. You have to invest in learning throughout, and that is not a journey that ends at any point. For a youngster or at any point, learning is important because things are constantly changing.
Right. What is the difference for a young student who's in the first year or the second year? Colleges unfortunately don't prepare the student for the corporate trend, for the corporate business. So what is the difference between HRBP and what is ER? And my second question is, can I just get into HR and not into HRBP or ER?
Okay, so again, these are nuances where, I would say if you're getting in and you're keen in an HR career, just get in and gradually navigate your way through the processes. But to answer your question on what's the difference, a business partner is somebody who's working closely with the business, and hence they are driving the business's people agenda, which is, so how do I achieve this business goal through people, and how can somebody help me with that? That's really what the business
partner.
Can you elaborate, please? Okay. So if somebody is a business partner, then they work closely with the business unit head who will say, okay, listen, my attrition in that particular team is high. Okay, I need to contain that. Can you help me? And then the business partner kind of gets into that. Then they look at the data from an external perspective. There is a manager who's already there, who's doing the job. But then the business partner comes in with a slightly outside view with the intention of helping you. Sure. And then you look at that thing and then you realize, okay, problem could be the manager, problem could be the kind of work, problem could be the type of people we've hired. And hence they are able to then come back, look at it very objectively, and then influence the change, saying, oh, people need to be trained, or the manager needs to get some perspective, or the business needs to take care of people better, or give a slightly different job. So that is how a business partner tries to influence it through different facets of analysis, influence, training, coaching.
Interesting point that you mentioned is it could be a wrong hire as well. What is that and how do we rectify that? Or how do we fix that? Supposing an employee or set of employees, set of candidates have joined the company and they don't fit into either the culture or the job. How does an HRPP fix that?
Okay. But it's not an easy fix first. I think, we should agree that sometimes, everything doesn't have a very easy fix. This is one of the problems, which it's a real problem. And there are few ways to look at it. First, I think the most important thing is to understand that it is a wrong hire. Many times we just don't want to accept it or don't want to acknowledge it, and it takes a while to, get that going. So first is to acknowledge, saying that, okay, it's not working. Once there is a clear understanding it's not working, then you have some options, which is that, can this person fit somewhere else with what we have? If that is the case, then make the movement possible. Sometimes it's available, sometimes it's not. Then it could be an issue of, can we train the person, reskill them to what we have? That will require some effort. That will also require some effort from the individual, because they need to also invest and say that, okay, I am willing to be part of this to reskill. If that's possible, then you do. If none of that works, then I think we should say at some point, saying that, okay, it's not working. I don't have the opportunity. You are not ready for reskilling. Then we need to take it to a logical closure of saying that, okay, let's just part ways. But with a reasonable conversation, giving them the time and so on. So it's always real. Keep it real is my thing. And to the extent possible, we must always treat people well. Whatever the situation.
Absolutely. Since I come from an HR background as well, I completely agree with Sriram that you have to treat people well. It's not that cannot be hire and fire. My next question to you is, Sriram, as once an employee joins in the recruitment, let's say one candidate or student joins in the recruitment department, can he move into company benefits or ER or PMS, etc.? And how?
If somebody comes in, I think there are two types of growth which are possible. One is grow in the same line, or grow across and then move and then grow. Okay?
Laterally and
then vertically. So now the question is, first is that you don't want to make these movements based on whims and fancies of saying, oh, I saw that person, they achieved that. That's a different story. When you match your passion and your skills, and then say that as part of what I want to achieve, I think that will add to my, dimension of.
You also are talking about have fixed or set goals and then achieve your goals.
And always rely on who you are and what you can influence the most.
Your core strength.
The core strength. See, if you are an extremely good recruiter, and then you say, I want to become a compensation specialist who's going to sit and work in front of the computer and data all the time. Now, is that really good for you? That may give you a temporary growth because that may be a role which is slightly elevated from what you're doing. But eventually, if it's not tallying with who you are and what you're good at, that's not going to give you growth. So that is the illusion that we must not succumb to, but really look at it from saying that, and today growth is possible. And that's my whole message is, become an expert, become excellent, pursue excellence. Expert is that you really know your domain really well. And this whole thing of I spent 2 years, I spent 1 year, I know everything, that's not enough.
Very rightly said, because youngsters today want everything in very short time. It's not, life is not 2-minute Maggi noodles. So what is the advice that you give them?
See, I am all for energy. I'm all for, the need to grow, need to learn. But I'm also for realistic, practical patience. And because what we often think is only one dimension of intellect, but there is social intelligence, there is emotional intelligence, there is, and all of these are part of your growth. And some of them take time. It requires maturity for you to deal with people. You want to lead people. You have to inspire people. How can you inspire people with an intellectual knowledge? Unless you've really gone through that yourself. Right? And that's what people sometimes fail to understand. We are somehow too caught up in the intellect part and say, oh, I know it all. As a thing, most of it is coming from internet, from, that's not enough.
True. You have to not just learn from the internet like you mentioned, but you also have to be soaking and learning hands-on. My next question to you, Sriram, is if one gets into common benefits in terms of growth and there is an opportunity, I would very strongly advise that student or that young professional to learn Excel thoroughly. Beyond just learning, what else can he do to grow vertically and laterally?
Important is to network and get to know what is happening. Because sometimes we are like that frog in the well. We think, I know everything. But you get out of the well, then you know, oh my God, there's a huge world out there. And then there are so many more things to learn. And then ideas come like that. How did Steve Jobs, put a brick phone and your Walkman and a computer together? That's creativity. When different things come in and then you're able to make something tangible of that in your workplace. That is creativity and innovation.
I will just add one more point to what Sriram just mentioned is beyond just wanting to grow into another role, you also have to ensure that you value add to that role. Because there will be 10 others. So what is the difference that you are going to create for that role? Do you want to add to that point?
See, when we want to value add, we must also have a little bit of humility. Okay? Because sometimes what happens with intellectual knowledge is our ego kicks in, you become arrogant and you start thinking they don't know, I know. Right? But influence is not that. When you want to really make a difference, the biggest thing that you get as you go higher in your levels is that realize that I have to influence.
Absolutely.
And if I have to influence, I need to work with the person who's opposite me. You have to get into their mindset. You have to understand what they're going through. Then tweak what you are saying, what you want to their language. And that's a lot of effort. It's not.
And that's not just your colleague, but it's juniors. And your juniors probably 10 years down the line. 10 years junior than you.
Because knowing is not enough. It is to get people to do things as well as you.
Very true. It is very important to connect with youngsters, not just in the context of saying hi, how are you, and things like that, but context of saying go down to their level, learn and be adaptable, adapt and adopt. That's my philosophy all the time. You also have worked with Mysore Infosys, and that was that was a job that was given to you, which you did not want to take. Can you please?
I was just extremely reluctant to move, but then my boss was much more senior and older and called me and said, "See, these kind of opportunities don't come off. You must take this up if you're serious about it." And I know the people who are there, they will take care of you. You will really kind of, so based on his maturity and his kind of thing, I took it up a little reluctantly. The first day I ran over there, scoring and saying, okay, what have I got myself into? Then it turns out the next 5 years of my life are probably best. Okay, just because of the fact that, I really enjoyed that experience with the people that I was working with the freedom I got, with the amount of stuff that I was able to, really kind of, and the fact was that I took that risk. I was willing to kind of say, okay, I'm serious about my career, and even though I wasn't really kicked about doing it, I did it, and then I realized that's what I got to do. And sometimes people are too stuck on with the location, with the circle and so on. If you really want to go, grow, you have to go after, go after where your growth is. Don't be like shut in a thing saying, oh, this is what I can do, I will not do that and all that. You go try it. If it doesn't work, then it's okay. But most times in that trying is where you go out of your comfort zone. Then you realize, oh, I'm actually good at it.
There are two questions that comes to my mind. One is, how does one take risks? Because risks is something which we get claustrophobic and don't want to take that. Second is, that could be the second question. The first question is, what are the various rules that you did in your Bangalore's tenure?
I'll answer the second question because it's easier. Okay, so I started with the development center HR, then I took on a business partner, we lead for a big, kind of unit. By the time I left, actually I was leading 2 business units, and then I moved to a bigger center as the head of that location. So all those kind of movements happened, but the big thing was that I had the leader of one business unit sitting over there. He was absolutely inspirational. So many things that I've learned from him, which I still kind of value a lot. So that's the second easier part. Risk taking. I've taken the biggest risk of my life last year by moving out of corporate into something which is kind of thing. Now, how do you make that decision? Right? One is to really know what you want. That I've always known, and I've known for about 7-8 years that these are the kind of things I want to do. I want to teach, I want to train, I want to coach, I want to write. Okay, and I want to make a difference to a larger audience through who I am and what I know. So, and through knowing that also it took me some 7 years to actually, be willing to take that risk. So it takes time to kind of, but it's not about taking a foolhardy risk.
That's very nice.
It is about being practical, saying, I'm passionate about this, and at this point of time, can I do it? Okay, do I have a little bit of financial support that can help me take this risk, which is important, so that we don't, kind of just blindly run into something. But beyond that, there is an element of knowing that I have to go all into this, give it my everything, and really make it work. If you are really passionate about something and that's aligned with what you are trying to kind of get into, and if you're willing to have the patience to wait and go through the grind, that's where your whole point, that resilience will test you.
Resilience, persistence.
And because in that process, it is not just for the heck of it, right? In that process of resilience is where you grow. It is where you think out of the box, where you're saying, okay, how can I do more? How can I reinvent myself? How can I, kind of make a bigger impact? So that comfort zone goes away because now it becomes survival.
So I'll add 2 more adjectives of there: resilience, persistence, and consistency.
Yeah. Right.
I'm sure you agree with that. When you were working with Infosys and you went to Mangalore, I understand your journey.
Yeah.
You then moved on to D Shaw.
Yes.
Can you walk us through that?
So D Shaw was entirely different, right? So Infosys had been almost 10 years, and I had the best experience for a while, and then I felt like I was not growing and I needed a change of thing. And this is a good role, it was head of HR role, but it is a completely different culture. So it was an MNC. It was a hedge fund technology setup, extremely top end. That is that you have the top talent in the country, very well paid, and at that point of time, HR was kind of irrelevant. It was all being run by mostly the business and what they thought was right for people. And so from a process to policy to benefits to, getting the team right, really making, they had a good culture. It was not that they had a bad culture, they had a good culture. But HR was not the driver of many things over there. So
it was there at HR, team and HR process.
While it was there, it was not really something that was seen as a very important function. Right? From there to really now, even now, if there are people who will talk about things, and now people who moved out and gone to other companies, they say that we still talk about the culture that was there when you were, kind of managing HR there. And through that, I'm now getting some business also because people are saying, okay, sure, I want my HR person to talk to you as a thing. But that was the kind of thing we took from. It had good ingredients, but HR wasn't very good. So we built that whole thing, and they were willing to, they were not a very stingy firm, so they were willing to spend money. So it gave me some freedom to kind of operate. And I think we really took it to, I would say at that point of time, 2009 to maybe 2000, 3-4 years, we were among the top companies in the country.
D-Show was a very predominant company and it still is. Going back to the risk point of view, young professionals, youngsters today, after the graduation, they want to become entrepreneurs. What are the 3 salient points that you will advise for the young professionals, young students who want to become entrepreneurs, or even the young professionals who just 2-3 years in the career, they want to become entrepreneurs?
The why is extremely important because you don't get into it for the fact of it. You don't get into it because I don't want to be part of corporate. You don't want to get into it because I don't like my manager. Okay? All those are not the right reasons. Certainly, that's the first element of it. Now, if your why is good, second is, are you willing to take risk? Because you know for a fact that not everybody makes it. In that journey, a lot of people fall off. Many more people fall off than the people who make it. We don't know the stories of people who make it. We don't know the stories of people who don't make it. But there's enough data to say many people don't make it. Okay, and that's a fact of entrepreneurship. Are you ready to, so if you're looking for success and not willing to do what it takes to succeed, that's not a journey for you. Then you're better off in a place where you will continue to get that steady income, and that's not a bad thing. Right? It's just knowing what I'm ready for. Right? Third is that when you are an entrepreneur, it is a multi-faceted journey. You have to do everything. Right?
From the janitor to the managing director.
Correct. You have to do everything and be okay to do everything. Right? And those are the 3 elements. And if you're willing to go all in, if you know that this is why I want to do it, and if you have the resilience, persistence, and the risk-taking ability to kind of sustain it, then it's a journey. Don't go into entrepreneurship just because you have an idea. Oh, I have an idea. People have millions of ideas. You know how many thoughts everybody gets about 60,000 thoughts a day. In the 60,000 thoughts, there are some 2-3 ideas that people get. It is not the idea. It is that I am willing to make this idea work and I am willing to do whatever it takes. And I believe in it.
Right. When a student or a young professional wants to become an entrepreneur, you have to have the funding capacity. It should be coming from the family or yourself. The second, very long way down the line, maybe 5 years, you will get venture capitalists who will fund you. So what is the advice you would give the student to prepare to become an entrepreneur? In both context of his abilities and his financial abilities.
So first let's talk about what is in the control, which is your abilities. So remember that the entrepreneurial journey is a multi-faceted journey. So you need to know a little bit of finance, you need to know of marketing, you need to know your domain, you need to know the product. So you have to now, because many times why the entrepreneurial journey works is because you're not willing to look at the other domains because you have a aversion to it. Oh, I can't deal with numbers, I can't. This is one story. Okay, you think that the vendor on the job he needs all those capabilities apart from selling, sourcing, quality checks, customer relationship. He's doing all of that. You have to do all of that. Okay, so it's simple equation. Where are you ready to do? Because some people know I'm only interested in the idea and talking about the idea. I'll not do anything else. That's also okay, so long as you have the expertise available at, for you to somebody else or from anybody else, then it's kind of still, okay to be able to build the.
I'll interject you here. If you were having 3-4 people like Sriram mentioned who can join your team, they should also be in the capacity to not be earning a single rupee for the next 6 months or 1 year.
So I'll come to the financial part, but even if you have 3-4 people, the best combination is to have complementary skills with some overlap. So it is like you take 2 circles, there is an overlap, okay, and then but then you have, you form like a chain, right? That I can do product, somebody else can do digital marketing, somebody can do finance. Okay, then it's an extremely good. If all of you can do the same thing, you don't have too much, kind of thing. So think of that aspect as well. Now, the financial aspect, right, which is that if you believe in the idea, go all in, give it everything. If you need to borrow, do that. as a thing, but understand that it will take time. No good thing in this world ever got done in quick fix. In quick fix, nothing. Nobody, including what you see as success stories, have all gone through those journeys of, kind of in their own way. They've had to struggle, right? You will also have to struggle. So there is no running away from that thing. All it is to be realistic, saying that the struggle, how much time are you willing to give yourself? Okay, and I would say a reasonable time is anywhere between about 2.5 to 3 years is a good timeline to really be prepared for, to give everything, go after something, make it work. And at that point, if it doesn't work, then you should know that this is not. And because there's always a time when you abandon ship, right? If you wait too long, you crash, right? So you don't want to crash also. So, but 3 years, I would say, is because the incubation, the whole thing. By the time you kind of get into second year is when actually things start moving for you. And by the third year, you know how much it's really going to take off or what is going to happen, right? And then you know, is it working for me? It's not working for me. And kind of at that point, but are you willing to give yourself to this? Are you willing to go all in? If you are willing to do these two things, then it's worth it.
Going by the last point that you mentioned, are you willing to give that kind of time? If, for whatever reasons, the entrepreneurship business or my role in a particular job, specifically entrepreneur, it does not work out. I'm asking you in the context of young professionals succumbing to pressure. What is the inputs you want to give the young professionals, students, and not necessarily just young professionals? We had Cafe Day, CMT committing suicide. So what is the most important things that students, young professionals should learn and not succumb to pressure?
Remember, life is too precious to be wasted. Doesn't matter. What we think of failure is a construct. Okay? And you know how many times Babur attacked before he became successful. If you go back into history, there are so many failures that, we celebrate the victories, but there is so many things that came, even with the most successful people, even who you revere as people who think, Steve Jobs, he went into hiding. He was, chased out of his whole company and he was like, out of that before he came back in it. So there is no thing saying that this is a failure. Yeah, there is a learning.
There's a journey.
There's a journey. In that journey, there will be up and down. That is the way of life. And if you live long enough, you will know that as you go down, you'll also come up. That is how it is. And sometimes the pressure goes up. And at that point of time, you take help to understand that it will pass. You stick through it. Be through it. Whatever has to happen. Okay, what's the worst that can happen? Your money will go. So what? They can come back as a thing. But life cannot come back. Okay, so many times, and I see this with kids also, right? Because the expectation that is built up, you try to match that expectation, and sometimes because you fail that expectation, you suddenly feel that I am a failure. There is no such thing as failure. There is only trying and learning.
Failure is a stepping stone to
success, because that is just, I just look at the word failure as a learning opportunity. It's a new opportunity to learn. Okay, so as long as you look at that from a thing, and everywhere there is learning, that's the mindset that when you have that thing. So for people who are under stress, one is that first be reasonable with your expectations. Second is do what you're good at. Follow your passion. Know where your core strengths are. Follow that. Because if you are doing what you like, even if it doesn't get you the money, you still enjoy it.
Yeah, money is not be all and end all. Having said that, as long as you're upskill and reskill, money will come to you. Not today, tomorrow.
I really believe in this thing that value is always, there is a way in which the world works, and that way that works is that you give value, you get value. Simple equation. Okay, so it's always the question is, am I giving enough value? If you give enough value, the money will come. So don't focus on the money coming, focus on giving value.
This talk that you just gave is leading to the success, you becoming a success coach. Yeah. What is success coach? What are the things that you cover under this? platform.
Right. So, I'm of course focusing both on the individual and the corporate. And for the individual, I'm calling it peak performance, success, and happiness. Okay. Which is that first is you, before we kind of expect somebody to do something, we fix ourselves. How do you fix yourself? Fundamentally, there are three elements. You fix your mindset, you fix your behaviors, you fix your habits. If you can do these three things, your success and your element of earning money, all of that will fall. It is easier said than done. Okay, and it's a journey. The entire life can be a journey, and these things cannot be, may not be fixed. So the mindset is all about what I believe, what my values are, what my virtues are, what my purpose is, and really always kind of aligning yourself with who am I, how do I become the best, and how do I keep thinking about it in a positive way. Second element is saying, how do I become a better human? How do I keep getting over my limitations and my cheap behavior and my cheap thought process, evolve beyond that. Third is,
what if a person is constantly, wallowing in self-pity and negativity?
That is the element of mindset, right? Where you not elevated your mindset to understand, what is possible for you. Because why are you in a negative mind space? Because you are either caught in this is happening to me, people are doing this to me, and all of that. And this whole thing, somebody or the other will do something to you. It is to get out of that whole thing and say, I own my life. I am creating my life. I am willing to do what it takes. That ownership, accountability for your life comes, and that is the first step of the mindset. The last part of it is, I always recommend that go after your habits. Okay, fix your day. If you do enough good things in your day becomes happier, and as you build momentum, eventually you move towards a happier life because the solution is in your day. And what you do in your day is fix the parts of your day so that you put in good habits. Good habits,
How does the young young student in their 20s have a fixed schedule, and how can he improve his life better?
First is understand that if you want to be successful and make a lot of money, you have to fix your life and your day. Okay, now your day starts with sleep. People are sleeping at 2 o'clock and saying, I'm waking up at this time, I sleep for 5-6 hours, I'm superhuman, all of that. You're not superhuman, you are just shortcutting your life. Okay, don't go up at all that thing, because sleep is so powerful. People don't understand the science of sleep. Need 7.5, 8 hours of sleep. Very, very important. For you to have the energy you need during the day. Then what do you do with your mornings? The mornings are an extreme, that's why all, kind of religions have always focused on the mornings. Do your yoga, do your pranayam, do your, gratitude, all of that. Because the mornings have some, special power in terms, because there's science to it. The morning, if endorphins get released in your bloodstream, they stay in your bloodstream longer. And thereby, your mood gets affected. Your mood generates your thoughts. Your thoughts drive your actions. So these are all interconnected very beautifully. Which is, they didn't explain all of that. They said just do the yoga, do the meditation. Right? So you start with your day.
So you're saying Surya Namaskar is the best way to start your life?
Yes.
Saturday, sorry.
Yeah, in fact, if you can do 12 sets of Surya Namaskar, what happens is that the body releases endorphins at the point of breaking into sweat. So even if you do for 10 to 12 minutes, you have to do it to the point that you're sweating. At the point that you're sweating, your body is releasing endorphins in your bloodstream. That's really good. So people don't understand, it is stretching, it is, something and all that. No, there's a chemical influence of these things, and that is why it is important.
And yoga is definitely not religion-based in that context.
No. I mean, we misunderstand any of these things. Yoga now has gone to the West and they've made it into hot yoga, all those fancy things as a thing, but it is far more than that. It's a way of life. It's a way of life.
Can you talk more in detail or elaborate on your success coach and your career for the last 1.5 years as a success coach?
So it's not been a very easy journey, for sure. Okay, so I've had my, kind of thing to say, did I do the right thing and things like that. But I know that this is what I want to do. Okay, and I'm saying that I'm doing the same formula, giving myself 3 years to make it work. And if it works, it's good. Otherwise, I've given it everything that I've got, and it didn't work, it didn't work. That's fine too. Okay, but I'm more or less sure it will work. And the signs of that are now, kind of showing up, because now, I can see the road ahead more clearly. So when I started off, it was more about the people I knew and little random bits of kind of thing. And I was also creating different types of, solutions that will work and things. So now I think I'm at a point where I know what I want to do, what will work. I've experimented enough, tested it. So now I know, so clarity. I think that was one piece which was missing in the initial days. Now clarity has come. I now follow up clarity with the right strategies. So then, because without clarity, where to invest in? What do I push? What do I sell? Who do I talk to? And all of that is very confusing. Now with clarity, now I know what my strategy is. Now I know that in LinkedIn I need to do a few things. I need to talk to people. This is how I kind of project myself and so on. So with clarity, I'm able to now propagate my, kind of solutions much better. And with that clarity and the propagation, now the traction is picking up as a. And my, I think, model is I want it to be multi-pronged. And so I'm focusing on speaking, coaching, training and teaching and writing. So, different, and it gives me so different accesses, different, kind of thing. And of course, I've written my book, Happiness Habits as well. So that also kind of generates some income.
So can you also talk about what is happiness coach and what do you do in that area?
It's a big domain. So the question is that, what is your definition of happiness? That's the first question I ask people. And people will say something vague, right? And the problem is, first is that people don't have a standard definition of happiness, okay? Which is, I feel, a problem, because if that is what you're looking for in life and you don't know what you're looking for, how will you get there?
Yes,
right?
People say that I've got chocolate, so I'm happy.
Yeah, and that is the pursuit of pleasure. Now, pleasure is in the spectrum of happiness, but it is not happiness, because the same chemicals that work for happiness work for pleasure also, but they have, in pleasure, you go up and down like a sugar rush. So when you go down, you can't stay there. So you want to go up again. So then you're constantly chasing. You're constantly chasing food, entertainment, sex, anything that will kind of get you out of the down. But then this up and down keeps you stuck. And you're not going to get out of that because you're thinking that this is what it is. But that is where the element of your habits and all that comes. Because what they do is they actually manage the same chemicals, but in a far more, stable way. They don't take it up like pleasure, but it goes up slightly. Over a period of time, the benchmark is higher. So then your triggers are lesser. What would irritate me doesn't irritate me. What would, kind of think, my thought process is much better, my tolerance is better, and my positivity is better. So that is how the element of, kind of happiness. Now, what is happiness? Just as a thing, it's a much bigger dimension. There are two large elements that I want people to understand. One is that happiness is about being a successful person in all the important dimensions of your life, which is your career, your money, your relationships, your health, your parenting, your spiritual, your hobbies. All of them have to work to a reasonable extent. Otherwise, examples like Rakesh about 40,000 crores. What is the point of a life where you have so much money but you're not living a full life, right? Same thing that, and today, so many people, have relationship issues. So first is you have to look at the dimension of life more holistically, make sure all dimensions are balanced. Second is that two things. One is I should always be doing the things that I'm very good at. I must enjoy what I'm doing because every day matters in your journey of happiness. So you can't say I will become happy at 60. Enough old people to know that happiness doesn't literally land on you when you're old. You just think so, it doesn't happen, right? So today is the day for you to be happy. How do you do it? By doing what you're good at. The last element is always pursue being a good human. Have the right values, have the right virtues. That is our journey. And that and we know that all of us have shades of grey. We have in our thought process enough things going on over there. When you become a good human, it's not only about doing, but internally, even your thoughts change. That is the thing. My benchmark at some point that I want to become is when I can, kind of my thoughts can be out there and I can really say what I'm thinking as it is without filters, then I'm involved.
Sriram, you explained it very well. But my next question to you is why youngster may understand what you have said. But youngster will question Sriram saying, I have a lot of aspirations. Aspirations means a lot of burning as well, or burnt out as well. So how does one balance that?
Okay. So first is to understand that happiness is multidimensional. I should do what I love. All of that is very important. So for me, I'll tell you what happened with me. right? So, and I know that, initially you're chasing in the Maslow's hierarchy also, you want security, you want entertainment, you want money, all of that. But what happens at some point of time, now it's happening faster because people are earning more money, that you get all that security and comfort very soon. What happens next? And for me, it actually took an episode of almost having a heart attack to change my whole dimension. I was about 40, when my younger daughter was just a month old. I thought I might die. And that was the turning point of my life, where I realized that, okay, but I'm not happy. Right? Okay, something is wrong. I'm empty on the inside. Everybody thinks that I am everything that I'm supposed to be, but I'm not happy. At that point, I decided to change. Okay? But so it takes a little bit of time. I think people have to go through their hormonal cycle of enjoying and going after things in life. But it will come. At your mid-30s, it's likely to hit you that I have the comforts. I'm not finding meaning. I'm not finding purpose. I'm not enjoying what I'm doing. And then all of these things come back in full flow. Right? And then that's when the earlier you start pursuing, at least follow what you're good at. Because that itself takes care of a large part of, your eventual happiness.
I mean, just add to what Sridhar mentioned is, one is being happy, second is being content in what you're doing. While you can have aspirations, and aspirations one should have, but you should also be content in what you're doing. You want to grow, fantastic, but growth will be progressive. It cannot happen as a two-minute noodles.
In fact, I just want to, sorry to interrupt you, but I have this term called contented aliveness as one of my definitions of happiness. People say, tell me what, don't give me stories, just tell me in 2 words, right? I would say contented and aliveness. Contented is to know that, we are all, in a way, we must be grateful for what we have. We have perhaps more than what is needed. Yes, you can get more, but learn to be happy with what you have. Doesn't mean that you don't aspire for more, but just be happy with what you have. That will give you the ability to be alive to the opportunities.
So, I will also add that you constantly have to upskill and reskill. Young students have the stigma of saying, I want to grow, but I don't want to learn. What will you tell them?
Growth is part of the core needs of your life.
Of any being.
Of any being. Without growth, there is no meaning. So let's get out of the illusion saying, I'm not willing to learn and grow. Because even whether you want to choose it or not, life is always trying to teach you something. In its own way. And we just don't understand it as a learning. But life is always teaching us. It is necessary to be open. To be willing to kind of grow. And there will be times when you have less growth, you have less learning. There will be times when you have more of it and steeper curves and so on. But you cannot eliminate that and say, I've arrived. There is no arrival over here. Okay, there is a journey and there are different stops in that journey and we continue to go. And as if you do enough in your life, I think people are always changing. I shifted from marketing to, to do a job in marketing to then recruitment to then different HR and from there now to, kind of coaching and happiness and so on. So there is always, things which are going to shift. So the whole idea that no, this is it and this is all, I can be is just an illusion.
You've also written a book. Can you talk us through your book? What is the title and what is the content of the book?
Yeah. So a little bit of that I covered earlier. The book is called Happiness Habits, and it originated from the instance where I had that episode of almost having a heart attack, and then for the next 8 years or so, I was just learning. I was learning, growing, trying to understand the meaning of life, happiness, and so on. So I followed coaching, gurus, religious, modern kind of philosophy and so on, until I came to a framework which I feel worked for me. So then I thought this framework is something I have to offer to people like me. So it doesn't really work for the people who are like a laborer kind of a mindset, because they're still chasing the basics of life. But this is very, very, kind of relevant for people who are, worked in the corporate for about 3 years. Then it kind of settles. What I talk of there is that first start with finding what you're meant to do, purpose. Second is how to become better. Third is fix your emotional mastery as a thing. Then, learn how to be in flow. There are elements of productivity, peak performance, which you need to learn and, kind of practice on a regular basis. Then bring in the element of balance in different dimensions of life. then it's about mindfulness. And I also talk a lot about in that thing about healing, because that's not something which people often discuss, but healing is very important when we want to be born. Like we hold on to so many grudges. How do I forgive? How do I become more grateful? How do I, kind of learn to elevate my mood? And healing is an important aspect of letting go of our emotional baggage to really think. So those are the 7, I call it the 7 quests. So it starts with the mindset, with the 7 quests, and then I have a framework of implementing it through habits. So that's the final, kind of thing. Saying that all this is fine, but now you go do something. And how will you do? Do it by fixing your habits on a daily basis.
You may have touched on this point, but I will reiterate. Anybody, it could happen to you and me as well. More so with the youngsters. If there is a financial problem, or a health problem, or a tragedy at home, we always constantly say, "Why me?" So, what is that he should not do, and he should not ask God, "Why me?" And how can he pull himself up or elevate himself?
Okay, that is a big answer. Okay, now if I start that answer, I think that will just take all the time, and it goes into a lot of spiritual wisdom as well.
I think briefly.
Briefly, okay. See, what happens to you is not in your control, right? The moment you are going to sit and blame, why did this happen, right? Now that is not going to give you any movement. It's not going to keep you stuck. Because when you say, this happened to me, I put the blame there, and what happens with blame is there is no responsibility for me to do it. It's beautifully kind of passed on to say, you did something bad, God did this, circumstances did that, oh, why is my luck so bad? Everybody, there is no human being who does not go through difficulties in life. The richest person to the poorest person, everybody has a cycle of outcome. Now, some people have it easier, some people lesser as a thing, but everybody goes through it. There's no concept of, kind of saying that it doesn't happen to me, right? It is about ownership. It's about ownership. There are reasons why certain things happen. All of them are rooted in you learning something. For example, this concept of how will I learn to be a more forgiving person if I am not exposed to a situation which needs forgiveness, right? That is a duality idea, which says that you learn from an instance which happens to you, and then is when you evolve. For that evolution to happen, something had to happen to you. Now, without that happening to you, how will I become grateful? How will I become forgiving? How will I, kind of evolve? So, but then somebody did that, right? So, if you keep blaming, say, oh, but what can I do? Anything that happens to you, always focus on, is there something that I can learn from this and do something? When you always redirect it into your own ownership, saying, okay, this thing happened to me, this bad thing happened, can I now take something from that?
Introspect is what you're saying.
And take action. Not only introspect. Introspect is to give you a shift in mindset. But with that mindset, now you should take action.
Right. We spoke about risk, but what was the risk that you took moving from the corporate sector, being a head of the department in TE Shaw, and then starting your career? May not have started your career, may not have started being a success coach in terms of finance from scratch, but you had taken a huge shift. What happened? Can you tell us?
See, I've been planning it for a while. I just not planning it, but thinking about it. So it's been in my thing. So I've been telling people, saying, this is what I want to do. It's not a hidden thing. So my team knew, my management, everybody knew that somewhere at some point, kind of thing. And, I kept postponing it because this whole business is real, right? When you want to really do it, there's always apprehension and there's no thing. Then COVID came, that kind of thing. I wrote my book, that kind of thing. Once the book went out and I saw, decent response to it, that gave me the confidence that, okay, I'm willing to now, actually try it. And so I was very clear that there is risk. There is a, kind of element of it may work, may not work. And I said 3 years. Right? If 3 years all in, do it, works, good, doesn't work, I'm willing to go back and, get into corporate. It's not that my skills are going to go away, somebody will give me a job. I'm good at what I did. That's why I got here. So that's not a problem as a thing. I was willing to do it. If I have to relocate, I'll do it. All of that I'm kind of as a thing. So, and for me now, I have younger kids. Okay, I have EMIs to pay. So it was also that I was not doing this as a retirement. I'm doing it as something which I'm passionate about, but it's also my livelihood. And hence I have to make it work at a scale which justifies my decision. So what I'm trying to build is equivalent or even higher than what I was, kind of earning earlier. And hence that is trying to say that I will not now say, because sometimes you get in the comfort to say, okay, why should I go and send to this person? Why should I send this email out? Because I don't feel good about it. Can I just not do it? Now I don't have a choice. Okay, because I've burned the bridges. Okay, I need, to go forward. There's no really going back. I mean, there is an option of going back, but, I want to use that only when I have gone far enough, tested it, and said, okay, it works, doesn't work as a thing. So I did my research, I did my kind of thing, and still there was struggle. Still there was, enough things to doubt as a thing. So it took it, slowly, I think the momentum is picked up. And now it's like, in a much better shape.
Especially when you have young kids who are still in school, then you have to put them in college, etc. That's even bigger financial drain, I would say. What is your plan for the future, for the next 5 years? What are the things that you plan to do?
So right now I'm focusing on corporate. Okay, my thing is that I want to propagate happier workplaces. First, happier workplaces means teach the individual to be happy, teach teams to be happier, teach leaders and make the culture happier. Big pieces. Okay, so very ambitious on its own, but everybody needs it. It's just that they have to, kind of be willing to do the work for it. It's not rocket science, but it needs work. And it's slightly different from how it's been done in the corporate, because corporate doesn't talk about happiness, they talk about engagement, things like that. But emotions are the most under-tapped thing. If you want somebody to go and fight in a war, you can't use logic, you use emotion. That is the most powerful driver for human beings. Corporates are not tapping into it. So that is one of my things. They tap into emotions and feelings. So you want happiness, that's key, that's missing. Right? So that's one piece. Second piece from there is to move into retail, which is that teach people how to be happier in the context of the life. And my whole idea is from sleep to sleep. Is your opportunity in that? How can I fix my life? That's my eventual goal, to take that to a scale where you can propagate something which is practical and doable, but at a scale where people are, where it's flexible and doable to the extent they can.
Apart from your coaching abilities, capabilities, what else do you plan to do? What are your interests?
I'm all in this. Speaking, teaching, coaching, writing. It's a big spectrum on its own, because slightly different skills again, as thing itself is like thing. For me, it is audios and books are the kind of things that I am kind of think. One really thing that I'm keen is to bring ancient wisdom and stories in the element of what I'm doing to kind of, because become too left brain, too logical. But emotion tapping is creativity, is through stories, right? So, but we need to alternate. To go too much over there, people say it's fluff, okay, nothing, right? You go too much logical, there's no inspiration, there's no motivation. I understand, but I'm not doing it. So how to do this? And there's so much ancient wisdom which needs to be used.
You're so right. I'm glad you spoke about this, because our Puranas, our Vedas, I hate to call Ramayana and Mahabharata as mythology. Our history of Ramayana and Mahabharata has got so many nuances, so many small stories which teaches you even your day-to-day life. It can change you dramatically. So the point that you mentioned, our ancient history and culture, has given us lots of inputs. Do you want to speak on that as well?
See, I think what we forgot is that we've stuck to rituals and practices.
I don't like to use the word ritual. I like to use the word ceremonies.
Yeah, But even in all of that, right, what got missed is, and why people are not doing it right now is, they're questioning it and they're not getting the right answers. But there is deep science in on the why it is you are being asked to do it. There is such deep science. But our traditional Western science has not evolved to understand quantum mechanics, energies, there are so many. We have 7 layers of body. And all of this is documented and, kind of so many thousands of years ago. Still science is validating it. Right? And that is where the gap is. Because there was so much science that explaining all of that to a layman was difficult. So they codified it through pictures, through practices, through rituals, through ceremonies, so that you get the benefit of it. Now what happened with our, history and people trying to take away stuff, now why that needs to be done went off. Only some ceremonies and some things remain, and now people are questioning because the Western influences, they're saying, why? What is it? What is the thing, right? And people are getting convincing answers, and they're saying, oh, this is all just, no. If you take every year, and even in our system, there are certain things which were done in the context of that environment, which may not work now, and that maybe should not really continue.
No, but in a larger context, Sriram, I will agree with you that every small aspect, even like I was just talking to somebody, even the rangoli that we put down south, we used to use rice flour. Why was it used? Because the insects will not come inside the house. So there was huge science, it was all scientific and extremely logical. So for the youngsters to fashionably say that I don't believe in culture, Indian culture and tradition, but I will go, understand or agree with what the Western culture, I'm so sorry, please go back to your roots.
Yeah, no, and not only the rice flour, right, that, you first disinfect the whole place.
With cow dung,
which had antiseptic properties. Yes. And they would just do it. Nobody understood antiseptic, this, that, and all. They would just do it as a practice, saying that it's good for the place as a thing. And now, not only the rice flour, it's also the shape of what you're doing has an impact on how, because the brain thinks in pictures.
True.
So there is so much science in that one thing that you're doing.
One small rangoli.
Yeah. And this is what is missing, right? People don't understand that, that your mandalas, all of them, all shapes have a certain impact on your mind. That is one reason. Then there was a practical reason of that. Of course, it looks good. Then there is a reason of, using rice flour. Then there is, disinfecting the place. So much is there.
And not just the rangoli, but the stories of Ramayana Mahabharata has got so many nuances. So I would strongly, through this podcast, would strongly advise and suggest to all the youngsters, go back to your roots. There's enough material on Google. Please read it. What else do you wish to do in your life, apart from being a success coach?
My life purpose is to try and transform lives of other people using my skills to the best that I can. And those skills are in the space of speaking, teaching, coaching. Right? That's what my ultimate intention is, to be able to really impact lives of people. Because I've done so much work. It is the money I've spent, the time I've spent. I don't think, people will have that much energy to do it. Now, I want to be able to offer that to people like me. Okay, I'm not claiming that I know everything, but I've certainly invested a large part of my life in learning. And if I can translate that into pieces which people can then quickly pick up and just use it, right? They don't have to spend the 8-10 years of study that I've kind of done. So not only the 8-10 years, even before that I've anyway studied. It's just that it kind of accelerated as a thing. But the idea is that, let's make our lives more pleasant. We have everything. This is the time in the whole history of mankind where there is so much comfort and so less happiness.
The last couple of questions is, what are the things of the podcast that we have spoken for the last few minutes, as what is the 3 salient points or 3 important points that you would advise young students and young professionals?
First is,
in terms of both their career and their mental wellness.
First is enjoy life. Okay, life is precious, but it's also meant to be lived fully and enjoyed, and all experiences add up. So don't look at experiences as good, bad, success, failure, but just as experiences, because the failure then makes you enjoy the success. That is how duality is, that is how life is, day and night, all of that is like that. So life is a journey, life is an experience. Just take it as an experience. Okay, don't get too caught up in expectations and so on. Second is, kind of do the work that's needed. I'm not saying that you have to do hard work and things like that, but I'm saying that work is required. That you have to put in.
What you mean is get your hands dirty.
Get your hands dirty. Become the expert. Do what it takes to really go down. Because a lot of things I find, people are on the surface and then they claim to be experts. They've not really done the work.
They've not done it.
Okay, because that it is not possible for you to create great value. Do the work. As a third is always follow what you're passionate. That is the most important fact. For that, first you have to discover what you're good at, and that I've seen even when I'm coaching very, very senior people. They say, I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know what I'm good at. But they are good at something. That is what brought them here. But it's just to decipher that, pull it out, and do more of it.
My last question is, you mentioned networking. Young professionals should network. How does a student build his network?
See, first is that treat every conversation as an opportunity to connect. First is to listen actively.
And also meet people.
And meet and connect. And forge a genuine connection. Because if people think that you're just connecting with them with the need to sell them something, they're going to run away. Right? So it is not that. It is to have genuine, interesting connections. When you do that, eventually that connection then grows, but that only comes from the fact that I care about you. I want to know about you. I want to, kind of be the recipient of listening to what you have to offer. Then connections form. As you have more connections, from these connections, there will be people who can point you to other connections, people who can buy what you are selling, people who can direct you. And people you can value add, you can do service to them. It is always a give and take. It is never just taking, never just giving, always give and take. And if you go into that mindset of genuine interest and then connect with as many people as you can, that's the
I will add to what Sriram mentioned is, as a student who's just in their college, you can build your network through your seniors, your lecturers, your visiting professors. You will get into doing internship, build your network there, and gradually it will grow. It was wonderful talking to you, Sriram, and thank you for being a guest today. We wish you all the best for your career, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Wonderful having you.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Namaste, I'm Srilata Shankar. In collaboration with My Startup TV, in our Leadership Talk series, today we have Ramesh Swaminathan. Ramesh Swaminathan works as Vice President, Products at RealPage. We welcome Ramesh Swaminathan to our Leadership Talk series in collaboration with My Startup TV. Good evening, Ramesh. Welcome to our Leadership Talk series.
Good evening. Thank you, and thanks for giving me an opportunity to talk to you and chat about my professional career.
It's wonderful to have you, Ramesh, with us. Let's start from your graduation. I understand you have moved into different areas and different designation as you've grown in the career, and now working with product management. So we will understand your journey. Can you please explain or tell us right from your graduation and what took you to product management?
When I started getting into college, I never knew a profession called product management existed.
Exactly.
I wanted to do business administration, and I did a bachelor's in business administration from Chennai. It was from the Madras University, and I to be fair, when I finished my class 12, I wanted to do hotel management. I was like a big fan of cooking and making a lot of
Wonderful.
exotic food, right? And I wanted to do hotel management. And we're talking about hotel management like this is like 28, 30 years ago, right? And there were very few institutes doing that. And there was this Indian Institute of Hotel Management in Bangalore. And I did not realize that at that point in time, getting into that course was as difficult as getting into IITs,
And it,
right? So there was an entrance exam. I qualified for the entrance exam. Then they had some
interview.
kind of a group discussion and stuff, but I didn't get through, right? So my secondary was to get into okay, I wanted to get into sales, right? So then I looked out and said, okay, let's do. At that time, bachelor's in business administration was pretty
It was
new.
the thing, yeah.
Yeah, and so I thought I'll get in there and started doing that, right? So that's how my career started. I did business administration and I finished that, um, and then once I finished that, looking for jobs, my my dad moved to Hyderabad. This was in Chennai, and my dad moved to Hyderabad, and I moved to Hyderabad, and then got into an FMCG company, right, doing sales coordination. That's how I started my career.
Once you started your career in sales, what are the challenges that you faced in sales? And what kind of sales did you do? And when you were, did you do consumer goods or any other aspect?
Because I started out in consumer goods. I was selling paper, right? I worked for a paper manufacturing company. My job was not a direct to consumer selling. It was more of selling to agents who used to buy paper from us, right? So I did the job for a year, and that was a very interesting kind of a learning for me because that market at that point in time was very manufacturer centric and not really consumer centric, right?
So which was this
Because
company, Ramesh?
this company called AP Paper Mills.
Right.
They're based out of the factory was in Rajahmundry, but their head office was in Secunderabad at that point in time. So
this was near ITC office.
Correct. Absolutely.
Right. Small world.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Right. So my job was to sell paper. My job was to we had like agents, paper selling, agents across India, like 75 registered agents. And my job was to collect orders from them on a day-to-day basis, right? And because at that time, because of the way that market was, paper was manufactured to order. It was not manufactured and then sold. It was like manufactured to order. So you'll have to collect orders from agents, then send it to the factory to be manufactured. It will take about 30 days for manufacturing and then it will be delivered. So that's how I started my job. I thought it was an interesting job because for somebody who was just out of college, it was very um, uh, high activity, lot of action happening. Was learning a lot, working with like agents across the country, first time exposure to a lot of people. Uh, that effectively means a lot of behavior,
Management. Yeah. People management.
patterns, which is very different. Talking to somebody in Delhi is different from talking to somebody in Calcutta, which is different to talking to somebody in Tamil Nadu, right? So being able to somebody who has not got out of South India, that was a big cultural change for me. The way people were behaving, way people were, uh, you know, uh,
Interacting also.
communicating with me, and my job was to be on the phone every day, right, to speak to those guys, and but I felt that actually helped me very well because uh, I thought I was an introvert before that, but that actually helped me to get out of it, get into that comfort zone where I can talk to anybody in whatever language, right? So I think that was learning for me.
So the Ramesh Swaminathan that I know, who's telling me that he was an introvert, is completely no for me today.
Yeah. It's not. It was me 28 years ago.
Right. So what were the challenges that you faced and how did you overcome it in the job that you just spoke about?
My first biggest challenge was communication, being able to communicate and get orders from them, right? That was one big challenge. Somebody who's just out of college, and these guys are not small guys. These guys are all big paper agents, big paper merchants. Uh, they were doing
They were
multi
keeping their own
multi
business.
multi 100 crore businesses at that point in time,
Right.
right? I mean, yeah, they were sort of those old world business dons who were actually running those businesses, given the nature of that, given the nature of that industry, right? But then that's how things worked, and for me that was a challenge. And the second challenge was um, I had sort of uh, um, you know, strict rules on what kind of orders to take, right?
Mm.
So there was complexity in terms of, because if you see paper is not paper, right? There are like multiple varieties of paper that you can build,
Sure.
right? And when I'm taking orders from agents, I had to take orders from agent in a specific variety of paper for a given week, because the machines once there were like quite a few machines, and a machine once manufactured paper, it had to manufacture paper in that specific variety only. So I had to take orders in that specific variety. Being able to convince a dealer that he had to consume paper of that variety that week was a challenge, right?
And
So
how did you overcome such challenges and many more challenges?
um, I would say that I was lucky enough to have a great mentor. I was lucky enough to have a great manager who used to actually work with me, teach me on how to work with these complexities,
Sure.
even complexities, I would say, right? Of working with people to understand their needs, being able to work with them. Both parties can empathize with each other and be and get to a win-win situation. So I think that actually helped me a lot.
AP paper mill, paper company, what took you to a next job?
So early days of IT in Hyderabad, when there were quite a few startups that came up at that point, and some successful, some not so successful. But then there was this startup company that was looking for salespeople. They were trying to sell some software product for Hyderabad-based industries, and they needed somebody who can come in and do software sales. And that's what I got. I mean, after working for a couple of years with an FMCG company, I got into an IT sales position. And I didn't know at that point in time that would be a turning point for me in my career. I didn't know much about IT, right? Once I joined that company, I actually went in and started learning IT. As I was working there, I did a course to learn software and technology and stuff like that. But my job was selling. I never was a technocrat, I would say, or a geeky kind of a guy. I was more of a sales guy, right? This company did pretty well at that point in time, I would say, and I did pretty well in the company. It was early days of IT, so I still remember me and then my friend would actually go in a Bajaj Chetak, carrying carrying a physical server,
Right.
right, to actually demo software products to folks. Because laptops were like unknown of, and even if it was known, it was very expensive for a startup company to afford a laptop at that point in time.
Sure, sure.
So
It's only the
that,
senior management who had, when I say senior management, is probably the CEO and vice president who
correct,
had a
absolutely,
laptop.
right, right. So we used to literally carry the machine we used to take a Chetak because Chetak had that space in the front to hold
They're
those.
actually advertising Chetak, not.
Right? I mean, it helped us because we had to go all over the place, all over the city, trying to sell software, and that was interesting too. There were challenges there, a lot of challenges there, but then that was also interesting. those were days that my career was getting made. I was building my character, my knowledge, right, on how I can do this stuff. One is I was learning technology on the side. I was selling technology to folks, and that was interesting.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Namaste, this is Srilata Shankar. In our Leadership Talk series, in collaboration with My Startup TV, we today have Veena Yeleshwarapu with us. She is into product management, project management, and many more things. Let us understand her journey. Welcome to our series, Veena. We are pleased to have you with us as a guest today.
Thank you, Srilata, for having me here.
What you did in your graduation and what took you to the journey that you are now?
I did my graduation from Bharati Vidya Bhavans. I did my BSc Electronics, and it was in 1994 when I started my BSc Electronics. And that time my idea was to join ECIL. All my uncles and my aunts were all in ECIL, which is close to my place where I stay. So that was the reason I took electronics as my elective. But then after a few years I realized, okay, this is not my cup of tea, and I want to do something which is in boom, right, in the industry. So then I took help of my friends and also my dad, who was also educated during that time of his journey. He did his MA as well, and he suggested that I should go for Master in Computer Applications. So I finished my electronics with lot of pain, I would say, but I took up MCA, and obviously into IT industry. And
where did you finish your MCA?
I did it I completed by Y2K 2000 as an MCA graduate, postgraduate.
Where did you do your MCA from?
I did my MCA from Osmania University, but the rank which I got was kind of, at that time we didn't have many colleges. So there were hardly like 15 or 20 colleges. I got my seat in Nizamabad. I did my MCA from Nizamabad, but it was affiliated to Osmania University as well. So I completed it in the year 2000.
Okay.
And then
so after your MCA, where did you start working, and how did you continue your work?
So that was like the time where we didn't have much of web and networking as such. We used to have the hard copies of our resumes. We used to drop it in every industry that we used to come across. So there were there were only a few big names that we could hear, Satyam, TCS, and not many. So I think it was my third attempt in the companies, that there were no fresher recruitments, there were no off-campus or campus recruitments as such. So it was like a manual work we used to do. We used to print our resumes, drop them in the drop boxes of these IT companies, and luckily among all my friends, I was one of the first persons to be called for an interview in Metamore.
Okay.
So that was the company which took me in as a fresher. I joined as a junior software engineer.
Okay.
But then unfortunately that was the Y2K time, where all the systems were going down, mainframes were all down and whatnot. There was a lot of boom that IT industry is going to come down, and everybody will be on the roads and things like that. But I never took that seriously. I said, okay, everything happens for a reason. There will be ups and downs in various industries that you talk about. It's not only IT, right?
So as a software engineer, which domain or vertical were you working on?
So I started as a mainframe developer. I started as a junior software engineer. I used to do code. I used to prepare designs and all that. So I am core techie person, I would say. My background is technical. So then I moved over to Java also for some time. Then a lot of designing, support, maintenance, and production support, all these things were.
So you must have used COBOL and C++.
Oh yeah. COBOL was my first programming language. I really enjoyed it. People say that it's boring and all that, but I had fun. So I mean, it doesn't matter what language you really work on, right? I mean, there's every learning in every aspect of the work that you do. That was my mantra
Absolutely.
from the beginning.
Absolutely.
I continue with that.
Yeah, and I did my NIT course, and that's how I know COBOL and DBase and all that, which is obsolete now, but except for COBOL, everything else is obsolete. So from a software engineer, what was your journey as from mainframe to Java, and how did you transition as a project manager?
Okay, so initially Metamor actually took a lot of metamorphosis, I would say. We had a lot of transitions happening, different companies took over. It was called Keen. By the time I came out of that company, it was Keen India Limited. I grew up in Metamor as a software engineer, then I moved over to senior software engineer role, where I took some responsibilities for the team. I used to groom a few set of people who were junior software engineers. So I came out as a senior software engineer from Keen India Limited. Then in Accenture, actually there was a lot of growth curve. That's where I moved. That was my second company. So from senior software engineer to project management. So it was a long journey, lot of learnings, lot of challenges on the way, but it was all, a very good learning curve, I would say. Lot of learnings, I would say. I mean, project management training as well. We had a great manager. I don't want to take their names. But there was a lot of very good grooming, and the coaching that I received in Accenture is impeccable. That is kind of a, always I cherish the moments that I spent in Accenture, where I grew from senior software to project management. I did my PMP certification as well in Accenture. They sponsored my certification. So that really helped me move into a management role, where there were a good number of reportees at some point of time in Accenture. When I was coming out due to my health reasons, I had to leave the company, but there were about 100 plus people reporting to me. One full organization, I would say. I mean, it was called a business unit.
Subunit,
yeah. So that business unit was built from scratch along with me and my manager. So I take pride in that.
Most of our audience is management students or engineering students, and the young professionals who have just started their career. And when I say young professionals, it could be 0 to 8 years experience. For these people, what is the transition, or how does one get into a different role similar to you, who started with mainframes, then moved to Java, and then moved to project management? How does one seamlessly get into it, or what are the steps that he or she should take to get into project management?
Transition is just an attitude, I would say. I mean, if you have the right attitude of doing something, you have the passion, you can move into any career, I would say, irrespective of the industry. It's just that you should be passionate about it, and maybe you do some initial groundwork of learning, right? You train yourself, or you join a course outside. That will really help you groom your skills, and then you can definitely, if I am now doing project management, nobody can say that I can move over to some product management, or I can do coding. I cannot do coding. I mean, it's nothing like that. It's all in your attitude and everything. I mean, I would give that advice to even the students who are budding, programmers or getting into management areas. I think it's nothing like you can't do anything. You can do everything. It's just that you'd have the right skill, just build it over time. It doesn't come in a day or two, right? I mean, it's over time. You keep learning and learning, network, have conversations with your peer groups, and understand what is the prime area that you need to focus on, and also your interest, right? What is your interest? You can groom yourself in that.
I'm glad you said that, Veena, because people, tend to get aspired by somebody who's, senior or wanting to get into their kind of a role, but not put in enough efforts. I had typical number of examples such as yours, who the youngsters, you would come to an HR person and say that, ma'am, she's into SAP and she's traveling, or he's traveling abroad and she's earning so much of money, so I want to get into SAP. So which is a wrong want or desire to move into that, because unless you are wanting to get into that role, wanting to get into that domain or vertical or any other role, doesn't make sense, because money and role should not chase you.
Correct.
Your desire, wish, want should chase you. Very rightly said. What is PMP certification. How does one get into, how does one do a PMP certification? What is the course? What is the role after?
Project management, the basic requirements nowadays that companies ask is the project management certification, that is PMP. It is offered by PMI, Project Management Institute USA. They have like a Embark, that is a book of knowledge. They have laid down certain guidelines for a project management to happen. Right, it's irrespective of industry. Even if you take a construction industry, there's a process, right? You build the basement, then you go for the walls, and then the ceiling and all that. So something like that. Project management is irrespective of the industry. Once you do that, you can apply that knowledge in any kind of industry. So it's financial management, it is staff management, right? Resource management. Then you have the schedule management, cost management. Right, then you have reporting, how you manage the stakeholders, how you manage a project end to end, like the maintenance and things like that. So it has laid guidelines of how a project should run from right from inception to the implementation. So there are various steps involved. So it is kind of a book of knowledge, which is, you can mug it up actually. If you have to give that exam, it's just mugging up and applying that knowledge in the industry that you work on. And then nowadays it's unfortunate that people are looking for that certification. It's not always that. It comes with a lot of experience as well. So having this certification is definitely a plus, but then there is an experience that is way more than the certification itself. So once you have that knowledge of how a project should be run, how do you set up a team, how do you staff the team, how do you interview, what is people management, how do you deal with people, how do you handle situations, right, where people get into conflicts, what is conflict management, what is risk management, all these aspects in a nutshell is called project management. So that is what this certification is about, and it takes about 3 or 4 months of preparation. At least for me it took that. I mean, you have to look into various aspects, because I had a little background of managing a project as well, and a team. You will get to know these with experience. So with definitely little amount of knowledge of how to run a project plus studying, you can clear this exam. It's not easy, it's an online exam. You have to go to a Prometric center, give that exam, and then it's very tough, I would say. I mean, even if you have an experience with project management, you will have to, there are situational questions which are difficult to interpret as well. So you have to really focus for those 3 or 4 months, and then I think you can definitely clear it. It's not a rocket science, I would say.
Sure. So how does one apply to this PMP course?
So I think once you go through the books that are preferred, I think there's Rita Mulkey, there's a Embark book which is written by her. There are mock exams that you can give. You can apply it in PMI, Project Management Institute USA, on the website, and there's some fee that you have to pay, and you can
I think it's about 35 or 40,000.
Yeah, initially, and then you renew it every 3-4 years.
Sure.
So with the current knowledge that you have built in, if there's a team management that you have done, you add some PDUs, professional development units. You keep adding them year on year, and every 3 years you got to renew those PDUs.
Sure. So what one always believes or one understands is project management is specifically only for the IT people. So I'm glad you said that it can be used across industries, across verticals, across domains, etc. Even an HR person or finance person can use project management, and he or she can do the course as well. So you also mentioned it is people management, it is dealing with people management, how one organizes the entire fulcrum of HR. How does one do that as an HR person? Let's say I am wanting to do an PMP course, I am the HR leader. How does it benefit HR department or a finance department?
Definitely. So you can take the particular assignment that is given to you as a project itself. How do you start that? Suppose you are a HR person. You are given a task of recruiting some n number of people by 3 months or 4 months. You got to, get profiles, you got to interview people, you have to see the fitment, then you, touch base with the technical, you have to schedule those interviews. So all these steps are actually I would
It's
say
what project
it's part of project management. What is the first step? You lay out a plan. What is my first step? So in that step also I'll have sub steps. How will I have to, liaise with some external consultants, or will I get the resumes? How will I get those resumes? So those things are like project management. You define the dates. Unless and until you define dates and work upon, like, so I have 3 months, you have to work backwards. By the end of, suppose this is June, right? By end of August I need people. So you work backwards. August 30th I need my people here. So what should I do? Just work backwards and get things done. It's a project for you, right? Even if it's a HR or finance team, for example. So finance team is probably introducing some new tax component into all the salaries that are being credited to employees. So how do they do that? It's not a simple task, right? How do they introduce that? Where should they introduce that? Whether it's basic or flexi or things like that. So that itself is a project. So by which month they are supposed to credit.
It can't be March.
Yeah. So that's how they'll have a project by itself. I mean, every industry, you name it, construction, Embark itself says that, the book which I'm talking about, which is referred to for all the PMP certifications, that itself says that there's no industry that you cannot apply the project management.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be a mammoth project, it can be a tiny project as well.
Tiny project, yeah.
Right. What is the difference between project management, program management and product management?
So project management is a subset of program management. A program is like a group of projects. Like suppose I have a huge project under which there are multiple projects A, B, C which have to be executed in parallel. Different dates, different go live dates, different start dates. But then I actually am sitting on top of, suppose the management is here, and then they are having multiple project managers under them. They will assign the projects to them, but at the program level they'll have to monitor that all these projects are running smoothly and they are delivered as per the timelines. For them it's a program because it comes, suppose it's a health or pharma industry under which they are operating different projects, and they are launching a product for a particular maybe division, and that division comes under their purview.
Right.
So that means that is a program for them. So I have to launch this product for X, A, B, C companies, and then I have to introduce this into the programs that are running for them. So that is a program. So program is a it's like a group of projects which are being executed at various levels. That is program. Product, as you understand, I mean, it's like a tool or a product. I mean, how should I say that? It's a software. As suppose the product, how can I give you an example?
Product that is being manufactured has to be sold out.
Yeah, you can take that as an example when it comes to the product industry, but when it comes to project management in the IT side, I would say there is some kind of an application which is being developed by a company. Suppose I am a company, I am trying to provide some kind of a package to a pharma industry or any industry for that matter. I am developing a full solution for them. So that is a product. I give that product to the company which I want to liaise with, and then I will give them this product saying that this will serve the purpose of so and so with your organization. Sometimes there might be some edits to that, right? It might not work as I have developed for my company. So X company might use it as is, but Y company might say, okay, it doesn't work for me as is. I need a lot of edits to this. Okay, it has to suit the compliance related things in my company. So you have to tweak that product accordingly so that the company, second company can use.
Correlation with marketing, compliance,
exactly,
solutions,
lot of things actually. So product as a solution is nowadays buzzword, I would say. So product as a solution, SaaS products, you might have heard, software as solution. So product as a solution, platform as a solution, all these are like products which are owned by a company, and then they customize that according to the needs of the organizations that they are serving, and then that is the product management. So I manage this product from my perspective.
So till now I understood product as, you know, selling a particular product.
Package,
package.
anything.
It could be a talcum powder, it could be for an IT company, it could be some package. But now what you've told us is it can be solutions for that you're delivering for the outside market. For a student who's got into Java or .NET, for a student who's joined company and moved into Microsoft technologies, Java, .NET, how does one become a project management or product management? What is the career?
So I think it depends on their choice. Nowadays companies are offering different kinds of choices. They can choose their path. Either they can go technically, they can build their knowledge technically, they can be technical experts. They can do architect, solution architect and all that, right? You can go to up to that level. Some people are passionate about people, you know, people management, dealing with people, having people around makes them happy. So somebody like
team
me,
management,
right? I love to be with people, I love to interact with new people, learn from them, you know, it's mutual.
Right.
Project manager is not somebody who's, you know, dictating terms to the team. I don't believe in that. You know, there's a lot of learning back and forth. The team thinks that, okay, they are my boss and all. I don't believe in that concept at all. Like you know, you have more experience than them. That is the only difference that your team and you have. So some people are passionate about that. Then they can go into project management where it deals with, you know, people. People aspect is a major core of project management. If you don't treat your team properly, you're not a good project manager at all. I mean, you can't deliver what you promise unless you have a good team in place, and team rapport can be built with a good project management skills. How you deal with conflicts, how are the risks handled. If a team member comes to me and says that, okay, I'm having this situation right now, how do I deal? Whether it's technical, you diagnose that situation, right? It's technical, non-technical, or it's with people themselves, they are having conflicts. How do you resolve that? You know, sit with them, have, you know, remand kind of a thing where you understand what the situation, how that situation occurred and things like that.
So my question is, you as a project manager, are you dealing with teams who are working on different Microsoft technologies or verticals? Like for example, one person is working in SAP, one was working in Java, .NET. Do you manage this entire team or how's it?
So it's a mix of people. It's a matrix organization that I currently I'm working on. I mean, in Accenture it was a different situation where we belong to that hierarchical model where people, they were different technologies there also, here also, but this is a matrix where they don't report into me, but we come together as a team when we execute a project in my current organization. Whereas in Accenture it was like my team who were distributed across various domains, technologies. Again, they were reporting to me there. I mean, the kind of organization, I'm currently working in a GCC, Global Capability Center, which is kind of a captive, right, the previous term of this. Accenture is consulting services where you have that hierarchical model and things like that.
Not in the question of hierarchy, but my more relevant question was various technologies that one is working on. I could be a Java person, my friend can be working in SAP. They all kind of merge into project management.
They can, you know, it's technology aversive, I would say. I mean, there's no particular technology that will lead you to project management. Whatever technology you're working on, if you are like passionate about leading a team, you know, being a project manager, you can go from any technology and come to this area. Right?
So even a person with ERP background can get into project management. Right.
Yes.
So Veena, today's youngsters, whether it's college students or young professionals, they have a lot of exposure compared to you and me. You know, if you remember, I am sure you're smiling already. We had to go to an internet center, wait there for 20 minutes to get a half an hour slot, and we did whatever we could then. Today everybody has a laptop at home, maybe probably 2-3 laptops at home, and everything is on a click of a button. Today's youngsters are very smart, very passionate. I wouldn't say very passionate, but to an extent passionate. But they also are very restless. They want to keep jumping jobs. I as an HR person, I keep telling them this stability is the most important thing. So what are the three important things that you would tell the youngsters and students today for their career?
I would say be abreast with the current technologies. I think you have to keep honing your skills. It's not that you stop at one and say that I'm done, right? Every industry is like that. I mean, you can't stop at something you learn and then you say, okay, I'm done. This is going to be take care of me for my life.
In fact, learning doesn't stop even at our stage.
Yes, of course. I think you have to keep upgrading your skills, upskilling, right? Every moment.
Upskilling and reskilling.
Right. Too much. I think that's change that you have to accept in today's industry. I mean, today you talk about one technology, tomorrow it's gone, and day after tomorrow there will be new technology coming.
Even 5 months back, we didn't even know what was ChatGPT.
I know. Today people are using, even first grade child is going and typing his project in ChatGPT, and you have everything coming up, right? So today AI is taking over, cloud technologies are taking over, right?
Machine learning.
Have to machine learning, whatnot. You keep upskilling and reskilling. That is one first and foremost thing that I would say. The second thing is, once you learn a particular technology, build upon that at least for a few years, right? You can't be saying that, okay, I'm done, this is 1 year, this is gone and things like that. At least build so that you have that groundwork, like base developed, at least So languages are no different, I would say. I mean, even the latest technologies have some language going on in the background, right? Once you learn a language and its basics, those basics will help you learn the other languages as well. Otherwise, if your ground level itself is weak, that means as you go, even if you be a jumping jack, looking for other jobs, this groundwork, if it's not strong, you will not be strong in anything. Build that. I think be with a particular organization, learn all the groups, like what they are doing, be curious, right? What other groups are doing, go keep learning, keep inquiring. Network also is the third thing that I would suggest. Network. Some people are very introverts, and they say, okay, I'll do my work, day job, and then leave. It will not really help you in nowadays. Networking is a first and foremost thing where you should know what other groups are also doing. It's not just your job, right? Nowadays you have to know what the organization's goal is. Otherwise, if tomorrow somebody comes and says the organization is changing and this is what we are introducing, and you are not even aware of what is happening, so you will not be considered for a particular role that they might be looking to fill, right? Unless and until you network, you build that group, right? LinkedIn is a place I would suggest where you go network with people from different industries, your friends, your peer group, and your college, everything, right? It includes the entire set of people that you deal with.
I will add to what Veena just mentioned is every student who is passing out, whether engineering student or MCA student or a management student, I always insist on telling them that at least minimum of 3 years in each company is a must.
Correct.
If you're jumping within 10 months, 11 months is not going to have any growth for you. You may get 5,000 or 10,000 more in a different company. That may be your second job. Third job, no one will even look at you. And I am, as an HR person, I'm authentically telling you about it. Because if somebody, let's say Veena has come to me with 11 months experience, I will ask her a series of questions, not just in terms of technical, but saying why did she leave, what is the reason, etc., etc. So 3 years minimum, otherwise there's no stability. The reason I say about stability is when companies recruit you, they invest a lot of money on you in terms of recruitment, in terms of infrastructure costs, in terms of training. And if a person is going to leave in 11 months time, why will a company invest that kind of money on you? That's point one. Point two, what she mentioned in terms of learning, continuous learning is a must. There is no two ways about it. So there's no shortcomings to success. You have to do the grounding. You have to go according to the universe of what is in store for you. You have to be patient. You cannot get it done within 3 months, 6 months. It's not a 2-minute noodle. There is a career path. If you want to reach a vice president's role, as a junior executive to the vice president, it will take you minimum of 22 22 to 25 years. So you'll have to be patient. Third is, like she said, you have to be like a sponge. You know, what does a sponge do? If you put a sponge in a pool of water, it absorbs. So as a student, you have to learn, absorb. Networking, the third point that you mentioned, was not just in terms of LinkedIn and your seniors, but within your organization seniors, your cousins, your friends, your college seniors, network with them, speak to them constantly. And that's how, like, let's say Veena is your friend, Veena's friend can be your friend as well. May not necessarily you have to hang out with her, but these are all networking for your future career and growth in terms of learning. Thanks for the great inputs that you gave, Veena. What are the things that you will say that a student should not do? 3 things student and young professional should not do, which will hamper their career.
You know, some people I have seen in my experience, when somebody from college pass out joins the organization, you know, they get bored very easily with the technology that they are on, right? Irrespective, I was in mainframe, which was like considered as, you know, boring obsolete, technology, obsolete, it's going. Why are you even opting for that? It doesn't matter, whatever you are put in. Initial part of your career, you have to ensure you build that base, as I said earlier, right? Go learn it. Even if it's old technology, go learn it. I think there's that basic groundwork that you still have to do. You know, every programming language, you know, you define the variables, you define the logic, how you end the program, you introduce various loops and all that. I think it's all common across the board. It's just the language that is different and how you apply it is different, right? So go learn that, whatever you are assigned, take it as a challenge, learn it completely, gain experience, you know, use, as company is making you, you know, work for them, you have to also take advantage of the company and use that as a ground for you building your base. I think it's all mutual. When you go join a company, it's a mutual win-win situation, right? Company wins from your work, you win from the company's work as well, you build that knowledge. I think without that, I mean, that is one thing that I've seen people, you know, they get bored, they say, okay, I need a different role, or they'll, you know, straight away resign. They will not even spend the initial part of their career, which is like solid 4 or 5 years. You said 3 years, but I would say 4 or 5 years, be with that organization, absolutely, learn everything that you can, right? There's no job anywhere in the world which doesn't give you learning, I would say. I mean, that was my attitude, at least when I joined as a fresher. Learn from every small thing, even if you are given an Excel data entry, right? There will be a lot of macros that you can build, you can make things easy. People who are taking like days together, you can create a macro, right? Learn from it.
Even small things like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP,
correct, learn it. There is a lot of things that you can learn. Don't say that it's boring, right? Automate and see that you can give that as a challenge to yourself, that okay, let me automate this is going to be manual and boring work, I'll make it interesting, absolutely, right? So that thing you'll have to develop. Don't say that it's a trivial job, it's not a great job that I'm doing, right? That is second thing. Third thing that I have seen is, you know, they are not learning nowadays. I mean, with the new technologies, I mean, once you have gained enough knowledge in a particular organization, don't settle for that, keep learning, look for, ping the market and see like what are the current trends, right? Ping the market, what are the demand, what are the technologies in demand. Go train yourself, go certify, invest some money. It's okay, you spend that money, you gain, you know, 2-fold, 3-fold in future. So invest in your learning, that is definitely. And I think maybe this is the second one. Third one, also give time for yourself. Mobile is not the only world, gadgets are not the only world. Invest in your, you know, spiritual things, which will definitely bring all the kinds of stress that you are going through.
Well said.
Right? Invest in yourself, go travel, explore the world. I would say, you know, whatever you earn, 50% you can save, 50% you spend on yourself and your family. I think that is something that people are missing. You know, they are sitting in their own confined rooms
Cubicles
and
and,
cubicles, whatever I would say. I mean, they spend time for
Silos they work
days together on the internet, but they don't explore what is happening around.
Right,
There's so many things that we can explore.
Yeah, she mentioned traveling, but beyond traveling, I would also say that invest in your inner self, understand your inner self. When I say meditation, it doesn't necessarily belong to a particular religion. Meditation, yoga is religion free. Please invest yourself in that. Today, youngsters, as you rightly said, are extremely frustrated, extremely stressed, and people like, not necessarily our generation, please understand that we do not get stressed at all. Why? Because we understand how to manage life. I think that's the next question that I will ask you. People are very frustrated. We youngsters are very stressed out. Small things like, okay, the mother doesn't buy them a smartphone, they want to take their lives. They want to commit suicide. If they don't get the bike according to their liking, they commit suicide, which is bizarre. Which you and me were never even thought about it. Even today, we understand, we've gone through so many aspects of life, whether it's health, whether it's family, problems are there. And we know how to circumvent them. So what is the one most important thing or the most important thing that you would tell the youngsters in terms of stress?
I think they are like over passionate about whatever they do. I think once they are addicted to a particular thing, they are like, let me explore more, let me explore. They just go dig deeper into that. I mean, which is kind of a stressful environment. You travel to work, you are on the road, you don't have patience for the traffic to clear, right? You abuse people on the road and do what not, right? Likewise in the office as well. I mean, if somebody is telling you something, you just give them back in different kinds of languages. I mean, these things have to be curbed a lot, which is like a self retrospection, which is lacking, I see. I mean, just see what you want in life, right? Do things that you love. If you have joined a course, suppose you have joined an IT industry or you have joined a particular industry, it's your choice, right? You have joined with your interest. Why are you not able to focus on that? So just self retrospect, I would say. And definitely, as you brought the point of spirituality, investing in yourself, that is what I don't see in the current generation. If gymming is something that you love, go spend time in gymming. Draw a line for everything that you do. Or work, draw a line. Say, I'm not going to take up any work after this time. There might be situations where you have to compromise, but that's okay. You compromise on that. But draw a line, give yourself time for gymming, yoga, spirituality, involve yourself in, jogs, right? Whatever enthuses you, right?
Work as well.
Yeah. Do some social service that really help. Do some volunteering service at various organizations. They offer, it gives a lot of self-satisfaction that is missing, I see.
When we are talking of spirituality, it doesn't necessarily have to, I don't mean to say that, one should spend 7 hours, 8 hours in front of a deity, but that inner calming is required. You can either tell a Hanuman Chalis or a Gayatri Mantra or whichever faith you believe in. That calming is very important, and that will lead you to less stress, which will lead you to more success. It's a mantra. Less stress leads to more success.
Correct.
So do not get stressed, and you must understand, like I told you, it will take, everything has its own time. It took you 10 years to finish your 10th class. You didn't finish it in 1 year. Similarly, to get to a vice president level or a CEO level, it will take you 22 to 25 years. It does not happen overnight. So we've had a wonderful chat till now. What are the things that you like as an individual apart from your work? What are your interests?
Yeah, so I'm into spirituality a lot. I believe in spending time, at least 1 week to 10 days. I detox myself from the current happenings, family, everything. I go alone to, I'm a Isha follower. I follow Isha yoga. And I practice yoga as well every day. I spend a lot of time in my inner well-being as well. as you said, I was also in that situation of stress, right? I mean, I was very frustrated. I was, you know, screaming at everybody. I was yelling at my kids. People never used to like me before when I was around. You know, I was always that cranky kind of a person. They unpredictable. When I would give them back, it was like that kind of a situation. So that's when I came across this Isha Yoga that has really helped me in, you know, managing stress. It's not that we can completely avoid it in the current situation. We can't avoid.
Is more important.
So how do you manage that stress is what matters, right? How do you manage? So with yoga, I have been able to manage stress. I have a lot of balance in my, you know, situations that I look at it as a, you know, a moment of situation. Okay, it has come, it has come. You can't do anything about it. How do you resolve that is what you need to think about. Right?
More so, it is a learning,
yes.
learning in your life.
Of course,
you know,
I think
you won't have success all the time.
Correct.
You will have failures. And what is a failure? Failure is a stepping stone to success.
Exactly. So don't take that as a problem or, you know, some kind of a nuisance that is happening in your life, right? It's a learning. It's a situation. Call it as a situation. Deal with it.
Overcome it and go on.
Move on. That's it. I mean, don't, you know, sit down and, you know, get you know, bogged down about it, keep thinking, crying, you know, disturbing the entire, you know, people that are around you, right? It doesn't really help. So think about it as a situation. Okay, this has come. It's not a problem. It's a situation. You gain experience out of it. That's what I would say. You know, learn about it. Like how can you resolve it? You know, solve it, and then you come out as a great achiever. When you look back after 2 or 3 days, you might look at it as a trivial thing that you really bothered about. So I think yoga, spirituality, whatever God you believe in, spend time, you know, invest some half an hour to 45 minutes every day before you begin your day, right? Before you begin your daily chores, invest in that, and that gives you a lot of calming and, you know, brings balance in your mind, body.
It also helps you deal with teams much better. You are more wiser, more matured, and know how to deal with people.
Yes.
Apart from yoga and spirituality, what else are your interests?
My interests are like traveling. Nowadays, I have reduced it because I had some situation last year with my health, so I reduced it. But travel, I used to love. I'll start it again. That's
I think we should travel together.
Yeah, of course. And my family, I have 2 boys and 1 pet. So being with them, you know, every weekend we go out, you know, spend time with your family. That's a piece of advice that I would give to the current generation, which doesn't really happen, I see. But
I know the fact and the glory that we are living in India. India is a country which gives a lot of importance to family, unlike the West. I would second what she said. Invest and spend time with family, and that's your fulcrum of your existence. And you know, whatever goes wrong, if at all it goes wrong, they will be there to fall back upon. So invest time with your family. A couple of last questions is, apart from your family and interests that you mentioned, you also do a lot of community work. What do you do, and please explain?
So I am a part-time volunteer with Isha. So we go to, you know, villages, we go to, you know, they are like in farms most of their time, right? We motivate them to come and invest in their health also. I mean, if we ask the villagers to come and, you know, do yoga, they might not appreciate it. So what we have, I have actually partnered with Isha, where there is something called Gramotsavam, which talks about, you know, introducing some small games that they play, right? Kabaddi, volleyball, throw ball and things like that, which everybody is interested. I mean, even the people in villages or towns, everybody alike play games. I mean, they would love to do that. So I do a service with Isha as well. So there is also, in my organization also, there is a CSR activity that we do, corporate social responsibility, where we have something like mentoring. So they are like college fresh, you know, in their final years of BTech or engineering, where we are tied up with one particular person, and they are from, you know, little financially background. They're not as strong in their financial situation. so they can't go and reach out to a consultancy.
Sure.
To
so you're like a mentor for
I'm
them.
like a mentor. I give them tips around how an industry works, what are the skills they have to build on, what are communication, how do you speak to people, what are the kind of tips for them to come into an industry. So they are little backward in their financial, and also their family background, their parents are not educated. So I have mentored, I have offered myself as a mentor for that particular program, and I'm currently doing that.
All right. Yeah. What are the awards and citations you have received so far in your career, Veena?
I would say many.
I'm sure.
I have 20 years of experience in the IT industry, so every team that I work with, there is definitely star awards, spot awards. So I have ensured my team is well recognized wherever I work, in all the consulting firms. Recently I was awarded a star award in my current organization as well, for my attitude and jumping into whatever is offered to me, as with the same enthusiasm. Even if it's a trivial work, I go with the same enthusiasm. So that was a spot. Recently, just 2 days back, I received a star award.
Congratulations.
Thank you for that. And many other things, I would say. I think we have also collaborated with the traffic police to build an application for them. The ex-DGP Mahinder Reddy, if you are aware.
Yes.
So Mahinder Reddy, I collaborated with him, we presented the solution to them, and then they gave the project to us. I mean, I take that pride for developing something for the cause of development of the society as well. So that was well appreciated by my organization. I also had some, there were various earthquakes and flood situations as well, corporate social responsibility. So there as well, I was recognized as a key person who has driven that from my organization perspective. So every year there is some award. I don't really, crave for that. It's the satisfaction that I get out of doing this. I mean, awards are secondary.
It's kind of a recognition. So
exactly.
You feel good about
it.
We have been speaking to Veena so far, and the points that she has mentioned is skill, constantly skill, upskill yourself, learn, reskill yourself. Never look at small things as a trivial job. Always take it as a challenge. Always learn to adapt yourself. I would always say that learn to adapt and adopt in any situation. When I started my career, I was doing data entry, and today I'm the HOD of a department. And it is okay to even do the smallest of jobs like Veena just mentioned. Do not get stressed. Do not say that, I can do this only, I cannot do this. Don't slot yourself. Be like an open ocean. You can do everything, and that's how you're constantly learning, growing. She also mentioned about spirituality. She's also mentioned how she has imbibed spirituality to calm herself, to achieve what she wants to achieve. And she's today the HOD of a department. She's leading a large number of people, responsible for large teams, and that is the career path that she has led herself to. She has given a lot of inputs to the young students. So take the inputs, take the examples of Veena and imbibe it in your career. Veena, thank you so much for being our guest today. It was wonderful talking to you.
Same here. Thank you, everyone.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Namaste, my name is Jay Chaudhary. I'm the founder and chairman for the International Startup Foundation. We started this journey about 2.5 years back. Now what we have taken up a unique project called Ankur Yatra. We believe that India has got immense potential in the rural India. Every problem in the rural India could be opportunity for a startup, a rural startup. That's the reason why we want to bring this awareness through the rural startup bus yatra. It's called Ankur Yatra. First time in the world we are experimenting. Many CEOs, CTOs, investors from North America, from Europe, from Singapore, India, they all want to participate. They all want to give back to the country to their own motherland, to their own districts and towns and villages. And this kind of response I never anticipated. It's happening. They're all going to participate in the Andhra Pradesh rural startup bus yatra, Ankur Yatra, which is going to be flagged off on Mahatma Gandhi Jayanti on October 2nd by Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Going to be experiment, a pilot, how rural India we are going to create the startups, we are going to create jobs and wealth creation also happens. Then rural economy also can be uplift, and there are a lot of enthusiasm coming from investors and mentors to help the rural startups in a very big way. This pilot, if it is successful, not only in India, everywhere, wherever country they want to uplift the rural economy, this model can be taken up. And I welcome all the people who wants to join this unique bus yatra. Join us and strengthen our hands, see that we help the rural India by creating the opportunities. We have taken up this unique bus yatra called Ankur Yatra, starting with Andhra Pradesh. In December, we are going to do the same thing in the state of Telangana. And wherever there is a need, I think Ankur Yatra is going to help the rural India, creating the jobs in the rural India and creating the economy in the rural India and creating the unicorns and decacorns from rural India. That is our objective, and we want help and support, encouragement from all of you. Please come and join our Ankur Yatra in Andhra Pradesh on October 2nd. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Very much for your precious time. We're going to start the program right now, and I would like to invite on the dais Mr. Jay Chaudhary Garu, founder of International Startup Foundation. We have Shiva Mahesh, co-founder and director of International Startup Foundation. I would like to invite Dinanath and Sheshigaru. Request Balaji Reddy Garu, founder and chairman, Vamshi Ram Builders. We have Srinath Pepura, founder of 108 Ventures. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you very much, everyone, and I would like to hand over to the media, press and media. Thank you very much. Okay. I would like to request Jay Chaudhary Garu to start the event.
Good morning to all of you. I want to thank all of you for sparing your valuable time during the rainy season to come all the way to this institution to attend our press conference. Thank you so much. So this reason why we wanted to have a press meet today, we have two important programs happening this year. One is the International Startup Festival, which is happening in the month of September, 26th to 28th. It's happening in the same campus where we are having a press conference. In fact, we started this idea of having the startup festivals about 2 years back. The reason why we wanted to have this startup festival, we want to strengthen the India's startup ecosystem. One of the main reasons for that is, whenever I used to go to US or Europe, keep talking to a lot of CEOs, CXOs, CTOs, and because this fear of the generative AI, chat GPT, they're going to take away jobs, I started asking, is it a paper kind of thing? Is it really going to happen? Most of them, almost 90% of those people, they said, yes, the tsunami is going to come. Then I was in Singapore last year, attending a Thai Global Summit in Singapore. There, all the who's and who's in the world, like Vinod Khosla and all the top venture capitalists and CEOs, CXOs, they were all there. There, they released a report of World Economic Forum report on future of work. In that clearly they mentioned, the World Economic Forum report, that nearly 80 million jobs are going to be taken away by the automation, all the tools, whatever your this thing. At the same time, they mentioned about 60 million new jobs are going to be created using the generative AI and AI related. So AI is going to spread all the sectors. And again, they said the people who can get jobs in the next 5 years, unless they have cross-domain skills, they will not be able to survive and they will not be able to get any jobs. That is a really scaring thing, because that's one data point. Second data point, I was in US about a month back. I don't want to mention the name of the company and the name of the person. He is number 2 in a big multinational company. And in his keynote, he mentioned that this year, it seems all the Ivy League institutions in America, either undergrad or postgrad, they are all US citizens. Still, the moment they say, I am BTech computer science or any IT related, industry is saying no jobs, no internship. At the same time, when the student mentioned, I did mechanical engineering, aeronautical engineering, they are all getting good jobs and good pay packets. That's another very scary thing. If BTech or MTech people from universities like Purdue, Penn State, if they are not getting jobs, our engineering colleges, we have been talking about it, most of the engineering colleges, particularly private engineering colleges and some of the private universities, the quality of the people who are coming out of the institutions, last 5-10 years, people have been talking, if you interview 1,000 people, maybe one person is selected for any job, except during the COVID times. COVID times, what happened? Everybody, they did not take any new recruitments and all that, thinking that the COVID, how long it is going to have and all that. So, once the COVID period is over, there's a backlog because they are getting a lot of new projects and all that. This thing, there are no manpower. That is the time they went to all colleges all over India, whether it's a college in a small village or town or this thing, or whatever the packages, this thing they started giving, because they have to complete those projects. So everybody thought, still IT is going to do very well, even small villages also, all the people were getting jobs. So everybody very bullish and optimistic that still IT is going to. So with the result, what is happening? All the parents are telling their children to join only in computer science. If they offer free seat, even mechanical or civil, no. We want only in computer science. With that result, what happened? All the universities, private universities and public, engineering colleges, they removed mechanical, civil, all the domain departments are not there, faculty is not there, no research, this thing whatsoever. What they have is only IT, computer science, AML, data science, all those. Today, there is no job for them. Because these generative AI tools, they can create any language solution if you prompt. There was recently one conference in Dubai. The conference is about prompt engineering championship, some challenge competition. It seems there one of the Indians was also selected in that competition. So that Indian, he participated in that. He is like our Manohar is a good painter. So Manohar, your job also will be question mark. So I'll tell you that gentleman, compared to other people, in 10 minutes they have to prompt the system what they want to, what kind of painting they have to create and all that. And his painting was the best. And that means he is given good prompting, good questions to the generative AI engine, and it automatically painted this thing, and he received. Like that, there are 4 or 5 verticals, and that's happening today. You think, any 3D printing or any UIX design, everything, the systems are, today's tools are, what will happen tomorrow's, they will not keep quiet, right? There is a big competition between Microsoft, Google, all these companies who have got generative AI, including Meta, that Llama 1, 2, 3, 4, it will go on. Today itself it is like this. Next year what is going to happen, you can imagine. What sectors, journalists already being hit in Europe, most of the journalists lost the job. Because generative AI can write a report. Just you tell the incident, it will write that report in a perfect English or whatever. You make a little bit modification. In fact, my colleague Mahesh, whenever I had to send some report, sir, you just dictate, sir, in Telugu or English and all that, I'll give it to ChatGPT, and that created a good. Recently, I sent a similar report to, I don't want to mention the newspaper, it is one of the top newspapers in the country. When I was in Jamaica, they wanted, so I gave a voice recording to Mahesh. I don't know what he has done. He gave it to ChatGPT, a nice report, and immediately I just looked at it. It's a very, very good report. I sent the report. And immediately she gave a message, sir, this is a ChatGPT generated. I was stunned. See, people are already seeing what is ChatGPT generated report versus, then she said, sir, you send your voice message, I will figure out and write an article, and finally she published a good article. See, the reason why I am telling all this, in India, with 1.5 billion population, all these 30-40 years, because thanks to IT services, whether you are BTech, second class, third class, in fact, during my STP days, particularly during Y2K period, many people I sent to America who are just BA third class, diploma in pharmacy, any degree, just I used to ask them, go on the Amirpet, there are a lot of training institutions, get some COBOL training, mainframe training. They used to get trained, and some companies, they used to take them and got H1 visa, and they went to Wall Street. Today they have become entrepreneurs. So Amirpet to America used to happen at a big scale. Today that story is coming to an end, because we can't do any of the testing jobs, we can't do any programming this thing, and it's going to be a difficult situation for India to handle. And there was a report recently that in India, about out of 7 million jobs, 1 million jobs are going to be removed, existing IT services jobs. That's only beginning. I don't know how many more million jobs are going to be removed. So on both sides, working employees in IT services company, they are losing job at a big scale. At the same time, youth who are coming out of the colleges, fourth year or third year engineering, they don't have any hope that they will get a job because they don't have domain knowledge. So on both sides, India's unemployment rate is going to go up, right? In this situation, in fact, I keep telling everybody that Missamma, there is a Telugu movie, N.T. Ramarao and Savitri. Main theme in that movie is unemployment. So since there were no jobs, though they are good, they got good degrees and all that, both of them, no job. So for sake of job, they have to act like a wife and husband and all that this thing. So during that time, number of colleges very, very, very less. Even when I was studying in IIT Madras, number of IITs were very less. Today, every state has got IIT, Triple IT, Central University, all that, this thing, premier institutions. Plus, engineering colleges, private universities are plenty. That means so many millions of people are coming every year out of those schools and colleges. If there are no jobs, what will happen? So that really bothered me. All these years we enjoyed in India because of IT. The same IT is going down. Then how do we take care of the employment? That's when I thought about why not we create jobs through the startups. Fortunately, in India, startups are growing. Now we are world's number 3 as far as the number of startups, number of unicorns. So all good things are happening in the startup this thing. Plus, in addition to that, India with 1.5 billion people, and majority of them have got smartphones, and all of them are digitally connected. I keep telling this story. I'll repeat. Is actual story. When I was in my village during COVID times, I went to a temple. While coming out of the temple, a lot of beggars, they started asking me money. Then I looked at my purse. There were all big notes were there. I said, sorry, I don't have change. And then I was about to get into the car. One young beggar, sir, do you have GPay? I was really stunned. A beggar having a smartphone and having a GPay account, it stunned me. I don't have GPay account, but he has got a GPay account. That is India today. Wherever you go, you go to remotest village, the way they use, I was there in Tokyo, they were asking cash payments in one of the hotels. Whereas India, recently I think I was listening to Palki Sharma's, she gave a fantastic presentation in London about India and this thing. There she showed this thing, the shopkeepers on the road, even in the evening, they have a light, solar powered, and they have all the QR code in each this thing, and everybody takes whatever they want, just through the QR code, make the payment. See, all the farmers and the people, street vendors, they are using all the technologies. So that is a great opportunity for startups. Earlier, all the startups used to go to Silicon Valley. Why? There is no market in India. Now, US startups, they want to come to India. We had recently a conference in New Jersey, and how many US startups presented to us? About 10 startups. And they want India market, they want money from India. So India now both on the investment side, there are a lot of investors are there, and India market is very big. And the way our policies or recent budget, they removed angel tax. They know that potential for startups. So that's the reason why I thought we should focus on creating more startups, making them successful. Suppose every year, say we have 50 unicorns coming from Pan India. They will create whatever jobs required and all that. Only thing is, are we going to create jobs who are eligible to work in those startups? Because all the startups, they work in cutting edge technology. That's where now we are figuring out that we are going to create ISF Gurukul. We are going to select the best training companies as part of our ISF Gurukul, and for existing employees who are working in testing areas and all that, we will bring them to that Gurukul, and we will give them the domain knowledge. We will also give them the AI knowledge, and it is not done by a professor teaching in the class. We will give the problems to them. They have to learn everything by going through the YouTubes and all that this thing, and by solving that problem, they should learn the new technologies, prompting engineering, domain knowledge. Everything will happen. Automatically, they will get a job. So that's for the existing people who are working in the industry. For the freshers who are about to come out of the college, we will start from third year engineering. We will take them, and through the same kind of mechanism, we will sharpen their skills so that there will be queue of people who wants to employ them. Fortunately, even the startup world, everybody wants to come and establish their development center in India, because India cost of operations are still lower and available to the people. So there is a 80-20 principle. 20% of the manpower will be in countries like US and Europe and all. The 80% they want to come to India. So that way, if we can create the right kind of manpower through this ISF Gurukul, we will be able to service the new startups, and their startups also will succeed. They not only create new jobs, plus they are creating the wealth for the nation, and with that help, for example, one of the startups in India, say they go up to NVIDIA or whatever, Microsoft or Google and all that. NVIDIA market cap today, they crossed already $3.5 trillion. Right? So once you create one such company in India, they will take care of the complete India budget. India budget is very small, and with that money, they can take care of all other welfare measures and all that this thing. Plus, they will create the jobs. So this is the new thing that what we are doing at ISF. Unlike many organizations, what we do is we don't just talk in this kind of press forums and all that, conferences and all that. For example, I'll tell you one example, then I'll leave it to my other colleagues. In the first conference, it happened in Bangalore. There were about 10,000 startups competed. Yeah. First conference, 2,000 startups competed for the prize money. Out of that, we selected about 150 companies we selected for the demo day. And out of 150, we selected 15 companies. So after the conference is over, most of the CEOs, CXOs, we ran that conference using only WhatsApp, no email, no even we were not having domain name and all that this thing. In one month, we ran that conference. So everybody was leaving. Then I told them, don't leave. Actual story begins. Conference is only trailer, Bahubali's trailer. The actual picture Baki. What do you say?
Picture
Sheshadri. This is I am taking Sheshadri's. Always he says this trailer. Picture Abhi Baki. I gave the same dialogue to them. Stay on the this thing. They asked me why we had to stay. The conference is over. Everything. No. There is a picture actually begins now. So I requested them. Every Saturday, 8:30 to 9:30, we will present one of the selected companies out of 15. Each one will give a 1 hour. Normally in competition, what happens? Only 10 minutes only is given to them. In 10 minutes, many people are not able to explain. So once we gave 1 hour, they were able to explain what is the problem and what is whether they want money, they want market access, they were mentoring. So all the companies who are selected now, they are doing very well. I'll tell one example. And afterwards, I'll ask my colleagues to talk. This startup company based out of Hyderabad, promoted by 2 Air Force pilots. They thought that the flight simulators are imported today at a very high cost, $10-15 million each flight simulator. Because they were pilots in the Indian Air Force, they thought they can create flight simulator at lowest cost. So they created that using their personal money, maybe 7-8 crores they spent, and they were one of the shortlisted companies. So after listening to their full story, me and Dina, we wanted to go and see whatever they're talking is real or there is anything missing. When we went there, though he was in a small shed in Balanagar area, actually we stayed in that this thing. We saw how that simulator is working. They had good software, electronics, and all the mechanical and all that this thing. I mean, everything's working. So what was missing for them, though they have a product, they don't know how to take this product to their customers. Unfortunately, all these prospective customers are defense, aerospace, or all that this thing. So they are the ones who import those simulators to train their pilots, either fighter pilots or commercial pilots and all that. They were not able to reach. Then I said, look, I mean, I'll talk to my contacts, this thing. I spoke to Director General of DRDO, and he was coming for a conference in Hyderabad, in Taj Krishna opposite, Taj Deccan. Then he said, Chaudhary, I am coming with a lot of senior people from like ISRO chairman and all those people are coming. You bring them, I'll ask them to stay in one room. I will bring one after the other, and they can listen to the story, and then afterwards see how we can support. So that happened, and this entrepreneur was there in one room, one restaurant, one corner is taken some this thing. I started pulling all those people from the conference, and all of them they listened to the pitch. they got fully convinced, and they sent within a week's time, right? The ADA director from Bangalore along with his team came and visited their facility, and today he's getting a lot of investments, and he is very bullish about his company to become a unicorn. This is just one example I'm giving. So we don't end up with the conferences. We handhold, see that how he is going to be successful. If he is not successful, he cannot create jobs, he cannot create wealth for the nation. So that's how we have been doing, and our conferences not only in India. When I wanted to take all our selected startups to other countries, those countries asked me, sir, we also need your help. I asked him, why you need my help? Sir, India is a very big market. All our startups, this particular happened with Australian startup incubator. Sir, our Australian population is very less. Our startups are not able to get enough traction on the customer and revenue. Whereas India, consumerism is very high, and we'll have a lot of prospects if only you connect them to India. Then I said, okay, it's a good win-win thing. Then we changed our foundation. Initially it was India Startup Foundation. We made it to International Startup Foundation. And also our Honorable Prime Minister always says, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family. So why not I start helping the startups from Australia, Singapore or America, and also take our startups to those countries. It's a kind of a barter system. So that is working very well. We had several conferences in London, conferences in US, conferences in Jamaica, and many more conferences in Europe are going to happen next year. So whatever we believe, we are actually making it practical and showing to the people how we are helping startups. We created ISF Angels. Last conference, first day of the conference, we closed 150 term sheets. They're all early stage startups. Otherwise, they wouldn't have got any money. Today, they are all doing well. So that is our strength. We don't give the lip sympathy. We will make sure that those startups are going to get all the support and all that. So third conference, our flagship conference is happening in Hyderabad on September 26th to 28th. More than 500 CXOs, including Cognizant Global CEO, and all the such people are participating in this conference. Many VCs, international VCs, Indian VCs, and angel, they are all participating. Apart from that, our Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu also going to be chief guest for the inaugural function, and our Honorable IT Minister is also confirmed. And Honorable Civil Aviation Minister Ramo Naidu is also coming for the plenary. And Honorable Deputy Chief Minister agreed to inaugurate our expo of ISF. Plus, he is going to be there for the awards ceremony as the chief guest. So like that, because everybody feels that we are doing something good for the nation. That's the reason why we are getting support without or much effort. They want to participate. And the second one, which is again a very, very important thing, what we are doing, is a unique thing, first time in the world, that rural startup bus yatra. In fact, our last conference was also rural. All panel discussions and round tables were all around rural. Because I believe how startups will be successful unless they solve a real problem. Where are the problems? Problems are not in the cities like Hyderabad. Problems are in the rural area. More than 60% of the Indian population still live in the rural area. As an agriculture farmer, I faced a problem of labor shortage, and one startup says, I will fix this problem through a robot. It is already getting done. So every problem in the rural area is an opportunity for a startup. That's when I decided, let's focus. Let's not focus on urban areas. They already have T-hubs and so V-hubs and all those. A lot of investors are also there, mentors are there. But in rural area, there are no mentors, there are no investors, and we have to make sure that they create opportunities for themselves, opportunities for the nation. That's when we thought, we'll concentrate on the rural India. That's when we thought of taking all the investors, CXOs, global CXOs, about 1,000 of them already confirmed to come and participate in our the first ever this kind of experiment called Ankur Yatra. Ankur stands for the startup companies. Ankur Yatra. Why we named just Ankur Yatra? We don't want to get restricted to one state. Though we are doing it first time in Andhra Pradesh on October 2nd. Honorable Chief Minister of AP is flagging off we are expecting about 20-25 buses will be there, full of entrepreneurs, and selected startups will also be there, so that they will have some networking happens while traveling in the bus. So that's going to happen. So Telangana government also requested us to have a similar kind of rural startup bus yatra. So we decided to have it in the month of December. All the entrepreneurs from state of Telangana, from US, Europe, they're all coming to participate in that. And we are getting requests from other states also. Since our bandwidth is limited, we want to do this first two. Afterwards, we'll see whether we can take this model to Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Kerala. All these chief ministers are also requesting us whether we can do the same Ankur Yatra in the respective states, making sure that those rural people, they get the opportunity to start an enterprise, start a startup, get the funding, so that they are successful in creating new jobs in the rural areas. So I request all of you to participate in our ISF conference, as well as I request in each bus, I request at least one media person, so that you see whether J. Chaudhary is telling only stories or is actually happening, because you have to witness that. With this, I request my colleagues to talk, and afterwards I request Balaji Reddy Garu also to speak.
Thank you, Jay. Good afternoon, everybody. Jay is a very tough act to follow, so and I think it's my my bad luck that I have to speak after him. So he actually gave you a very, very good overarching view of what we are doing in ISF. He covered it from all the angles in terms of the developments in the technology, the socio-economic factors of this country and around the world right now, and plus how we have evolved. We are also a startup, so I'm very thankful for Jay that he left that part out. So I'll cover that. So we ourselves are a startup. We are probably the most unique startup in the world. We are a startup with 0 employees. There is not a single person who gets paid from ISF. Everybody that you see on the stage, off the stage, and when you come to our conference, there will be hundreds and hundreds of them. They're all volunteers. It's entirely volunteer-driven conference. And I do request all the media people, there are some very, very influential people from the media here, and we request your help to take this word all around, because this is...
I request all media persons also to join our volunteer group, because whatever responsibilities that we have as a citizen of this great country, you also have the same responsibility. We are not doing these things for any visibility or money, no such a thing. All our volunteers, though they have their own companies, they are giving 80% of the time to ISF without expecting anything from ISF. That's the reason why we have not employed even a single employee. Though we had several conferences in India, outside India, people are, they are asking, Jay, how you are able to get this kind of international conferences without any single employee working? We are not having even 1 rupee in our foundation bank account, without money, without employees working for us. We are, because we have the passion, we are doing some, we are thinking that we are doing something for the nation. Because of that, a lot of people, there was a recently, Sheshadri organized one conference in Hyderabad. All the HR heads were there. After my keynote, everybody wants to become a volunteer with us. Then I asked them, and they were asking my photograph with them. I said, whoever came to me, I used to ask, have you joined our volunteer? Then only I will allow you to take a selfie with me. 100 people showed up. So I am requesting all the press and media, whatever responsibility we have, you have the same responsibility as a citizen of this great nation. Join us and participate in Bus Yatra, so that you can cover the live, whatever is happening.
You mentioned that. Okay. So I will cover one part of the ISF that I get very focused on, and I think that's a very, very critical part of how these startups will essentially derive value from this entire network, not just from ISF, but all the people involved, including all the volunteers and all the mentors and the investors. So as Jay mentioned, we actually onboard startups with an intention to help them. And what kind of help they need? They typically need 2 or 3 different types of help. One, if they have an idea that they're getting their product out, and many of them are in very early stages, they actually want some customers to try that out. And usually in this country, we have this culture that if somebody is a startup, somebody wants to help them, they say, oh, yeah, you can do this free. So we actually encourage the people who want to help them, saying, don't just give your place to come and, put their product and show it to you. Buy it. You may or may not use it entirely, or sometimes it's a loss. Sometimes it may be a great, useful product for you. But let us get away from the culture of asking something for free from a startup. And this has actually led to a very different culture in the startup world right now. Otherwise, majority of the reason why startups were failing in India is all their early customers whom they thought were good sandboxes, were good beta customers, where they could get a prototype done, they were all demanding that for free. Now they're saying, in their form of help, they can pay a little bit. They don't have to pay the full price, but they pay a little bit. So one, they're becoming sandboxes, they're becoming testing grounds, they're becoming beta customers, they are the paid pilots for the startups. And that's a great help for startups. It's not always the funding. Now, that's the second part, right? So the startups need the money. Yes, absolutely. So the next part is the money, right? So to do anything, for startups to hire, for many big companies it's difficult to hire in this country. Now we can imagine the plight of the startups where, when they have to find critical talent, and they're working on cutting edge technologies, very different ideas, things that people are not used to, right? So you need a very different type of workforce talent. So they need money for that. So the second is the capital. So we actually arrange funds for these startups. Jay mentioned this, we actually have a network called ISF Angels, where many HNIs contribute into these funds. It's not charity. They're actually investing in these startups. They get an equity share in those startup companies, and they take part in their success. And when these startups have difficult time, they also become the supporting system for them to find their next bit of money or next set of customers. And then the mentors, the most importantly, when these startups, they are being a startup not because they know everything, but they know a few things. They're very passionate. They're driven by their idea and their inspiration on what they want to do. But that doesn't mean they're good in every aspect of business. So they need a lot of mentoring from people who have seen this from various angles, and they actually advise them at the right time, saying, this is the right way to do it, this is the wrong way to do it. I know somebody who can help you here. We can actually send you to a system or a place or a company where you can actually get the right kind of help you need. This mentorship. So these are the three things. There are a few others that we do, but these are the three critical factors. Now, how they happen, and that's what Jay was mentioning, that is our mantra. It happens, how we do it. We just do it by connecting. We say, if you're looking for as Jay mentioned about this defense company, right, we'll connect you to DRDO. And if you are another type of company, we'll connect you to that kind of a customer base, or that kind of an investor base, or that kind of a mentor. So that is the first part of our mission, connect. And then usually it doesn't work when you just connect. You send a phone number by WhatsApp. Very few people respond to those things. And in fact, a lot of the startups also are very junior people, as I said. They don't even know how to approach people, senior people. They're intimidated. They'll first say, hello, sir. Well, say something after that. You can't just stop saying, how many of you get these messages saying, hello, sir? So we actually train them. Look, when you go and ask sincerely for help, ask openly. This is the situation I'm in. This is the help I need. That's the part. And then even that doesn't automatically happen. We have to set a system of collaboration. That is our second part of the mantra. You connect them first, but don't just stop there. You create a mechanism. In fact, today what we are doing is part of that. We actually bring in a whole lot of people and say, now let's start talking to each other, and this is collaboration. Now the third is a celebrate. Now between collaboration and the celebration, there has to be some success. And that we make it very clear to everybody. Now we asked all of you to be volunteers, we asked all of you to be participating in this, but not just for the namesake, right? So make something happen in the middle. And that's when we actually have a reason to celebrate. So, and that has been happening for 3 years now. And my, aspiration and request for all of you is that it's exactly 2 months between now and the date of the conference. When the first day of the conference is 26th September. That is when in this particular campus, there will be 100 startups who are handpicked in 20 different sectors. They will be sitting in front of the potential investors, potential customers, the CXOs of those companies, and potential mentors. All of them will actually be pitching in to help them. So they would have seen some of their stories first, and they will collaborate obviously on that, and they'll make it a success. So in these 2 months, we need to pick the best of the startups in those selected sectors, mentor them, curate them, and bring them on the day of 26th, and at the second half, when we actually get to the other side of the pitch sessions, we're believing that we're going to have 100 reasons to celebrate. So with that, I'll hand it off to... Okay, so I'll give some statistics. So when we started our very first conference, we just had 40 days to the day of the conference. So we actually onboarded 2,000 startups, and about 1175, if I remember correctly, they actually came to the second round, and the third round was 150. Out of the 150, we selected 15. But this time we go to the second year, we became super popular. So we had about 10,000 plus, I think a little over 10,000 startups who actually approached one way or the other, registered and saying, we want to come and pitch and try and raise money. So that was 10,000. And the similar numbers, we selected the top 100, and we worked with them to make sure that all of them are funded. If not by us, by somebody else, right? So the reason is, the point is that they have to become successful. They have to get funded. And this year, we already have exceeded 50,000 identified startups. I don't think any, thank you. I don't think any event in the startup ecosystem in this world is able to achieve those kind of numbers. Out of that, we have already screened upwards of 7,000 startups, and we've given them a yes or no. So it's not an easy process. It goes behind the scene. There's a lot that happens through systems, tools, people, volunteers, and we do actually get professional companies to do all this evaluation, etc. And we are pretty sure by the time we get to 26th of September, we will have the top 100 startups that are ready to be funded. In fact, not just ready to be funded, some of their funding requirement would have already been met with our system in place. That will be the day to close their funding, not to begin their funding, right? And then we pick up the next batch of 100. So this is a year-long process. Conferences come and go. This year conference is, number one, is a reason for us, is a place and a location, a date for us to celebrate the past year's success, and we're doing that. We will be finding those 100, and we'll all be celebrating their success, and it just goes on. And we have, just the DPIT registered startups, we have more than 1.2 lakh startups in this country. And all those million people who lost the job, as Jay mentioned, guess how many people these 1.2 lakh startups employ? They actually employ 12 lakh people. So when they lose this on this side, somebody is there to gain on that side, right? So unless, and Jay is absolutely right on that point, where if at all anything can save this country from that upcoming mega transformation driven by AI, driven by the geopolitical situations, and there are so many things that are contributing to this process, startup is the way to go. Because these startups, and there are 1.2 lakh registered, there's almost an equal number, and you'll never know the exact number because they're not registered, right? So there will be almost double that number who are not registered. And when they see the success of these startups, they will come into the system. And when they collectively employ 10, 20, 30 lakhs of people, that is a major employment sector in this country. Nothing else can come close, right? So I think it's very, very important with that view in mind. And I will let some of my colleagues here.
I don't know whether we are taking too much of time. The press people may be having another engagement on this thing. So maybe Mahesh, why don't you look at what are the MOUs and announcements?
So first of all, thanks for all the press and media and all the volunteers for coming and joining here. While Jay and Dina has explained you why we have started this startup conference and what's going on in the pitch sessions. See, there are a couple of other components in this conference. One is the basically conference event by itself, and there is an exhibition is also taking place. One of the finest startup exhibitions in our country, which we are planning to do here. And in our last year's exhibition, we have seen more than 10 plus international pavilions has been set up here. And this year, we are expecting 25 plus countries are ready to participate in our expo. Along with this, we'll have our state pavilions and startups from the early stage, idea stage, growth stage. Everybody would be participating. So this would be a great opportunity for the startups to showcase their products, services, whatnot. Along with this, there is another opportunity which we are providing is to launch their products in this big stage. Any startup or any growth stage startup, they want to start their new products or services, it would be a great stage for them to showcase their products and launch their things. Coming to the conference, we have more than 15 plus roundtable discussion topics that we have identified. Some of them are the burning, or I would say the upcoming sectors like agri-tech, of course fintech is there, consumer tech, energy tech, VLSIs, health tech. While these are the discussion topics, we are also doing unique roundtables such as Junicons. I would ask JSR to describe more about Junicons thing.
థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ బ్రింగింగ్ ద టాపిక్. మీ అందరికి తెలుసు కదా, తెలుగులో ఒక సామెత ఉంది, మొక్కే వంగంది మానే వంగదని. సో నా ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఏంటంటే, చాలామంది బీటెక్లు, ఎంటెక్లు, పిహెచ్డీ చేసిన వాళ్ళని కన్విన్స్ చేసి క్రియేటివిటీ సప్రెస్ అయిపోయింటుంది. మన ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టంలో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ వాట్ దే ఆర్ డూయింగ్ ఈజ్ దే ఆర్ సప్రెసింగ్ ది క్రియేటివిటీ of the student. They are all good when they join the colleges and all that, but our mechanism, they are suppressing all the creativity. So what is happening now? The people who are studying in schools, that's why we kept 8 years to 18 years as a Junicons, and I am getting the requests from all over the globe. Lot of people who are already demonstrated their entrepreneurial spirit. From US alone, there are about more than 10 such students who are studying in the schools. They already created products and all that. And similarly from London, a lot of people are coming. India also, a lot of such students who wants to demonstrate their the capability to create new year startups. So my gut feel is India is going to produce more unicorn from that Junicorns. So we are creating a new club called ISF Junicorn Club. Like any other clubs, this thing, from all over the world, whoever wants to be an entrepreneur, this thing in that age limit, they will get some of those privileges, because we are going to connect them to the investors and mentors, all that we will be doing. So that's one prediction what I am thinking. The second one is, my prediction is future unicorns or Sunicons will not come from cities. They will all come from the rural background. Maybe from Adilabad, some unicorns may come. From Anantapur, some unicorns may come. So that is the kind of thing which is happening, because they have a lot of problems to be solved. They got more fire in their belly. They wanted to prove something. So these are the indicators. That's the reason why we have such roundtable conferences. And this is a very important roundtable. The other one is, the other roundtable which is very, very important is the Rural Economic Forum. Like World Economic Forum. See, World Economic Forum, every year it happens in Davos, and they take the same conference to other countries. Whereas our REF, Rural Economic Forum, we are going to concentrate on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Like removing the hunger is one such goals out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So far nothing really happened in a sustainable way, though United Nations announced this a long time ago. So we want to pick up Rural Economic Forum, pick up one or two of those things and experiment in India, how they are going to really remove all the problems in that particular segment and have all the standard operating procedures. Then we'll train other states and other countries how that can be done. So that's another important roundtable called Rural Economic Forum Roundtable. So we are not picking up all the routine fintech and all that. They will be there. Startups point of view, they want some network connectivity and all that. But this new dimensions and the new way which is going to happen, we are catching them early on, so that these people are positioned to create more unicorns. India should beat Silicon Valley, because we have all the plus points to make our startup companies from the rural area, from young people in the Junicorns and all that. And we have big market, very big market. There may be funding issue in USA, but in India there is no funding issue. Like I mentioned, first day of the conference, 150 term sheets for early stage startups. This never happened in any conferences anywhere in the world. So that's our strength. Now I request Balaji to talk about, my friend Dinanath mentioned about three things: connect, collaborate and celebrate, right? Connection we are doing through the festivals. Like Sankranti Muggullo, ఏం చేస్తారు, ఫస్ట్ చుక్కలు పెడతారు. ఫస్ట్ చుక్కలు పెట్టిన తర్వాత ఈ చుక్కలను కనెక్ట్ చేస్తే మంచి ఫిగర్ తయారైపోతుంది. సేమ్ థింగ్ ISF is, we got expertise in connecting the dots. ఎవరిని ఎక్కడ ఎట్లా కనెక్ట్ చేయాలా, సో దట్ success automatically happens. So connection is happening, collaboration, everything we can't do it. We need other players to collaborate with ISF so that as a whole we can do well. So one such collaborator who has come forward is Mr. Balaji Reddy. He is Executive Director at Vamshiram Builders, and let him talk about what component, how he is going to help the startup ecosystem through his own words.
Thank you, Jay Garu. As he rightly said, Jay Garu is a good friend of mine, and I have been watching their growth story for a long time, for last 2 years about ISF. So I have also traveled worldwide, and I have a passion towards empowering this rural youth and the startups. And we are now planning to launch a new entity called International Startup Network, ISN, which will be the world's largest incubator, and which will house all the startups, mentors, investors, corporate connects. All this will happen under one roof, like a super big area, which will be the largest such incubator in the world. And this will happen in the near future. And thanks to Jay Garu for offering this. All the ISF startups which have been selected, they will be housed in ISN. We are signing an MOU today. They are our first partners to collaborate in our facility. And we already have initiated with 2 such people in the world, the second largest company accelerator program. They are planning to launch enterprise and AI soon in January in India, and they have partnered with Microsoft and Google already for this program. They will also be housing in our facility. Thank you so much. And the last thing, this will be a hub and spoke model, as Jay Garu has a passion towards rural areas. We'll be doing district level incubation centers in all the districts. When they complete the bus rural yatra, where they select startups, they did not come to Hyderabad or anywhere. They can just work from their own district and connect to global network with the investors and with the corporates to grow their business. Thank you so much.
Great milestone we are taking this concept globally. As I mentioned, he is going to create virtual and physical world's largest incubator facility. He says this will be much better than Y Combinator. Everybody knows what Y Combinator has done. I think every entrepreneur wants to get into Y Combinator so that their valuations will go up and all that. So he says this will be kind of a Y Combinator plus. That's what he's trying to do. So this is the first collaboration with ISF. One with key component ISN is going to bring to ISF. So I really want to thank Balaji Reddy Garu for coming out with a great initiative which goes very well with what we are trying to do. Thank you, Balaji Reddy.
This will be the game changer not for ISF and ISN but for India. For India.
Thank you. Now I want to introduce another key component is the investment. So Srikanth is raising about $108 million, and he has been our volunteer right from the day one, and he is going to be collaborating with ISF, see that the investments, only problem with Srikanth is minimum ticket size is, he says, only $5 million. So I had to figure out how to get smaller checks for the early stage startups. So I request Srikanth also to say how Srikanth Venture Capital is going to help us. Srikanth, though your VC fund is minimum ticket size 5 million, you think of getting at least $500,000 or this thing to introduce that component also, so that we can help many more startups. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So my name is Shrikant. I'm a founding partner at 108 Capital. We are a SEBI registered Cat 2 AIF. But very importantly, as sir mentioned, here as a volunteer for ISF ever since it started. And all that I can tell you that we've been part of this journey over the last 2 years. It's a fantastic platform for entrepreneurs, investors, mentors to actually come, collaborate, connect, and celebrate, right? That's what we actually stand for. And with the kind of collaboration that we just saw with Ram sir, I think this is going to be a game changer for a lot of people, because it's very difficult to kind of have everything on one platform and have access to also. And most of us, of course, have our day jobs, but all of us are very passionate about supporting this ecosystem, and that's why we are here. And of course, be it from 108 Capital or even otherwise, as we said, we have a large network of mentors and investors. All of us are here to actually help out startups in a meaningful way, right? And it's also therefore the onus is on you, the startups, to actually make yourself look good in front of investors. And that means that you'll get a lot of support from our mentors and everybody to prepare you for the day, right? And which is what, Dina is doing. So this is a very serious platform. Don't think that, you will probably just walk in and get away with money. It's very important that you do your bit, and therefore then leave it to ISF. And that's the way we build credibility, right? That's very important for any organization in terms of sustaining it. So we expect the same from startups and mentors who are part of this network. Thank you so much.
Another important component is how do you take this concept international? So that's where Mr. Sheshadri is the co-founder of International Startup Foundation, and as he shown me only less than a trailer in UK. Last year when he invited me to London, the way he organized meetings in House of Lords. House of Lords, only parliamentarians and country heads, they go and attend those meetings in the House of Lords. For ISF, he gave that platform. All the ministers from British Parliament and many parliamentarians also attended that ISF network conference event in last year. Not only in London, he has got tentacles in entire Europe. I don't know which are the countries. Once I gave him a job, he is 24 hours on that. I don't know how he takes care of his other company requirements. Let Sheshadri tell about what is the recipe formula, how he is able to do that.
Thank you, Guruji. First of all, it's all your blessings and wishes. That's what I'll say. So I say, first of all, how I got it's close to about 1.5 years for me in this mission, ISF, where I always say this, and again, I know it's stereotype for many. In my Chedi days, I used to see JSR building this, all we see, whatever it is in. So I never found after that anybody who was doing selflessly, with due respect, something in. So all the energy, that's where. And I have been lucky, while everybody used to say, I know JSR, they've been there 20 years, 15 years, 20. I say, when I will have that kind of a thing, and it's been from the last 1.5 years. So I'm the podium. I'm also blessed with him day in, day out, learning a lot of things. Secondly, I want to thank all our volunteers here, right? Because, sir, the volunteers are not only media, you said, even men in uniform. I said the armed forces in Bangalore, they all committed that they will also be part of volunteers in this. That's from Defense, Naval, Army, Defense, Naval, Air Force. So that's one thing. And yes, of course, while many of the details have already been there, I said, what is ISF? Everybody was asking me, what is ISF? ISF is a movement led by, obviously, Jay sir, and also many of the volunteers who come from all the way. I said, we are not always saying we are a not-for-profit, that's always there. But again, we are a non-event management company. We don't do anything in conferences in 5 stars. We do all conferences in the Chinta Chetukinda Telugu Valku Ardhamaithe, or Banyan Tree, Neem Tree, no cruises, high expensive cruises, doing pitches there and all that. This is what we see regularly. Our mentor, whenever he has said, we are always doing that. So you'll see very different, like we are talking about this Ankur Yatra, we'll see very different style of things. This is what the actual India has been there, our Bharat has been there. So we all know that. I don't know how many of us know. Bharat has shown the world there. We always say, whenever somebody else says we are a developing country, we are killed. I don't think we are already a developed country. The 0 to infinity was all from us. Whenever I go to the Cambridge, Oxford, when I go to the, I see the manuscripts of our Ramanujam or someone else. हमारा बिल्ली हमारे को मिल रहा है अभी. So I don't think that. Let's resolve the mindset. So last but not least, what AI for me? Action in India. With this, thank you again. Please all come to me.
Now with this, I request our media persons, if there are any questions, any clarifications regarding ISF conference, as well as the first time in the world is rural startup bus yatra, which is happening, which is going to be flagged off on October 2nd by Honorable Chief Minister of AP. And next one is going to be in Telangana. So any questions related to these two, please go ahead. Open for Q&A.
So if you could somebody take us through the 2 days of event that will happen, what was the crowd pressure, what are the activities on 2 days?
So,
so 2 days, what are the activities you have on 2 days?
See, ours is, the schedule is September 26, 27 and 28. 26th is completely dedicated to the pitch sessions. While Dina said, we are already filtering the top 100 startups, and these 100 startups will have a demo day where they are going to pitch live in front of the investors. So that's day one. And day one, we also start with the expo inauguration. And day 2 and day 3 are all these roundtables which will be. Yeah, on day 1, in the morning, the expo is being inaugurated by Deputy Chief Minister, and in the evening, we'll have a Chief Minister who will be the chief guest. Along with him, we'll have a couple of union ministers. One is IT Minister of Telangana. Yeah, and Global CEO of Cognizant, Mr. Ravi Kumar, is also going to be with us as a chief guest. And day 2, I'll go through that. So on day 2, we'll have various roundtables, as we mentioned, which will be straddled across 2 days, health tech and all those stuff. And the most important thing what we are doing for the past 2 years is we are doing Lifetime Achievement Awards, who has done an excellent work in their sectors. So this time we are giving Lifetime Achievement Awards for more than 20 people. So that is what we'll be doing on day 2 plenary session. And on day 3, we will continue to have more roundtable discussions. And one of the important things this year we are doing is something very similar to TED Talks, and an Indianized way of, we are doing an ISF Talks. So people who had done an excellence in their sectors are going to talk in a freestyle way that will be useful for all the startups. So this is all straddled across 3 days.
If you can throw some light on Ankur Yatra, which say starts on October 2nd, it should be 1 week long, or if you can share a little more detail as to what the route if you have decided to take, because I know it's going to be rural. So if you can throw some light more about the rural Yatra itself.
Yeah, I'll tell you how the whole idea started. When we were in Jamaica, we were having a dinner in the evening. So there, one of the participants who came from Vijayawada, during the discussion, sir, I have a bus which has got all the modern amenities like a big LCD screen and a round table. So this, you can use that bus for your conference and all that. For conference, why do I require a bus? Then immediately I thought, why not we have a rural startup bus yatra? That's where Jamaica actually wants that the concept. The idea came during our Jamaica visit, and because I strongly believe rural India has to be supported big time now. Farmers are still committing suicide. There's no hope for many people, and the remaining people, they are all getting into drugs and alcoholism, and they are getting free money. There's no incentive for them to do something and earn money on this thing. We are making them totally lazy and parasites. If you leave it like this, I think rural India will become a big liability for the nation. And once we stop that money going to them through direct benefit transfer or whatever it is, this thing, then there will be revolution from rural India. So only solution is how do we convert them from that this thing to make them a respectable entrepreneurs earning their own money. Then they don't take all this thing. So then rural India also will come up to this thing, and there's no difference between Hyderabad. Like yesterday, Honorable IT Minister was telling, they are planning to create mini Hyderabaads. Warangal will be mini Hyderabad. Adilabad can be mini Hyderabad. So that means whatever infrastructure in a limited sense they are trying to create, automatically the entrepreneurs in that area can make use of that. So with that idea, we thought of taking this bus yatra. So what we are doing, this bus yatra is not people who are coming from USA, Europe, Singapore, they are all coming. They will anyway see what they can do in that. So what we have done, suppose if I come from Anantapur, I will be in that Anantapur bus yatra. We will all go, all the CXOs, investors from Anantapur who are all from different parts of the globe. We will go much before bus yatra starts, and Dina and his team, they are conducting the business plan competition in that area, whether agriculture startups, healthcare startups, rural finance startups, all these things, I mean, they are going to, his team is going to conduct, and we selected host institutions at every location. The host institution has to take care of their responsibility, not only their students and their startups, this entire zone, they will be conducting all that. And they're supposed to finish all that, selecting the at least 10 good startups from that zone before we go to that city or town or village, wherever it is. And 30th of September, the local ministers, for example, Kakinada, our Honorable Deputy CM of Andhra Pradesh, Pawan Kalyanji, agreed to be the chief guest to flag off. Not only the flagging off, we requested him to give the awards to those selected, because they'll get inspired. If they are getting something in their own town, getting an award or recognition from people like Pawan Kalyan, they will, their excitement will be boundless. So that will happen on September 30th. This is hub and spoke model. Simultaneously, on the same day, Anantapur bus yatra will happen, Vizag bus yatra will happen, wherever we have Kakinada, Rajahmundry and all that. And all the buses with the entrepreneur selected companies, they will all come to Amravati on 1st of October. And Amravati, Honorable Chief Minister agreed to give at least 1 or 2 hours depending on his schedules. He will interact with these startups, and also he will interact with all the people who are coming from different parts of US and Europe, and he is going to take the commitment from them. Okay, you have come to participate. How many jobs you are going to create in your area? We have got a project called Project 100. In 100 days, they have to first show their commitment, whether they have invested in some company or created some jobs in their districts. So only those people will be in our next bus yatra or whatever activities. People who only talk, oh, we'll do it and all that, this thing. If they are not able to complete that 100 days project, we'll request them, probably you come to us whenever you got real this thing. So with that kind of a commitment, all the buses will be flagged off on Gandhi Jayanti, which is October 2nd, by Honorable Chief Minister. Why Gandhi Jayanti? Because Mahatma Gandhiji believed in rural empowerment and rural industry, all the cottage industry, all those things. He wanted to do it. But unfortunately, we sidetracked, and we only took care of public sectors and the cities kind of this thing. That created the imbalance. Today, nobody wants to stay in the rural area. In fact, my brother's son, though he did BSc Agriculture and MSc, he went to Wageningen University in Netherlands, and he came back and he wanted to be in the village to do some agri-tech. And no father was willing to give their daughter to my brother's son for marriage. So finally, I had to request Mahesh. Mahesh gave him an opportunity to work in your company, and I pushed him to Bangalore. Immediately after that, he got, so that is the situation in India. Unfortunately, nobody wants, good people, nobody wants to stay in the villages. That trend is not good. We have to reverse that, this thing. So that's one of the key things why we have taken up this rural startup bus yatra, not driven by the government, driven by the industry. So all these buses on second, once they are flagged off, they will all go to Sri City. Why Sri City? Sri City has got a lot of manufacturing companies. These startups, they need business, right? If only we are giving the money, there is no business, they will not be able to. In Sri City, one day completely we are going to have, and Srini Raju is organizing meetings with all the manufacturing companies like Foxconn, and so many manufacturing companies are there, Hero, all these companies are there. So they are going to come and give a presentation where they need help from the startup companies. What are innovative products that they can build for them? So that gives an opportunity to break the main thing for the startups to get the business. So after that, we will all go to IIT Tirupati. There we will be giving all the prizes, final prizes to all those people. And that is the last leg of our journey.
So that's going to be about 10 days?
No, see, actual bus yatra starts on October 2nd, the main bus yatra. But before that, preparation, like people will go to Kakinada on 30th, that program has to, these things, take the selected people, selected all the CXOs, they all have to travel to Amaravati, and Amaravati having discussions with Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Then next day, this thing, they will follow this thing. Same thing we are going to do it for Telangana state in the month of December. Same pattern we want to do it. Once we successfully complete these two, then we will go to other states where they are already requesting. I don't want to go to them unless we have all the procedures are standardized, and we have to produce the results. Just by taking bus yatra for a visibility sake, if there are no results are coming, I don't think that's a correct model. So we want to see how the results are coming. Then with all that, this thing, we will go to Uttar Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and all the Madhya Pradesh and all that who are requesting us to this thing, because whole India, we need to serve the rural India. That is the main concept. And this is the first time in the world. In fact, Guinness Book of World Records, the team, they want to join us in the bus yatra. They want to see really all the CXOs are coming from US. If so, I mean, they want to enter this into the Guinness Book of World Records.
You said you were setting up the world's biggest innovation center. Is there a timeline for it? At what stage are you currently setting up?
Yeah, we are already on the drawing board, and next 4 to 6 months it will be up and running maximum. And we have already initiated discussion with global players to house their accelerator programs and startups here. And this is the first MOU we signed to collaborate with ISF.
Any more questions from others? Yeah, good question. Yeah, as I was telling earlier, the future is going to be rural. Not only in India, any country, because the majority of the population, they still live in the rural area. In India, more than 60% of our population still in the rural area. Unfortunately, because they are not getting a support, migration is happening and cities are getting crowded and all that. We want to stop that. Create these opportunities, like the minister, the honorable minister was telling, mini Hyderabad had to be created. Similarly, mini Vizag had to be created in Andhra Pradesh, so that they have the complete social infrastructure, then digital infrastructure, other infrastructure, so that they'll be able to think of. For example, Joho Corporation, multi-billion-dollar company, they do products only in their company. You know where they do the recruitment? Only rural India. That too 10th class or 12th class. In fact, when we met Sridhar Vembu, when we wanted to invite him to come to Visakhapatnam, so Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu requested them, I'll give whatever land you want on the top of Rishikonda Hills, overlooking the ocean. Why don't you set up your development center? Then Sridhar Vembu said, sir, we don't want any land whatsoever in Visakhapatnam, but we want land in your Kuppam constituency. Then Honorable Chief Minister said, Kuppam is not developed, then what is that? No, sir, we want only in such places. We hire only rural people, either 10th class or 12th class. Then I asked Sridhar Vembu, why rural people, 10th class or 12th class, are there in urban areas? Why are you not able to take those people? Then he said, JSR, the urban students, they live in air-conditioned homes, they travel in air-conditioned buses, their classrooms are air-conditioned. In some international schools, even playgrounds are also air-conditioned. Their minds are all conditioned. We don't do any IT services. We develop innovative products. we want creative people. Whereas in rural area, those children, they don't know whether they can go to the school next day. They don't know because there are so many conditions which they are not certain about that. That's the reason why we want to take rural boys and girls, and they are creating innovative products, and we are one of the largest companies in India producing the products. Any more questions? Yeah. Telulona? Okay. అమీర్పేట అమెరికా. అందుకే కదా ఐటీ ఫోకస్ లేకోకుండా స్టార్టప్ ఫోకస్ తీసుకొస్తున్నాము. ఇది ఒకందుకు మంచిదే. ఇప్పుడు ఒకనొకప్పుడు ఇండియా ఆల్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఇంక్లూడింగ్ జీరో దే ఆర్ ఆల్ ఇన్వెంటెడ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. అంటే మన భారతదేశంలో అవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. కానీ మనకి ఈస్ట్ ఇండియా కంపెనీ వాళ్ళు వచ్చేసి ఇక్కడ మీరు ఏది మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేయకూడదు, అన్నీ యూరోప్ నుంచి ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకోవాలా. దే ఫోర్స్డ్ us to become slaves. That's why I keep joking. Our IT services is like a slave industry. తెలుగులో ఓకే. సో మనము ఆ బానిసత్వ దీని నుంచి ఇప్పుడు బయటకు వస్తున్నాం. ఇంతవరకు ఎందుకు ఐటీ సర్వీసెస్లో మనం బాగా చేసామంటే మనకు ఆ మైండ్ సెట్ తెలంగాణలో ఏదో అంటారు కదా బానిసం దొర, రైట్? అందరికీ ఆ మైండ్ సెట్ ఉంది. ఎవరైనా చెప్తే ఇప్పుడు అమెరికాలో కంపెనీ చెప్తే సార్ మీకు ఏం చేయాలి సార్ అంటే వాళ్ళు చెప్తారు. అప్పుడు వచ్చి వీళ్ళు కోడింగ్ ఏదో చేసి వాళ్ళు పంపిస్తారు. అదేం వర్క్ అది? కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ స్లేవరీ వర్క్, రైట్? వీఆర్ నాట్ ప్రొడ్యూసింగ్ ది ప్రోడక్ట్. వన్స్ అపాన్ ఎ టైమ్ మనం భారతదేశంలోనే అన్ని కనుక్కునేవాళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు వీఆర్ ఫోర్స్ టు గెట్ ఇన్ టు ఏది ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఇన్నోవేటివ్ థింగ్స్ అండ్ ఆల్ దట్. దిస్ ఈజ్ యాక్చువల్లీ భగవంతుడు మనకి ఇచ్చిన ఆపర్చునిటీ. అంటే జాబ్స్ గిబ్స్ ఇక్కడ కూడా వస్తాయి, కానీ ఇక్కడ వచ్చేటి ఎలాంటి కంపెనీలు ప్రోడక్ట్స్, అవర్ ఓన్ ఇంటలెక్చువల్ ప్రాపర్టీ. దెన్ ఒక కంపెనీ ఒక గ్రేట్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ తయారు చేస్తే ప్రాబబ్లీ వీ కెన్ బికమ్ ట్రిలియనర్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ సిచ్యువేషన్. ఇప్పుడు ఏదైనా మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ కానీ గూగుల్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ కూడా వాళ్ళ మార్కెట్ క్యాప్ అంతా ట్రిలియన్స్ ఆఫ్ డాలర్స్లో ఉంటుంది. మనం వై నాట్ వి క్రియేట్ దట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ కంపెనీ? దానికి ఈ స్టార్టప్ ఎకో సిస్టమ్ మైండ్ సెట్ వాళ్ళకు సర్వీసెస్ మైండ్ సెట్ నుంచి ప్రోడక్ట్ మైండ్ సెట్లకి తీసుకొస్తే, అండ్ దట్టు మనకు ఏ దేశంలో కూడా లేవండి ఇన్ని ప్రాబ్లమ్స్, ఇన్ని ఆపర్చునిటీస్. అందుకే మిగతా దేశం వాళ్ళంతా ఏమడుతున్నారంటే మా స్టార్టప్స్కి మీ ఇండియాలో మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ చూపించండి. ఎందుకంటే ఇంతమంది పాపులేషన్లో ఇప్పుడు ఒక అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఏంటంటే రూరల్ ఇండియా ప్రతి ఎలక్షన్స్ అప్పుడు వాళ్ళ చేతుల్లో చాలా డబ్బులు వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఆ డబ్బులు వాళ్ళు కొంటున్నారు, మాల్స్ కొంటున్నారు, దాంట్లో అంతా. సో కన్స్యూమరిజం యాజ్ పర్ ది రీసెంట్ సర్వే 10 times increased in rural India. That's a great opportunity for startup companies. మీ ఇదివరకు రోజుల్లో మన వాళ్ళంతా పొలవమని అమెరికా పోయేవాళ్ళు, ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడేం మార్కెట్ లేదు, ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసేవాళ్ళు కూడా లేరు. ఇప్పుడు అవన్నీ మన దగ్గర ఉన్నాయి, వేరే వాళ్ళు కూడా మన దగ్గర వస్తున్నారు. ఇట్స్ ఏ వన్ వే బ్లెస్సింగ్ అండ్ డిస్గైజ్. అందుకని ఆ స్టార్టప్స్కి అనుగుణంగా మ్యాన్ పవర్ లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఆ మ్యాన్ పవర్ తయారు చేయాలి. మనకున్న మ్యాన్ పవరు ఐటీ బీపీఓకి కేపీఓకి పనికి వస్తుంది, కానీ ఈ న్యూ ఏజ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ న్యూ ఏజ్ స్టార్టప్స్కి పనికిరాదు. అందుకనే ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ గురుకులు ఎందుకు పెడుతున్నామంటే ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ స్టూడెంట్స్కి వాళ్ళు నష్టపోకూడదు. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళకి తెలుసో తెలియకో బీటెక్ కంప్యూటర్ చేస్తున్నారు, వాళ్ళు అదే విధంగా ఉంటే ఉద్యోగం దొరకదు. మరి ఆయన తప్పు అబ్బాయి అమ్మాయి తప్పు కాదు, మన తప్పు. So we have to create some training modules so that they are transformed to suitable for startup companies. అది స్టార్టప్ గురుకుల ద్వారా చేస్తున్నాము. సో దీనివల్ల నేను అనుకోవడము, ఇందాక దీనా కూడా చెప్పాడు, దాదాపు ఎన్ని లక్షల జాబ్స్ ఉన్నాయంటే ఆల్రెడీ వీ హ్యావ్ హౌ మెనీ మిలియన్స్ ఆఫ్ జాబ్స్ త్రూ స్టార్టప్స్? ఆల్రెడీ 1.2 million జాబ్స్ స్టార్టప్స్ ద్వారా. అది ఇంకా 5.6 million లేకుంటే 10 million చేసేందుకు అవకాశం ఉంది. ఈజ్ నాట్ జస్ట్ వన్ కంపెనీ. ఆల్రెడీ దే ఆర్ మోర్ దాన్ 120 స్టార్టప్, 1,20,000 స్టార్టప్స్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. దట్ నంబర్ ఇస్ గ్రోయింగ్. ఇప్పుడు మన హైదరాబాద్లో అండి లాస్ట్ 5 yearsలో 2 unicorns వచ్చాయి హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి. In 5 years, how can they produce 8,000 crore company? 2 unicorns, Genoti and Darwin Box. అలాంటి యూనికార్న్స్ వచ్చాయనుకోండి, హైదరాబాద్ ఎకానమీ ఈజ్ టేకింగ్ కేర్. సో అది ఆపర్చునిటీ మనకి. ఒక రకంగా భగవంతుడు ది ఫోర్సింగ్ అస్ టు గెట్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ కేపీఓ బీపీఓ ఆ జాబ్స్ నుంచి రెస్పెక్టబుల్గా చెప్పడానికి ఇండియాలో మేము ప్రోడక్ట్ చేసాము, ఆల్ ఓవర్ ది వరల్డ్ దే ఆర్ యూజింగ్ దిస్ ప్రోడక్ట్, వై వీ హ్యావ్ టు యూజ్ అదర్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. సో ఆ ఆపర్చునిటీ మనకు వస్తుంది. దాని ద్వారా ఎకానమీ బాగుపడుతుంది, తర్వాత జాబ్స్ కూడా విపరీతంగా జాబ్స్ వస్తాయి. మేము రూరల్ స్టార్టప్స్ ఎందుకు అంటున్నాము, వాళ్ళకి అక్కడ ఉద్యోగాలు క్రియేట్ చేయాలి. ఇప్పుడు అగ్రికల్చర్లో వాళ్ళు ఏమి సంపాదించుకోవటం లేదు, అందుకని అందరూ ఫ్రస్ట్రేట్ అయ్యి టౌన్స్కు సిటీస్కి వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు. మేము అట్లా కాదు, మీకే అక్కడ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము, అక్కడ జాబ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము, అక్కడ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాం, అక్కడ యూనికార్న్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాం. దట్ ఈస్ అవర్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్, దట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు హ్యాపన్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
అంటే మీరు మీడియానండి, మీరు మీడియా నుంచి వచ్చారా? ఇప్పుడు అంతా అమెరికా నుంచి అమీర్పేటకు వస్తున్నారు, రివర్స్ ఏంటి ట్రెండ్. అమీర్పేటలో స్టార్టర్స్ పెట్టాలి. మేబీ బాలాజీ సార్ కెన్ థింక్ ఆఫ్ అమీర్పేట్. ఐ థింక్ మేబీ వీ కెన్ రివర్స్ ద సైకిల్. సో బేసికలీ అందరూ ఇప్పుడు యాజ్ యూ సెడ్ ఎవ్రీబడి మొత్తం అమెరికానే కాదు, మనం మాట్లాడితే అమెరికా అంటాం, అమెరికానే కాకుండా చాలా దేశాలు ఉన్నాయి, అందరూ ఇప్పుడు ఇండియా వైపే చూస్తున్నారు. సో మనకి మీరు కూడా ఇందాక సార్ చెప్పినట్టు మీరు వాలంటీరింగ్ చేసి రావాలి, న్యూస్ వేయడమే కాదు, మీరు కూడా వచ్చి వాటిలో ఉంటే అందరికీ మీరు హెల్ప్ చేస్తుంటున్నారు. మీరు ఏవేవో న్యూస్లు వేసే కంటే ఈ న్యూస్ల వల్ల మనకు కూడా ఉపయోగం పడుతుంది, టీఆర్పీ రేటింగ్స్ కూడా పెరుగుతాయి. ఎందుకంటే చాలామందికి జాబులు ఇచ్చాం, ఇది ఇచ్చాం అనేది మనకు వస్తుంది. అందరూ కలిసి మనకి చేయాలి, ఒకరితో అవ్వదు, ఇది స్ప్రెడ్ చేయాలి, మన బాధ్యత అది. ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ బిఫోర్ దట్ సార్ ఐ థింక్ వీ షుడ్ థ్యాంక్ ప్రశాంత్ గారు ఫర్ ద ESCA. మనం ఇక్కడ చేస్తున్నాం వంకాపున ఈ ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టాఫ్ కాలేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా ఈరోజు ఎందుకు పెట్టామంటే వారు ఎంతో ఇక్కడ కన్వెన్షన్ సెంటర్ కొత్తగా వస్తుంది. నేను ఇందాక మీకు చెప్పినట్టు మన 5 స్టార్ హోటల్స్లో వీటిలో పెట్టాం. మనంతా ఈ కాలేజ్ 150-100 years చేస్తుంది ఇంజనీరింగ్ ఇది అండి. సో ప్రశాంత్ గారు వారు ఇక్కడ ఇది. సో ఇట్
Thank you ISF. Actually this is all great goes to our director sir, Dr. Rameshwar sir. We welcome ISF. We see this is going to be a grand success. Thank you.
అక్టోబర్ 2 జరగబోయే అంకుర యాత్రకి ఒక థీమ్ రెడీ చేశామండి. ఎలాగైతే అక్టోబర్ 2 మన గాంధీ జయంతినో మహాత్మా గాంధీ గారు మన అంకుర యాత్ర బస్సుని డ్రైవ్ చేస్తున్నట్టుగా ఒక థీమ్ రెడీ చేశారు. సో దీన్ని ఇప్పుడు జయ చౌదరి గారు అన్వీల్ చేస్తారు. దిస్ ఈజ్ ద థీమ్ వేర్ మహాత్మా గాంధీ ఈజ్ యాక్చువల్లీ డ్రైవింగ్ ద అంకుర యాత్ర బస్ విత్ ఆల్ ద థీమ్స్. అండ్ ప్లీజ్ కమ్, ప్లీజ్ కమ్.
ఈ చేతుల మీద తీసుకుంటాను, అందరూ చూపిస్తాను.
యా,
shows what we are doing. You explain what it is.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ అండి. సారథి గారు యాక్చువల్లీ అంకుర యాత్ర ఈ పోస్ట్ చూశాను, దాని ఎయిమ్ ఏంటి అంటే రూరల్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ ఎలా చేయాలి అనే పోస్ట్ చూసినప్పుడు నాకు ఒక ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ అనిపించింది. దానికి ఒక మెమోటో లాగా చేస్తే ఎలా ఉంటుంది, ఒక మాన్యుమెంటల్ స్కల్ప్చర్ కూడా చేస్తే ఎలా ఉంటుంది, దాని గుర్తుగా ఈవెంట్ గుర్తుగా ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్స్ కైండ్ కాబట్టి అనే ఆలోచనతో ఇది చేశాను. దీన్ని మేము మ్యూరల్స్ లాగా స్కల్ప్చర్స్ లాగా కూడా రిలీజ్ చేస్తాం దాని గుర్తుగా. థ్యాంక్స్ అండి.
ఈ చెట్టు పెరిగి ఎన్ని యూనికార్న్లు ఈ ఏరియాలో
ట్రీ ఆఫ్ లైఫ్ అంటారు కదా. ఓకే సార్. అంటే ఒక చెట్టు అనేది మనిషి జీవితానికి ఎంతో ఉపయోగము, ఆపర్చునిటీస్ని ఎంపవర్మెంట్ చేయడం కూడా అంతే ఇంపార్టెంట్ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్తో చేస్తాం.
అంకురం అంటే మనం విత్తనం వేస్తే చిన్న మొక్క, అది ఇంత పెద్ద మహావృక్షం అయిపోయి అందరికీ లీడర్ ఇస్తుంది, తర్వాత అందరికీ ఫలాలు ఇస్తుంది. దట్స్ వాట్ అంకుర యాత్ర ఈజ్ ఆల్ అబౌట్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
I request all volunteers to come onto the stage if anybody. Yeah, please come.
You want this also? Any media volunteers, please come. You are part of us. Come. Without you people. Anybody without a camera. Still some people are sitting there. Please come. We are all recruited. Please come.
నేను ఇందా చెప్పాను కదా మా ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో ఒక్క ఎంప్లాయీ కూడా లేదు. ఇట్స్ ఆల్ రన్ బై వాలంటీర్స్ అండ్ దే హ్యావ్ దేర్ ఓన్ కంపెనీస్. దేర్ ఆల్ ఇన్ బిగ్ మల్టీనేషనల్ కంపెనీలో సీనియర్ ఎగ్జిక్యూటివ్స్. వాళ్ళు దే ఆర్ గివింగ్ ఆల్ ద టైమ్. ఐఎమ్ ఓన్లీ వైఫై చూస్తున్నాను కానీ పని అంతా వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్నారు. ఐ వాంట్ టు గివ్ థ్యాంక్ ఆల్ మై volunteers really responsible all these people. Thank you. Thank you.
మన వే ఆఫ్ వర్కింగ్ మన ఈవెంట్ అప్పుడు కూడా ఒక బిగ్ మాన్యుమెంట్ పెట్టి మీతో అట్లీస్ట్ ప్రొటోటైప్ చేద్దాం. సో దాన్ని ఈవెంట్కి అలైన్ చేస్తే ఒకటి దాని మెమరీని ఎక్కువ మీడియా బయట
I think I am the most happiest person today because the vision with which it has been started, I think it is very satisfying and it looks, I believe that the small steps what we have taken at that point of time with the support of government, more particularly NABARD, Chintala Garu, and as well as the hub team. I think it, as they have mentioned, we started it in COVID time. It was a very challenging time. There were instances also people are thinking, what is this nonsense this vice chancellor is doing? Because it was not within the mandate, within the mission of the university. Okay, so that was the thinking. But sometimes idiotic ideas also prosper very well. So it was a disrupting idea, what we call it as. So we wanted to disrupt the ecosystem at that point of time. So we took this bold step, and that bold step actually fructified by the great support what we received from the NABARD. There were challenging times at that point of time itself, because there was an agri hub just half a kilometer away from us. A idea. Okay. So while they were asking why this another hub is within the half kilometer range. Okay. So there were this was a challenge. So that is where actually this idea was born. That is agri hub with spokes. So we wanted to be different from the hub what we had half a kilometer away. So the NABARD asked us, what is this distinct attribute this hub has? So that is how we ventured into this idea of agri-hub with the spokes, wherein rural innovation hubs will be established. Of course, at that point of time, other initiatives taken by the university officers in terms of one district, one commodity, establishing so what we call food processing units here, like oil, like dal mills and other mills have been added to this. That's how it has been built. So I'm happy that this rural innovation spoke has come into the reality. Now, I don't want to say what we call say what Raghuram Reddy was saying. You are my student. Okay. So I just want to ask you, what are the two greatest innovations this country has seen in the last 3 or 4 decades? That is the problem. This is actually the problem. That means you do not know. That means all the speakers have spoken since last 2 hours. I am sorry to say that you have not given the definition of innovation. What is innovation? What is innovation? So say for example, the guy who has spoken last, he has taken an innovative service to the farmers. Drone service is an innovative service. Application of pesticides are not new. Application of pesticides was known to us for a long time, but we were using a sprayer. Now this man has brought a solution wherein, say he is using drone, so the innovative service he has brought to the farmer. So any product, any process, any solution that actually disrupts the existing ecosystem and helps to increase the effectiveness, helps to increase the competitiveness, helps to increase the economic value, helps to increase the social value, that we call it as an innovation. So the two greatest innovations that we have is one you have in your hand, that is the mobile, and the second one is the Aadhaar. Aadhaar was the greatest innovation actually. Till date, no other country had this much, so what we call digitization of individual. So actually earlier, when we first opened the bank account, we have to run through the people. Can you sign for us? Can you to open the account? Can you testify for us? So it used to take few days to open an account. Now you can take your Aadhaar card, you go to the bank and you open an account. Okay, so for anything, say what we call any identity, you don't need other person's help here. So that is an innovative way of telling of your own, so what is your identity and so on. So these are the two greatest innovations. This is one. Then another important thing is what actually, say the success of Singapore is because of innovation. The success of Vietnam, which has been completely destroyed by the Americans, and within a very short time, they could again build their ecosystem. That is due to innovation and entrepreneurship. Okay, why today China has reached that? I don't know how many of you know. In 1985, our economy and Chinese economy was the same. No difference, exactly the same. And today, we are at 3.5 to 4 trillion, and whereas China is at 18.5 trillion. How this has happened? How this has happened? I am very happy. We didn't understand the second guy, Anjaya. He has made a very valid point. Why today China was able to reach that stage? Actually, he has told the answer. So if you want to, of course, policies, liberalization, all this matters, but you need to have people in the country who can understand the innovation. So if I have to put a factory, I need workers. So if I need workers, I need to train him to manufacture this way, that way, my design is this. And there should be a person to understand it. So to understand it, you need skill. To understand it, you need education. To understand it, you need, say, what I call enabling environment. You need policy supporting it. Okay, so keeping that aside, assuming that you have a policy, you have, say, this one. So you need skilled people in this country. That is where this hub has a role to play. That is where the importance of innovation comes into the picture. Then infrastructure. I am also very happy to see, because though I came here several times while this construction is taking place, first time I am coming to this, what we call auditorium. So there was a single point agenda for me that the colleges what this university has, no other university in the country has. The infrastructure that this country has, physical and lab. Physical infrastructure is one, lab infrastructure is another. So that's how, say what you call, we have pushed, we have actually bulldozed. We have bulldozed the things to make it happen. So one is skilled people. So there is a huge skill gap today in this country. There is a huge skill gap. That is where this, say what you call, so knowledge, infrastructure, policies, say what you call, and talent. How to, so for example, if I have to attract talent, I need to create a very dynamic working environment for it. Unless I create that, it is not possible for you to actually excel, to get an idea, to move forward, and so on and so forth. Okay, this is one. Then another aspect is, this is a very challenging one. That is where the role of students and as well as the faculty comes into the picture. We are talking of innovation, we are talking of, say, what you call this, that. But the issue is, whatever innovation we bring in, that should have a maximum value to the farmer. You have to build a potential value to the farmer in that product, in that process, in that solution. You have to build the value. Unless you build the value, the farmer will not accept it. Now, if you want to build the value, how you build the value? First, then you should understand what is that gap, what is that problem. What is that problem? Unless you have a problem-oriented solution, unless you have a problem-solving solution, whatever innovation you bring in, it has no meaning. It has no meaning. So when you first, so there is a lot of, so what you call, role by the RARS, by the staff, faculty, to actually, and there is a need, madam, I think you have 3 innovations, you have to map now, each innovation hub to what districts it will cater. You have a demarcation. You need to have a demarcation. So from this, because I am seeing that somebody has some from here. So you need to have to what district this rural innovation hub caters. So then you need to, the on which the students can actually think, ideate. You can think, you can design a product. You have to nurture the idea in you. That is where when you come with that idea here, these people will mentor you. The faculty will mentor you. So that they will connect you to the what you call agri startups if they are writing. So you need to understand the ecosystem. What are the problems you have? What are the challenges you have in agriculture? Don't worry about. You did not worry about say what you call bringing a change in the entire country. I will address the climate change. Nobody can address the climate change. Forget about that. No, so it is not possible in the near future to address the climate. We are still understanding the climate change. Okay, but what are the little problems? Say for example, we have 3 innovators who have one with solution and 2 with products. So they are addressing the problem in the what you call agri-food value chain. So you identify the problem. Say connecting farmers to the market is a challenge. So if you can come out with a solution where the farmer can be connected to the say what you call markets with some innovation in that, whether you assess the quality, whether you have a product which has a demand. Say I was in America once. I went there and asked, so there was a Tamilian guy also with me. So I was asking basmati rice for preparing, say what you call biryani in our home. Whereas Tamilian was asking some other rice. I didn't understand. So he said that this is the only rice we use in Tamil Nadu for preparing biryani, not the basmati. So they have a special variety for biryani. Okay, so that is so now any Tamilian in the world will use only that rice. Okay, so you have to think in that direction. So you have our parents want to eat rice. They can't dispense with rice. Still they have sugar. They said that we want to eat rice. So you have but incidentally, I don't know how many of you know Telangana son we have not bred for what you call no GI. We haven't bred that. Our intention was, my only target was, because I know at that point of time when I was a student, Telangana, what you call Tellahamsa, Sureka, IR64 were 125 days. So our Telangana has a weather conditions which the rice variety should be of 120 to 125 days. So we targeted to breed a variety which is of 120 to 125 days. And that is the reason why we pushed all the varieties. You can see from then onwards, all our varieties are of this range. We also have mid-late and so on, 135 days and late varieties. But that was because that enables us to complete the life cycle in that 4 months, so that it would be possible for the enhancing the cropping intensity because we are creating water sources and so on. So that was it. Then we found that there was a low GI in that. Say what we call NIM people were the ones who initially identified that. Then we started promoting it. So this is how. So problem solving solutions are that is where your role comes into the picture. Your ideas comes into the picture. Now here there is another component, that is what we call it as interoperability. So he was talking about what you call IT. Software issues or C++, or what you call, you talk of machine learning today, you talk of deep learning today, you talk of artificial intelligence today. So there are several IT programs which I don't understand. But I know what is my agricultural problem. So IT guy doesn't know what is a plant, what is a system, what is a economic field, what is rice, so they doesn't know. So you are the domain experts. They are the IT experts, so there is a need here. You both of you should marry. Unless you marry, this whatever we are calling as 4th industrial revolution technologies like artificial intelligence, like IoT, like machine learning, like say what you call drones, like say what you call other things like CRISPR technology, like big data analytics. All these you can make it happen only when, say what you call, you marry. There is another. My thinking is, I don't want to marry anybody. I want to be the expert. So there is a need for the university authorities to actually build courses which have this also in BS agriculture. This is the disruption. You think in that disruptive way. Nobody has no such type of courses. So you say that I will have have BS agriculture course, where in 1 year I have artificial intelligence, where in 1 year I have big data analytics. So that I come out, because I come out with the knowledge which actually now the society needs. I don't want to do something which that society doesn't need me. If I go with base agriculture, maybe tomorrow the job opportunities are less for me. So I need a skill which actually. So this is another challenge what we have, which we look at. Then another problem we are facing actually. Now he has built a product. Now you have to upscale it. He has built a value to his product. He has built a value for the farmer. Then you have to upscale it. How do you upscale it? So this is a big challenge. So while designing a product itself, you should have back in your mind that the product has an ability to upscale. So just doing a pilot and leaving it there. So that means you have to look at the incentives and the challenges of upscaling in advance. Unless you do that, it would not be. Then another important thing is, say what you call building action. Building action means your product should be. Now, the problem with these three people is they have not built an action program. That means now they have come to the university. If they would have come long back, you would have built an action wherein so that the people will be talking about that. Now they have presented it in front of you. Now, probably you will discuss. You will discuss about it. He has done like that. Can't we do like that? Whether it will be useful to the farmer. So I was saying to the Honorable Director of Research here, asking him that why don't you purchase? I was asking the cost. I was asking whether it will be 3 lakhs or 4 lakhs. If I were in his place, I would have said 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs. He said 3,500, 4,000. Okay, so that means you have to, so what you call the value has to be based upon, not on the expenditure you invest on the product. The value should be based upon the purpose it serves in the society. So how much disruption it brings. So I was requesting him, why don't you purchase 100 of them and you yourself validate in the farmer's field. Okay, so this is the road. Today people trust the scientists. Today people trust the science. So you validate it and you produce a paper. You produce a success story which actually will be acceptable by the society. Which will be acceptable by the society. This is one. Then say what you call collaboration. So the product should be such that the product or the innovation, whatever you bring, it should attract more collaborators. It should attract more collaborators. So it should be, so what you call more partnerships should be there. So that is another one which I want to tell you. And then there should be an ecosystem-wide action. It is not just, so what you call for one village or one thing, that it should be wide enough. So what you call, so these things actually, so what you call are today, which are happening. So you people, you use mobile. So if you type my name 10 times in your mobile, next time the moment you say P, Praveen will come there. What is it? That is machine learning. Okay. So if you take my photographs at different stages of my life during the last, then you can predict how I will look at 85 years. Okay. So what is important today? Data. So all this happens only because of data. You have to build the data ecosystem. That is where the students can play faculty can play very important role. So you have to build the data. Unless you build the data ecosystem in your colleges, in your universities, it would not be possible to implementing this, whatever we are talking of artificial intelligence or so on and so forth. Why? So, and mind you, people say that data is a new oil. Why new oil? Why it is, say, the oil, the fuel, whatever we are using in cars, if you go on pumping out, it will deplete. But data is the one which actually, the more you use it, the more it increases. The more you use it, the more solutions come, the more value it generates, the more voluminous it becomes. Okay, so that is your strength today. I think these are some of the things which actually I wanted to share with you. and people were talking. There is no dearth of money for these initiatives, I am telling you. I was just referring, when I was talking, I was just referring what are those. Of course, NABARD Madam is here like a bank for us. That is a different issue. So, but apart from that, I was actually referring. I was surprised to see so what about these things, because now I am heading another university because there was an expiry date here, so I left. So now you will be a competition for me. Okay, I will be a competitor for you. Okay, so UGC has launched at least 3 schemes, universities with potential for excellence. This is one scheme you have where you get money. Center with potential for excellence in particular area. Okay, this is another opportunity you have. For this, the UGC gives money and for special assistance programs for research projects, basic science, research and inter-university centers and so on and so forth. Then Government of India also have, so what we call impacting research, innovation and technology program, IMPRINT. Then Uchatar Avishkar Yojana is another one. Global Initiative and Academic Networks, GAIN is another one. Global Research and Interactive Network, GRIN is another. So there is no dearth of money. Money is available. Only you should have an idea. Only you should have a talent. Only you should nurture your idea. So I was nurturing. Maybe many of my staff members know. So what you call, I was bathing irrigation, I was eating irrigation, I was walking irrigation, I was sleeping irrigation. So for the last 39 years, 39, now 42 years. 42 years I was doing this. So what we call throughout my life. So irrigation. So that was, I was building, so what we call in my, this one. So I am recognized as a, so what we call micro irrigation man. So unless you do that, it would not be possible. PS agriculture is today very small. And my special request to PG students and the guides who are, so what we call, mentoring them in identifying the problem, in implementing the experiment and so on and so forth. I think we need to look at the things in a different way. We need all the 3 departments who are here. My sincere request is you need to look at the things in a different way. The experiments, what we are doing. You have to ask questions for yourself. What type of experiments we are doing? Whether they fit into this innovation concept, what we are talking. You have to bring a change in the lives of the farmers. So you work on a small. We need not work on writing 200 pages or 300 pages, 400 pages. The finding that is question doesn't work is also a solution. Otherwise, I will go on investing on that problem money. So if you find, if your result of the experiment is that it will not work, is the greatest solution what we are bringing. Okay, so choose problems. So what we call, what actually you can bring a solution to the farmer. So that is also such several initiatives actually we have taken in the university. So whether it is, I don't know how many of know the drone, whatever standard operating protocols that are there in the country today are the contribution of PJTSA. We were the first actually to work on the standard operating protocols at what height the drone will run, what speed the drone will run, what pesticide to be used, for what crop to be used, how much water to be used, how much concentration to be used, what pesticide to be used. All this has been done by the PJTSA and they have just copied this and released it as a national document. Okay, that is one. Then number 2, we were the first actually to show to the people with regards to agro-photovoltaics. That means growing crops below solar panels was another initiative which we have taken. And so what we call the central instrumentation cell was the another initiative we have taken. So there are several such initiatives. I think you should look into these aspects and help yourself. Nobody will help you. Let me be very clear. Nobody will help you. You have to help yourselves and be bold. And so what you call, don't. I always saw that the students have a what you call mental setup wherein to tell something you think twice what other people will think. This is the stigma you have. I think you have to come out should express yourself. You should say what you call agriculture students are no way so what you call lesser than any other campuses. So I think the sky is the limit. God bless you. I wish you all the best in your life. Thank you.
I want to greet His Excellency, Mr. Jason Hall, for coming all the way, accompanying the investors from India, and His Excellency, Mr. Sanjay Gupta from Indian High Commission in Jamaica. Thank you for being here. Most importantly, His Worship, the Deputy Mayor of Montego Bay, Mr. Crawford, Deputy Prime Minister, and the Minister of National Security, and the General Secretary of Jamaica Labour Party, and the Member of Parliament for this area. There's another one here in this room, the youngest man in this room, Mr. J. Chaudhary. Welcome to Montego Bay with the entire ISF team here.
Spirit of independence, entrepreneurship, and a willingness to take risk, which is why it's a good place to invest. You'll find the atmosphere what you're used to. People who are very friendly, enterprising, and creative. And while I say we're a small country, we're happy to have you in the corporate area, your shipping, etc., but we think this part of Jamaica lends itself to your kind of activity and your presence and business colleagues.
I have started a foundation called Quality Engineering Foundation. We launched very recently. I can tell you we will start a location, a branch, or a chapter in Jamaica to educate people in Jamaica on quality education. And I'll work with officials here to make it happen.
I wish you an extremely successful visit. I hope that amidst learning more about Jamaica and what we have to offer, you have the opportunity to really soak Jamaica in. Jamaica is easily one of the most diverse countries you'll come across as you travel from ocean reef to mountain ridge. There is just something here that is empowering, that's uplifting, and altogether positive. And so we hope that you enjoy this to the fullest. We hope that this will not be the first time that you'll be here and that you'll join the many others who come to Jamaica on a repeated basis to get that feeling, to get that benefit.
I once again congratulate all stakeholders who have put in their efforts to organize this conference. As such, business-to-business interactions play a pivotal role in increase of trade between the two or more countries. The High Commission is keen to facilitate and support all engagements which bring together the entrepreneurs, investors, and industry to openly discuss the viability of business proposals.
So ladies and gentlemen, now more than ever, I will say, is the time to do business in Jamaica. And we're very happy to be here. We have a number of JAMPRO team members that are looking forward to furthering this discussion with you. And of course, anything that you require to help you make that decision, we are here to serve.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Not everyone can create a thriving business in a foreign land, especially from a humble background. But Dr. Guna Mukpuri did just that in Jamaica. thousands of kilometers away from his village in southern India, town of Chittoor, Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Gunar's journey to becoming a global entrepreneur and philanthropist is a story of vision, dedication, and relentless pursuit of excellence. Dr. Muppuri's path took a transformative turn when he interned at the University Hospital of the West Indies in 1992, laying the foundation for his future in the medical and pharmaceutical fields. Dr. Muppuri served as a family physician in Jamaica for over 2 decades. His unwavering dedication to healthcare and his patients' well-being earned him recognition from the Jamaican government. However, his entrepreneurial spirit soon propelled him to explore new horizons. In 2005, at just 35 years old, Dr. Muppuri founded Indies Pharma Jamaica Limited. As the principal founder and CEO, he led the company to the forefront of branded generic pharmaceuticals. A landmark achievement was Indies Pharma's listing on the junior market of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Dr. Muppuri's contributions have earned him numerous prestigious awards from Jamaica and India. In 2019, he was honored with the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman, the highest civilian award for the Indian diaspora. The same year, he was nominated for the Padma Shri Award. Dr. Gunar's dream was fulfilled when his icon, Dr. J.A. Chaudhary, founder and chairman of ISF, visited his company and was part of a business delegation. Dr. Muppuri's words, which expressed respect and admiration, were palpable, reflecting a moment of profound significance in his journey.
See, all my generation of techie consultants and entrepreneurs, they were all, they wouldn't have been here if it was not his vision. Yes. See, someone has to do all the cleanup job and someone here to start somewhere.
Having built a thriving generic drug business, Dr. Gunar is now set to embark on new ventures, including a medical school and a medical city in Jamaica. Dr. Gunar outlined his vision for the future.
11th grade high school in Jamaica is enough for you to do 2 year and a half of pre-med, then you just get into medical school. That connecting link crash course is one we need, which is where STEM comes into play. So what I'm saying is, how do you bring that IIT into Montego Bay? The entire 20 countries in the Caribbean comes to Montego Bay. This way you do one technology campus.
Dr. Gunar S. Muppuri's journey from a small village in India to a multinational entrepreneur and philanthropist inspires us all. His story is a reminder that with vision, dedication, and a commitment to excellence, anything is possible. Dr. Gunar is now aiming even higher, fully prepared to give his all to achieve his ultimate dream mission.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister Hill. We are really excited to be in Jamaica. I heard your speech as well as our Honorable Deputy Prime Minister's speech. So, in that, I noticed that you have trade agreements with all the countries, but not with India. When are you going to have a trade agreement between India and Jamaica?
I'm so glad to have Commissioner. He is sitting right here.